Countdown to the college entrance exam, 25 days. The college entrance exam happens only once. Leap over it and you'll reach the Dragon Gate. Have you ever fought with all your might in this life? He looked at the slogans in the classroom and swallowed nervously. I have returned to the time before the college entrance exam? What kind of bizarre story is this? If I were to be reborn, at least let it be after university. Just as he was complaining in his heart, it seemed as if a current of electricity swept through his mind, and countless fragmented images suddenly emerged. Moments later, he finally understood his situation. He had indeed been reborn, but this was not the Earth he was familiar with. It was a place called Blue Star. This is a world of high martial arts. Since ancient times, humanity on Blue Star has faced a natural disaster, Mystic Realm invasion. The Mystic Realm connects to another world filled with terrifying magical beasts. Occasionally, they take advantage of the realm's fissures to invade the human world. Powerful magical beasts are capable of destroying several nations, threatening the entirety of human civilization. Therefore, in the long struggle, martial arts and beast genetics rapidly developed. Only warriors who unlocked genetic talents by injecting beast genes could save the entirety of human civilization. The brutal struggle for survival led to massive social class disparities. Even the most ordinary warriors were worlds apart from regular people in terms of income, social welfare, and even legal status. All pursuits are inferior. Only martial arts reign supreme. As for Ehei, he is currently a prospective warrior, provided he passes the college entrance exam. If he fails, he won't even get into a junior college and will have to attend a vocational school to learn a trade, becoming an ordinary person. Unfortunately, the original owner was a very lazy person. Despite having a talent for martial arts and being admitted to the martial arts class, he failed to cherish the opportunity, spending his days eating, drinking, and sleeping in utter decadence. After receiving the original owner's memories, Ehei somewhat understood his situation. Unlike Ehei, who was originally an orphan, the original owner had parents. Unfortunately, he couldn't escape the arrangement of fate. In his second year of high school, his parents had an accident, which caused the original owner to lose interest in cultivation and studying. His once decent grades plummeted like the stock market, turning him into a burden for the class. Understanding is one thing, but the consequences of not studying hard now have to be borne by the current Ehei, which made his already anxious heart sink even further. However, since she had already taken over the original owner's identity, she might as well clean up this mess properly. Just as Ehei was pondering how to act, the homeroom teacher, nicknamed Mediterranean Master, strode onto the podium. Students, are you ready? We're about to begin injecting the gene modification serum. Please have confidence in yourselves. The past 3 years of working hard to improve your physique and practicing martial energy techniques have all been for this day. As for those who usually don't take things seriously, the homeroom teacher's glasses, reflecting a cold light, glanced at Ehei. Ehei steadily met his gaze, without a trace of retreat in his eyes. Are you kidding? I'm not the one who doesn't take studying seriously. What do I have to feel guilty about? In the end, the homeroom teacher, seeing Ehei staring at him the whole time, awkwardly looked away. There was no helping it, those eyes were too bright, as if they were about to join some kind of organization. Soon, the class monitor, accompanied by a few students, carried a sealed metal box into the classroom. The homeroom teacher entered a password, opened the box, and white cold air emerged, revealing neatly arranged silver syringes. The liquid inside the silver syringes, resembling amethyst, was the Gene Awakening Serum, containing the original genes of all the magical beasts ever recorded by human warriors. After injection, humans would absorb one of the genes at random to awaken. Generally, the stronger the physique, the stronger the awakened magical beast gene. Students, don't be nervous. After injecting the Gene Awakening Serum, calmly accept this power. Chen Pengfei, Niao Yunua, Ehei. Everyone went up to the podium and received a silver syringe. The students in the class began receiving injections one after another. After the injection, their skin turned as red as boiled shrimp, steam rose from their bodies, and some even cried out in pain. Ehei hesitated for a moment, then closed his eyes and plunged the needle into his chest. Fight to the end. Unexpectedly, there was almost no anticipated pain, nor any noticeable change. While all the other classmates were writhing on the ground in agony, Ehei exchanged glances with the homeroom teacher. Teacher, did I get injected with fake medicine? The experienced homeroom teacher also didn't give Ehei an answer. After a normal person is injected with the Gene Awakening Serum, it is absolutely impossible to feel nothing. Even though Ehei might not have much potential, he was still his student, so the homeroom teacher left the classroom to make a phone call and inquire. Just as Ehei was feeling lost, a screen suddenly appeared before his eyes, reviving his once dead heart. The golden finger will give you the answer. Infinite Monster Template. Host, Ehei. Comprehensive Physique, 8. Martial Arts, the 9th set of student popularization Chi cultivation technique, blocking mountain fist, iron body technique. Monster Template, can be drawn. Ehei clicked the draw button with great anticipation, his eyes sparkling with excitement, secretly wondering what kind of monster he would get. The interface before him seemed to unfold into a vortex like like a black hole, with the roars of various monsters rising and falling, until a high-pitched roar with a regal aura drowned out all other sounds. Template, Grade A Template, Legendary Godzilla. Bloodline abilities, Atomic Breath, Thermonuclear Pulse, Atomic Energy Absorption. Advanced Form, Burning, unlocked when template compatibility reaches 100%. Compatibility, 3%. While Ehei was extracting templates, most of the classmates in the class had already awakened their Warcraft genes. Some students showed joyful expressions, clearly having awakened very powerful genetic abilities, while others appeared quite dejected because their awakened genetic abilities were rather poor, even losing confidence in the upcoming college entrance exams. Many people noticed Ehei's state. He sat in place, looking dazed, without a trace of sweat on his body, clearly not having undergone a normal awakening. Ha ha ha, look, Ehei seems to have awakened nothing at all. A girl pointed at Ehei and was the first to speak. Her name is Wang Tongtong, and she usually loves gossiping. In the past, she often mocked the original host because the original host was honest and wouldn't fight back even when maliciously slandered or insulted. Unbelievable. Did honest people eat your family's rice? Hee, an unawakened warrior is like a bird without wings. Isn't Ehei doomed? Many people gloated, but none voiced it loudly like Wang Tongtong to stir up hatred. Many students who did not meet their awakening expectations also joined the ranks of Mockery, as if stepping on those worse off could somehow make themselves better. Beggars may envy the wealthy driving sports cars, but they won't feel jealous of them. Instead, they will harbor jealousy and resentment toward fellow beggars who are slightly better off. At that moment, he suddenly stood up with such force that the chair beneath him toppled over onto the ground. Why are you so petty? Getting upset over just a few words? Wang Tongtong's tone was dripping with sarcasm. Ehei raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. You, hurry up and leave. If you don't go now, it will be too late. Leave? On what grounds? Wang Tongtong had awakened the gene of the fire lizard, making her incredibly powerful. Facing Ehei, whom she already looked down upon, she became even more arrogant. She walked up to Ehei, intending to provoke him. However, Ehei suddenly raised his head to the sky, a hint of deep blue flashing in his pupils. Around his eye sockets appeared patches of tough skin with a bluish-black hue, and an uncontrollable roar of fury erupted from within him. Roar! The majestic roar, filled with the dignity of a king, echoed throughout the entire teaching building. All the students who heard the roar felt an overwhelming suppression in their bloodline, their hair standing on end in fear. Those closer to Ehei were so terrified that they directly fell to the ground, prostrating themselves. And what about Wang Tongtong? It is said that there exists a protective mechanism in biological genes. When encountering something terrifying beyond one's comprehension, one will faint and stop receiving external information. At this moment, Wang Tongtong was exactly like that. She foamed at the mouth, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted directly. Ehei, what on earth did you do? The homeroom teacher had just reported Ehei's situation to the higher-ups. As he walked out of the classroom, he heard an incomparably majestic roar, which instantly gave him the illusion that a terrifying monster had broken through a secret realm and was invading Ancheng. The homeroom teacher hurriedly rushed into the classroom, only to see all the students huddled around Ehei. The surrounding classmates were trembling and lying on the ground, while Wang Tongtong even rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot. Ahem, well, the commotion was a bit big when I awakened. I already told them to move away, but they just wouldn't listen. Ehei returned to normal and, facing the homeroom teacher's inquiry, showed an innocent expression. Perhaps it was because that oppressive force had disappeared. Wang Tongtong's dazed eyes suddenly became clear, and she immediately realized the truth of the matter. She had actually fainted out of fear. Aha! Wang Tongtong let out a scream, not daring to look at anyone's face, and quickly ran outside. Everyone cast strange looks at Ehei, as if he were a great villain. Please, I'm really innocent, okay? Who told this lady to be so timid and lean toward me? Bah! Shrimp head girl. At this moment, an announcement echoed through the corridor, notifying all awakened senior high school students to head to the field for the magical beast gene test. The homeroom teacher didn't have time to dwell on Ehei's matter and quickly organized the students to go downstairs. On the playground, 10 futuristic cylindrical machines stood silently. Whenever a student stepped into one of the machines, the big screen on the podium would display the corresponding student's name, class, warrior level, and awakened gene. Wow, Li Xinyuan from our class awakened the 3rd-tier magical beast bloodline of the swift-winged bug. What incredible luck! Before awakening, he was just average in the class, but now he's directly risen to the top. Such a powerful bloodline leaves nothing to say. No way. Chuzhou really is the grade's #1. Not only is he a 9th stage martial apprentice, but he also awakened the ice demon dragon, which is among the top-tier 3rd-tier bloodlines. This time, the top scorer in Ancheng City is definitely going to be him. Did you notice? What did Miss Lu, who is also a 9th stage martial apprentice, awaken? Damn! A 4th-tier rare bloodline nether sparrow. This is the provincial top scorer. What is the concept of a 4th-tier bloodline magical beast? If their true form descends, they can destroy most of a city. Martial artists are almost powerless against them, and only grandmasters can contend. Not long after, it was Ehei's turn for bloodline identification, and the noise on the field grew even louder. Because Class 7, where Ehei belonged, had already spread the news of his earth-shattering roar after awakening, all the students were filled with astonishment towards him. What level of bloodline could release such an aura during awakening? Among the crowd, the aloof young man in white, Chuzhou, was also uncharacteristically focused on the appraisal results. A dozen minutes ago, he too had felt the oppressive aura contained in that roar, which even made the bloodline of his ice dragon feel a trace of threat. In a corner where no one dared to approach, Lu Qingzhu, exuding an icy aura, lifted her breathtakingly beautiful face and similarly fixed her gaze on the young man undergoing the bloodline appraisal. Ehei walked toward the appraisal machine under everyone's gaze, and the crowd automatically made way for him, as if witnessing a coronation. In this world where strength reigns supreme, Ehei displayed an incredibly terrifying potential, naturally earning everyone's respect. He stepped into the appraisal machine, and the large screen on the podium displayed the boy's information. Class 7, Ehei, Martial Disciple Level 3. Damn, Martial Disciple Level 3. Put. Even my middle school brother could beat him. Some people were amused by Ehei's martial artist level. Many outstanding middle school students who had early exposure to martial arts education could reach Martial Disciple Level 4, let alone those from the top high school in the city, Anqing No. 1 High School. Chuzhou's eyelid twitched slightly when he saw Ehei's martial artist level. Just a moment ago, he had imagined the other as a formidable rival, but his steady personality calmed him down. Perhaps his bloodline was also extraordinary? After all, when Lu Qingzhu awakened, the commotion wasn't as big as his. On the big screen, the bloodline column for Ehei flickered but never settled. After about 2 minutes, it finally displayed other. Unknown bloodline? Is it the bloodline of an unrecorded magical beast? The students on the playground, and even the teachers, began to discuss. Due to the limited exploration of secret realms by humans, it is normal for the gene awakening reagent to contain traces of unknown magical beast bloodlines. However, most unknown bloodlines are usually relatively weak. After all, when powerful magical beasts appear, they inevitably cause earth-shaking and sky-shattering events, which are always documented. Ehei stepped off the field, muttering to himself, sure enough, they still couldn't detect me. After Ehei finished the test, he decided not to stay on the playground. He knew the college entrance examination was approaching, and his martial artist level was too low to see any hope of improvement by staying on campus. Moreover, he had an idea in his mind. So, Ehei went to find his homeroom teacher and explained his situation. Teacher, I would like to take leave and go home to study. I'll come back after the college entrance examination. The homeroom teacher raised an eyebrow, the shine on his head becoming even more glaring. Just by looking at the student's actions, he could already guess what Ehei was planning. Do you think I can trust that you'll study well at home? Teacher, I really want to improve a lot. I know I've fallen too far behind, and I must undergo special training to catch up with everyone. Otherwise, I definitely won't make it. Look, you're getting anxious again. Teacher, only by being urgent can we make progress. The homeroom teacher looked at Ehei's unprecedentedly sincere expression and finally agreed. He thought Ehei might have awakened a powerful bloodline and seen a glimmer of hope, which is why he wanted to give it his all. Although he didn't believe Ehei could create any miracles in the remaining half-month, he couldn't bear to dampen the spirits of this teenager who had just emerged from his slump. At worst, he could fail the exams and retake them next year. Ehei sincerely thanked the homeroom teacher and began packing his things to go home. Back home, the first thing he did was contact the bank to prepare to mortgage the house his parents had left him. After evaluation, Ehei's house was ultimately mortgaged for $600,000. Combined with the over $1 million compensation from his parents' accident, he now had a considerable amount of funds in hand. Currently, there are two options to enhance strength. One is to raise the warrior level, and the other is to improve Brother General's template compatibility. Ehei recalled the information provided by the Infinite Monster template and realized that each template initially had only 1 point of compatibility. So, where does my 3-point compatibility come from? There is only one answer. The Big Brother template absorbed the potency of the gene awakening reagent, providing 2 points of compatibility. This indicates that the reagents related to genetic science in this world can enhance my template abilities. Therefore, next, I need to purchase reagents that can boost genetic power. Compared to martial artists who train desperately, spending money to increase template compatibility is undoubtedly more suitable for me. Ehei took a taxi to the Anqing Martial Artist Center. Here, they sell gene serums strictly regulated by the state, various light and heavy firearms, as well as special alloy weapons designed to combat magical beasts. Since Ehei gained the right to purchase gene serums after his genetic awakening, he smoothly entered the Martial Artist Center after swiping his student ID. The Martial Artist Center is extremely large, resembling a small city. Inside, there are exclusive martial artist apartments, with each unit estimated to cost 20 million xia currency, and only those with martial artist status are eligible to purchase them. The people living here are all wealthy and noble warriors. After loading the template of Legendary Brother General, Ehei gained the unique perception ability of Legendary Brother popular general life magnetic field. The reason Godzilla can sense the presence of Titan beasts worldwide is precisely due to the life magnetic field that envelopes the globe, where every creature releases a unique life signal. Ehei can clearly sense the warriors on the street, whose vitality burns like a blazing furnace, along with the beastly roars within their bloodlines. This intense signal of life made Ehei's heart pound, surging with a desire to conquer rather than fear. After all, Brother Legend was always the king of monsters in their world, the emperor destined to conquer all creatures on the planet. Powerful warriors and various magical beasts all stirred the battle lust within Ehei's bloodline. Unfortunately, he was still a rookie for now and could only suppress Brother Legend's battle instincts. He had to wait until he had settled down and matured before showing this world what Godzilla truly meant. A hand suddenly rested on Ehei's shoulder, sending a chill down his back. He was completely unaware that someone was approaching. Before he had time to turn around, a gentle and friendly voice sounded by his ear. "Little one, don't go peeking at others so casually." A graceful young lady smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth. "Beautiful sister, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to." Ehei hadn't expected a martial artist's senses to be so sharp. "It's okay, you must have just awakened your beast gene, right? Your abilities are still uncontrolled. What's your plan here at the Warrior Center? Judging by your bone age, you should be close to taking the college entrance exam." The female warrior seemed very pleased after being called beautiful sister. "You can even tell my bone age? Sister, are your eyes x-rays?" Ehei suppressed the urge to make a sarcastic comment and said, "I'm here to buy gene potions, but this place is so big that I can't find my way for now." "Beautiful sister, could you point me in the right direction? Buy gene potions? You're planning to use them at this stage? Are there any taboos?" "Not really. It's just that genetic potions are somewhat expensive and tend to cause drug resistance, making their effects gradually weaker. Generally, warriors use them after reaching a bottleneck in their bloodline development to ensure maximum efficacy." "Sis, how much does one genetic potion cost?" At your current stage, you can only use the stabilizing type beginner potion, which costs around 400,000. Ehei couldn't help but gasp. He had expected the price to be high, but he hadn't imagined it would be so outrageous. Even if he exchanged all his savings, he couldn't afford 5 of them. "Then, sister, do you have any acquaintances who could give me a discount?" Ehei asked thick-skinned. He wasn't worried about being taken advantage of. Martial artists often had annual incomes in the tens of millions, or even over 100 million, so there was no need for them to haggle over him. "How about this? Take my business card. With a recommendation from an experienced martial artist, you can get a discount." The female martial artist handed Ehei an exquisite black and gold business card. Engraved on it in gold lettering was a line, "4th level warrior, Huang Yuli." After bidding farewell to Huang Yuli, Ehei headed in the direction she pointed to the warrior hospital to purchase a genetic agent. Half an hour later, Ehei looked at the 1.45 million bill in his hand, gritted his teeth, and paid the amount. Carrying a suitcase with the Warrior Alliance logo, Ehei walked out of the warrior hospital, his legs still feeling a bit weak. "I swear, Ehei, have never spent so much money in 2 lifetimes, but to be honest, spending money feels really great." Ehei doesn't plan to go back just yet. He still wants to buy some equipment and enter an E-level secret realm tonight to experience combat. After all, the original owner wasted 2 years, leaving Ehei with almost zero practical combat experience. And since the college entrance exam requires a 1v/S1 combat assessment, he must adapt to fighting and even killing. Entering the weapon shop, Ehei did not look at the firearms and other hot weapons. Firstly, firearms were prohibited during the college entrance examination. Secondly, martial artists, relying on their strong physical abilities, could wield special ally weapons with power far surpassing most firearms. Ehei stood beside a black lacquered long blade for a long time, and a sharp-eyed attendant immediately ran over. "Hello, sir. This blade is a best-selling new product from Chungshire Heavy Industries. Since its launch, it has been highly sought after by countless male martial artists. The blade is forged from high-purity native ore, with a martial energy conduction efficiency of up to 49%. This blade," the attendant went on, while Ehei kept nodding, seemingly full of praise for the blade. This made the attendant feel that the deal was as good as done. "Pay up." "All right, sir, I'll wrap it up for you right away." The waiter was about to take out the long knife, but Ehei stopped him. Pointing to a much smaller short knife, he said, "I want this one." "Waiter, damn it, then why did you listen to me for so long? The price of this long blade is 360,000, and the short blade isn't cheap either." Ehei also bought 2 matching ones, along with some armor, spending a total of 250,000. As a result, Ehei had very little money left. Bang! A trip to the martial artist center turned him from middle class to impoverished. This made Ehei sigh with emotion. Although martial artists earn a lot, they sure spend it fiercely too. After filling in the delivery address, Ehei returned home, waiting for the goods to be delivered. However, upon returning home, he did not rest. After all, the half-month sprint was far too short, and Ehei wished he could split every minute into 4 to make the most of it. He took out 4 stabilizing gene serums, and the blood in his body seemed to sense the power contained in the serums, constantly yearning for them through Ehei. "Come on, big big bro, let me see your potential. Give me a boost. The needle pierced into his heart and the pale blue serum was injected into his body. As it flowed through his bloodstream to every corner of his being, he felt his blood begin to boil, as if a giant beast inside him was roaring joyfully. Monster template, Legendary Godzilla. Compatibility, 3% 4%. Although it only increased slightly, he could clearly feel the power deep within his bloodline awakening. What surprised him even more was his own panel. Host, Ehei. Comprehensive Constitution, 810. With the enhancement of his bloodline power, Ehei's vitality and the martial energy within his dantian were growing rapidly. Feeling the swelling, solid muscles of his body, Ehei thought he had at least reached the 5th stage of martial disciple. Unexpectedly, as the panel compatibility increased, the warrior attributes also improved. This made perfect sense. Every time Brother General's compatibility increased by a bit, his own physical qualities would align closer to Brother General's. Improving panel compatibility is truly worth it. Luckily, I didn't invest the money into martial arts training. He looked passionately at the remaining 3 gene serums. Real money instantly transformed into combat power. Is this the charm of pay-to-win players? Love it, love it. Thank you so much. 4 empty syringes were scattered on the ground. Ehei sat cross-legged on the ground, his skeleton now twice as robust as before, his muscles solid and sculpted like armor. His skin tone leaned toward dark blue, and the texture of his skin was as rough as coral reefs. With a deep breath resonating through the room like a whale's inhale, Ehei's pores instantly opened, releasing scorching white steam and a large amount of sweat. In the depths of Ehei's pupils, a trace of deep blue fluorescence flickered, and the black-blue skin resembling reef rocks on his body gradually returned to normal. Host, Ehei. Overall physique, 1015. Martial disciple, 7th stage. Monster template, Legendary Godzilla. Compatibility, 4% 7%. With each injection of a genetic serum, my physique improves by 2 points, but with the last injection, it only increased by 1 point. It seems that as my physique gradually strengthens, further enhancement on this basis will become increasingly difficult. Still, this isn't bad. In just a few dozen minutes, I've achieved what would take others 3 years of hard training. And this is just my normal physical condition. If I could activate the bloodline power of Godzilla, I might just have a shot at becoming the top scorer in the college entrance exam. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, his heart brimming with confidence. If even cheating couldn't surpass those geniuses, then this cheat would be utterly disappointing. Let's go to the secret realm. With one hand, he effortlessly lifted a specially made alloy armor weighing several hundred pounds, preparing to head to the secret realm he had chosen in advance. Currently, humanity classifies secret realm fissures into 6 levels, S to E. The higher the level, the stronger the magical beasts within the secret realm. For instance, entering an A-level secret realm without being a grandmaster is practically a death sentence. If an S-level secret realm appears, humanity will have no choice but to abandon the city or region where the secret realm is located, as the beasts in an S-level secret realm are completely uncontrollable and will inevitably form a monster tide to invade the real world. Currently, there are a total of 10 S-level secret realms worldwide, which means there are 10 life-restricted zones where humans cannot set foot. The level of a secret realm is dynamic, with specific standards determined by the degree of danger posed by the realm. The E-level secret realm he is about to enter consists of areas where powerful beasts near the secret realm's fissure were slaughtered by human warriors in the past. Subsequently, military forces stationed there ensure that the secret realm remains under safe control. He stepped into the hall of the Anqing number 3 E-level secret realm. There were fewer people here than he had imagined. Perhaps it was because the secret realm had been developed for too long. After all, it was an old secret realm. Many of its treasures had already been taken away, leaving only weak beasts for novice warriors to practice against. He walked to the front desk and said to the staff, "Hello, I have reserved a ticket for secret realm number 3. The staff member was watching a Xiaoyao drama and only reacted when he knocked on the window, realizing there was a guest in front of her. Without saying a word, she lazily pulled out a death waiver and a ticket and handed them to Ehei. Clearly, this old secret realm had been abandoned for too long, and the staff were simply passing time here. Ehei couldn't help but recall from his predecessor's memories how, when secret realm number 3 first appeared, countless martial artists swarmed in for the heavenly treasures and magical beast crystal cores within the new realm. Naturally, the influx of people gave rise to corresponding industries, medical services, arms dealing, mercenaries, auctions, and other organizations and groups all stationed themselves near the new secret realm, quickly turning it into a commercial hub that generated billions in daily revenue. Now, only a series of unfinished buildings remain. He did not feel sentimental about it. After all, it was a good thing for warriors to resolve the crisis of the secret realm. Maintaining the crisis just to make money and profiting from disasters was something only novices would do. He completed the procedures and walked to the crack in the secret realm. The crack in the secret realm was about 10 meters high and 5 meters wide, classified as a medium-small crack. It appeared as a black-gray fluid mixed with shimmering white particles. Just standing in front of it, Ehei felt a dizzying sensation as if his soul was being drawn in. I'm coming in. Ehei was full of anticipation for his first secret realm journey. He leapt up and jumped into the rift of the secret realm. It was as if passing through a layer of slime-like membrane. By the time he felt his feet touch the ground, he had already arrived in the secret realm world. Holy crap, a 3-star soaring sky. He looked up at the sky, and the first thing that caught his eye was a massive light blue planet, a colossal presence enough to make anyone with megalophobia feel suffocated. On the other side, a platinum-colored star was accompanied by a blood-red satellite that appeared particularly ominous. The satellite was only 1/6 the size of the light blue planet, yet it was several times larger than the moon seen from Earth. Together, they formed a magnificent spectacle of 3 celestial bodies in the sky, resembling a scene from a sci-fi movie. Humanity had named them Kanglan Star, Taijin Star, and Anhui Star. Although I had already learned about the secret realm's appearance in textbooks, witnessing it in person is an incomparable experience. It's truly spectacular. Just as he was immersed in the breathtaking scenery of the other world, a creature resembling a rabbit was slowly approaching from the grass behind him. This creature, known to humans as the Bladefang rabbit, had a violent temperament and excelled at stealth. Its powerful hind leg muscles were like tightly wound springs, stretched to their limit. Its crimson eyes locked onto Ehei, and in the instant it confirmed the optimal attack angle and ensured Ehei was in a relaxed state. The Bladefang rabbit leaped with a speed almost matching that of a bullet leaving the barrel. Its sharp, metallically gleaming saber-like teeth aimed directly at the major artery in Ehei's neck. A single bite would be enough to pierce even military-grade steel, let alone the flesh and blood of an ordinary martial artist, leaving him chilled to the core. Just as the blade-toothed rabbit thought tonight's midnight snack was within reach, a large hand grabbed its neck like a flash of lightning. The blade-toothed rabbit instinctively used its blade-like teeth to gnaw at the hand, but the rebound force felt as if it were biting into some tough, thick rubber. The hand closed like a hydraulic press. Blood vessels in the blade-toothed rabbit's eyes bulged, its bones let out a heavy groan, and were soon crushed to pieces. Fool, did you really think I couldn't sense you? He said with a smile. Legendary Godzilla's perception is absolutely among the best in the history of Godzilla. Its life magnetic field allows it to sense titans across the globe. In Godzilla vs. Kong, no matter where Kong fled on Earth, Godzilla could always find him. Of course, legendary Godzilla's most powerful ability remains its terrifying nuclear radiation and atomic breath. Although not as fearsome as Planet Godzilla or Singular Point Godzilla, its power and intensity, capable of penetrating the Earth's core, are still awe-inspiring. Unfortunately, Ehei has yet to unlock this ability. After the blade-toothed rabbit died, its body rapidly carbonized and eventually turned to ash, leaving behind only a thumb-sized white crystal core. Ehei recalled the knowledge taught at school. Magical beasts do not fall under the category of conventional creatures. They lack the major systems present in normal organisms, and their weight is astonishingly light. For example, the legendary Godzilla stands approximately 120 meters tall but weighs as much as 90,000 tons. However, magical beasts of the same size, or even larger than the legendary Godzilla, might weigh only a fraction of that. The bodies of magical beasts are composed of magic cores. Their physical forms are essentially hollow shells designed to allow the magic core to move freely. The magic core within is their true essence. As long as the magic core remains intact and sufficiently energized, magical beasts can achieve unlimited regeneration. Once the magic core is destroyed, their bodies will rapidly disintegrate. The magic core of the blade-toothed rabbit in Ehei's hand was an ordinary white one, with a market value of about 1,000 yuan. Still, earning 1,000 yuan within just a few minutes of coming in is incredibly efficient. Ordinary people work hard for a whole month and only make 3,000 or 4,000. As expected, becoming a martial artist is the shortcut to financial freedom and crossing social classes. All other pursuits are inferior. Only martial arts reign supreme. Just as Ehei was about to continue hunting, a sudden pang of hunger came from his stomach. The magic core in his hand seemed to transform into some kind of delicious delicacy, making him involuntarily swallow a mouthful of saliva. This feeling was exactly the same as when he faced the genetic potion. Feeling the instinctive craving of his body, Ehei did not hesitate and directly swallowed the magic core. After the crystal-like hard magic core entered his stomach, it unexpectedly transformed into a soft liquid state, quickly turning into a warm current. Ehei felt as if he had been injected with a genetic serum, with every cell in his body emitting sounds of joy. Monster template, legendary Godzilla. Compatibility, 7% 7.1%. The compatibility has improved. He was overjoyed. He had spent hundreds of thousands on a genetic potion, which only increased compatibility by 1%, yet a white magic core worth just 1,000 could provide a 0.1% boost. The value of 10 white magic cores is equivalent to a genetic potion. Damn, spending money like this is such a loss. But he didn't dwell on it too much. Spending $1 million or so so was nothing. With his cheat ability, he could always earn it back. Turn grief and anger into motivation. Tonight, I, Ehei, will hunt to my heart's content. Brother, always grant me strength. Life magnetic field activate. The skin around the eye sockets became as cold and hard as a reef, with faint blue fluorescent patterns flickering in the gaps of the skin. An invisible wave spread outward with Ehei at its center. This was his first time fully unleashing the life magnetic field. Compared to the legendary Godzilla's magnetic field that enveloped the entire globe, he could only sense movements within a few hundred meters. Under the perception of the life magnetic field, no living creature could hide. He aimed in one direction, his foot pressing against the ground as a pivot, his waist and abdomen driving his entire body to exert force. The alloy dagger in his hand was thrown like a javelin. A bird-type magical beast the size of a piglet was shot in the head from 100 meters away, its body falling directly to the ground beneath the tree. He knew that with the tenacious vitality of magical beasts, it couldn't have died so easily. He quickly approached it, swiftly using another dagger to carve open its body and extract the white magic core inside. The second one. Without any hesitation, he aimed at a hole in the ground and punched directly into it, pulling out a rat covered in hard armor. One slash to decapitate, one slash to extract the core. The third one. Half an hour later, not even the sound of a single insect could be heard within 100 meters. Ehei harvested 11 white magic cores, swallowed it all, as if drinking a large bowl of tonic soup. Even the stomach felt a bit full. Monster template, legendary Godzilla. Compatibility, 7.1%, 7.9%. Perhaps the quality of each magic core varies. Some white magic cores couldn't even increase compatibility by 0.1%. After consuming 11 magic cores, a total of 0.8% compatibility was gained. However, this can be considered saving hundreds of thousands of xia currency. He prepared to venture deeper into the secret realm. It seemed that first-tier magical beasts posed no threat to him, and he wanted to challenge second-tier magical beasts to see how far he could go. He remembered that the top student in his grade, Shusho, had once defeated a second-tier magical beast with the cultivation of an 8th-stage martial apprentice. This news even made the headlines in Anqing at the time. After all, second-tier magical beasts are the ones that rival the martial artist stage. He moved with light steps and silent traces. Even wearing armor weighing hundreds of pounds, he remained as agile as a phantom. Under the sensing of the life magnetic field, he quickly arrived at the entrance of a cave. The life fluctuations inside the cave were the strongest within Ehei's perception range. Gaji gaji. A creepy sound of insect legs stepping on the ground echoed as a bizarre worm, resembling a titan python, slowly crawled out. Ehei remembered seeing this type of worm in the bestiary. It was called the demon corpse worm. On top of the demon corpse worm's head, slender and extremely long antennae quivered its sensory organs. It sensed the powerful bloodline within Ehei, and couldn't help but feel a trace of fear. However, the demon corpse worm also noticed that Ehei's blood energy fluctuations were not strong, and the bloodline seemed not yet fully awakened. This secretly excited it. If it could hunt down the human in front of it, it would undoubtedly take a significant step forward in its evolutionary journey. Ehei gave the demon corpse bug no chance to hesitate, gripping the blades with both hands and launching a fierce attack first. The demon corpse bug hadn't expected the opponent to dare provoke it actively. Its reaction was a step too slow, and it was struck directly on the soft armor of its side abdomen by Ehei's dual blades. Compared to the steel-like hardness of its back shell, the soft armor on its abdomen was clearly easier to penetrate. Ehei slashed a large gash into its side abdomen, causing foul-smelling green blood to splatter out, leaving corrosive marks on the ground. The demon corpse bug quickly curled its body into a ball, its blade-like legs slicing across Ehei's specially crafted armor, leaving a series of ghastly scars. Mountain blocking fist. Ehei executed the only boxing technique the original owner had mastered proficiently. His fist, wrapped in fierce wind, struck the demon corpse insect like a cannonball. The constantly closing body of the demon corpse insect was forced open with a gap, and Ehei seized the opportunity to escape. The sharp insect screech pierced Ehei's ears painfully. If there were any glass nearby, it would surely shatter into pieces. The corpse insect accelerated several times over and lunged at Ehei again, its mandibles closing like sides. Its massive size left no doubt that it could easily cut Ehei in half. Ehei barely dodged its head, but his chest was exposed to the mandibles. The thick armor made of multiple special materials, even with the enhancement of iron body technique, was still gnawed into a large pit, nearly shattering Ehei's chest. Bang! Damn it! Do you know how expensive this chest armor is? Ehei's fighting spirit was ignited. Bang! He understood that with the strength of a martial disciple at the 7th stage, it was simply impossible to deal with the demon corpse insect. After all, lacking powerful martial arts as support, no matter how profound his Dantian martial energy and vitality were, it would be difficult to unleash even 50% of their power. This was all because of the original body's poor academic performance. He could only cheat. Legendary Godzilla bloodline activate. The skin transformed into deep blue, with sharp spikes protruding like reefs. Ehei's pupils shimmered glimmered with a sapphire-like luster, and his entire body's vitality expanded several times, even stirring up a whirlwind on the spot. Host, Ehei. Overall physique 1521. The demon corpse insect, with its keen senses, detected that some terrifying beast was awakening. Ehei, like a deep blue claw of a magical beast, tightly gripped the head of the demon corpse insect. His palm closed like a hydraulic press, and cracks instantly appeared on the insect's carapace. Hiss! The demon corpse insect let out a painful screech, opening its mouth to spew a large cloud of corrosive green toxic mist, engulfing Ehei. The armor on Ehei's body began to melt and bubble, but that deep blue skin remained as tough as ever. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, his eyes gleaming with fervent killing intent. Mountain blocking fist. The right fist, long poised to strike, launched like a cannonball, delivering a thunderous punch to the relatively soft abdominal armor of the demon corpse insect. The immense force erupted, piercing through the demon corpse insect's body with a single blow. He drew a short knife, plunged it into the demon corpse insect's body, and swept his arm upward, splitting it open in an instant. The Zerg's tenacious vitality kept it from dying instantly. It screeched and struggled, but Ehei's large hand remained firmly pressed on its head. A tooth-grinding tearing sound rang out alongside the insect's shrill cries, as a spray of green insect blood splattered over Ehei's head. This was the most direct form of violent aesthetics. The demon corpse bug's head was ripped clean off by brute force. Digging out a green magic core, Ehei's complete victory was declared. After the comprehensive physique skyrocketed to 21 points, facing the second-tier demon corpse insect was completely a crushing defeat. Ehei released the Godzilla form, and his skin reverted to a human appearance. At this moment, his body's pores began to expel heat, with a large amount of steam surrounding him. He completely removed the damaged armor, and the short knife in his hand, corroded by the poisonous blood of the demon corpse insect, became pitted and uneven, clearly signaling its demise. Equipment worth 250,000 can't even handle second-tier magical beasts? This is such a scam. The quality control is terrible. 1-star review. Ehei complained helplessly. Actually, if it weren't for dealing with the corpse bugs possessing strong acidic properties, his equipment wouldn't have been destroyed so quickly when facing other types of second-tier magical beasts. But Ehei didn't mind this, because his body was the strongest armor and weapon. When his overall physical attributes surged beyond 20 points, ordinary weapons simply couldn't withstand his strength, and punching felt even more satisfying. Ah woo. Ehei swallowed the green magic core in one gulp and surprisingly tasted a hint of plum candy flavor. Monster template, legendary Godzilla. Buzz. Compatibility, 7.9% 8.2%. Overall physique, 15.8. Found it. A ghostly blue sheen flashed across his pupils, and Ehei could feel the bloodline within him awakening further. He sensed that his cells seemed to begin absorbing the power of Godzilla's G-cells. That is, nuclear energy. Placing his palm on the ground, Ehei channeled the power he sensed within his body into the grass. The tender green grass quickly withered, and intense nuclear radiation seeped into the soil, making it difficult to dissipate for decades to come. I've already started awakening nuclear radiation. Ehei was filled with joy, as this meant he was one step closer to developing atomic breath. The next day at noon, after 10 hours of hard work, Ehei walked out of Secret Realm number 3 carrying a sack full of magic cores, causing the receptionist to rub her eyes, thinking she must have seen it wrong. After all, Secret Realm number 3 had been developed for years, and the magical beasts inside were low-level and well hidden, making it nearly impossible for ordinary warriors to locate their hiding spots. Only someone like Ehei, who operates with X-ray vision, can catch them with such precision. Ehei brought out 20 white magic cores and 1 green magic core. According to government regulations, warriors must hand over 1/10 of their harvest. To obtain 1 green magic core, 5 white magic cores must be surrendered. In the end, Ehei left the hall with only 1 green magic core and 13 white magic cores. He planned to sell all these magic cores. Since the compatibility rate increased to 9%, consuming white magic cores no longer improves compatibility and can only be exchanged for money. Ehei couldn't help but sigh at how picky Gazone was. As for the reason the green magic core was sold, it was simply because he ran out of money. A green magic core is worth between 100,000 and over 200,000, just enough to sell and support the household. Ehei brought a large bag of magic cores to the warrior center, and many warriors were shocked to see someone so young able to hunt in the secret realm. Indeed, heroes emerge from the young. Ehei felt a bit embarrassed being stared at. Of course, he wouldn't reveal that all of this was the result of his hard work and had nothing to do with the monster template. After selling everything, he exchanged them for nearly 200,000 Xia Kingdom currency. Ehei earned so much money on his own for the first time in his life, and he decided to reward himself well. First, he went to the flagship phone store and replaced his old phone with the latest model of the Xiaowei phone. From then on, Ehei's penguin messenger would always shine with the prestigious Xiaowei gold badge. Next, he went to the most luxurious 5-star Michelin restaurant in Anqing, ordered a 10,000 yuan feast, and prepared to savor the craftsmanship of this world-class chef. As the college entrance exams approached, the students of Anqing No. 1 High School were divided divided into two extremes, some, knowing they had no hope for the exams, spent the last few days indulging in wild fun, others were determined to give it their all, striving to break through to a higher level. In Class 7, Wang Tongtong wiped the sweat from her forehead. She had stayed up all night and barely managed to grasp the power of her awakened bloodline. She knew she needed to work even harder to apply this bloodline power in actual combat. Tongtong, what do you think he is up to now? Didn't the homeroom teacher say he went home for self-study? Her deskmate suddenly asked. Hiss. Ehei. Humph. He just got lucky and awakened a powerful bloodline, that's all. But the stronger the bloodline, the harder it is to control. Without the corresponding martial strength, he can't unleash its potential. Trash is still trash, a classmate who had always disliked he said indignantly. Though his words were dismissive, his heart was full of envy and jealousy. That's right, I guess he also knows he has no hope for the college entrance exam. To avoid embarrassment, he just found an excuse to go back and cultivate. What a clown! Wang Tongtong echoed angrily, fainting from shock in front of the entire class because of he was the greatest humiliation of her life. Is that so? Her deskmate let out an awkward laugh, knowing full well Wang Tongtong's hatred for and decided not to provoke her further. Tongtong, let's go have barbecue tonight. Boom! Barbecue. Wang Tongtong, having just bought a vitality pill, was strapped for cash. A barbecue meal costing several hundred was something she simply couldn't afford right now. Hiss. Hey, Tongtong, look at the postie he just shared on his moments, her deskmate suddenly said. Ehei? What's so interesting about that poor guy's moments? When Wang Tongtong saw the gold badge exclusive to Xiaowei phone users, her pupils contracted, and when she saw the photo of he smiling beside a table of exquisite seafood, including abalone and lobster, she was instantly rendered speechless, like a goose with its neck suddenly squeezed. Crack. Fake. This picture must be photoshopped. Look at the logo on the dining table. That's the logo of Tourmaline Garden, where the average cost per person is over 3,000. How could that pauper he afford to eat there? The boy who first spoke ill of he stepped forward again, unable to accept that while he was painstakingly training at school, he could be enjoying himself there. That's right. It's definitely fake. When the college entrance exams come, I'll make sure to humiliate him. In this world, strength is everything. Wang Tongtong had already envisioned how she would embarrass he during the exams. She thought to herself, so what if you have a powerful bloodline? It will never compare to the effort I've put into 3 years of hard work. 9 days until the college entrance exam. He had already explored every corner of the E-level secret realm in Ancheng. Although the strongest magical beasts he could find were only at the second tier, after devouring several green magic cores, he felt his growth slowing down. To advance further, he would need to consume higher-level magic cores. Host, Ehei. Overall physique, 18.5. Monster template, legendary Godzilla. Compatibility, 10%. He believed that with his current strength, getting into a top-tier university would be absolutely no problem. However, if he wanted to enter Imperial Capital University, there was still some gap. He was determined to head to the D-level secret realm to seek an opportunity for a breakthrough. Due to the unstable and dangerous factors present in the D-level secret realm, warriors are usually prohibited from entering alone. At least a 6-person team is required to enter. At this stage, he does not have a martial artist certificate, and as a student, he is not qualified to enter. Therefore, he must find a way to sneak in. Eventually, he found a secret realm broker, spent hundreds of thousands, forged an identity, and joined a martial artist squad. Are you the Godzilla of Martial Disciple 9th stage? ZZZZZ. The squad leader Linhee, who was about to break through to 2nd stage martial artist, stared at the disguised Ehei in front of him. With your level as a 9th rank martial apprentice, you indeed don't qualify to enter a D-level secret realm. Our team can give you the opportunity to observe and learn, but you must ensure that you don't hold us back. If we determine that continuing the mission with you poses a life-threatening risk, we will abandon you without hesitation, Linhee said sternly. He thought to himself that Linhee explaining responsibilities before the mission was far more reliable than being set up afterward. After the 6-person team was ready, they boarded a modified off-road vehicle and headed straight for the secret realm fissure. Upon entering the secret realm this time, what came into view was a vast desert. Linhee and his team received a bounty mission to find a secret realm plant called the Blood Jade Flower. This was the second time Linhee's squad entered this secret realm. Last time, they successfully located the approximate area of the Blood Jade Flower. The off-road vehicle kicked up a cloud of dust in the desert. Crack, crack, crack. Sand and dust flew as several mole-like magical beasts poked their heads out, seemingly preparing to launch an attack. One of the team members, Hood, swiftly flung a few refined iron-throwing darts, accurately hitting each mole beast's forehead. The martial energy contained within the darts instantly shattered them. Dozens of minutes later, another sand dune off-road vehicle arrived. A burly bald man got out, wearing oversized sunglasses, with a centipede-like scar on his smooth forehead. He picked up a dart, held it in front of his eyes, and revealed a sinister smile. An oasis in the vast desert. The Blood Jade Flower that Linhee was searching for cipher was growing in the oasis, but it was guarded by a tier 2 magical beast with general level bloodline. Lin He's team got off the vehicle about a kilometer away from the oasis and switched to traveling on foot. The monsters in the oasis were extremely sensitive, and the sound of the off-road vehicle's engine would definitely be detected. As the team leader, Lin He carried a heavy alloy sword on his shoulder and began assigning tasks. Xiao Xia, throw a shock grenade later to lure that beast out. Xiao Wu, Hu De, you set up the traps. Lao Lu, you're in charge of suppressive fire. I'll handle the frontal assault. Godzilla, you're responsible for observing the battle. Ehei silently recited in his heart, Howda. The stun grenade soared into the air, releasing a thunderous roar. At the same time, a pheromone blend of high-level magical beasts was emitted, which would make some beasts mistakenly believe their territory was being invaded, thereby drawing them over. A tremendous noise came from the oasis, as if thousands of mad bulls were stampeding. A ferocious ground dragon, 10 meters in size, crushed countless trees as it roared and charged in this direction. The earth dragon, with thighs as thick as pillars, stepped into the trap on the ground, and a large cloud of anesthetic gas instantly engulfed it. This anesthetic gas, specifically designed for magical beasts, is potent enough to sedate a whale with just a small dose. However, the earth dragon merely shook its head and remained vigorous and lively. It emitted sound waves from its mouth, dispersing the anesthetic mist, but Xiaoxia and Xiaowu pulled up a sturdy chain from both sides, tripping it to the ground. The earth dragon's heavy body crashed down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Taking advantage of the moment, old Lu shot a long arrow, precisely blinding the earth dragon's eyes. Ha! Lin He, who had been poised and ready, leapt high into the air. His alloy blade whistled like the wind as it slashed straight into the earth dragon's throat, sending a fountain of blood gushing out. With the earth dragon's tenacious vitality, a severed throat wasn't necessarily a fatal wound, but there was no doubt that, thanks to the precise teamwork of Lin He's group, its death was only a matter of time. Half an hour later, Lin He beheaded the earth dragon, and the others dug out its magic core. The battle was over. Every team member was injured, and both Lin He and Xiao Xia looked gratefully at Ehei just now, when the earth dragon made a desperate counterattack. Before its death, Xiao Xia was almost swallowed by its dragon mouth. Fortunately, Ehei punched the earth dragon's head aside, allowing Xiao Xia to escape danger. Lin He did not expect that Ehei, merely a martial apprentice, possessed the strength to shake a second-tier general-level magical beast. This power made Lin He see him in a new light, no longer considering him a burden but regarding him as a companion. After dealing with the earth dragon, Lin He's team found the entire oasis unobstructed, and before long, they located their mission target in the center of the oasis lake. What was even more surprising, blood jade fruit. The fruit of the blood jade flower, which only forms at an extremely low probability, is said to cleanse a warrior's body and enhance physical potential. It is a priceless treasure on the market. Just as Lin He was feeling delighted about discovering this treasure for himself, stab! A sharp knife suddenly pierced into his back, the blade sinking straight into his flesh. Lin He could only hastily turn around and strike out with a palm. The person who ambushed him was struck away with a palm, but they were well prepared and completely unharmed. Hood, what on earth are you doing? Old Lu exclaimed in shock. Of course, he's doing something that can make a fortune. A bald man with an imposing presence stepped out, followed by several underlings. Hua Pang? How did you know about this place? Even my teammates only learned the location of the blood jade flower after entering the secret realm. Lin He, whose skin was frighteningly pale, clutched his chest and spoke in pain. Clearly, the blade was coated with poison. It's the throwing dart. You left the information on the dart. He suddenly looked at Hu De. You are quite clever. Hee Godzilla, with all those muscles, you must still be a student, right? The college entrance exam is coming up soon, yet instead of studying at school, you're running around with the black and white impermanence. Hood mocked. That's right, the exam is coming up, and there's a top scorer title waiting for me to claim. He responded with a smile. Such arrogance. Hood angrily cursed, throwing a dart that gleamed with a cold light. The dart was imbued with his martial energy, and if it pierced a human body, the energy would cause their flesh and blood to explode into shreds. You disgusting fence-sitter barking arrogantly in front of me, that's what true arrogance is. The dart was caught between his deep blue fingers just 1 centimeter away from Ehei's face. With a gentle twist, he reduced it to a pile of iron powder. He effortlessly picked up the alloy heavy sword that Lin He could only lift with both hands, and amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, he spun it into a beautiful flourish. Finally, a weapon that's not too light to make do with. He revealed his gleaming white teeth. You're quite an interesting kid. The bald man, Hua Pang, flashed a mouthful of shiny gold teeth. Hude, I want that kid's head, Hua Pang said coldly. Hude gripped a throwing dart between each of his fingers. With a twist of his ankle, he darted toward Ehei at an unnatural angle, body pressed low to the ground. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Ehei's mouth, the fighting spirit in his eyes blazing like fire. After enduring so many bloody battles in secret realms, he was long accustomed to the brutal struggle between martial artists. Several throwing darts shot out, aimed with ruthless precision at Ehei's eyes, throat, and groin, all his weakest points. Ehei couldn't be bothered to block. He swept out with the greatsword in his hand, instantly deflecting all the hidden weapons. Hood took the opportunity to leap onto the treetop behind Ehei, a cold smile playing on his lips. Everyone thought he was a master of hidden weapons, but in truth, his real expertise lay in his leg techniques. Hood's body spun in the air, the heel of his boot revealing a sharp spike, and his long leg descended like a giant axe, accompanied by the howling wind. Martial skill, mountain-splitting kick. Hudi intended to split Ehei in half with a single kick. Lin He's other teammates were currently locked in a fierce battle with Baldi Huapeng's underlings. Xiaoxia, seeing her savior Ehei about to face danger, couldn't help but let out a piercing cry. A low, resonant hum emanated from Ehei's body, the sound extremely rhythmic, as if some kind of energy was gradually gathering. Only Hude, who was closest, could barely hear it. He saw Ehei suddenly extend an index finger toward him, with shimmering blue cracks like those on a reef running through it. In an instant, the warrior's keen senses alerted him to a deadly danger. Atomic ray. No matter how fast Hood was, he couldn't outrun light. A chopstick-thin blue particle beam instantly pierced his heart, then proceeded to slice half of his body apart. As Hood's battered body hit the ground heavily, everyone momentarily forgot about the battle. Gene technique. Which major family are you from? Huapeng asked in surprise. The usually unruly Huapeng couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated in the face of the mysterious Ehei. That's right, I'm from the Godzilla family. Do you want to kneel and beg for mercy? Ehei sneered coldly. No problem. Godzilla family? Huapeng had never heard of it, but he knew that possessing such powerful genetic techniques must mean it was a great family he couldn't afford to provoke. Huapeng felt the intense killing intent emanating from Ehei and understood in his heart that this matter could not end peacefully. Although he had an older brother at the peak of martial arts, he knew he couldn't be protected when facing a great family, so he decided to go all out. Huapeng hesitated no longer, his blood energy surged, and the pressure of a second-tier martial artist left others gasping for breath. Bloodline activation, terror grizzly bear, clatter. Jet black, steel-like hair surged out from every pore of Huapeng's body. His figure rapidly expanded, transforming into a terrifying little giant. Whoosh. Brat. Even if you have genetic techniques, they can't make up for the martial arts gap between us. A foul, scorching airflow erupted from Huapeng's 4-meter-tall body. On all fours, he charged forward like a mad demon. Martial skill, mountain-shaking peak. The massive body and surging blood energy of the fully beast-transformed Huapeng exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. He charged forward, like a tank wrapped in wind pressure, while Ehei stood as steady as a statue, unmoving like a mountain, without the slightest intention of dodging. What is Godzilla doing? Getting hit by that monster would definitely crush him completely. Lin He held his breath, convinced that even in his best condition, he wouldn't be able to withstand Huapeng's strike head-on. Die! A massive body came crushing down, seemingly about to trample Ehei into a pulp. Everyone had already envisioned Ehei's tragic fate. In that split second, Ehei suddenly crouched and rolled to the side, successfully dodging Huapeng's attack. Seizing the opening from Huapeng's overextended movement, a deep hum of energy resonated once again within Ehei's body. His fingers shot out a beam of blue particles, precisely targeting Huapeng's weakest point of defense, his ankle. Flesh and blood instantly dissolved. Huapeng's ankle turned into charred bone in an instant. If it weren't for the iron bones tempered through the second stage of martial training, it would have already crumbled into dust. This is the immense gap between genetic martial artists and ordinary martial artists. Huapeng's arms swept horizontally like a pendulum, but Ehei nimbly dodged. Huapeng's intact foot exerted force, shattering the ground instantly as he rapidly closed in on Ehei. Whoosh! Two giant hands seemed about to deliver a double slap to Ehei, smashing his head to pieces. Rumble! Suddenly, Huapeng felt a sweetness in his throat, and his fierce offensive came to an abrupt halt. He was countershocked by his own energy and suffered severe internal injuries. Ehei had a smile on his lips. Since Huapeng's appearance, the intense nuclear radiation he had been continuously directing toward Huapeng's position was finally starting to take effect. Swish! Next, it's my turn to strike. Martial skill, mountain blocking fist. A precise and heavy uppercut struck Huapeng's jaw fiercely, the immense force even causing his entire body to momentarily lift off the ground. Two of his gold teeth flew out of his mouth as well. He didn't have many moves, but he only needed this one, mountain blocking fist, so, mountain blocking fist, mountain blocking fist, mountain blocking fist, bang, 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 bang. Fists imbued with intense nuclear radiation pounded onto Huapeng's body one after another, each punch injecting a lethal dose of nuclear martial energy into him. Perhaps with Huapeng's second-tier martial artist physique combined with his awakened bloodline, he could withstand Ehei's punches, but he absolutely could not endure the relentless nuclear magic attacks. Huapeng coughed up a mouthful of blood as his iron-like black fur and skin began to peel away, exposing raw, bloody tissue. His internal organs were gradually dissolving into pus and blood. The pain was unbearable. Huapeng knew he was about to die. So you even know a gene technique that uses poison gas? How despicable. A wicked martial artist like you will be brought to justice in the end. Huapeng gasped, struggling for breath. Hey, don't accuse excuse me wrongly. I'm a champion of justice, you know. He hefted his greatsword and pressed it against Huapeng's neck. I curse you. Those who curse me will only grow in number. Who do you think you are? He responded coldly. Huapeng was rendered speechless by these words, his anger surging, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Raise the blade, behead. The head rolled to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. After taking down the bald man, he gave his underlings a kind smile. The underlings, having witnessed their boss die in such a grotesque manner, were terrified out of their wits. They immediately stopped fighting Lin He's teammates and fled desperately. But how could Lin He possibly let them escape? After a brief chase, all the enemies were annihilated. Lin He walked to Hood's corpse, silently stared for a long time, finally sighed, and turned to leave. Thank you, Mr. Godzilla. If it weren't for you, our team would have been completely wiped out this time. Lin He expressed his gratitude to Ehei earnestly. Not a big deal, not a big deal. So for the rewards from this mission, our team has agreed that Mr. Godzilla should take the lion's share. The blood jade flower is our commission target, and that blood jade fruit will be yours. One day before the college entrance examination, inside Ehei apartment. Knock, knock, knock. A large black and blue cocoon, as tall as a person, is pulsating with vitality. Intense atomic reactions are continuously occurring within the cocoon, and a heartbeat like the sound of war drums emanates from it. Each heartbeat is accompanied by a glowing blue arc sweeping across the entire cocoon. At this moment, the one transforming from a cocoon into a butterfly is Ehei. After swallowing the blood jade fruit, the Godzilla bloodline within his body became as active as if injected with hormones, and then immediately entered a state of hibernation, with a cocoon gradually forming on his surface. 4 hours until the college entrance exam begins. The National College Entrance Exam, one of the most grand occasions in Xia country. The road leading to the Grand Arena examination site was specially cleared, allowing only student buses to pass. Armed convoys escorted on both sides to ensure the safety of these future stars of humanity. Yes, on the bus of Anqing No. 1 High School, Ehei's homeroom teacher was anxiously dialing his phone, sweat already seeping from his smooth forehead. This kid, could he still be sleeping? Such a big heart, does he really want to repeat a year to settle down? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2.5 hours until the start of the college entrance exam. A pale palm tore through the thin membrane of the cocoon, and a slightly slender and handsome young man emerged from it. Host, Ehei. Comprehensive Physique, 22. Monster Template, Legendary Godzilla. Compatibility, 20%. After the transformation, Ehei's body did not become stronger. Instead, he looked somewhat malnourished. This was because he had just awakened and had not yet provided enough energy for his newly reborn body. What an intense nuclear radiation. Fortunately, there aren't many people living in this building. Buzz. He opened his palm and absorbed the nuclear radiation lingering in the air, ensuring that no traces were left behind. He glanced at his phone, and his slightly drowsy eyes instantly widened. Damn, I overslept. The homeroom teacher called me over 10 times. There was no time to think. He grabbed a jacket, threw on some shorts, and didn't even use the front door. He jumped straight out the window. Damn it, I'm late. Ehei sprinted with all his might, leaping tens of meters in a single bound, heading straight for the exam venue by taking a direct line through the skyscrapers. Hey, Ehei, the physical exam is almost over. If you don't get here soon, get ready to repeat next year. Teacher, I'm almost there. He kept making big jumps in the air, with a phone clamped between his head and shoulder. The head-on gust of wind lifted his jacket, revealing his bare chest. However, a female resident of a 5-story building was watering flowers on her balcony. When she looked up and saw Ehei flying past, she didn't even notice that her watering can had tilted. 2 hours until the college entrance exam begins. Ehei finally arrived at the medical examination site. Go for a urine test. He quickly returned with the urine test sample. 2 minutes later, the medical examiner looked at him in surprise and asked, "How come your urine shows nuclear radiation and excessive heavy metals? What did you grow up eating?" Roar. Well, this is my awakening ability. Finally, Ehei registered, which meant he could participate in the college entrance examination. 30 minutes until the start of the college entrance examination. During the nationwide live broadcast, the mayor of An City began addressing all the examinees. Hello, students. In 2024, the admissions for ordinary higher martial arts schools are about to begin. Here, I wish you all prosperity in martial endeavors. Let's skip the nonsense and start explaining the exam rules. The college entrance exam will adopt a tournament system. This year's exam will be held at the city center stadium, where students will face off in pairs until one side admits defeat or the examiner determines one side is unable to continue fighting. The examiner will grade students based on the strength and skill they display in the arena. The exam will last for 3 days. The first 2 days will be the preliminary rounds, and only students who advance successfully can participate in the third day's exam. During the preliminary rounds, each student must compete in 3 matches. Those who advance will continue battling until the top scorer of this year's college entrance exam is determined. During the exam, students are encouraged to give their all. all. Medical personnel and martial arts level referees will be on standby for immediate assistance. Students, you may not know this, but the probability of secret realms appearing is increasing, while the overall quality of warriors remains low. High-level combat power is scarce, and in the face of secret realm invasions, the nation will become increasingly powerless. You bear the future of humanity. For yourselves, and for humanity, please showcase your strength in the college entrance examination. I hereby announce that the Anqing City College entrance examination officially begins. Roar! Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, and everyone was eager to give it their all. But Ehei didn't care about it, because he had already become a true monster in every sense, and only another monster could make him feel the joy of battle. What's the point of bullying the weak? The preliminary competition had reached its third hour. Ehei sat idly in the audience, waiting for her turn. When Wang Tongtong, who had just defeated her opponent, returned to the seats of Anqing No. 1 High School, she saw Ehei's thin figure and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, why do you look even weaker than you did at school? Did you completely let yourself go after going home and decide to give up on the college entrance exam? SB. Ehei responded succinctly. Wang Tongtong's face darkened, and her freshly stitched wound almost tore open again. She wanted to curse back at Ehei, but felt that doing so in front of everyone would damage her elegant image. In the end, she left in anger, secretly thinking about watching Ehei make a fool of himself later. It wasn't long before it was Ehei's turn to take the stage. Stepping onto ring 6, Ehei saw his opponent. A tall, muscular man, though his vitality seemed somewhat unstable, clearly overly reliant on technology. Anqing No. 3 High School, Long Tao. Anqing No. 1 High School, Ehei. The two bowed simultaneously. Be careful, skinny, you're so frail, you probably can't handle much, huh? Long Tao struck a pose toward the judges panel, seemingly trying to show off his strong muscles. A powerful aura of a martial disciple at the fourth stage emanated from his body. The match begins, the referee ordered. The next second, Long Tao's figure was sent flying, crashing heavily into the protective net outside the ring. Ehei wins, the referee's voice rang out, so quickly it caught everyone by surprise. Wang Tongtong saw Ehei win in an instant, kicking his opponent out with one move. Although she was a bit surprised, she didn't take it to heart. After all, the opponent was too weak. Once Ehei faced a stronger opponent and lost, she could have a good laugh at him. Half an hour later, Ehei took the stage again. Anqing 1st High School, Ehei. Anqing 4th High School, Long Tao. Ehei kicked out once more. Ehei. Victory! In the third match of the afternoon, Ehei finally encountered a formidable opponent. Martial disciple, 7th stage, Long Tao. The opponent introduced himself confidently. Nobody of note, Ehei. Wang Tongtong was overjoyed. A 7th stage martial apprentice opponent was someone even she wasn't confident of defeating. Ehei was surely in for a tough time. This time, Ehei showed some respect to his opponent. Instead of rushing forward to attack, he decided to let the other party display their strength first. Martial technique, Thousand Stone Drop. Long Tao launched a full-force attack, his ferocious fists carrying surging martial energy, heading straight for Ehei. Damn it, why can't I hit him? Coward, stop dodging. If you have the guts, face me head-on. Don't come any closer. Ehei raised an eyebrow. Seems like you don't cherish the opportunity one gave you. Shall I make my move then? If you don't make a move, you're a dog. Ehei kicked out with one swift motion. Long Tao only felt a sharp pain in his chest before losing consciousness. Ehei wins. The referee was very pleased with Ehei's match, quick and decisive. If every match were like this, he could finish work early. Wang Tongtong was momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend how Ehei, the underachiever, could have improved his skills so quickly. Long Tao, whom even she wasn't confident of defeating, was taken down by him in a single move. Wouldn't that mean she could also be easily defeated? Suddenly, she saw Ehei walking toward her face instantly turning red as she feared he might humiliate her. After all, judging by their strength, she was no match for Ehei. If she were humiliated, she would have no choice but to swallow it silently. To her surprise, Ehei didn't even glance at her and simply walked past. In his opinion, Wang Tongtong's abilities were not even worth holding a grudge against. What adult would argue with a child? Ehei finally succeeded in entering the advancement competition. From this moment on, the participants were all elites from various schools, gifted peers of the same age. Now, this was the real arena competition. Due to the strong capabilities of the contestants, one-sided matches are almost impossible, which means the competition will be exceptionally fierce. On the day Ehei qualified for the advancement competition, many school recruiters swarmed in and surrounded him. Student Ehei, come and learn about Dongshan University. Add me on Penguin Chat, classmate. Classmate, although we are a private college, we offer generous financial aid and scholarships. Would you like to learn more? Ehei, with his one-kick superhero performance, left a deep impression on everyone and successfully became a hot prospect in the eyes of the admissions officer. Sorry, I want to apply to Imperial Capital University. As soon as he said this, the scene immediately fell into silence. Imperial Capital University, the top martial arts academy in Xia Nation, nation and one of the top 5 prestigious schools globally, is considered a sacred place in the hearts of all martial artists. In second-tier cities like Anqing, only the top few outstanding individuals are qualified to step into that sacred place. The admissions officers shook their heads and left, planning to recruit Ehei after his failure, hoping that by then, his confidence wouldn't be too severely shaken. For martial artists, confidence has an undeniably significant impact on their martial path. Ehei silently murmured in his heart, "Do you all really not believe in me? Forget it, after all, martial artists speak with strength. When I become the top scorer, let's see what you all have to say." Just as Ehei was about to leave, several examiners approached. "Student Ehei, please cooperate with us. We need to retest your martial artist level now," one of the examiners said. Ehei was not surprised by this. After all, ever since obtaining the monster template, his strength had improved so dramatically that it was almost unbelievable, as if he was transforming every day. This was completely different from his previous records at school. Following them to the identification device, a scan triggered a chorus of astonished exclamations from the examiners. Martial Disciple 9th Stage. Student Ehei, just half a month ago, you were clearly only at the Martial Disciple 3rd Stage. The subtext of the examiner's words was obvious. How on earth did you improve so quickly in just half a month? Could it be cheating? Examiner, do you think it's possible that I am an unparalleled genius? After investigation, we found that you frequently visited E-level secret realms after leaving school. Why did you take the risk of going to such dangerous places before the college entrance exam? To ground myself. Ground yourself? Ground what? When my old man was alive, he left me with a famous saying, to surpass humanity, you must stop being human. So I kept venturing into secret realms to fight. Through countless battles, I broke through my genetic lock. He began spouting nonsense. After all, no one could verify the monster template thing, and he hadn't done anything illegal. His cheating was done openly and above board, with a clear conscience. My growth, Ehei's growth, is entirely the result of my own efforts. What? You broke through the genetic lock, an examiner exclaimed in shock. Ehei thought? Your world actually has something like a genetic lock. Upon hearing the term genetic lock, the examiners immediately appeared very flustered and hurriedly left, seemingly rushing to report it. Ehei suddenly felt that he had inexplicably become a key subject of observation. On the day of the advancement competition, Ehei came to the gymnasium again and found that the number of students had decreased by 70%, but everyone who remained was an elite who had fought their way through a sea of competitors. During the preliminary selection, the student matches were not broadcast nationwide, but by the advancement round, the entire competition was recorded and broadcast live from various angles. At this moment, the live broadcast room for Anqing's college entrance exam had already surpassed 600,000 viewers. Go for it, son, daughter, just do your best. Lao Wang, when you get into a double first-class university, we'll throw a banquet for you. The candidates' relatives and friends flooded the livestream chat with blessings. Ehei looked at the livestream on the big screen, and a sudden wave of discomfort surged in her heart. It seems, no one is cheering for me. The examinee next to me suddenly felt a chill down their spine. This examinee couldn't help but wonder, strange, my energy and blood are so strong. How could I feel a chill? The competition started quickly. The two contestants on stage are from Anqing No. 5 Middle School and Anqing No. 4 Middle School, respectively. Although their schools are not considered outstanding, they themselves rank among the top in their grades and are exceptionally talented across the entire city. The two sides exchanged blows back and forth. Both were at martial disciple level 7, with little difference in martial skills and genetic bloodline abilities. The fight was extremely brutal, their clothes torn beyond recognition, blood splattered all over the ground, yet they continued to grapple fiercely. The match only ended when one of them collapsed from exhaustion. That was so brutal. Why is the warrior selection process so cruel? If we don't select this way, how can we choose strong warriors to protect humanity? This is too inhumane. They are still children. This system must be abolished. Who's here preaching like a saint? The people involved haven't even spoken, and you're acting like a moral guardian. Wow, the person above is really good at scolding. In the live stream chat, a heated discussion about the intense match that just ended was unfolding. Before long, the next arena match began. Ehei squatted in the corner, scrolling through live streams of college entrance exams in other cities. The people around him frowned slightly at his apparent idleness. In their eyes, the college entrance exam was such a sacred event that one should remain tense and focused throughout, without any relaxation. Ehei naturally noticed the change in the gazes of those around him, but he didn't care at all about others' opinions, as those thoughts were meaningless to him. All difficulties stem from the incompetence of the person involved, and Ehei, had no difficulties at all. Soon, it was his turn to take the stage. For the first time, the young man stood under the spotlight, feeling the attention of hundreds of thousands of eyes. Anqing 1st Middle School, Ehei. Anqing 3rd Middle School, Luo Xian. It's Luo Xian. I remember he's the top student in 3rd Middle School. Big brother Luo Xian is at martial disciple level 8, awakened a second-tier rare magical beast bloodline, and both his parents are martial martial artists. Ehei is doomed. It seems that no one has faith in Ehei. The homeroom teacher of Class 7 was extremely shocked when he saw Ehei take the stage on TV. He never expected this kid to make it this far. Go for it, Ehei. You go first, Ehei said calmly. You don't know who I am? Luo Xian was somewhat displeased, feeling underestimated. Whether I know or not won't affect the outcome of the match. Ha ha ha, how arrogant. Luo Xian let out a muffled shout, his shirt bursting open from the surging energy and blood. His veins bulged like small snakes, and his skin turned as red as a crayfish. Bloodline awakening. Arms hanging down to the ground, body bent, assuming a starting stance. Hope your luck is good enough not to die here. Martial skill, thunderbolt kick. The match begins. The ground was crushed underfoot as Luo Xian instantly accelerated into a sprint, his heart pounding violently like the engine of a supercar. During the sprint, his body continued to accelerate a second time. A third time, his body lowered to the ground, and one leg shot out like a spear toward Ehei's throat. The martial energy condensed to its limit even tore through the air, producing sparks and the sound of a sonic boom. If struck, even a ninth-stage martial apprentice would die in agony. The tremendous force of the collision between their bodies stirred up a cyclone, obscuring the view on the field. When the dust settled, everyone was left dumbfounded. The match begins. Ehei had caught it bare-handed. The examiners responsible for scoring narrowed their eyes. As the closest observers, they could clearly sense that Ehei had not used any martial energy or techniques. Relying solely on pure physical strength, he had blocked Luo Xian's full-force kick. Luo Xian was astonished. He desperately channeled the martial energy in his legs, trying to shake off Ehei's grip, but Ehei's hand clamped down like a hydraulic press, completely immovable. Not bad momentum, but still far from that bald guy's charge. A hand chop struck Luo Xian on the head, causing his eyes to roll back as he fainted on the spot. Ehei wins. Another strike, and the one defeated is the seated player Luo Xian. Dozens of high-speed cameras focused on Ehei, starting to film from various angles, and the live stream room instantly erupted. In this era where strength is revered, the absolute power displayed by Ehei instantly ignited everyone's passion. Damn, Luo Xian looked so imposing. How did he end up on the ground in the blink of an eye? If you slow it down 5 times, you can see clearly that Ehei chopped down with one palm and directly knocked him out. Calm and composed, the demeanor of a master. His strength is on a completely different level from the other candidates. The gap is too big. So handsome. I want to have his children. You upstairs, you are not qualified to carry on the excellent bloodline of such humans. Chuzhou watched Luo Xian being carried off the ring by the medical staff, his fists involuntarily clenched, and his eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. This was not out of a sense of injustice for Luo Xian, but because of Ehei's sheer strength. As expected, I wasn't wrong. I must meet you in the finals. The head of the admissions office at Imperial Capital University also witnessed Ehei's impressive performance through the live broadcast. He tapped the table and ordered, I want all his information within half an hour. Shortly after Ehei finished his battle, another arena match on the other side garnered even more attention than his. This was because the fame of the two contestants was even greater, and the scene was more captivating. Both contestants were top-tier beauties. One is Lu Qingzhu, the untouchable flower of Anqing No. 1 High School, and the other is Kai Xiaoling, the queen of Anqing No. 2 High School. Whoa, a showdown between genius beauties. I'm Lu Ilio, watching live with my real name. I love watching beauties fight. Drooling. Shrimp head guys, calm down. Kai Xiaoling was a petite yet incredibly alluring young girl. She swung her waist-length golden twin tails, her provocative gaze fixed directly on Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu maintained her expressionless, delicate face, as if nothing in the world could alter her composure. Miss Lu, I really can't stand that robotic expression of yours. Kai Xiaoling pointed at Lu Qingzhu, and the atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. Anqing First High School, Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu stepped forward and cupped his hands in a salute, his face devoid of any expression, as if he didn't take Kai Xiaoling's challenge to heart at all. Alright, I'll wait to see how you can still keep your composure when I pin you to the ground. Kai Xiaoling grinned, revealing sharp tiger-like teeth. Match, begin, the referee commanded. The air whistled sharply as Kai Xiaoling, exuding the aura of a ninth-stage martial apprentice, instantly appeared in front of Lu Qingzhu and fiercely swept a kick toward Lu Qingzhu's cervical spine. Martial skill Lu family secret technique illusory scripture. Lu Qingzhu moved her palms through the air, and under the influence of martial energy, the airflow became as viscous as a quagmire. Her hands drew circles in front of her chest, causing the quagmire-like air to swirl like a vortex. Kai Xiaoling's kick landed in the quagmire of air in front of Lu Qingzhu, but she felt her strength, capable of tearing through military-grade steel, become as soft as cotton. Layer by layer, the high-speed leg technique visibly slowed down. Lu Qingzhu raised her hand to grab Kai Xiaoling's calf. Kai Xiaoling let out a cold snort, twisting her entire body with the strength of her waist and abdomen, spinning a full circle in midair to break free from the quagmire of air created by Lu Qingzhu. Take this seriously. Kai Xiaoling glared at Lu Qingzhu's motionless face, which seemed completely indifferent to the battle, growing even more furious. Martial skill, thunderous roar step. Kai Xiaoling's martial energy energy enveloped his entire body, minimizing air resistance to the greatest extent. His figure turned into an afterimage, moving at high speed around Lu Qingzhu. The ground was scorched due to his extreme velocity. On opening, Kai Shaoling, from a tricky angle, discovered Lu Qingzhu's flaw. Her bright, watery eyes flashed with a trace of brilliance. With the aid of high-speed rotational acceleration, she suddenly stepped forward, aiming directly at Lu Qingzhu's slender and graceful waist. Martial skill, rending wind palm. A surging torrent of blood energy roared forth, sparks igniting from the friction in the air. Kai Shaoling struck Lu Qingzhu's side abdomen with her palm. There was no anticipated air-shattering explosion or blood splattering. Kai Shaoling's pupils instantly dilated, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The air rippled layer upon layer like the surface of water, and Kai Shaoling's palm stopped 3 inches in front of Lu Qingzhu's waist, unable to move any further. Damn, it's a trap. Kai Shaoling tried to pull his hand back, only to find that the air in front of him erupted with unimaginable suction, making it impossible to withdraw his hand. Lu Qingzhu attacked proactively for the first time, extending her slender jade-like fingers, with her fingertips displaying a jade-like luster. Xianhuang martial technique Hunyuan jade finger. In the live broadcast, the martial artists witnessing this scene all widened their eyes. Xianhuang martial technique. A college entrance exam candidate has actually mastered the Xianhuang martial technique. Such martial arts talent no longer needs to be proven through the college entrance exam. They could even be directly admitted to Imperial Capital University. Kai Shaoling, who was closest to Lu Qingzhu, felt the terrifying ripple of this strike and understood that if he didn't reveal his trump card now, there would truly be no chance left. Bloodline awakening, Shadow Tiger King. A massive wave of energy erupted from Kai Shaoling's body, shattering the air suction in front of her. Lu Qingzhu did not choose to confront it head-on but instead lightly tapped the ground, swiftly sliding several meters away to create some distance. Kai Shaoling's hands hung in front of her body, her waist slightly bent forward. A fierce tiger's roar emanated from within her, and even the shadowy figure of a black tiger king appeared faintly before her. At the examiner's table, all the examiners held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on Kai Shaoling in the arena. This young girl has actually mastered the third-tier royal bloodline, Shadow Strike Tiger King. The royal-level bloodline is already difficult to control, let alone the ferocious Shadow Tiger, known for its brutality. Her future is limitless. The number of viewers in the Anqing College entrance exam livestream had surpassed 800,000. This match was undoubtedly the most high-stakes competition in the history of Anqing's college entrance exam arena battles. Show your Nether Sparrow bloodline. The awakening of the Shadow Tiger King's bloodline placed an immense burden on Kai Shaoling's current physical condition. She exhaled scorching air and spoke haltingly to Lu Qingzhu. Like this, it's fine. Lu Qingzhu spoke her first word since the battle began, short and resolute. Like this, it's fine? Do you think anyone below a martial artist can rival me? Kai Shaoling was completely enraged. With all 4 limbs on the ground, her figure resembled a fierce tiger. The ferocious blood energy surged into a torrent, leaving a trail of a blood shadow behind her. Martial technique, rending wind shadow tiger palm. A ferocious tiger shadow appeared in the palm, tearing through the air, as a strike was aimed at Lu Qingzhu. Xianhuang martial technique Lu family secret art illusory transformation. Facing such a fierce and aggressive strike, Lu Qingzhu countered hardness with softness. Her jade-like hands moved as if playing the piano, manipulating the airflow. Invisible, resilient threads continuously dissolved Kai Shaoling's palm force until the power completely dissipated. Martial technique fierce tiger's remnant kick. Kai Shaoling's first strike failed, so she directly used her formidable blood energy to disperse Lu Qingzhu's invisible threads. Her petite figure leaped into the air, delivering another kick. Xianhuang martial technique Hunyuan jade finger. The jade-colored fingertips collided with the extremely fierce kick, and the clash of powerful martial energy caused the specially designed arena beneath them to shatter into pieces. As the dust settled, hundreds of thousands of spectators watched nervously, eager to see who would emerge victorious. The first to emerge was Kai Shaoling. She was covered in blood, struggled and swayed twice, but ultimately collapsed from exhaustion. As the smoke and dust completely cleared, what remained was the girl whose expression never changed. Lu Qingzhu stood like a fairy detached from the world, with no trace of disarray except for her slightly messy hair. With martial skills alone, she forcefully crushed Kai Shaoling, who was also at the 9th stage of martial disciple and had awakened a king-level bloodline. Lu Qingzhu's victorious and powerful stance instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the entire livestream room. Wow, Goddess Lu is just too strong. Truly admirable. I've always said she's the top scorer of Anqing City. Who dares to disagree? The person upstairs said she is the top scorer of Anqing City. Do you know what bloodline she awakened? A 4th-tier Nether Sparrow bloodline. 4th-tier bloodline? What kind of monster is that? Most warriors probably can't beat her. Although the matches were still exciting, after the duel between Lu Qingzhu and Zhu Yu, the remaining matches seemed to pale in comparison. Finally, after multiple rounds of selection, the top 8 contestants were revealed. Anqing No. 1 High School has Ehei, Lu Qingzhu, and Chu Zhou, while Anqing No. 2 High School has 2 2 people, and Qingfeng Private High School has 3 people. The quarterfinals are about to begin. Will the 8 contestants please step forward to draw lots? Ehei stepped forward first and drew the first lot. A muscular giant, standing 2.5 meters tall, glanced at Ehei and revealed the sign in his hand. Bang! I'm also, looks like the 2 of us are destined for a fight. His voice rumbled like thunder. This person's life force is truly powerful, not at all inferior to that of the Earth Dragon. Ehei couldn't help but look in surprise at this little giant. My name is Xinguan, from Qingfeng Private High School. Bang! Ehei, Anqing No. 1 High School. We're in the second match of the arena. Let's watch them fight the first match first. Xinguan seemed very straightforward, pointing at the big screen on the arena with a hand larger than a palm leaf fan. First match, Anqing No. 1 High School Chuzhou versus Qingfeng Private High School Luoshi. Luoshi is very skilled. He's a repeater, specifically preparing for Imperial Capital University this year, and has a very proficient grasp of bloodline awakening. Xinguan casually chatted with Ehei. Really? Then how does he compare to you? Ehei asked curiously. Compared to me? I'm the martial arts president of Qingfeng Private High School's senior class. In terms of combat strength, my other 2 teammates combined probably wouldn't be able to beat me, Xinguan said without hesitation, still maintaining his straightforward demeanor. To him, being strong was simply a fact. Whoosh! Actually, for this college entrance exam, I think you are my strongest rival, Xinguan said seriously, looking directly at Ehei. Since I was young, I've had particularly sharp senses. I can feel that you are like a dormant volcano, with a giant beast hidden inside. The first arena match reached the 10th minute. Chuzhou held an ice sword pointed directly at his opponent, cold air continuously flowing from his mouth, while a thin layer of frost had already formed on the ground beneath his feet. Luoshi, covered in frostbite, looked unwillingly at Chuzhou. Luoshi thought to himself, this battle was truly suffocating. At the very beginning, he relied solely on martial skills and physical strength to confront Chuzhou, only to have ice needles driven into multiple acupoints on his body by the opponent. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. His greatest advantage in the past had been his proficiency in bloodline awakening, but now, with several critical acupoints on his body frozen, he couldn't activate his bloodline at all. Outplayed by an information gap. Seriously, Luoshi was drenched in sweat. Admit defeat. Chuzhou advanced once again. His swordsmanship was exceptional, and although weapons were prohibited in the college entrance exams, the ice sword in his hand was a manifestation of his abilities, making it compliant. Under the fierce swordsmanship and the chilling martial aura, Luoshi was forced to retreat step by step, ultimately conceding defeat in frustration. Reaching this stage meant that a spot in a top-tier university was absolutely within his grasp, but the dream of Imperial Capital University remained out of reach. Luoshi resigned himself to fate, realizing that he was always one step away from being a genius, and that this step was something effort could never make up for. The principal of Qingfeng Private High School watched Luoshi's defeated figure, gritting his teeth in frustration. As the best private high school in Anqing, he had always wanted to surpass Anqing No. 1 High School, but he hadn't expected his star player to lose in the first match of the quarterfinals. However, the principal of Qingfeng quickly calmed down, because he couldn't imagine losing the next match. After all, their school had spent a fortune to recruit a monster from another region who was aiming to be the top scorer. Anqing No. 1 Middle School, Ehei. Qingfeng Private High School, Xinguan. The height and physique difference between the two was striking, creating a strong visual impact. The live stream's comment section instantly exploded. I know Xinguan. He used to be the top student in Wu City, known as the Human Beast. I didn't expect him to be recruited to Anqing later. To the person above, how does he compare to Ehei? So far, Ehei has defeated all his enemies in a single move. Ehei definitely can't beat him, because when Xinguan was in his second year of high school, he once took down a martial arts school. The master of the school was a second-tier martial artist, and Xinguan sent him to the hospital in just 5 minutes. At that time, Xinguan hadn't even awakened his bloodline yet. It's hard to imagine how strong he must be now. In Anqing, no one can rival him except Lu Qingzhu. At the referee's command, neither of them moved immediately. It wasn't until 15 seconds later, when a trace of blood seeped from Xinguan's nose, that he took the initiative to approach Ehei. With each step he took, the energy and martial force within his body swelled further. By the 5th step, the air around Xinguan visibly distorted. Ehei, is this your power? How peculiar, it can directly target and destroy cells. Ehei looked at Xinguan's appearance and slightly furrowed his brows. Boom! Xinguan created a barrier on his body surface using robust martial energy, effectively shielding against nuclear radiation. Martial arts are indeed quite amazing. Ehei also walked toward Xinguan. Since the college entrance exam, his somewhat listless eyes finally ignited with fighting spirit at this moment, because the guy in front of him is a monster worth conquering. Martial skill, mountain blocking fist. Martial skill, Shingy fist deer top. The two fists collided violently in the air, producing a buzzing sound like an explosion. The immense force caused both of their feet to sink into the surface of the arena instantly. The next moment, boom! boom. The ground suddenly shattered, and the figures of the two burst out from the dust and mist, sonic booms trailing behind them as they collided once again. Boom, boom, boom. The air seemed to be torn apart, and the sound of bodies colliding echoed continuously. Although Ehei's physique was far inferior to Xingguan's, he did not fall behind at all in this pure physical confrontation. So exhilarating. Ever since I started practicing martial arts, I've never fought so freely with anyone. Ha ha ha. Xingguan shouted excitedly, the burst of energy from his body making it hard for others to keep their eyes open. Ehei was equally thrilled. He had finally met an opponent who could take his hits. Buzz buzz buzz. This person was the perfect choice to test the strength of his body after breaking through. Martial technique, Xingyi fist, bear charge. Xingguan assumed the posture of a giant bear, his already massive body expanding once more, and charged at Ehei with immense force weighing several tons. Ehei crossed his arms to block Xingguan's impact, but the ground, unable to withstand their clash, instantly collapsed. Ehei's legs sank deep into the earth, while Xingguan continued to push him backward, carving two deep furrows into the ground. Martial technique, Xingyi fist, ape throw. Xingguan suddenly grabbed Ehei's body, using the strength of his waist to hurl him into the air. Martial technique, Xingyi fist, tiger pounce. Xingguan crouched on all fours, letting out a majestic growl like a fierce tiger from his throat. With a ferocious expression, he assumed the posture of a tiger pouncing on its prey, leaping forward straight toward Ehei. Martial technique, Xingyi fist, eagle dive. Arms closed together, fists like grinding stones descended from the sky, resembling a diving eagle. The air stirred up three waves of shock. Dust filled the sky as if splashed upward, and Ehei was deeply smashed into the ground. Medical personnel outside the arena were already prepared to enter for rescue. The combination technique of Xingyi fist just performed by Xingguan could seriously injure even an ordinary martial artist. Roar! However, a layer of goosebumps instantly rose on Xingguan's body, as if he had seen some apocalyptic beast, and he fearfully pulled away. A deep blue, rough hand like a reef extended from the humanoid crater, announcing to everyone that Ehei was getting serious. Bloodline awakening legendary Godzilla. On the rough, reef-like skin, a faint azure glow flickered between the cracks on the chest. The spine protruded on the back, with deep blue bone spurs growing from each vertebra, and at the end of the spine, a thick tail followed closely behind. A shimmering blue light flickered in Ehei's pupils, and the bone-like mask on his face exuded an aura of majesty and dominance, the true form of a magical beast. I never expected that in this small Anqing, aside from Lu Qingzhu, a martial arts prodigy, there would be another with such extraordinary bloodline talent, the university professor exclaimed in shock upon witnessing Ehei's transformation. The true form of a magical beast is a state that warriors can display only after fully mastering their bloodline. This form allows the power of the magical beast's bloodline to be unleashed to its fullest. If a high school student can manifest the true form of a magical beast, they can gain direct admission to the Imperial Capital University without taking the entrance exam. However, Ehei did not awaken a bloodline but directly fused with the Godzilla template, enabling him to instantly enter a Godzilla-like state. This state bears a striking resemblance to the true form of a magical beast. Unfortunately, Ehei was unaware of the rules regarding this. The true form of the beast. Your bloodline awakening has reached such a high level. Xingguan's breath hitched as he pondered silently, wondering what kind of terrifying energy was hidden within the body of this monster before him. If Ehei had been a dormant volcano before, then now this volcano had finally become active. The energy sensor in front of the examiners emitted a piercing alarm. This device could detect the energy level within a candidate's body after their bloodline awakening, naturally including indicators for energy radiation. At this moment, the nuclear radiation levels were off the charts. The examiner's pupils contracted sharply as they joined forces to release a dense martial aura, enveloping the entire arena to prevent the radiation inside from leaking out. In the live broadcast room, is this Ehei's bloodline awakening? So cool. Does anyone know which magical beast's bloodline he awakened? I'm from First High School, and I heard he awakened an unknown bloodline. How could such a powerful magical beast be unknown? Xingguan's nose started bleeding again. After Ehei awakened his bloodline and entered the Godzilla state, the intensity of his nuclear radiation had surged to a level that even Xingguan's chi and blood martial energy shield could no longer withstand. It seems I can't delay any longer. Bloodline awakening Golden Star Ape Demon. Another third-tier king-level bloodline. The examiners were astonished. Such a small Anqing actually harbored so many hidden talents. Xingguan's entire body muscles rippled like those of a mouse, his skin shimmering with a golden radiance. Upon closer inspection, it was a layer of golden fur. A terrifying energy fluctuation erupted, and in Ehei's life magnetic field perception, Xingguan's life energy began to soar rapidly. Come! Xingguan roared angrily, his voice resonating like thunder. His 3-meter-tall figure swung a palm horizontally toward Ehei. Martial technique Xingyi fist serpent strike. Ehei threw a punch, the move simple and unadorned, yet the terrifying power contained within that fist was impossible to ignore. Martial skill, mountain blocking fist. As fist and palm collided, the air erupted with shockwaves nerves surging in all directions. In terms of strength, Ehei, after his bloodline awakening, completely overpowered Xingguan. Xingguan's palm was shaken away by the fist, and even his golden-furred skin, which could withstand thermal weapon attacks, cracked with bloodstains. If Xingguan hadn't promptly dispersed the force, his entire hand bone might have shattered. However, after falling into a disadvantage in the first clash, Xingguan did not retreat but instead launched an attack proactively. His arm coiled around Ehei's arm like a boneless python. Xingguan tried to pull Ehei over, only to find that it was like trying to move a mountain. Ehei remained completely motionless. Thus, Xingguan changed his tactic, pulling himself toward Ehei. In midair, he bent his knees, and as he reached Ehei, he suddenly kicked out, like a spring compressed to its limit. Martial technique Xingyi fist elephant stomp. A massive sound wave unleashed a shockwave, nearly shattering the entire surface of the arena. The smoke and dust cleared, and everyone stared in disbelief at the deep blue demonic figure. Completely motionless, Ehei pulled out his foot embedded in the ground and raised his fist. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A sound of energy gathering emanated from Ehei's body. His raised arm began to glow with a ring of blue energy ripples, and the terrifying heat caused the air to distort. A crisp clapping sound echoed in the arena. Xingguan knelt on one knee, raising both hands high in a gesture of surrender. I give up, brother Ehei. Big brother, I was all ready to attack. How can you surrender at this moment? This is so frustrating for me. In the end, Ehei still lowered his fist and retracted the accumulated energy back into his body. After all, according to the rules, once one side surrenders, the other side no longer has the right to attack. Hiccup. As if he had overeaten, Ehei let out a satisfied burp with thick smoke puffing out of his mouth. It seems holding back the energy is still uncomfortable. The black-blue skin gradually faded, and Ehei returned to normal. Match over. Ehei wins. The referee's voice echoed through the arena. Ehei, you're awesome. Ehei, you're awesome. Before the championship match, we will definitely win. After the championship match, I'm sorry for not letting Lord Ehei go all out. In this world that reveres strength, Ehei's victory instantly attracted numerous fans, and videos of him defeating opponents in seconds were quickly edited and spread online, making him an overnight sensation. The principal of Qingfeng Private High School had a grim expression, clenched his fists, and was so furious that the cup in his hand was crushed to pieces. Xingguan strode towards his seat, but the principal immediately stopped him, angrily scolding, "You, how dare you admit defeat? Do you know how much effort we've put into you? You ungrateful wretch. Don't even think about going to college until you pay back the money." Before Principal Qingfeng could finish his sentence, Xingguan's large hand landed on his shoulder. Although it was just a light touch, the principal felt a chill run through him. What are you trying to do? The principal's tone became incredibly weak. I couldn't take that punch. To avoid damaging my physical foundation, I chose to admit defeat. If I hadn't, would you have been willing to step up and take that punch for me? Xingguan's voice was calm and resolute. As for the gratitude I owe to your school for nurturing me, I will repay it gradually in the future. But please understand, you cannot threaten a warrior stronger than yourself. The principal swallowed hard and was left speechless in the end. After the second round of the arena competition concluded, the next two matches began in succession. The first winner, unsurprisingly, was Lu Qingzhu, followed by a student from Anqing No. 2 High School. The quarterfinals came to a successful conclusion. Among the four who advanced to the semifinals, Anqing No. 1 High School claimed 3 spots, while Anqing No. 2 High School had only one contestant. Due to the outstanding performance of the contestants from Anqing No. 1 High School, the participant from Anqing No. 2 High School was almost entirely overlooked, becoming a pitiful background figure. The principal of Anqing No. 1 High School, seeing that his school had 3 outstanding students this year, couldn't stop smiling. He thought to himself, he wasn't surprised by the strength of Chu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu, but Ehei's rise was an unexpected delight. It seems that old Lu, Ehei's homeroom teacher, has worked hard at the school for so many years. It's about time for a promotion. At the same time, Ehei and the other semi-finalists stepped onto the drawing stage, and the matchups for the semi-finals were about to be revealed. Ehei was the first to step forward and drew a lot. Another A. He suddenly felt someone watching him, looked up, and met Lu Qingzhu's jet-black, gem-like eyes. I am also A. A voice as clear as spring water rang out, and Lu Qingzhu tightened her grip on the stick in her hand. Ehei versus Lu Qingzhu. Damn, I've been wanting to see them fight for a long time. The greatest battle in the history of Anqing's college entrance exams. Go, Goddess Lu. The match begins. Brother Ehei will definitely win. Upstairs, I think Goddess Lu has a greater chance of winning. Based on the information revealed so far, she has mastered 2 Xianwang martial techniques, and just this alone already crushes Kai Shaoling, who has a 3rd-tier king-level bloodline. The 4th-tier Nether Sparrow bloodline awakening has yet to be showcased. Meanwhile, Xingguan also has a 3rd-tier king-level bloodline. Ehei was forced to reveal his bloodline awakening by Xingguan. Although Ehei's bloodline seems to be quite high, it's estimated to also be a 4th-tier bloodline. However, compared to Goddess Lu, who also has a 4th-tier bloodline and possesses exceptional martial arts foundation, there's still a significant gap. A Agreed, knowledgeable bro. With the title, The Strongest Battle in Anqing's College Entrance Exam History, the number of viewers in the livestream quickly surpassed 1 million. Netizens were also endlessly debating whether Ehei or Lu Qingju had the stronger combat power, but they would soon see the answer for themselves. Anqing No. 1 High School, Ehei. Anqing No. 1 High School, Lu Qingju. Both sides performed the pre-battle martial artist etiquette. Begin the match, the referee declared. Sizzle. Thick white smoke rose, and Ehei's skin was enveloped in a layer of black and blue armor, directly entering the state of bloodline awakening. The examiners, seeing this, immediately unleashed martial energy to seal off the arena. Lu Qingju also locked eyes with Ehei's deep blue kingly pupils through the dense white smoke. The impression Lu Qingju gave to the outside world had always been one of aloofness and unapproachability, but in reality, she was simply, socially anxious. Since childhood, the Lu family had placed high hopes on her. Under the expectations of the family, she had no choice but to establish the prestige of the eldest daughter of the Lu family through one battle after another. Although outsiders praised her talent and strength, she was not enthusiastic about these titles. Perhaps even she herself did not know the true reason for her battles. She didn't even want to fight, finding the act of comparing herself to others utterly uninteresting. She simply and quietly followed her mother's expectations and continued moving forward. Time rewinds to 1 minute ago. The two stepped onto the arena at the same time. Lu Qingju remained expressionless, cold as ice. The livestream's comments section was filled with speculation that her aloofness stemmed from absolute confidence in her own abilities, allowing her to stay calm in such a tense moment. But in reality, this indifferent, stoic expression was merely Lu Qingju's protective mask for her social anxiety. In martial arts, Lu Qingju is far superior to me. With her extraordinary skills, no matter how strong the power, it is impossible to harm her. As a martial arts genius, her combat intelligence is extremely high. The longer the fight lasts, the more disadvantageous it becomes for her opponent. I must go all out from the very beginning. Ehei studied the battle footage of Lu Qingju and Kai Shaoling and formulated a battle plan based on it. Ehei stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack instantly and a sonic boom to erupt. In a flash, he appeared in front of Lu Qingju. He shouted loudly, "Martial skill, mountain blocking fist." Boom! Lu Qingju balanced both hands, stirring the airflow in front of him, seemingly trying to absorb the incoming punch. However, Ehei didn't throw a punch at all. In midair, he twisted his waist and swung his hips, his thick tail behind him moving nimbly. Like a steel whip splitting the air, it suddenly struck toward Lu Qingju's lower body. Good or bad, he actually played dirty. From childhood to adulthood, Lu Qingju had never encountered a situation in combat where someone shouted about using fists but ended up kicking instead. In a duel between experts, the outcome often hinges on a few critical seconds. Lu Qingju's rhythm was disrupted, forcing her to dodge backward, while Ehei seized the opportunity, relying on his robust physique to relentlessly pursue and steadily gain the upper hand. The viewers in the livestream saw Lu Qingju being deceived by the cunning Ehei and instantly falling into a disadvantage, and they began accusing Ehei of lacking martial ethics. However, many others supported Ehei, arguing that in martial combat, all strategies are fair game. The deep blue demonic claw tore through the air, and Lu Qingju leaned back and bent her waist just in time to avoid being struck by the claw. She wielded two Shenhuang martial techniques, one defensive, Lu family secret art, illusory shadows, and one offensive, primordial jade finger. If she could perform any one of them, she would be able to escape the situation of being relentlessly pursued by Ehei. Unfortunately, Ehei didn't give her any chance. After Ehei's bloodline awakening, his strength, speed, and other stats became overwhelmingly powerful. With Lu Qingju's physique, taking even a single punch from Ehei head-on could result in severe injury instantly. It was like dancing on a tightrope. Lu Qingju's margin for error was far too small. "Don't run away, Lu, classmate!" Ehei shouted loudly, his fists forming afterimages as he continuously forced Lu Qingju into a smaller space to evade. Once Lu Qingju is cornered, defeat will be her only outcome. This kind of high-intensity attack, doesn't he get tired? His stamina is incredible. Lu Qingju's cold and elegant face remained unchanged, but inwardly, she was already sweating with anxiety. Beep beep beep. Please be careful, Ehei. I might lose control of my power next. She finally decided to play her trump card. Bloodline awakening, Nether Sparrow. Ehei, who had been throwing a punch at Lu Qingju, instantly withdrew his fist and retreated sharply. The reason was the purple-black sparks emerging from Lu Qingju's body. Screech! Ehei faintly heard a sharp bird cry, and the blue blood coursing through his veins began to boil, as if sensing the provocation of another higher-level lifeform. Behind Lu Qingju unfolded full purple-black wings, which shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors under the light. The purple-black wings needed no flapping. The wind element naturally lifted Lu Qingju into the air. The girl's amethyst-like pupils locked onto the deep blue demon on the ground, and the air seemed to spark with the clash of their fighting spirits. Although there is still some distance to mastering the true form of the magical beast, the fact that she was able to grow the most important organ of the Nether Sparrow, the wings, after awakening is enough to prove that she is a genius. It seems that prodigy prodigies or geniuses in any field, said one of the examiners. The live stream room was once again filled with excitement due to Lu Qingzhu's awakened bloodline form. Ehei, be careful. In this form, I can't control my strength. After awakening, Lu Qingzhu seemed to have become a bit more talkative. Her previously cold and aloof face now showed a hint of liveliness, and the corners of her pink lips curved slightly upward, as if she was brimming with excitement for the upcoming battle. Really? It's good to hear you say that, because up until now, I've only been using about 50% of my strength. From here on, I'll give it my all. Ehei responded with a smile. 50%? Ehei's words reached the ears of every netizen. While they believed in Ehei's strength, they absolutely did not believe that she had only displayed 50% of her power so far. This must just be a tactic to confuse Lu Qingzhu. After all, both Ehei and Lu Qingzhu had long surpassed the stage of martial apprentices and were even demonstrating combat power far beyond that of ordinary low-level martial artists. If this is still Ehei holding back, then just how strong is the real Ehei? Above the sky, Lu Qingzhu gracefully extended her slender jade-like finger, pointing at Ehei, as a translucent jade hue gradually appeared at her fingertip. Xianyuan martial technique Hunyuan jade finger. The purple-black wings behind her fluttered, accompanied by a gust of wind sweeping across the entire arena. Even though she had not yet approached, Ehei could already catch a faint, elegant fragrance. Behind you, a fist as rough as a reef glimmered with a crystalline blue radiance. This was Ehei's technique, combining Godzilla's atomic reaction ability with martial arts. Its name, Atomic Blast Fist. Graceful jade-colored fingertips collided with the ferocious blue-glowing magic fist in mid-air, triggering a massive energy reaction at the point of contact. Accompanied by a loud explosion of light and heat, the two were simultaneously blown away by the surging air currents. With a gentle flap of the purple-black wings, wind elements automatically gathered, neutralizing the impact. Taking this opportunity, Lu Qingzhu attempted to break through the smoke and head straight for Ehei. However, when the smoke cleared and Lu Qingzhu saw Ehei, her pupils involuntarily contracted sharply. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The protruding spinal bones on Ehei's back lit up one by one, and with each illumination, a terrifying atomic reaction was taking place until his entire spine radiated a blue glow. Ehei opened his mouth, his throat brewing a blue atomic radiance exuding an aura of destruction. Atomic breath. Lu Qingzhu sensed the deadly threat and decisively folded her wings, wrapping herself tightly. A dazzling blue particle beam burst from Ehei's mouth, and the terrifying energy torrent instantly engulfed Lu Qingzhu. At the critical moment of life and death, Lu Qingzhu activated the bloodline power of the Nether Sparrow, and countless purple-black feathers shimmered with crystal-like reflective brilliance. The blue particle beam collided with the purple-black feathers, as if refracted by mirrors, forming a thick concentrated beam that was split into numerous smaller rays by the feathers, scattering in all directions. The rays spread outward from the black feather sphere formed by Lu Qingzhu, radiating in all directions. Just as they were about to shoot out of the arena, the examiners tried to block them but were too late to react. At this moment, a golden martial aura enveloped the entire arena, and all the beams of light shooting outward vanished completely as if absorbed the instant they touched the golden aura. It's the mayor. The examiners wanted to greet the mayor, but he raised his hand, signaling them not to do so. Watch closely. The strongest top scholar in the history of Anqing will be born today. About 15 seconds later, the atomic breath finally ended. Smoke was rising from Ehei's mouth as he stared intently at the somewhat miserable-looking girl ahead. Lu Qingzhu spat out a mouthful of blood, her two dark purple wings having melted after resisting the atomic breath to their limit. If she hadn't promptly used ephemeral shadow to deflect the remaining energy impact around her, she might not have been able to withstand Ehei's strike. Unfortunately, the bloodline of the Nether Sparrow is too difficult to control. I have yet to unlock its core nether attribute ability, otherwise, I wouldn't have struggled so much against that energy beam just now. Still, achieving this level is already decent. Facing such a powerful opponent, defeat is only natural. Lu Qingzhu thought to herself, planning to pretend to exchange a few more moves with Ehei before conceding. Boom! With a light tap of her toes, Lu Qingzhu approached Ehei and struck out with a palm. Finish me quickly. With this obvious flaw I've exposed, Ehei, you should be able to seize the opportunity, right? Ehei made no move, forcibly taking Lu Qingzhu's palm strike. You! Lu Qingzhu's beautiful eyes widened, filled with confusion. Qingzhu, why have you lost your fighting spirit? From the very beginning, I felt you were somewhat distracted. Are you even taking me seriously? Damn it, I want to win this championship fair and square. The arm swung, and the fist wind howled. Oh no, this villain is aiming straight for my face. In a moment of desperation, Lu Qingzhu manipulated the airflow, trying to block Ehei's fist, but all the airflow she controlled was torn to shreds by Ehei. Lu Qingzhu was struck on the side of her face by a punch and was sent flying backward. Ehei did not stop there. He pounced forward, straddling the young girl, his fists swinging wildly as he rained blows on Lu Qingzhu's face. Do you admit it or not? Do you admit it or not? Smack! Lu Qingzhu shielded her head with her arms, looking utterly miserable. The thought of never having been treated like this since childhood, and now being pinned to the ground and beaten in front of hundreds of thousands thousands of livestream viewers filled her heart with endless grievance. I was already planning to hand the victory over to you. Why do you still have to chase me relentlessly? Don't hit a girl's face, you bastard. Lu Qingju, her eyes red, let out an angry shout. An incredibly powerful martial aura erupted, blasting Ehei away. That's it. If you don't want to be humiliated, take this seriously. Ehei's eyes burned with fierce battle intent. As the king of monsters, he had to conquer all monsters and make them understand that even if they gave it their all, they would still bow before his power. Lu Qingju's eyes reddened, her silver teeth clenched tightly, and her two fingers pressed together as she pointed to various acupoints on her body one by one. Forbidden martial technique. Lu family secret art. Blood ignition technique. The blood ignition technique is a forbidden art of the Lu family, capable of enhancing the user's bloodline purity in a short time, squeezing the warrior's potential, and causing their strength to surge instantly. However, the side effects of this secret technique are immense, and it is usually only used as a last resort. This also means that Lu Qingju has already resolved to give it her all. Ashes danced wildly in the air as a massive pair of purple-black wings unfurled, stirring up gusts of fierce wind. Strange patterns appeared on Lu Qingju's delicate face, the tail feathers behind her swayed like an imperial robe, and the sharp cry of a sparrow echoed piercingly in all directions. She suddenly entered the true form of the magical beast. Ehei, just as you wished. I will defeat you in my strongest form. After her bloodline awakened, Lu Qingju appeared both coldly elegant and confident. That's right, now this is interesting. Atomic reaction energy enveloped Ehei's entire body, transforming him into a glowing blue figure radiating terrifying energy at any moment. This is Ehei combining the Godzilla template with hard qigong to create a martial art technique named Nuclear Light Battle Body. Buzz, boom. Inside the live broadcast room, energy gathered beneath Ehei's feet, suddenly erupting with a roar. The massive energy explosion propelled him like a missile straight toward Lu Qingju. Lu Qingju flapped a wing, manipulating the surrounding airflow to form a hurricane, while imbuing it with the devouring energy characteristic of the nether chi. The netherworld hurricane instantly enveloped the entire arena, shredding the base to pieces. Ehei showed no fear, diving into the netherworld hurricane like a torpedo without hesitation. Atomic blast fist. A massive blue energy explosion tore through the hurricane, and Ehei once again charged unstoppably toward Lu Qingju. Bloodline power. Netherworld sparrow's cry. The eerie patterns on Lu Qingju's face instantly turned purplish red, scorching like a branding iron. Enduring the excruciating pain, Lu Qingju opened his mouth and lunged toward Ehei. Screech. The sound waves, visible to the naked eye, distorted the air and swept forward. Ehei's figure was engulfed by the sound waves, and the atomic energy aura on his body began flickering like a flame. If not for Ehei's high-level legendary Godzilla bloodline, he would have likely been shattered to death by the ghostly aura of the nether sparrow within the sound waves. You think you're the only one who can scream? Ehei opened his mouth, and on the joints of the spine behind him, beams of blue radiance began to shine. The violent reaction of atomic energy released a terrifying aura. Maximum power output. Atomic breath. A dazzling and radiant blue beam, like a giant wave piercing through the clouds, shot straight toward Lu Qingju. Ehei resolved to determine the outcome with this move. After this maximum power atomic breath, his body would temporarily be unable to perform any further atomic reactions. Lu Qingju's beautiful eyes sparkled with determination as she resolutely abandoned defense and unleashed her strongest offensive technique. She was determined to clash head-on with Ehei. Xianyuan martial technique. Hanyuan Jade Finger, combined with the power of the Nether Sparrow bloodline. Nether Bloodthorn. Jade-colored fingertips gathered purplish-red destructive energy as Lu Qingju pointed directly at the incoming atomic breath beam. Behind her, the purple-black wings exerted full force to provide impact, attempting to cleave through the atomic breath beam. Not good. The collision of such power is absolutely beyond the control of these two martial apprentices. Outside the arena, the mayor saw Lu Qingju about to extend her jade-like finger toward the dazzling pillar of light. His heart was nearly torn apart with anxiety. If anything happened to these two geniuses, the entire Anqing and even the Xia kingdom would suffer a devastating blow. Gene technique. Earth Vein Divine Wall. The ground trembled, and three solid high walls infused with the mayor's martial energy instantly rose from the earth, standing between the atomic breath and Lu Qingju. The next moment, the stone wall collapsed with a roar, and dazzling white light engulfed everything. The blinding energy explosion instantly swallowed everything, and the martial energy shield jointly cast by the examiners wavered under the impact of this energy. The mayor solemnly watched the arena shrouded in dust and smoke. Although he had promptly released 3 Earth Vein Divine Walls to mitigate the full-force strike of Ehei and Lu Qingju, the preparation time was far too rushed. The 3 Divine Walls were not as sturdy as usual and were ultimately shattered one after another by Ehei and Lu Qingju, causing their attacks to collide. If anything were to happen to either of these two, even resigning as mayor would not be enough to quell the public's fury. The appeal of a martial arts genius among the people of Xia country rivals that of top-tier celebrities. At the center of the arena, Ehei walked up to Lu Qingju, whose 2 wings were scorched and who lay on the ground in a miserable state. One of Lu Qingju's arms was also severely severely burned, looking extremely tragic. Yet even so, she still retained her fighting spirit. Just as she was about to get up and continue battling Ehei, if you don't get rid of the nuclear radiation on your body, you'll be ruined in the future. Lu Qingju remained silent for a moment before finally saying, I never wanted to fight you to this extent. Why do you insist on dragging me into this fight? Ehei squatted down, looking directly into her eyes. Do you really not want to fight me, or are you just rebelliously unwilling to admit your competitiveness? When you gave it your all, I could feel your desire for victory. You mixed too many distracting thoughts into the battle, and that is the reason for your failure. After speaking, Ehei absorbed all the nuclear radiation from Lu Qingju's body and then stood up. At this moment, the smoke and dust had just dispersed, and all the cameras focused on the center of the arena. Under the gaze of countless spectators, Ehei stood proudly. The referee hesitated for 2 seconds before excitedly announcing, Ehei wins. Ehei, Ehei, Ehei. In the live broadcast room, Ehei's name flooded the screen, as if it were a hymn celebrating the coronation of a new king. At this moment, all public screens in the high-rise buildings and buses within Anqing City were broadcasting this scene, with countless citizens cheering for this newly emerged martial arts prodigy. At this moment, Ehei appeared more dazzling than anyone else. Makes sense. In the next battle, Chuzhou won without suspense. Thus, Ehei and Chuzhou advanced to the finals together. This is the final battle of the Anqing College entrance examination, which will determine who earns the title of Anqing Top Scholar. But for hundreds of thousands of spectators, this final was completely predictable, because this battle had Ehei. It's not that Chuzhou lacks talent, but Ehei is simply too extraordinary. Although Chuzhou's opponent was Ehei, who defeated Lu Qingju, and although no one believed in him, Chuzhou still maintained his composure. He is a pure martial artist, possessing a steadfast martial heart, able to be admired by thousands at his peak without losing himself, and to remain undaunted when ignored during his lows. In terms of willpower, he is much stronger than Lu Qingju. Anqing No. 1 High School, Ehei. Anqing No. 1 High School, Chuzhou. In the live stream room, hundreds of thousands of people excitedly watched this moment. Ehei's homeroom teacher looked at him, now just one step away from being the top scorer, filled with emotion. Ehei's classmates witnessed the former underachiever now competing with the top student of the grade, Chuzhou, and felt a mix of emotions. As for the principal of Anqing No. 1 High School, he's already popped the champagne to celebrate. After all, the final round is filled with students from Anqing No. 1 High School. No matter what, it's a win, and a satisfying one at that. The Anqing College entrance exam finals now begin. At the referee's command, the final battle drums around the arena began to sound. The resounding drumbeat seemed to strike at the very core of one's heart, filling people with excitement. Please enlighten me. Chuzhou clasped his hands together and slowly pulled them apart. A frosty ice sword formed in his palms. Bloodline power, ice sculpt. Bring it on. Ehei revealed his white teeth. Although he had defeated the strongest, Lu Qingju, Ehei still wouldn't underestimate Chuzhou, because, based on his observations, Chuzhou's combat intelligence was likely the highest among this year's candidates. When the two of them stepped onto the arena at the same time, Chuzhou had already covered his body surface with a layer of frost-infused martial energy to shield against nuclear radiation. This showed that he had carefully studied his own combat style. He came prepared. Chuzhou's gaze sharpened, his feet stepping in a 7-star pattern, his body leaving behind unpredictable afterimages as he closed in on Ehei. Hundreds of sword edges thrust toward Ehei from all directions. It's coming. Ehei couldn't be bothered to directly seize Chuzhou's figure. He had his own way to break through all techniques with sheer force. His fist clenched tightly, the muscles in his arm interlocking like steel. Most striking were the veins glowing with a crystalline blue light, the eerie blue radiance making the bones in Ehei's arm appear exceptionally distinct. Atomic blast fist. A punch shakes the ground, and blue energy bursts forth in an explosion. A 10-meter radius around Ehei is engulfed in nuclear energy, forcing Chuzhou to retreat. What a monster! Chuzhou stared at the cratered arena that looked as if it had been bombarded by shells, his heart filled with apprehension. With his level of defense, he simply couldn't confront Ehei head-on. Or rather, is there really any martial artist among their peers who could engage Ehei in close combat? Even Xingguan, that monster focused on physical strength, could only admit defeat and surrender when facing Ehei after his bloodline awakening. If I can't fight you up close, then I'll wear you down from a distance. Bloodline awakening. Ice demon dragon. Crystal-clear dragon scales, resembling ice crystals, emerged from Chuzhou's body. His pupils turned into golden vertical slits, and a pair of obsidian-like small horns sprouted from his head. Bloodline power. Ice vein. A surging cold current swept across the arena, as massive ice spikes converged into a towering ice tsunami over 10 meters high, rushing toward Ehei. What a powerful bloodline! Although the ice demon dragon's bloodline among third-tier magical beasts hadn't reached the king level like the Shadow Tiger King or the Golden Star Ape Demon, under Chuzhou's control, it turned out to be even more formidable than Kai Shaoling's and Xingguan's bloodline power. The examiners exclaimed in astonishment. The icy tide engulfed the entire arena, and a small ice mountain suddenly rose from the ground. The stadium, shrouded in in the sweltering summer heat, instantly dropped to sub-zero temperatures. The livestream chat, which had been flooded with "Ehei is awesome" just moments ago, suddenly fell completely silent. Holy crap, Shoujo actually created an iceberg out of thin air. This kind of icy power is like the Ice Dragon Reborn. Shoujo is so awesome. Defeat the great demon king Ehei. Go for it, big brother who can create ice. Shoujo panted slightly. The sudden outburst of such powerful ice energy had placed a significant burden on his body. Although Ehei was sealed by the thick ice veins, he did not relax for a moment. He understood that he could not naively believe this monster would be defeated so easily. At that moment, a comment suddenly floated across the livestream chat. Look, the iceberg is starting to melt. A dazzling blue energy beam pierced through the iceberg, shooting straight toward Shoujo. Shoujo, who had been on high alert, instantly manipulated the ground to raise an ice pillar, pushing himself away. The blue energy beam collided with the protective shield of martial energy jointly set up by the examiners, stirring up large ripples. The examiners broke out in cold sweat. Ehei's abilities truly make him the most dangerous examinee they have ever supervised. Nuclear radiation, nuclear explosions, nuclear lasers. Are these really powers that a high school graduate can control? The chilling iceberg began to melt in large sections, and a deep blue demon emerged from within. The water from the melting ice hadn't even reached his body before it was vaporized by the high energy heat radiating from his surface. Ehei is getting serious now. The golden dragon eyes of Shoujo flickered. In this state, Ehei had once been directly confronted by Lu Qingzhu, and even Xinguan had chosen to surrender outright. But Shoujo was unwilling to give up and wanted to give it a try. He stomped heavily on the ground, several ice spears shot up from the surface, and with a sweep of his legs, a large number of ice spears shot straight toward Ehei. Nuclear light battle form. The atomic reactions within Ehei's body accelerated, and a dazzling blue glow enveloped his surface. The ice spears turned into water vapor as soon as they came within 5 meters of him. It seems I have been quite restrained with you. Ehei strode toward Shoujo, leaving a melting footprint on the ground with each step. No matter how Shoujo activated his ice attribute bloodline to attack, it was all in vain. The gap in strength was too vast. In the end, Shoujo let out a soft sigh, but his gaze grew even sharper. Ehei, take my final move. This is the peak of my martial arts for now, originally intended for Lu Qingzhu. Shoujo closed his eyes, shut off his 5 senses, and pointed the ice sword in his hand directly at Ehei. A layer of frost covered his body, and the ice crystal dragon scales on his surface became even more dazzling. This was the manifestation of his fully activated bloodline power. Sword intent, soul wound. Accompanied by a gust of cold wind, Shoujo had already arrived at Ehei's side. Boom! A high-pitched dragon-like sword cry resounded across the arena. The first to react was the mayor of Anqing, whose astonishment was no less than when he saw Lu Qingzhu perform the Shenhuang martial technique. This is sword intent. How old is he? Tick-tock. A few drops of scorching blue blood dripped onto the ground, instantly burning several pits into the surface. Ehei held his hand in front of his neck, a deep sword wound visible to the bone on his palm. However, the flesh around the wound shimmered with a blue glow, seemingly healing slowly. Shoujo opened his eyes, looking at the broken ice sword in his hand, and understood in his heart that he had already lost. Maybe you'll have a better chance if you get a better sword, Ehei said. Boom! How big of a chance? Shoujo asked curiously. Slightly better than a sim's chance of success. I concede. Shoujo turned to look at the referee. Anqing College entrance exam finals. Ehei wins, the referee announced excitedly. Boom! 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 The drummers began to beat the big drums, countless fireworks and firecrackers were lit, as if the entire city was cheering for Ehei's victory. The mayor stepped onto the stage, raised the microphone high, and said with a smile, to the audience present and those watching the live broadcast of the 24th Anqing College entrance examination, after 3 days of intense battle, the top martial arts scholar of Anqing's college entrance exam has finally emerged. He is Ehei from Anqing No. 1 High School. Ehei, Ehei, poof, Ehei. In the live stream, Ehei's name flooded the screen once again. Everyone knew that the standard of this year's Anqing City College entrance examination advancement competition was far higher than in previous years. Ehei, who stood out among the rest, was naturally the strongest top scorer in Anqing's history, and perhaps no one would ever surpass him in the future. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of top scorer. Reward, random template ability draw. Ehei's eyes widened. So this template also had an achievement system. However, at this moment, it was the award ceremony, and with tens of thousands of eyes fixed on her, Ehei had no choice but to wait and look into it later. Bang! Student Ehei, I heard that your success came from a late surge and steady accumulation. Now that you've claimed the top spot, do you have anything you'd like to say? The mayor asked. As expected of a cultured person, they described my cheat mode so tactfully. Ahem, first of all, I want to thank my teacher. It was his unwavering support and encouragement during my lowest moments that reignited my fighting spirit. The homeroom teacher watching Ehei's speech via livestream shed small tears, secretly thinking to themselves that they were truly unworthy of such praise from Ehei. They felt deeply negligent for only noticing this prodigy prodigy right before the college entrance exams. And then I want to. In the audience in front of Ehei, a slightly overweight middle-aged man suddenly appeared. He raised both hands in the air, making a 20 gesture. 2 million. The middle-aged man mouthed something. He was none other than Ehei's principal. I want to thank my alma mater. Thank my principal. Without his wise leadership, how could we have? Ehei initially didn't know how to deliver the speech, but after seeing the principal's clear hint, inspiration struck, and he immediately knew how to complete the award acceptance speech. Finally, I want to thank myself. Without my personal hard work and intelligence, I, Ehei, would never have achieved today's brilliance. Speaking these words, Ehei showed no embarrassment at all. Good. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. The mayor applauded from the side. After that, Ehei's matter was set aside, and the mayor proceeded to summarize, announcing the successful hosting and eventual conclusion of this year's college entrance examination. Ehei walked toward the entrance of the gymnasium. As soon as he pushed the door open, a swarm of cameras rushed toward him. Student Ehei, do you feel any pressure about achieving the top rank this time? Student Ehei, how did you manage to improve so quickly in just half a year? Ehei, are you planning to go to Imperial Capital University? Student Ehei, who do you think is more attractive, Lu Qingzhu or Kai Shaoling? Or do you prefer Xin Guan or Chu Zhou? Ehei, question mark. The reporter who asked the last question, dare to come out? I promise I won't hit you. He couldn't be bothered to waste time with a group of reporters. He took a step back, returned to the gymnasium, and closed the door. The reporters outside exchanged glances. A rookie female reporter, feeling indignant, spoke to the camera. Shocking. After achieving the top scorer title, Ehei actually dared not face the reporters' interviews. What secret is hidden behind this? The other reporters, upon hearing this, silently kept their distance from her. What a joke. Daring to smear a young prodigy with boundless potential. Did studying journalism make her lose her mind? We don't want any blood splashing on us later. Not long after Ehei retreated back to the gymnasium, a man in a black trench coat approached him. Ehei, congratulations on claiming the top spot. I come from the imperial capital. Next, let's talk about the issue of the gene lock. Gene lock. Ehei knew that he hadn't unlocked any so-called gene lock. All his abilities came from the monster template, and now it seemed to be confirmed. However, he didn't need to worry. As a precious human genius, the country wouldn't make things difficult for him. The man in the trench coat led Ehei to an office, invited him to sit down, and even personally poured him a cup of tea. The term gene lock, did you hear it from your father? That's right. Ehei replied without a hint of hesitation. Ehei, aren't you curious how your father, as an ordinary taxi driver, could know such a term that doesn't align with his profession? Ehei raised his eyebrows slightly. Could it be there's an expert involved? Ehei, due to your special circumstances, the capital is willing to unseal a classified document for you. The man in the trench coat handed him a sealed file. Prometheus, the research institute that once held a dominant position in the field of genetic research on the blue planet, fell under global pursuit and blockade due to the incident. A large number of core researchers were forced to go into hiding, concealing their identities in the city. Gene lock technology was Prometheus's key project back in the day. Boom! After reading the document, Ehei finally understood the trench coat man's implication. So, you all took my cheap old man as a senior researcher of Prometheus, and I actually became the secret research result of Prometheus? Student Ehei, rest assured, the country won't make things difficult for you. My visit this time is merely to inform you of the situation. After all, as the person involved, you have the right to know. The man in the trench coat comforted Ehei, as if worried he might overthink and do something foolish. Ehei thought to himself, brother, if I told you I'm calmer than you right now, would you believe me? After sending the man in the trench coat away, Ehei finally returned home. This year's college entrance exam had been incredibly rewarding. Not only had he secured a ticket to Imperial Capital University, but he also received a 2 million yuan scholarship from the principal of number 1 high school, along with an 800,000 yuan prize for being the top scorer. Most importantly, he could now draw a new template ability. Ehei rubbed his hands together, his heart filled with excitement. Although he knew that powerful templates like the legendary Godzilla were rare and hard to come by, he still eagerly anticipated the arrival of the new template. Start extraction. A black vortex appeared on the panel once again, with countless roars of monsters emanating from within. It wasn't until a deafening sound of footsteps echoed that Ehei understood what template had been drawn this time. Template, D-level template, Colossal Titan. Bloodline ability, Gigantification, 60 meters, high temperature steam. Advanced form, Founding Titan. Compatibility, 1%. Sigh, as expected, it's really hard to draw a template like legendary Godzilla. This time, I only got a D-level template of the Colossal Titan. Wait, the Colossal Titan. Ehei's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The abilities of templates can be stacked. What kind of effect would occur if the Colossal Titan template were combined with the legendary Godzilla template? I will become the true king of monsters, Godzilla. Brother Huolong, do you mean you have personal matters to handle next and won't be taking on any tasks? That's right, I'll be canceling all my upcoming schedules. After the the call ended, the only sound left in the room was from the television. The TV was playing a replay of the Anqing High School advancement competition, and it happened to show the scene of Ehei spewing atomic breath. Huolong took a deep breath, his index finger tapping incessantly on the mahogany table beneath him, instantly forming a deep dent. His younger brother, Huopeng, had been missing for half a month, and the rescue team sent into the secret realm hadn't even found his body. As a seasoned explorer of secret realms, Huolong knew in his heart that his younger brother had likely met his end, and any traces had been thoroughly erased by their enemies. However, the rescue team did not return empty-handed. They brought back some samples from the last place Huopeng was seen, and upon examination, a small amount of nuclear radiation was detected. Although there was no direct evidence to prove that the culprit was Ehei, Huolong had only ever heard of Ehei possessing such abilities. The culprit could only be him. Brother, I told you long ago not to get involved in the underworld, not to get involved, but why wouldn't you listen? Before Mom passed away, she entrusted me to take care of you. Huolong wearily closed his eyes. When the television announced, Anqing Finals, Ehei wins, he let out a sigh and opened his bloodshot eyes. I can't wait until Ehei goes to college to make a move. With his potential, by the end of his freshman year, I probably won't be his match. This summer is my only chance to avenge you, Huopeng. Ehei was preparing to set off for the secret realm today to test the idea of combining the Godzilla template with the supersized giant template. However, he received a letter from Chuzhou. Letter content: Ehei, according to the investigation by the Central Research Institute in the Imperial Capital, a new secret realm fissure will open at Red Tree Mountain Inn, the suburbs of Anqing City at 3 p.m. today. The estimated level of the secret realm is around sea level. I want to explore this secret realm. Would you like to team up with me? Ehei's first reaction after reading the letter was not about the new secret realm, but rather the fact that it was already 2024 and Chuzhou was still using the traditional method of sending letters, mailing them. Coupled with his chivalrous demeanor and scholarly appearance, Ehei couldn't help but suspect that Chuzhou might also be someone who had traveled through time. After venting, Ehei refocused his attention on the issue of the new secret realm. A new secret realm meant unpredictable dangers, but it also meant that everything was undeveloped. It was filled with rumors of overnight riches or opportunities for low-level warriors to rise to prominence. Ehei felt that with his current strength, he was fully capable of snatching a piece of the pie from the hands of many high-level warriors. Ehei accepted Chuzhou's invitation, but he wasn't foolish enough to send Chuzhou a reply. Instead, he found a lieutenant colonel and obtained Chuzhou's family contact information from him, then dialed Chuzhou's phone number. Problem solved, wasn't it? He couldn't help but sigh. Outside of combat, Chuzhou indeed seemed a bit naive. At 3 p.m., the previously desolate Red Tree Mountain welcomed the largest number of visitors in its history. Over 1,000 warriors gathered at Red Tree Mountain, including many renowned and powerful warriors and organizations. Helicopters and military forces had already been stationed there to prevent any emergencies. Ehei successfully reunited with Chuzhou outside Hongshu Mountain. Chuzhou was still dressed in his elegant white attire, but this time, a sword hung at his waist. Ehei, you've grown stronger again. Chuzhou's keen observation surprised Ehei. Indeed, he had upgraded himself before setting out. The principal's 2 million scholarship had already been used to support his studies, purchasing several gene serums. After injecting them into his body, Ehei was astonished to discover that he could actively control the allocation of compatibility points, focusing on specific templates. Perhaps due to the lower level of the super large giant template, the 3 gene serums increased his compatibility by 35%. It seems that lower level monster templates have their advantages, yielding quick results. For an A-level template like Legendary Bro, he had worked tirelessly for nearly a month, investing countless magic cores and gene serums, only to barely increase compatibility by a dozen points. Without the Blood Jade Fruit, he wouldn't have been able to break through the 20% compatibility threshold. At this moment, the secret realm fissure had yet to open, so Ehei chatted idly with Chuzhou. Chuzhou, which university are you planning to apply to? Imperial Capital University. Ehei noticed that Chuzhou's emotions seemed somewhat unusual when mentioning Imperial Capital University, but since this was a personal matter and their acquaintance was limited to a few encounters, he didn't probe further. Looks like we'll be classmates in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in excitement. The secret realm is about to open. On the mountainside of Hongshu Mountain, a fissure suddenly appeared, stretching tens of meters long and flowing with a fluid resembling a starry river. Screech! A sharp cry echoed from the rift in the secret realm, and in the next moment, a ferocious 3-headed monstrous bird revealed half of its body. This was undoubtedly an extremely powerful magical beast, relying on its formidable strength to seize the first position to rush out of the secret realm. However, what awaited it was 1,000 fully armed warriors. Kill! The warriors let out deafening roars, completely disregarding the 3-headed monstrous bird stuck in front of them, charging forward with unstoppable momentum. The 3-headed bird looked in terror at the tide of warriors surging toward it, trying to retreat back into the rift, but embarrassingly, Annoyingly, it was stuck. Within seconds, its massive body was trampled into a pulp by the warriors. Ehei and Shujo followed closely behind, passing through the rift in the secret realm, with a large group of warriors trailing them. As for that three-headed monstrous bird, even its magic core was crushed to pieces, dying a very tragic death. As expected, the early bird can also get shot down. Once again, they arrived in the secret realm world of the three-star sky. What came into view was a vast sea of trees, each towering nearly 100 meters high. Even a dozen people might not be able to encircle a single tree, and those standing beneath them appeared as insignificant as ants. The intense scent of blood surged into Ehei's nostrils. In front of the rift to the secret realm, a small-scale beast tide had already gathered. The warriors were fiercely battling the tide, their roars and wails intertwining as if composing a cruel and bloody symphony of war. The reason the warriors chose to resist the beast tide in front of the secret realm rather than dispersing to search for treasures within was due to a law issued by the state. Warriors not only have the right to freely explore secret realms but also bear the obligation to resist beast tides and protect Blue Star. If warriors ignore the beast tide, allowing it to spill into reality and cause civilian casualties, they will face the revocation of their status and be sent to a military tribunal. For warriors, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Ehei and Shujo also joined the ranks of resisting the beast tide. Shujo activated his bloodline, releasing a vast stream of ice that froze the magical beasts ahead, hindering their movements. Although the ice would soon be shattered and broken free by the magical beasts, it successfully delayed them for a few seconds. Many warriors seized the opportunity, swarming forward to slay the frozen magical beasts. On the other side, Ehei appeared even more terrifying. His fighting style filled the warriors on the same side with immense dread, secretly thankful that he was one of their own. Nuclear radiation. Unstoppable, silent, and invisible. The most frightening part is that it directly attacks the cells of living organisms. On the battlefield, Ehei, this humanoid source of nuclear contamination, could finally unleash radiation without restraint. Roar! The herd of beasts continuously let out wails of anguish. They opened their bloodthirsty jaws, attempting to approach Ehei, but before they could get within a few meters, their flesh and blood melted away, leaving them collapsed on the ground, emitting weak whimpers. Even if a few demonic beasts managed to force their way through the barrier of nuclear radiation, what awaited them was Ehei's even more ferocious atomic blast fist. If any beasts attempted an aerial assault, they were met with the dazzling and destructive atomic breath. The only difference for the beasts that perished under these two moves compared to those that died from nuclear radiation was that their deaths were swifter, sparing them the agony of a slow decay. Ehei seemed like the Grim Reaper on the battlefield. Wherever he went, decay and death followed. He slowly walked to the side of one magical beast after another, all of which had died from nuclear radiation, and dug out their magic cores. Perhaps warriors might dare to scavenge from beasts killed by other means, but when it came to beasts radiating deadly nuclear energy, they didn't even dare to approach. Ehei looked at the few bags of magic cores he had collected, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, revealing the joy of a bountiful harvest. But that smile sent chills down the spines of the surrounding warriors, causing goosebumps to rise uncontrollably. Among Ehei's various techniques derived from atomic reactions, just his mastery of the death radiation field alone is enough to deter most warriors from becoming his enemies. On the distant battlefields, the warriors fighting desperately against the beasts turned around and were surprised to find that the warriors at the rear had already begun to rest leisurely. A puzzled warrior asked, "What the heck? How did the rear finish so quickly? Could it be that they have a high-level warrior helping them?" "No, they have the top scorer of this year's college entrance exam from Ancheng." "Top scorer in the college entrance exam? Isn't that just a martial apprentice? How could a mere martial apprentice slaughter so many magical beasts?" "Didn't you watch this year's college entrance exam live broadcast?" "Yeah, what's so interesting about high school students fighting?" "Fool, those high school students could take on 10 of you." The beast tide forms because several lord-level magical beasts are leading it. As long as the lord-level magical beasts are decapitated, the beast tide will disperse. Currently, about 10 high-level warriors have joined forces to penetrate deep into the beast tide and carry out a decapitation operation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As for the other magical beasts in the beast tide, although their average strength is relatively weak, their numbers are endless. As the battle drags on, the warriors are gradually showing signs of fatigue. Drive the magical beasts toward the top scorer. No one knows who was the first to shout, but the warriors quickly reached a consensus to use Ehei's nuclear radiation field as a strategy to combat the beast tide. More and more magical beasts were lured toward Ehei's position, including some extremely terrifying high-level magical beasts. Ehei only needed to stay at the center of the warriors' protection, continuously releasing lethal doses of nuclear radiation to counter the beast tide. For any warriors who accidentally got contaminated by the radiation, Ehei would swiftly absorb it. Boom! As Ehei became the core of the battlefield, more and more warriors gathered around him, shielding him from the relentless attacks of the magical beasts. Among these beasts were also highly intelligent individuals, who quickly realized Ehei's uniqueness weakness and began leading other beasts in repeated assaults against him. The battlefield instantly centered around Ehei, with the intensity of the fighting escalating sharply. A high-intensity battle lasted for an unknown amount of time until a signal flare lit up the sky. The warriors, who had become numb from the fierce combat, finally saw a renewed glimmer in their eyes. A signal has come from the front. The decapitation mission was a success. The beast tide is starting to retreat. On the other side of the battlefield, Shuzhou, who had been driven to the brink of despair, wielded his 3-foot-long sword and used his sword intent to slit the throat of a third-tier demonic beast with a single strike before finally collapsing from exhaustion. Just as he was about to be surrounded by a horde of demonic beasts, a piercing wail suddenly echoed from the front, as if it were the final lament of a powerful creature falling in its last moments. The next moment, a signal flare burst brightly in the sky. The magical beasts that had been attacking suddenly abandoned Shuzhou and scattered in all directions. Shuzhou let out a sigh of relief, knowing that the first wave of the beast tide in the Red Tree Mountain secret realm had been successfully repelled. As the beast tide receded, the original gathering of over 1,000 warriors had dwindled to just over 800. Those who survived were covered in blood, and many had been left disabled, ending their path as warriors. Such is the life of a warrior, filled with glory and sharp blades, with tomorrow and unexpected events arriving unpredictably. Ehei carried several large sacks filled with magic cores and walked toward Shuzhou. His relaxed demeanor stood out among the battle-worn warriors. "Phew, Shuzhou, how am I supposed to carry all these spoils?" Ehei tossed the sacks filled with magic cores onto the ground, his face showing helplessness. Shuzhou handed him a silver-black ring. "This is my spatial ring. You can store them inside for now." "Wow, a spatial ring is worth tens of millions." "I couldn't tell, Shuzhou, you're quite the tycoon," Ehei said excitedly, then stored several sacks into the spatial ring, feeling immensely satisfied with the spoils of this battle. "Boss Wu Sen and the others are back. Good thing there are high-level martial artists to take down the lord-level magical beasts, or else we'd eventually exhaust ourselves to death in the beast horde." The crowd was bustling. Ehei looked up and noticed many people crowding around a spot with faces full of admiration. Soon, the crowd voluntarily made way, and a tall, imposing man with an air of righteousness strode out. To Ehei's surprise, he realized the man was walking straight toward him. "Boom! Hello, the top scorer of Ancheng's college entrance exam. I am Wu Sen, the branch leader of the Silver Wolf Martial Group in Ancheng. I just heard from the members about your heroic performance. Would you be willing to join our martial group?" Wu Sen said spiritedly, "Joining our martial group will not only not affect your university studies but also allow you to enjoy various subsidies and benefits. I, Wu Sen, am willing to offer you an S-level member contract." Wu Sen's words drew envious glances from the surrounding martial artists. On Blue Star, martial artists can apply to the Martial Artists Association to establish martial groups. These groups receive sponsorships from various enterprises, which are converted into operational funds for the group and various subsidies for its members. Without the support of a martial group, it is nearly impossible to sustain a martial artist's career on one's own. The Silver Wolf Martial Group is considered a large-scale group in the entire Xiao Nation, and even students from prestigious universities in the capital are generally not qualified for an S-level contract. This contract is by no means a slight to Ehei. On the contrary, it is a testament to Wu Sen's appreciation of talent. At that moment, a dazzlingly striped tiger with shiny fur stepped out from the crowd. It was not a magical beast but a genetic synthetic beast created by a genetics company. Sitting cross-legged on its back was a valiant and heroic woman. "Wu Sen, I was wondering why you were running so fast. Turns out you were rushing to recruit someone," the woman said with a smile. "Student Ehei, join our Chengda martial group. Although our group is slightly smaller in scale compared to Silver Wolf, I can guarantee that after joining, you can enjoy 15% of our group's cultivation resources every month." As soon as she spoke, the surrounding martial artists widened their eyes in shock. 15% of cultivation resources was practically equivalent to a stake in the group. It seems they had underestimated Ehei's potential, leading to these martial groups fiercely competing for him. Behind the woman, several group leaders or senior officials from other martial groups remained silent. Although they also wanted to recruit Ehei, with Chengda and Silver Wolf offering such high terms, they needed to consider whether it was worth matching the conditions proposed by these two groups. Soon, Ehei gave his response. "Sorry, I currently have no intention of joining a martial group," he said calmly. Wu Sen and the others were not surprised by this. After all, given Ehei's level, he was exceptionally outstanding even among top-tier martial groups. Their attempt to recruit him could also be seen as forging a good relationship. A few of them stepped forward to hand Ehei a business card, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then left. During this time, Shuzhou also received an invitation from Wu Sen and the others, with an S-level contract offer, but Shuzhou politely declined as well. After the Beast Tide incident ended, many martial artists departed one after another, entering the phase of free exploration. The next moment, Ehei suggested, "Shuzhou, this place is a giant tree forest. Let's first climb to the treetops to get a view of the entire area before making any plans." Shuzhou Shuzhou had no objections, he was thinking the same. The two looked at the towering trees over 100 meters tall and each used their own methods to climb up. Boom! Shuzhou bent his knees to gather strength, then leapt forcefully. Just as he was about to reach the highest point, he manipulated the moisture in the air, condensing it into ice beneath his feet as a foothold for a second jump. Ehei, on the other hand, opted for a simpler and more direct approach, activating his nuclear light battle mode. With nuclear energy gathering beneath his feet, he shot upward like a rocket, rapidly ascending. Eventually, Ehei reached the treetop first, his fingers gathering atomic beams to cut away the branches obstructing their view. Only then did Shuzhou catch up. It's too exaggerated. What is that? Both of them held their breath simultaneously. Near the distant mountain, a group of black humanoid creatures was slowly moving. Their bodies were as massive as the mountain itself, and even from hundreds of kilometers away, their figures were clearly visible. With such enormous bodies, they must be over a kilometer tall. It's truly unimaginable, Shuzhou exclaimed in awe. It's not hard to imagine. We're still young, and in the coming years, we might be able to conquer these mystical beasts and even uncover the truth behind the secret realms, Ehei said confidently. Shuzhou looked at Ehei with a hint of astonishment, silently thinking to himself that Ehei truly lived up to his reputation. Faced with an unknown and powerful existence, he felt fear, while Ehei brimmed with confidence. It seemed that not only in martial arts but even in willpower, he couldn't compare to him. Ehei was the true martial artist. Yet, he was unaware that his casual remark had left a profound impression on Shuzhou's heart, even making him regard Ehei as a mentor-like figure in his life. Shuzhou looked towards the southeast. There's a lake over there. Let's go check it out, Ehei said, pointing into the distance. He was not simply observing from the treetop, he had also been keeping his life magnetic field active. Strangely, the location of the lake appeared like a vacuum zone in his magnetic field perception, completely blank. When something unusual happens, there must be a reason behind it. The bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish. Ehei decisively took Shuzhou to the lake to investigate. The two quickly passed through the giant tree forest and arrived at the lakeside. By the time they got there, 3 people had already gathered, one of whom was an acquaintance of Ehei. Isn't this our top scholar, Ehei? I really didn't expect such a young fellow like you to be so impressive, Huang Yuli teased with a light laugh. Yuli, Ehei responded with a smile. Huang Yuli had sponsored Ehei when he first debuted, offering him a discounted martial artist card. Although the help wasn't significant, Ehei always remembered it. Wow, Yuli, you even know our Ancheng's little top scholar, a teammate teased. That's right, quickly introduce us. Just now, Scholar Ehei was quite impressive during the beast-tide defense, another teammate chimed in. Crack, crack, crack. Huang Yuli briefly recounted the events of Ehei's first visit to the warrior center, causing the other 2 teammates to marvel at the wonders of fate. A boy they had met by chance had astonished everyone just half a month later. Sister Yuli, how long have you been here? Ehei asked. We just arrived not long ago. 2 of our teammates who were skilled in water exploration went into the lake to scout ahead, Huang Yuli replied. Swish! Just as she finished speaking, a figure leapt out of the water. It was one of Huang Yuli's teammates. We're going to strike it rich. We're going to strike it rich, Yu Yang said excitedly, his face full of surprise. Make yourself clear, how are we going to strike it rich? The others asked eagerly. There's a ruin beneath the lake. We're going to make a fortune, Yu Yang added excitedly. A ruin? Upon hearing this, everyone except Ehei showed expressions of shock. Ehei nudged Shuzhou's arm, signaling him to explain. Shuzhou said, in the secret realm world, there are some mysterious structures suspected to have been left behind by a previous civilization. Of the secret realm, experts collectively refer to them as ruins. These ruins contain technologies or creations left by that civilization. Shuzhou paused for a moment and continued. It is said that the theoretical foundation of our modern human martial arts, as well as many genetic technologies, come from these ruins. Perhaps due to being overly excited, Yu Yang only realized after sharing the intelligence with his teammates that the 2 outsiders, Ehei and Shuzhou, were also present. He secretly regretted it, realizing he had let something slip, and immediately cast a hostile gaze at the 2 of them. Shuzhou sensed the killing intent and lightly placed his hand on the sword at his waist. People die for wealth just as birds die for food. When it comes to ruins with significant stakes, mutual slaughter is not uncommon. Yu Yang! Huang Yuli shouted angrily just as the tension between the 2 sides reached its peak. Ehei placed a hand on Shuzhou's shoulder, signaling him not to be nervous. Ehei and Shuzhou are the first and second top scorers in this year's Ancheng college entrance examination. Their strength far surpasses that of most ordinary martial artists. Let them join us this time, Huang Yuli explained. Then how will the spoils be divided? Yu Yang asked. We too, as external reinforcements, will divide based on contribution. The more effort we put in, the more we take, Ehei said. Yu Yang's eyes flickered. Seeing that the remaining 2 teammates both agreed, he said no more. He understood in his heart that Ehei now held an extraordinary position and was destined to be someone significant in the future. It was better not to make an enemy if it could be avoided. In the end, Yu Yang led the way in front, and the others followed him into the lake. lake. 5 minutes later, an inconspicuous man in a gray cloak arrived by the lake. Brother, I've come to avenge you. Once this revenge is taken, I will go into hiding and leave Xia country. Relying on their strong lung capacity, the 6 of them dove 30 meters to the bottom of the lake. Yu Yang found the mark he had left earlier and led the group to an underwater cave. Inside the cave, a whole new world unfolded. The group emerged from the water and found themselves in an underground cavern. They climbed ashore and used the fiery energy within their bodies to evaporate the water from their clothes. Strange, where's Li Wei? Wasn't he supposed to stay here? Yu Yang muttered in confusion. Maybe he found some treasure and left on his own, a teammate said, slightly annoyed, clearly feeling that Li Wei was being disloyal. Yu Yang took out a radio and called for Li Wei several times, but there was no response. A foreboding thought surged in his mind, something had gone wrong. After you arrived at this underground cave, did you check for any signs of magical beast activity? Huang Yuli asked. No, Li Wei and I released all the magical beast bait bombs, but not a single magical beast hair showed up. This place seems really dangerous. Li Wei has already gone missing. Should we still continue exploring? A teammate asked. Yu Yang was silent for a moment before resolutely saying, explore. We must explore. If you don't dare to seize wealth and glory when it's right in front of you, you'll remain a low-level warrior for life. Now, who will leave and who will stay? As soon as he finished speaking, no one present chose to leave, not even the teammate who had just made the suggestion, remaining silent. As Yu Yang said, the gold mountain was right in front of them. Not seizing it would simply go against human nature. Since that's the case, let's go. Yu Yang led the way for the group. Due to Li Wei's disappearance, everyone remained silent, constantly on guard for potential dangers. Yu Yang took out a UV lamp to illuminate the ground. The marks he and Li Wei had left earlier were clearly visible under the UV light. As the group ventured deeper into the underground cave, the path became increasingly narrow, until it could only accommodate one person at a time. Ehei walked in the narrow tunnel, her gaze flickering. She turned back to meet Chu Zhou's eyes and exchanged words in a low voice using lip movements. Ehei, something's wrong. Chu Zhou, that's right, the timing doesn't add up. Both of them sensed something unusual because it was too obvious. Huang Yuli said their team had just arrived by the lake not long ago, at most 10 minutes, yet Yu Yang and Li Wei were somehow able to find this cave at the bottom of the vast lake, traverse the underground caverns, and locate such a hidden passage leading to the ruins. It was almost as if they had a map hack in a video game. Perhaps the allure of the relic's news was too great, or perhaps it was a case of the onlooker sees clearly while the participant is lost. Facing their former teammates, these experienced warriors like Huang Yuli failed to notice anything unusual. Chu Zhou, clearly a trap. Should we warn your acquaintances and then leave here? Ehei, no rush, I have a trump card. Chu Zhou nodded. If Ehei said he was confident, then Chu Zhou would trust him. No need to question it. Walking out of the narrow winding path, the view suddenly opened up. Huang Yuli and 2 other teammates' faces darkened as they asked, Yu Yang, where is the ruin you mentioned? This was a massive cavern the size of a football field, densely covered with dark green vines filling every corner. Many of the vines coiled around dim, lifeless magic cores, and the surroundings were littered with the ashes of beasts turned to dust. No wonder they hadn't seen many aquatic magical beasts during the descent. Turns out they had long been devoured by a top predator. Suddenly, one of Huang Yuli's teammates cried out in shock, pointing to a spot. Look, that's Li Wei. Hanging midair was a dried corpse pierced through by vines, and judging by the clothes it wore, it was indeed Li Wei. Yu Yang did not answer Huang Yuli's question. He fell to his knees, clutching his head, muttering nervously to himself, the ruin, why isn't there a ruin here? Where did the ruin go? Li Wei is dead. How did he die? Vines, I think I've also been caught by the vines. Run quickly. Yu Yang seemed to regain a final shred of sanity, suddenly turning back to look at everyone and roaring. The next moment, his head exploded like fireworks, with a few vines swaying from the gap in his skull, resembling the tentacles of a demon. Atomic breath. A dazzling blue beam engulfed Yu Yang's upper body, and those eerie vines were obliterated by the atomic energy. Unexpectedly, the beast possesses such intelligence. After hunting 2 warriors, it actually parasitized the brain of one, using him as bait to lure more prey. Ehei stared coldly at the dark green vines that began to slowly move throughout the entire cave. Crash, crash. The sound of boulders collapsing came from behind, and the passage through which Ehei and the others had come was unexpectedly shattered by vines, blocking their retreat. Chu Zhou looked at these terrifying vines and finally remembered the information he had read in a certain book. This is a second-tier king-level magical beast species, the ghost demon vine. Second-tier king-level? Huang Yuli and the other 2 teammates' breaths hitched. King-level blood species cannot be measured by ordinary levels. This level is simply not something a few first-rank martial artists like them can contend with. I don't care what level it is. Watch me smash it to pieces, and that's that. Ehei grinned, revealing his white teeth. Just as he was about to enter the colossal titan mode, boom! The collapsed passage behind him was blasted open, and a mysterious martial artist erupted, with terrifying blood energy sweeping forward. The blood energy around him even distorted the surrounding air, leaving a long trail of blood-colored smoke. Blood-colored smoke? It's an 8th-rank martial artist. Originally, Horan had no plans to visit the Red Tree Mountain's secret realm. However, when he heard that someone in the secret realm was using terrifying nuclear radiation abilities to help warriors resist the beast tide, he immediately realized that this person was Ehei. After arriving in the secret realm, it wasn't difficult to track Ehei's whereabouts. He only needed to follow the routes with traces of residual radiation. When Horan found Ehei, it happened to be the moment Yu Yang emerged from the lake. Although Horan was far away and couldn't hear the conversation, with his powerful dynamic vision, he understood what Yu Yang was saying. Ruins. Horan's breathing became slightly rapid, and he decided to hold back for the time being, planning to wait until Ehei and the others entered the lake bottom and discovered the ruins before taking action. In the secret realm world, it was not uncommon for warriors to kill each other. Due to the difficulty of gathering evidence, the government often chose to turn a blind eye. Just like when Ehei and Lin He's team eliminated Horpang and his group, by the time Horan sent out a search and rescue team and successfully found traces of the corpses, half a month had already passed. The bodies were severely damaged, making it impossible to identify the true culprit. If it weren't for the traces of nuclear radiation found nearby and Ehei's coincidental rise to prominence during the college entrance exams, Horan wouldn't have been able to pinpoint him. Even so, Horan still lacked direct evidence to prove that Horpang had died at Ehei's hands. However, killing a top scorer is a completely different matter. The nation would not tolerate the occurrence of a malicious incident, where a martial arts prodigy meets an untimely death. Wolong knew that he would inevitably be tracked down. It was only a matter of time. Killing a top scorer in the national exams would leave him with no place to stay in Xia country. His only option would be to flee abroad, and if he could take some items from the ruins with him, there would certainly be a country willing to offer him protection. Thus, Wolong concealed his breathing and followed the group, sneaking into the underground cave. However, unexpectedly, as soon as these people exited the narrow tunnel, they destroyed the passage, blocking Wolong's path forward. His heart sank, and his first reaction was that he had been exposed. Ehei, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect that even after I stopped my heartbeat and breathing, entering a state of feigned death, you could still detect me. No wonder you're the one who forced my Hua family brothers into a desperate situation. Wolong muttered angrily in a low voice. He immediately unleashed the blood and energy of an 8th-tier martial artist, breaking through the collapsed tunnel and charging straight out. Ehei, prepare to die. Wolong roared, his voice booming like thunder. But soon, he realized something was wrong. The ruins before him were clearly the lair of a powerful magical beast. The ghost demon vine hunts its prey based on life energy, and at this moment, Wolong's life energy was the strongest, instantly making him the primary target of the ghost demon vine's attack. Rumble. The entire underwater cavern trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Countless vines shattered the rock layers and surged toward Wolong like a tidal wave. Wolong unwillingly glanced at Ehei, cursing inwardly, damn it, is this part of your plan too, Ehei? He had no time to dwell on Ehei's intentions and could only focus on fending off this wave of attacks from the ghost demon vine. After all, it was a king-level blood species, and even at only the 2nd tier, it still had the potential to overturn a seasoned martial artist like him. The perspective shifted back to Ehei. Ehei had originally planned to transform into a colossal giant, then activate Godzilla mode and charge out with Huang Yuli and the others. However, unexpected events kept unfolding. An enigmatic martial artist with considerable strength suddenly appeared midway and began battling the ghost demon vine. Strangely, Ehei felt as though this mysterious martial artist had cast a resentful glance at him. Perhaps it was just his imagination. Boom, boom, boom. The ghost demon vine unleashed wave after wave of demonic vine surges, attempting to kill Wolong on the spot. Every punch and kick from Wolong was like a cannonball strike, shattering countless nearby vines into fragments, with sap splattering onto the ground. Although he seemed to have the upper hand, the greatest trait of the demon vine was its ability to absorb blood energy and martial aura while releasing neurotoxic gas. Wolong could feel his condition deteriorating, while the demon vine thrived endlessly. A prolonged battle would inevitably lead to his defeat here. Not good. This cave is about to collapse from their fight, Huang Yuli said alertly. Everyone, get back. Ehei shouted loudly, as rough, deep blue skin emerged on his body, with cracks in the skin glowing with a crystalline blue light. Godzilla mode, activate. Ehei opened his mouth, and the vertebrae protruding from his back lit up section by section with a blue glow. Maximum power, atomic breath. Boom! A dazzling blue beam of light pierced through the rock layers above, shooting into the lake above the rocks, then breaking through the lake's surface and straight into the sky. A large amount of lake water poured into the cave through the opening overhead, and the passage to the outside world was suddenly opened by Ehei. You all go first, Ehei said. The others did not hesitate. Among the group, although Ehei was only a martial apprentice, he was the strongest. If he didn't stay behind to cover their retreat, no one else had the strength to take on the role. Don't even think about running, Wolong shouted, his entire body erupting with martial energy, shattering all the ghost demon vines within dozens of meters. He stomped the ground, causing a burst of air behind him, and charged at Ehei like a missile. Shuzhou drew his sword immediately, unleashing the power of his bloodline. All the cold energy poured into the treasured sword forged from a material with an 82% transmission rate for cold attributes. Sword intent, soul wound. Swoosh, the air was sliced into a vacuum by the extremely sharp sword energy, leaving a thick layer of frost wherever the sword energy passed. Wolong threw a punch, generating flames from the friction in the air. The intense vitality made the flames appear blood red. The blood flame fist collided with the icy sword intent, creating a massive explosion of water vapor that scattered in all directions. Ehei knew that Shuzhou's sword strike couldn't stop the opponent. The gap in martial prowess was simply too vast. He followed closely, charging into the mist, activating his nuclear light battle body, with terrifying atomic energy converging on his fist. Atomic blast fist. Boom! The dazzling blue radiance illuminated the entire underground cavern. Wolong was caught off guard and struck by Ehei's punch, sending him flying backward into the stone wall. Wolong spat out a mouthful of blood and climbed out of the stone wall. Despite enduring the strongest sword strike from Shuzhou and Ehei's charged punch, he still exuded a powerful aura, with only burns on his skin. High-level martial artists temper their skin, flesh, and bones, and even their internal organs undergo rigorous training, turning their entire bodies into incredibly resilient killing machines. Shuzhou, leave now. After delivering that sword strike, Shuzhou's momentum weakened. Realizing he could no longer assist Ehei, he decisively retreated to avoid becoming a burden. Shortly after Shuzhou left, the cavern began to collapse in large sections. Countless rocks fell, revealing the thick ghost demon vine facing the advancing 8th level martial artist Wolong and the menacing ghost demon vine. Ehei showed no fear. He raised his hand to his teeth and bit down fiercely. The moment Ehei bit his palm, tiny blue currents of electricity burst forth from the wound. Wolong sensed something was wrong and immediately sprinted toward Ehei, trying to interrupt his actions, but it was too late. Boom! Dazzling blue lightning erupted from Ehei's body, engulfing Wolong in an instant. His muscles, as tough as alloy, began to carbonize the moment they touched the lightning. In Attack on Titan, every Titan shifter transforms by biting their palm, and during the transformation, their body releases immense energy, usually in the form of lightning. The colossal Titan, being the largest in size, releases the most energy during transformation, making it akin to a humanoid mini-nuclear bomb with astonishing power. Accompanied by the kingly roar of a giant beast, Ehei transformed into a brilliant blue spherical lightning, exploding instantly and engulfing everything in terrifying energy. Several people from Shuzhou watched as the terrifying blue energy in the lake exploded out of the water, quickly distancing themselves from the lake to avoid accidental injury. Countless amounts of lake water surged into the sky, and a large amount of steam rose. It wasn't until nearly half of the lake water had evaporated that the rampaging blue lightning finally subsided. The group from Shuzhou vaguely saw a massive figure flash through the mist, but the enormous shadow quickly disappeared, leaving them wondering if they had imagined it. Just as they remained on guard, a naked young man walked out. Shuzhou, lend me some clothes. Shuzhou took a coat out of his spatial ring and tossed it to Ehei. Ehei wrapped himself up to avoid the awkward situation of running around naked. Ehei, what was that explosion just now? Huang Yuli asked worriedly. It was that mysterious warrior. He actually carried a plasma bomb and perished together with the ghost demon vine, Ehei said. Plasma bomb? Isn't that a military prohibited item? What kind of person could get their hands on something like that? And I feel like the explosion just now seemed even more powerful than a plasma bomb, Huang Yuli's teammate said. Although many incongruities had arisen since the appearance of that mysterious warrior, Huang Yuli and her companions didn't have much energy to ponder over these matters. After all, they had just narrowly escaped death, and with the loss of two close teammates, the three of them were utterly exhausted and had already decided to leave this secret realm. Ehei, we're leaving now. We're really sorry for not only making you come here for nothing but also troubling you to save us. When you leave the secret realm, we will compensate you. Don't be so polite, Sister Yuli. This time, just consider it as repaying the favor you did for me back then. If you give me any compensation, wouldn't I always owe you a favor? Ehei said with a smile. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. Huang Yuli laughed heartily, dropped the topic of compensation, and waved goodbye to Ehei. After everyone parted ways, only Shuzhou and Ehei were left. Shuzhou turned to look at the nearly boiling lake and said, "Are that mysterious warrior and the ghost demon vine both dead?" "Don't worry, they're completely dead." Ehei grinned. It was just a pity that the mysterious warrior was blown to ashes, leaving no chance to loot the body. Fortunately, the magic core of the ghost demon vine was deep underground, and Ehei managed to dig it out successfully. Shuzhou nodded, tactfully choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. Everyone has their own secrets, he has his, and Ehei has his. Over the next 2 days, Ehei led Shuzhou through the secret realm. With the powerful perception of the life magnetic field, Ehei helped Shuzhou find quite a few spiritual herbs. Although they didn't come across anything as extraordinary and rare as the blood jade decayed fruit again, the harvest was still considerable. By the third day, Ehei felt they had gathered enough and decided to leave the Red Tree Mountain secret realm, while Chujo planned to continue training on his own for a while longer. In the end, the two divided their spoils in a 40-60 split, with Chujo taking 40% and Ehei taking 60%. Even so, Chujo felt a bit guilty, as most of the spoils were found thanks to Ehei, whose combat strength was also superior to his own. He hadn't contributed much in practical terms. Thus, Chujo gifted his spatial ring to Ehei. Ehei didn't refuse, as he had gathered so many items that he couldn't carry them all with just his two hands. After bidding farewell, Ehei stepped into the secret realm's fissure. Upon exiting the fissure, Ehei was slightly stunned by the current state of Red Tree Mountain. The once desolate and wild mountain had been completely transformed. The entire mountain's trees and boulders had been leveled, replaced by a concrete and steel jungle. Hospitals, auction houses, armories, and even hot spring hotels were all present. In the distance, a temporary airfield had also been constructed. When night falls, the dazzling lights of the entire Red Tree Mountain can probably be seen even from the atmosphere. Ehei couldn't help but admire the terrifying infrastructure capabilities of Xia country. He headed to the secret realm appraisal office, preparing to evaluate his harvest this time and submit 1/10 of it as taxes. Ehei summoned a large sack from his spatial ring and tossed it onto the table. The staff, seeing Ehei's rough actions, complained discontentedly, "Sir, please be more gentle. If these items get damaged, it won't do you any good either. Sorry about that, but I have too many things on hand. If I don't take them out quickly, you might have a hard time finishing the appraisal before noon," Ehei explained. "Please rest assured, we are all professionals." "All right." Then, Ehei began to take out another large sack from the spatial ring, placing it gently on the ground. Next came the third sack, the fourth sack, the fifth sack. The staff member's eyelid twitched twice, thinking, sack after sack, "Are you moving goods?" 5 minutes later, he finally couldn't hold back and asked, "Sir, are you done?" "All done." The staff breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they wouldn't have to work overtime this afternoon. "But I've finished moving the sacks, and there are still quite a few spiritual herbs." "Spiritual herbs? Then hurry up and take them out." The staff's face turned ashen. The identification process for spiritual herbs was far more complicated and time-consuming than for magic cores. It seemed there would be no chance for him to rest this afternoon. "All right." Ehei began taking out various spiritual herbs one by one, each exuding a unique fragrance and of exceptional quality. The staff stared in shock at the spiritual herbs spread across the floor. Has he arrived at a wholesale market? Since when did rare spiritual herbs become as common as cabbages? But immediately after, he realized a depressing fact. With so many valuable items, won't they have to work overtime until dawn just to appraise them? "Ehei, you've already applied to Imperial Capital University, and with a guaranteed admission, why not wait until after starting college to learn martial arts? You're being way too hasty." "Principal, I really want to improve." "All right, I can help introduce you to this. After all, you are a special talent. As educators, we must teach according to individual aptitude and not let you hit a dead end." The principal is absolutely right. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Having an educator like you who understands adaptability is truly a blessing for the education world. You're too kind, too kind. The principal was very polite to Ehei, as Ehei's future achievements would undoubtedly surpass his own. Therefore, many times, the way others treat you depends on the weight you hold in their minds. Without weight, no amount of flattery will be of any use. After the matter was settled, Ehei only needed to wait for arrangements. The next day at noon, while lying on his side reading web novels all morning, Ehei received a text message from the principal. Old Deng really gets things done quickly. No wonder he became the principal. Ehei finished reading the text message, his eyes slightly widening. "The Anqing Lu family is willing to teach me their family's secret techniques?" Ehei's expression became incredibly colorful. The Lu family's precious gem lost to him in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers, so why would they be willing to pull him in to learn their family's secret techniques? The principal, that old rascal, probably wouldn't team up with the Lu family to trick me. I'll go check it out first. The Anqing Lu family had rented out an estate on the outskirts of the city as their family grounds. If Ehei were to take a taxi there, it would take at least 3 hours. Honestly, with his current physique, the speed of an ordinary car wasn't even faster than him riding a bicycle. So, Ehei rented a shared bike and, to prevent the little bike from breaking down halfway, also bought a few spare tires and stored them in his spatial ring. After getting on the bicycle, Ehei pushed off with both legs and instantly darted into the flow of motor vehicles. Since his bicycle's speed was comparable to a motorcycle, it absolutely couldn't enter the non-motorized lane. With superhuman reflexes, he continuously overtook cars in the surging traffic, leaving countless drivers in awe. After riding out of the city, seeing the open road ahead, Ehei finally stood up and pedaled at full speed, taking his speed to another level. The tires left a pitch-black scorch mark on the ground. Lu Qingjie leaned forward as he rode a black, 2 million yuan custom motorcycle, its engine roaring like a supercar, shaking the entire street. Behind him, a blonde girl clung tightly to his waist, her hair whipped back by the fierce wind. Feeling an unprecedented thrill, she hugged Lu Qingjie even tighter. "Brother Jie, you're amazing." Just as he was about to brag, a glaring little yellow bicycle appeared beside him. Both Lu Qingjie and the blonde girl were stunned. "Brother, don't get distracted while driving at high speed. Unsafe driving brings tears to your loved ones," Ehei said while riding his bicycle. Lu Qingjie and the blonde girl both fell silent, especially Lu Qingjie, who felt that as a biker boy, he had been insulted like never before. He twisted the throttle to the max, and the steel beast beneath him roared furiously, instantly leaving Ehei far behind. Before leaving, he even gave Ehei the middle finger. "What status do you have to ride side by side with me?" Lu Qingjie watched the bicycle gradually disappear in the rearview mirror, feeling an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. The blonde girl behind him tactfully said, "Brother Jie is so fierce, so manly." At that moment, Lu Qingjie suddenly heard a buzzing sound behind him, even louder than the roar of his motorcycle. In the rearview mirror, a streak of blue light appeared, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Ehei carrying his bicycle. This time, Ehei had only activated the nuclear light battle mode in his legs, with blue streaks resembling rocket flames propelling him in low-altitude flight. Ehei once again came alongside Lu Qingjie, riding side by side. "Let's go, prison buddy," Ehei said with a smile, and after finishing the sentence, he ascended straight into the sky, disappearing from Lu Qingjie's view. "Jia, don't be upset. Those of us on the ground can't compare to those flying in the sky." The blonde girl noticed that the once imposing Lu Qingjie had fallen silent and immediately tried to comfort him. Lu Qingjie simply continued driving his motorcycle in silence, but a trace of disappointment welled up in his heart, as if his beloved motorcycle no longer held the same allure. From a distance, he spotted a castle-like building, and within the domain of his life magnetic field, he sensed several powerful presences. It seemed this was the Lu family estate. He extinguished the blue radiance beneath his feet, as such an ostentatious arrival would be impolite. He continued pedaling his bicycle toward the entrance of the Lu family estate, where he could see a graceful figure in a white dress from afar. Lu Qingju. Ehei's heart stirred, it was her. Lu Qingju also saw Ehei, forcing a cold and beautiful face to hide her nervousness. "Qingju, are you so unhappy to see me?" "I'm not," Lu Qingju said, lowering her head. "Then does that mean you're happy to see me?" Lu Qingju was speechless. Ehei chuckled, not expecting this little girl to be so amusing. "My mom asked me to come and greet you. Now, let's go meet her," Lu Qingju said, then quickly walked ahead to lead the way. Ehei decided not to tease her anymore and quietly followed behind Lu Qingju, taking the opportunity to admire the layout of the Lu family estate. The entire estate was centered around the Lu family's castle, surrounded by layers of various landscaped gardens. Professional gardeners were employed to trim the greenery into various shapes, with animals as the main theme. Additionally, bronze sculptures and park fountains complemented each other, adding a touch of charm to the expansive estate. The Lu family castle itself was solemn and imposing, with towering stone walls and spires paired with the historic charm of old architectural styles. Standing before the castle, one couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. At the castle's entrance stood two impeccably dressed and mannered maids, who bowed to Lu Qingju before opening the grand doors for the two of them. Stepping onto an expensive, high-end carpet, he entered a spacious hall that was both exquisitely decorated and grand. The high ceilings and massive arched windows made the entire space appear bright and luxurious. On the wall directly opposite the entrance hung portraits of successive heads of the Lu family, showcasing the family's heritage and confidence, and proudly displaying the glory and achievements of their lineage to outsiders. He smacked his lips and thought to himself, "Damn, this is what a wealthy family looks like. It's completely different from a nouveau riche like me. Their aura is several levels higher." The crisp sound of high heels tapping on the ground rang out. He looked up and saw a mature and elegant beautiful woman slowly descending the stairs. "Mom," Lu Qingju said softly to the beautiful woman, her head lowered. The beauty of Lu Qingju's mother had not dimmed in the slightest with the passage of time. Instead, like aged red wine, her charm had only grown more fragrant and captivating. He held his breath, shouting in his heart, "Prime Minister, I understand now." The college entrance examination was over, and Lu Qingju returned home. She thought she would be scolded by her strict mother and had already prepared herself to face punishment. However, to her surprise, her mother simply called her into the study, and they sat down to drink tea together for the first time in a long while. Xinlan personally brewed a cup of tea for Lu Qingju, her every movement exuding a lazy yet elegant demeanor. "Mom, Qingju, no need to be nervous," Xinlan interrupted Lu Qingju. "I watched the live broadcast of your battle with that boy named Ehei. You performed very well." Ehei's strength would be considered a dark horse even in the imperial capital's college entrance examination. "You don't need to blame yourself." Lu Qingju remained silent, simply lowering her head to sip her tea. Her movements were graceful, her manners impeccable. In the Lu family, in your generation, only you are capable of taking on great responsibilities. Your younger brother has limited abilities and is completely unfit to inherit the Lu family. But in the end, you are just a girl, and one so beautiful at that. that. Xinlan lifted Lu Qingju's delicate and elegant face. Your father passed away early, and now our Lu family has no grandmaster as a pillar of support. The family's influence has been forced to retreat to this small Ancheng. If a prominent family demands a marriage alliance with you, we simply have no right to refuse. This also means the Lu family will be annexed, and a century of foundation will be handed over to others. Ehei is very good, exceptionally talented, from a simple family background, with limitless prospects. From my observation, he is by no means an ambitious or ruthless person. I want you two to be together. What do you think? Xinlan's gaze was firm as she looked directly into Lu Qingju's eyes. Lu Qingju had not yet spoken when Xinlan released her hand again, resuming her lazy sitting posture. You don't have to answer now. Spend some time with Ehei first and see. Welcome to the Lu family, Ehei, Xinlan said to him as she descended the steps. Ahem, hello, auntie. Ehei greeted seriously, trying hard to suppress the thought of Wei Wu's lingering aura that surfaced in his mind. This is a small token of my appreciation for you. Ehei took out an elegantly packaged wooden box, which contained jade cream for beauty and skin care. However, as Ehei looked at Xinlan's delicate skin, which was no less flawless than that of a young girl, he felt she probably didn't need it. Xinlan didn't look at the gift but instead said to Ehei, I heard from the principal of number 1 high school that you want to learn some advanced martial techniques? That's right. Let Qingju take you. Ehei was somewhat surprised, not expecting Xinlan to be so straightforward. Qingju will take you to the Lu family's martial arts pavilion. Since the martial techniques inside are prohibited from being taken out, you will only have 1 day to study them. In the depths of the pavilion, there are 3 Xianhuang martial techniques. Whether you can learn them will depend on your ability. Ehei gasped when he heard he could learn Xianhuang martial techniques. He had thought that being able to learn some slightly advanced martial techniques would already be a great gain, but he hadn't expected Xinlan to grant him permission to study Xianhuang martial techniques. Ehei wasn't sure whether to attribute this to the principle of Izhong's influence, Xinlan's generosity, or perhaps even an investment in him. After all, the benefits he was receiving were too great to be without reason. But with the cake already at his lips, Ehei couldn't refuse. Even if there was a knife hidden in the cake, he would at least lick the cream clean first. Alright, then Ehei thanks the Lu family for this. He specifically thanked the Lu family and not Xinlan herself, a distinction that carried significant meaning. It implied that Ehei was making a promise to the Lu family. In the future, if the Lu family needed him, Ehei would fulfill that promise. Xinlan was very pleased with Ehei's clever response, finding him increasingly agreeable. However, as Ehei noticed the way Xinlan was looking at him, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. After bidding farewell to Xinlan, Lu Qingju led Ehei out of the castle, preparing to head to the martial arts pavilion. Ehei failed to notice the subtle glance Xinlan exchanged with Lu Qingju. On the way to the martial arts pavilion, the two were once again alone together. Ehei noticed that Lu Qingju seemed to have become even shyer. Classmate Qingju, why do I feel like your eyes keep avoiding mine? I didn't. Really? Ehei suddenly stepped quickly in front of Lu Qingju, meeting her panicked eyes that resembled a startled fawn. Lu Qingju had never been this close to a boy before. She could even feel his warm breath on her cheeks, which made her body tingle. Why are you standing so close? Lu Qingju hastily stepped back half a step, her flustered demeanor completely devoid of the aloofness of a once unattainable flower. Lu Qingjie rode his motorcycle back to the Lu family estate. As for the girl behind him, he had already sent her away. Otherwise, if his mother saw her, he would probably get a good scolding. Suddenly, a glaring streak of yellow appeared in front of him. Was that a shared bike? There was no way something like this could have appeared at the Lu family estate. Lu Qingjie recalled the person who had provoked him on the road, and a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. He hurriedly stopped his motorcycle and strode quickly toward the Lu family castle. Just then, he caught sight of his older sister's silhouette. As Lu Qingjie was about to go over and ask who had come to visit the Lu family, he saw that familiar, annoying man actually standing in front of his sister, making the elder sister he respected and admired blush furiously. Arg! I can't stand this anymore. A rush of hot blood surged to Lu Qingjie's head, and just as he was about to charge over, a hand grabbed him tightly, making it impossible for him to move. He looked back and saw that the person holding him was none other than Aunt Hong, the Lu family's chief housekeeper. Aunt Hong had watched his father grow up. Although she was just the housekeeper, her seniority in the family was extremely high, and even someone as headstrong as Lu Qingjie respected her deeply. Aunt Hong, what are you? Madam told me to keep an eye on you. Don't go disturbing them. Why? Could it be that he's the young master of some family, wanting to marry my sister? No. Lu Qingjie let out a sigh of relief, but Aunt Hong's next words almost made him faint on the spot. That boy is the son-in-law personally chosen by the madam. Ehei followed behind Lu Qingju and arrived at an underground stone chamber. As he touched the ancient, solid, and rough surface of the stone walls, he could sense that the material of these stones was far from ordinary. Seeing Ehei's curiosity, Lu Qingju took the initiative to explain. This is force-dissolving stone, a special material excavated from the secret realm. It can withstand attacks at the Xuanwu master level without breaking. Can I punch it? Ehei asked. Lu Qingju didn't expect him to say something so strange. Normally, wouldn't people marvel at the mystical nature of this stone? Go ahead and hit it. Ehei clenched his fist, every cell in his body surging with atomic energy. A dazzling blue light enveloped his fist. Lu Qingju recalled the memory of being pinned to the ground and beaten by Ehei. Her delicate face darkened, and she simply turned her head away, refusing to watch. Boom! His fist tore through the air, slamming into the stone wall. The violent gust blew Lu Qingju's white dress to one side. Yet, unexpectedly, the blue energy impact did not explode. Instead, it was completely absorbed by the stone wall, dissipating in ripples like water, layer by layer, leaving it completely unscathed. Ehei could clearly feel the texture of the stone wall the moment his fierce and unyielding punch landed. It was as if he had punched the ocean, sinking into a quagmire, with over 90% of his strength absorbed. Let's go. I'll take you inside to choose a martial technique. It was rare for Lu Qingju to see Ehei suffer a setback. The corners of her mouth instinctively curled up as she walked ahead with a light and cheerful step. Ehei entered the Lu family's martial arts pavilion, where all the martial techniques were displayed in manuscript form within bulletproof glass cases. The array was dazzling and imposing. The martial techniques here are categorized into movement techniques, defense, body tempering, swordsmanship, and so on. If you want to learn one, just use this identity card to unlock access. Lu Qingju handed Ehei a black and gold card. What about the Xianhuang martial techniques? They're in the innermost small stone chamber, also accessible by swiping the card. But the Xianhuang martial techniques are impossible to comprehend in a single day. At most, you might grasp a little surface knowledge. I think my mother granting you access to the Xianhuang martial techniques might not necessarily be beneficial for you. I can pick out a few techniques just below the level of Xianhuang martial techniques that would suit you better. Are you looking out for me? Ehei teased her. Lu Qingju no longer wanted to talk to this bad person. You don't need to worry about me. I know what I'm doing. If Ehei wanted to learn, he had to learn the strongest. The Xianhuang martial arts were right in front of him, and if he didn't dare to learn them, he might as well go home and continue obsessing over template compatibility. Moreover, Qinlan granting him access to learn the Xianhuang martial arts was both an investment and a test. If he couldn't pass this challenge or didn't dare to face it, he probably wouldn't have another chance to be invited to the Lu family estate in the future. He strode quickly toward the small stone chamber where the Xianhuang martial arts were located, ignoring the dazzling array of martial arts on both sides. Seeing his determination, Lu Qingju said no more. Walking to the end, Ehei stopped. A black force transformation stone? He looked at the stone wall in front of him, resembling obsidian. The secret chamber storing Xianhuang martial techniques must be more secure. This black quality force transformation stone is incredibly rare. To gather the materials for constructing this black force transformation stone wall, the collection started as far back as my great-grandfather's generation. Lu Qingju unusually said a few more words, seemingly very proud of the Lu family's history. The black stone door opened, and 3 safes appeared in front of Ehei. Each safe was strong enough to withstand a tank's cannon fire, and if the password was entered incorrectly 5 times, the Xianhuang martial technique manuscripts inside would automatically be destroyed. Ehei saw the familiar names of 2 martial techniques, Illusory Transformation Shadow and Primordial Jade Finger, which were precisely the 2 mastered by Lu Qingju. The third Xianhuang martial technique was named Flesh Prison Demon, which he had never seen Lu Qingju use before. At this moment, Lu Qingju said, the way to learn Xianhuang martial techniques is not for the martial artist to observe with their eyes, but to sense the martial rhythm left by the creator within the technique. If one cannot sense it, or if the martial artist's attributes conflict with the martial rhythm, they cannot begin practicing the Xianhuang martial technique. Simply put, Xianhuang martial techniques are alive. It is not the martial artist who chooses the technique, but the technique that chooses the martial artist. After Lu Qingju's explanation, he understood why Lu Qingju didn't use this third Xianhuang martial technique during the college entrance examination. It wasn't a matter of talent but rather an attribute conflict. Such a graceful and elegant young lady like Lu Qingju simply didn't align with the rough-sounding martial technique Flesh Prison Demon. On the other hand, I, Ehei, am perfectly suited for this straightforward and violent Xianhuang martial technique. Fighting, exhilarating. I choose Flesh Prison Demon. Lu Qingju unlocked the password for him, and the safe opened, revealing a bronze statue of a ferocious, muscular man. The entire statue was exquisitely lifelike, with every muscle vividly detailed. He noticed that nestled in the crevices of the statue's muscles were wailing, crying evil spirits. This fierce ghost-suppressing statue vividly exuded an aura of savagery, and as the statue appeared, he seemed to hear the actual wails of evil spirits echoing in his ears. Xianhuang martial techniques are not books, but statues? Not just statues, they can also be paintings or artifacts. Anything can become a vessel for martial resonance. This is the extraordinary aspect of a grandmaster. Only a grandmaster can refine martial resonance and imbue it into objects to pass down their legacy to future future generations, Lu Qingju said longingly. Ordinary martial artists all have the opportunity to create martial techniques and establish their own schools, regardless of their level of martial cultivation. This has led to a mix of good and bad martial techniques among the populace. Many techniques not only fail to enhance a martial artist's combat strength but also leave hidden injuries. Only Xianhuang martial techniques are created by grandmasters. The high threshold also guarantees high quality. Lu Qingju stepped out of the secret chamber, leaving the space for Ehei. The path ahead could only be completed by Ehei himself. Ehei circled the statue of the muscular man a few times, unable to figure out how to sense the martial resonance. When he asked Lu Qingju, she simply replied in a cryptic manner, saying that if he was destined, he would naturally feel it. Ehei recalled the mischievous smile at the corner of her mouth when she said those words, always feeling like she was getting back at him. As long as fate allows, right? Then I'll just take a nap. Without another word, he lay down, leaving Lu Qingju, who was observing Ehei through the surveillance, utterly speechless. Although sleeping in front of the martial rhythm vessel was indeed one method, she had thought Ehei would try a few more approaches, like dripping blood, kneeling in meditation, or something similar. She hadn't expected him to just sleep. Ehei, I can only say, as expected of you. When Ehei opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dilapidated temple, cobwebs everywhere, dust covering the ground. Even the wrathful-faced bodhisattva enshrined on the altar had one arm broken. Is this what they call sensing the martial rhythm? Am I now inside the world of the martial rhythm? He couldn't feel the slightest trace of martial energy, and even the atomic reaction of the Godzilla template was unable to function, as if he had reverted to the frail form of an ordinary person. But his monster panel was still there. Detected that the host's consciousness is in a special space. To prevent the host from sudden death, the panel will enhance the host's spiritual body. At some point, a fierce man with a physique like a wild bear was sitting on the remaining arm of the wrathful Buddha statue. He glared at Ehei with wolf-like, savage eyes. My martial arts can only be inherited by real men. Otherwise, I'd rather let my legacy rot in the ground. Kid, prove to me that you're a true iron-willed man. When thunder and rain strike, there will be a night parade of 100 ghosts. At that time, guard this broken temple for me and don't let the wrathful Buddha be defiled by evil spirits. If you succeed, I'll reluctantly teach you my skills to protect your home. If you fail, you'll go mad from being devoured by the 100 ghosts and never be able to cultivate martial arts again. If you're a cowardly weakling, then run away now. Drip, drop. A cold raindrop seeped through the tattered ceiling and landed on Ehei's face. Ehei snapped back to reality, realizing that the fierce man sitting on the arm of the wrathful Buddha statue had vanished. The rain had started, signaling the beginning of the trial. The rain grew heavier, and the world outside was shrouded in darkness. Whistling winds carried an ominous chill, and Ehei could feel countless malicious gazes spying on him. From behind the wrathful Buddha's throne, he found a rusty, broken sword. Gripping the sword, he stood alone at the entrance of the dilapidated temple. Boom! Pale lightning illuminated Ehei's face, and this bolt seemed to serve as a signal, stirring the dark world outside into chaos. Amid the thunderstorm, the night parade of 100 demons began. Ehei saw a shadow lunging at him from the darkness. Without hesitation, he swung his sword at the figure's head. The moment the blade touched the shadow, the rusty sword erupted in a burst of golden light. The shadow let out a piercing scream before disintegrating into ashes. As expected, the trial wouldn't pit a warrior against 100 demons without a weapon. There must be hidden tools, Ehei thought. Excitedly, no longer retreating to defend the temple, he charged into the darkness outside, wielding his sword to strike down the shadows. Behind Ehei, the fierce man appeared once again, watching disdainfully as Ehei charged out of the ruined temple with his sword. The 100 ghosts in this martial rhythm trial are imbued with my murderous aura. A mere martial apprentice dares to leave the shelter of the temple, truly seeking his own death. It seems the participants in this trial are fools once again. Martial artists really are getting worse with each generation, the fierce man lamented. Just as he was about to step outside to deal with Ehei, his footsteps suddenly halted, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this kid doing it? Why can't the 100 ghosts get near him? Outside the temple, Ehei swung his sword wildly. Not knowing any sword techniques, he simply stabbed at any ghost that came close. As for defending or dodging the attacks of the malicious ghosts, such considerations were completely absent from his mind. Roar! A malicious ghost shrieked and swiped its claws at Ehei, but the moment its claws touched him, they passed right through, rendering the attack ineffective. Ehei turned and slashed the ghost in half with a single stroke. In the spiritual world, the panel automatically protected its master, rendering Ehei immune to attacks. Isn't this just like an invincible golden body? Ha ha ha. The broken sword in Ehei's hand danced up and down, stabbing left and right, effortlessly cutting down one malicious ghost after another like slicing through melons and vegetables. This left the fierce man dumbfounded. Since when had the checkpoint he set up become so easy? Accompanied by the howling of a chilling wind, Ehei stood proudly with his sword, but those ferocious evil spirits retreated like timid lambs, not daring to approach him at all. Seeing that the 100 ghosts were completely powerless against against Ehei, the fierce man had no choice but to step forward himself. Kid, how did you do it? How can you remain unaffected by my martial resonance? Nothing special, just diligent practice and hard work. Well said, diligent practice and hard work. Since you can subdue the 100 ghosts, I naturally won't go back on my word and will pass this legacy on to you. But, let's see if you can handle it. Boom! The wrathful Buddha statue inside the dilapidated temple had collapsed, revealing a dry well suppressed beneath it. The bottomless black well, just a glance at it, was enough to make one feel uneasy. This well contains the essence of the malevolent energy I condensed during my lifetime, and the technique of flesh prison demon is also within the well. If it can be refined. Before the fierce man could finish speaking, Ehei jumped down. Well, such a bold junior, this is the first time I've seen someone like this. The fierce man couldn't help but develop expectations for Ehei. During his peak in life, he was a human hero who had conquered S-level secret realms. His success was thanks to the flesh prison demon, and his downfall was also due to it. As he aged and his vitality began to decline, the malevolent spirits suppressed within him started to retaliate. He fell into madness, even committing murders against those around him. To prevent further mistakes, he chose to end his own life, and before dying, he fused the malevolent spirits and martial resonance within him into the statue as a vessel. Although 100 years have passed, and much of the malevolent energy in the martial resonance space has dissipated, it is still not something a mere martial apprentice can withstand. If Ehei can subdue the malevolent energy that caused his downfall, he will undoubtedly surpass him on the path of flesh prison demon. In the monitoring room, Qinlan approached Lu Qingzhu and together they watched Ehei, who had already entered the martial rhythm space. After he had just fallen asleep, the two could still see a smug smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he were enjoying something delightful, slaying ghosts and crushing weaklings. But suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The statue of the fierce man suppressing ghosts unexpectedly cracked open out of thin air, and Ehei, as if pricked by needles, began trembling uncontrollably, with streaks of fresh blood even seeping out from his pores. Mom, what's going on? Lu Qingzhu looked at Qinlan worriedly. Qinlan was not surprised by this situation. She took a deep drag from the cigarette in her hand and then exhaled. A pair of captivating phoenix eyes were hidden behind the smoke, making her appear enigmatic. This third Xianhuang martial technique was something your grandfather stumbled upon in his later years. He once tried to cultivate it, but unexpectedly. Even with his mastery at the grandmaster level, he was directly repelled by the martial rhythm within the statue and even suffered internal injuries. Since then, no one in the Lu family has ever successfully cultivated this martial technique. Since the power is extraordinary, the way to obtain it must also be something that ordinary people cannot endure. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Since Ehei chose to accept the power of this martial technique, then he, Qinlan looked at the image on the monitor, her gaze rarely showing confusion. To her surprise, Ehei had woken up. He even stretched lazily, looking as though he had slept quite comfortably. Yes, I've mastered it, Ehei responded with a smile, as if everything was under his control. Lu Qingzhu followed behind Qinlan, and when she heard Ehei's words, I've mastered it, she wondered if she had misheard. With her talent, it would take her at least a week of sleepless effort in the martial rhythm space to even begin to grasp a Xianhuang martial technique. Ehei, how long had he taken? Was it even an hour? Did he really just sleep and learn it? Lu Qingzhu began to question her own existence. Thinking back to the title of genius she had been given in the past, her face couldn't help but flush slightly, because the true genius was sitting right in front of her. Qinlan remained silent, her eyes scrutinizing Ehei, seemingly filled with doubt. Seeing this, Ehei had no choice but to show the mother and daughter a demonstration. He gathered the martial energy generated from his dantian. Martial energy was originally formless, but the energy Ehei gathered carried a black and red hue. This is the baleful energy I mastered from the martial rhythm world. To explain it, it's somewhat like enchantments in games, which can be imbued into my martial energy, making it more lethal. Mountain blocking fist. Ehei's waist and back tightened like a drawn bow, his core exerting force as his fist, wrapped in black and red baleful energy, blasted forward. Boom! The airflow exploded, and the mother and daughter could even hear a wailing screech, as if from vengeful spirits. Lu Qingzhu, a martial arts prodigy, narrowed her eyes slightly. She could sense an extremely high level of purity in this punch. Was this really the common Lanchan fist? Ehei, you really are. Qinlan looked at Ehei with a complicated expression. Although she had taken notice of this young man during the college entrance exam battle, she hadn't expected to still underestimate him. Ehei felt a bit embarrassed under Qinlan's intense gaze. Madam, your daughter is right beside you. Could you be a bit more reserved? I really don't want to be labeled as the Prime Minister. Ehei, since you've already mastered one Xianhuang martial technique, would you like to try learning the other two? You still have a whole day to study. Lu Qingzhu didn't overthink Ehei's impressive performance. At most, she just felt a bit disheartened that she seemed to fall short of Ehei in every aspect. Her thoughts were still quite simple. However, when Qinlan heard this, she helplessly glanced at her daughter. Are you really that naive, or are you just pretending? You say you don't want to be around Ehei, yet here you are practically handing over the family assets to him. Although Qinlan was investing in Ehei and was even prepared to accept him as a son-in-law, Ehei was ultimately not part of the Liu family yet. She couldn't possibly hand over the Liu family's entire foundation to him. Thinking back to her bold promise of allowing Ehei to learn any martial technique within a day, Qinlan felt a headache coming on. Who would have thought this guy could learn so quickly? She had initially assumed Ehei would choose the Xianhuang martial technique and that he definitely wouldn't be able to finish learning it in a day. She planned to use this as an opportunity to strike some sort of deal with Ehei, allowing him to come to the Liu family daily to study. This way, she could keep Ehei tethered, have him frequently visit the Liu family, and create opportunities for Liu Xingzhu to interact with him. At the same time, the Liu family would always maintain the upper hand in their relationship with Ehei. But, unexpectedly, Qinlan underestimated Ehei's abilities. No need, Xingzhu. A single Xianhuang martial technique is enough for me to digest for a long time. I won't learn any other martial techniques for now. Having lived a lifetime, Ehei naturally understood the importance of moderation. In interpersonal relationships, a steady flow ensures continuous benefits. Overexploitation, with an unsightly approach, would inevitably lead to backlash sooner or later. Seeing Ehei being so tactful, Qinlan felt relieved and admired him even more. She thought that under Ehei's leadership, the Liu family might achieve accomplishments surpassing those of all previous family heads. Auntie, I'm a bit tired, and there are also some matters at home that I need to handle. Alright, then Xingzhu, you can escort Ehei back. Liu Xingzhu nodded, preparing to leave with Ehei. However, Qinlan suddenly called out to Ehei again and said, I heard from the butler that you came here on a shared bike? Do you know how to drive? Pick a car from the garage to take with you, it'll be more convenient for you. Ehei thought to himself, Qinlan is really a sharp one. Giving him a luxury car as a thank you gift for his earlier response? He recalled the black motorcycle ridden by the guy who had the blonde girl on the back when he arrived. It was both flashy and cool. Do you have motorcycles? Yes, Ehei. Do you like riding motorcycles? What a coincidence, you share the same hobby as my troublesome son. If only my son were as outstanding as you. Qinlan sighed and then made a phone call to the butler, instructing her to bring out the best motorcycle from Liu Chengjie's collection. At that moment, Liu Chengjie was in the study practicing calligraphy. Of course, he wouldn't have such a refined hobby on his own, it was all his mother's doing, but at least he used to be able to endure it and write. Today, however, he couldn't write a single word. The thought of his sister's fiancé being that guy made his eyes burn with rage. Damn it, that crude laser guy, how could he possibly be worthy of my goddess-like sister? I must go talk to mother about this, my sister's happiness cannot be ruined like this. He stood up and opened the window to get some fresh air. Suddenly, something zipped past right in front of him. Liu Chengjie was stunned for a moment before realizing, wasn't that shadow that just sped by his beloved car? Ehei, riding a fierce yet exquisite machine, executed a drift and came to a stop below his apartment building. No wonder it's worth millions, this thing is incredible. He stroked the smooth body of the motorcycle, feeling its sleekness. Back at home, Ehei took a refreshing cold shower and then summoned from his storage ring 5 blue magic cores he had left behind in the Red Tree Mountain secret realm, along with a special magic core dropped by a tier 2 royal class magical beast, the Ghost Vine. One of the magic cores was green with golden patterns running through it, and Ehei could feel the energy contained within, no less potent than the blue magic cores dropped by tier 3 magical beasts. After a couple of days, Ehei decided to absorb all these magic cores in one go today. Since swallowing magic cores raw didn't taste great, this time Ehei planned to eat them with some condiments. Duban sauce, sweet bean sauce, barbecue sauce, and garlic chili sauce, the 4 classic household sauces, were laid out on the table. Brothers, Ehei's secret dipping sauce is here. He dipped each magic core into a different sauce and swallowed it. A surge of heat filled his entire body, and Ehei summoned the interface panel. In the Red Tree Mountain secret realm, Ehei combined the super large giant template with the legendary Godzilla template for the first time, transforming into the Godzilla giant. Standing approximately 15 meters tall, it was a colossus compared to ordinary magical beasts, but still too small compared to the mysterious creatures as large as the mountains in the Red Tree Mountain secret realm. Ehei wanted to become even bigger. All points were allocated to the super large giant template. Infinite monster panel. Host, Ehei. Comprehensive constitution, 23.8. Template, legendary Godzilla, compatibility, 21%. Template, colossal titan, compatibility, 85%. Ehei rubbed his fingers, feeling an urge to grow larger, but considering that every time he transformed, he would release a lightning explosion capable of destroying an entire block, he restrained himself. Ehei picked up the gold-patterned green magic core, dipped it in some bean paste, and swallowed it, preparing to have this special magic core absorbed by the Godzilla template. But this time, an unexpected situation occurred during the ingestion. Infinite monster panel prompt, legendary Godzilla template, has absorbed the genetic sequence of a special plant life form, causing a special mutation. Does the host wish to prevent the template mutation? Legendary Godzilla Template. Absorbing Plant Attribute Mutation. Mentioning the plant attribute, he suddenly thought of that incredibly powerful Godzilla from numerous parallel universes, Planet Godzilla. Although its appearance is not much different from an ordinary Godzilla, it is essentially a plant, standing over 300 meters tall and weighing up to 1 million tons, known as the largest Godzilla in history. In terms of size alone, legendary Godzilla is like a child facing an adult when compared to Planet Godzilla. The abilities of Planet Godzilla are comprehensively enhanced compared to legendary Godzilla. Planet Godzilla's atomic energy absorption ability allows it to absorb all energy without limitation, whether harmful or beneficial, and convert it into its own energy. With G cells, it can instantly regenerate from any degree of damage, ensuring infinite life and unlimited evolution. Through this ability, Planet Godzilla can even shed parts of itself to spawn new Godzillas and spread G cells across the globe, transforming the entire planet's ecosystem. As for Planet Godzilla's atomic breath, it can even contend with the lower dimensional projection of the higher dimensional entity, the Star Eater Ghidorah. A single charged particle cannon shot, accumulated over years at its peak, can directly pierce through the entire solar system and obliterate a planet. In its universe, Planet Godzilla destroyed human civilization and ruled Earth for over 20,000 years, making it an absolute planet-level supermonster. Just thinking about this possibility, he decisively chose the mutation template. The panel provided a prompt, Legendary Godzilla, loading plant attribute mutation path, unlocking S-grade isotope template, Planet Godzilla. When the Legendary Godzilla template reaches 100%, there is a 2% chance to transfer to the Planet Godzilla template. Absorbing high-quality plant lifeform genes can further increase the success rate of the transfer. He exhaled deeply. He had made the right bet. The Planet Godzilla template, it's truly unimaginable. When I obtain this template, what kind of monster will I become? But I didn't expect that even a planet-level monster like Planet Godzilla is only rated as an S-grade template. What kind of terrifying existence are the higher-level templates? Perhaps destroying stars is just the starting point. He was filled with anticipation. It seems that next, I need to collect more magic cores from plant attribute magical beasts. However, this type of magic core seems to be quite rare. So far, I've only seen the Ghost Demon Vine, a plant-shaped magical beast. He glanced at the calendar. There were still nearly 2 months before the start of the Imperial Capital University semester. During this time, he needed to master the domineering Xianyuan martial technique, Flesh Prison Demon, and gather as many high-grade plant attribute magic cores as possible. It seemed like it wouldn't be an easy task. Just as he was planning for the future, a loud explosion outside caught his attention. He saw several police cars evacuating the crowd, and a few warriors in SWAT combat uniforms were actually fighting a man in the street. Surprisingly, the man seemed to have the upper hand despite being surrounded by numerous SWAT officers. Flames rose, illuminating Ehei's face. A terrorist attack? Just as he was watching the battle outside reach a fever pitch, there was a knock at the door of his apartment. The original host of this body was reclusive and unlikely to have any friends visiting at this time. Ehei also hadn't ordered any takeout or deliveries, so who could it be outside at this hour? He gathered a murderous aura in his palm and slowly approached the apartment door. Suddenly, Ehei turned around and punched toward the spot in front of the window where he had been standing earlier. The air trembled, and a figure unexpectedly appeared out of thin air. Little brother isn't an ordinary martial artist, huh? A voice, processed electronically, reached Ehei's ears. Standing before him was a woman with a seductive figure. Her white nano battlesuit clung tightly to her skin, perfectly accentuating her S-shaped curves. Unfortunately, she wore a black reflective mask, concealing her true face. Who are you? What are you doing in my home? Ehei quietly shifted back toward the door, ready to leave the living room at any moment. It wasn't out of fear, he simply didn't want the fight to spill over into his small apartment. Originally, Big Sis just wanted to hide something here and tweak your memory a bit, but since you've noticed, I guess I'll have to make you suffer a little. Brother, you better not try to run away. A wave of energy locked onto Ehei like a venomous snake. He understood there was no way to move the battlefield outside now. Forget it, with so much savings anyway, let's buy another house. What are you talking about? The female warrior tilted her head in confusion. I mean, your mom is dead. Bang! Joey was caught off guard and punched in the abdomen, the opponent's martial energy penetrating his internal organs. The searing pain twisted Joey's face into a grimace. The opponent has shown a weakness, shouted a special forces martial artist. Take him down. The SWAT martial artists were already skilled in coordinated combat. After Joey exposed a flaw, the group tacitly seized the opportunity to press their advantage, forcing him into a steady retreat. Although Joey was on the verge of defeat, he actually felt a sense of relief because everyone's attention was focused on him. Yaoime, you must take the golden gene and get out of here. Thinking of this, Joey burst into laughter and even resorted to the forbidden blood-burning technique to desperately hold off all the SWAT officers. At that moment, a dazzling blue beam of light suddenly erupted above everyone's heads, shooting straight into the sky. A dark figure plummeted in front of Joey, creating a massive crater in the ground. With a single glance, Joey recognized the person as Yao Ehei. Her figure was too distinctive to mistake. But wasn't her nano battle suit supposed to be white? Why had it now turned as black as charcoal? Still enemies? The armed police surrounded the two tightly. Joey, little sister, I risked my life just to let you escape with the item. What are you doing? Yao Ehei rose from the large pit, her mood extremely gloomy. She had severely underestimated that boy's strength and was directly hit by the energy beam that sprayed from his throat. If it weren't for the nano battle suit, she might have been seriously injured. Joey, I've hidden the item. Let's retreat first, Yao Ehei whispered. Joey finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Bang! A specially made smoke bomb capable of blocking martial artist's perception was thrown to the ground, and thick white smoke spread everywhere. The armed police realized the opponents were trying to escape and hurriedly used martial energy to create a strong wind to disperse the smoke. However, when the martial energy dissipated, only a large pit remained at the scene. They had escaped into the sewer. Half an hour later, Joey and Yao Ehei emerged from a small alley, listening to the sound of police sirens in the distant streets. The two knew they had temporarily evaded capture and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Beauty, you still haven't explained to me why you broke into my house? A cold and piercing voice reached their ears, and Yao Ehei's eyes widened in shock. She realized she had made a very serious mistake, randomly selecting a lucky resident and ending up choosing Ehei. How did you find us? Joey looked at Ehei with murderous intent, his tense muscles causing his freshly bandaged wound to bleed again. Ehei naturally wouldn't explain to him. Yao Ehei had been contaminated with his nuclear radiation. When it was time to act, Ehei would never waste words. After practicing the flesh prison demon technique, even at just the entry level, Ehei had gained a transformative control over his own body. If Ehei was previously just crudely using atomic energy to hurl bricks with great force, he could now perform delicate micro-manipulations. By conducting atomic reactions solely at the soles of his feet, the energy no longer leaked out as before but instead concentrated within the soles. A miniature explosion occurred beneath his feet, and Ehei launched like a missile using the recoil. The air buzzed, and a fist instantly appeared in front of Joey. Black and red murderous energy surged, with atomic reactions occurring at the cellular level within the fist. Mountain blocking fist ultra. Boom! The fist struck Joey's arms, which were crossed in front of his chest. A black and red energy lightning burst forth, blasting apart Joey's battle-hardened flesh, exposing the stark white arm bones. At the same time, a tremendous force struck, and Joey felt as if he had been hit by a train, being directly sent flying. Bang! A cement wall was smashed to pieces by Joey's body as he was flung backward, with dust billowing wildly in the air. Yao Ehei watched Joey, who had been sent flying, and couldn't help but gasp in shock. A 6th-rank martial artist was actually severely injured by a single punch from a young man whose martial energy fluctuation was only at the level of a martial apprentice. Whose disciple are you? Joey struggled to get up, steam rising from his blood-soaked arm. Under the influence of martial energy, the bleeding stopped and the wound visibly began to heal. I am a disciple of Godzilla, Ehei said with a bright, beaming smile. Who would have thought that little and city hide such talents? Joey looked at the opponent solemnly. He had just gone through a fierce battle and used the forbidden technique of burning blood. Now, his vitality was waning, and his strength was likely less than 70% of what it used to be. But even so, I'm not someone a little brat at the martial apprentice stage can handle. Although I don't know which great master's genius disciple you are, geniuses have always fallen early throughout history, because you are all too arrogant and overconfident. Martial skill, the formation of 5 steps into an army. Joey stomped heavily on the ground, his foot sinking deeply into the cement surface. Then he took 5 consecutive steps forward, with each step elevating his momentum to a higher level. Torrential blood energy gathered behind him, forming a blood-colored smoke column. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, Joey's skin took on a metallic silver sheen, and a thick silver horn grew from his forehead. True form of the beast, iron-crowned rhinoceros. Ehei watched Joey preparing to risk everything, twisting his wrists as the cells within his body began to undergo nuclear fusion. Now that's more like it. However, in the next instant, Ehei suddenly turned and punched the air behind him. Black and red lightning intertwined, and the air exploded with a series of sparks. Yao Ehei, who had been using her nano battlesuit for optical camouflage, was struck in the abdomen by a single punch. The impacted section of the nanosuit was scorched by the terrifying force of Ehei's ultimate mountain-cleaving fist, sending her flying and leaving her fate uncertain. Don't get in my way. Ehei showed not the slightest hint of mercy for beauty or otherwise. After all, he hadn't hesitated to bash Lu Qingzhu's head back then either. Seeing his companion's ambush fail, Joey let out a roar and charged at Ehei like a runaway train. At the same time, micro-explosions erupted beneath Ehei's feet, propelling him forward as he rushed straight toward Joey. 2 fists collided, and the air rippled with visible distortions. The atomic energy lightning, enhanced by Ehei's murderous aura, struck Zhou-Yi's silver skin, leaving only black marks that didn't even qualify as flesh wounds. Your defense has improved this much? Ehei appeared slightly surprised. Kid, my iron-crowned rhinoceros demon beast form can easily withstand tank shells. What are you going to use to break through my defense? Zhou-Yi's fists pounded wildly. Although Ehei could briefly contend with high-level martial artists in terms of physical prowess and even severely injure them unexpectedly, prolonged direct confrontation ultimately revealed his weakness. Ehei's feet exploded with force, propelling him to create distance. Seeing Ehei begin to retreat, Zhou-Yi's eyes lit up with joy, a surge of exhilaration at the prospect of slaying a genius. However, he did not lose his combat sharpness despite gaining the upper hand. He remembered the blue beam of light that had severely injured Yao Imei, so he always kept 30% of his focus on guarding against that move. At that moment, Ehei, who was retreating, suddenly extended a palm. Zhou-Yi was slightly puzzled. He remembered Yao Imei mentioning that the beam of light should have been emitted from Ehei's throat. However, Zhou-Yi did not let this opportunity slip by. Since Ehei did not release the atomic breath, Zhou-Yi closed in again for close combat. Yet, just as Zhou-Yi approached, Ehei suddenly cut his own palm, and blue arcs of electricity emerged from his palm. Boom! A massive blue lightning bolt exploded. Zhou-Yi, being too close, couldn't create any distance and was engulfed by the terrifying blue sparks. The blue plasma energy sphere enveloped an area of several dozen meters, evaporating everything within. Fortunately, this was an abandoned urban area filled with unfinished buildings, with almost no inhabitants. After the explosion, white steam rose into the air. Although Zhou-Yi was in a sorry state, he successfully blocked Ehei's earlier self-destruction. This little brat, does he want to perish together with me? The silver-glowing skin on Zhou-Yi's body had become somewhat dim, a sign of overexerting his bloodline power. If he weren't a martial artist skilled in defense, he might have truly died in the explosion just now. At that moment, Zhou-Yi suddenly felt a sense of being watched. He looked up and saw, hidden within the mist, a towering black shadow 30 meters tall, with a pair of ghostly blue eyes burning like eerie flames. Humans naturally feel a sense of awe and fear when confronted with colossal beings. At this moment, Zhou-Yi faced the eerie and terrifying giant, falling into a brief stupor. Is this a monster? Where did it come from? Could it be that the little brat transformed into this? And at this moment, the giant moved. A massive hand, with exposed flesh and tendons, and veins coursing with scorching blue blood, parted the mist and reached directly for Zhou-Yi. Although Zhou-Yi hadn't regained his senses at this moment, his battle-hardened body instinctively sensed the threat and leapt to evade with muscle memory. However, the giant's other fist had already broken through the mist, smashing down with immense force. Suspended in midair with no leverage to dodge, Zhou-Yi gritted his teeth and once again activated the forbidden blood-burning technique, frantically extracting the power of his bloodline, causing the silver glow on his skin to shimmer once more. The earth trembled. The shockwave stirred up a gale, scattering everything. With a single punch, the giant slammed Zhou-Yi deep into the ground. Although Zhou-Yi's tough silvery armor protected his body from being flattened by the giant's terrifying strength, the tremendous impact was transmitted directly into his internal organs. Zhou-Yi felt as if his bones were wailing, his organs collapsing, and his very soul was about to be punched out of his body. But this was only the giant's first punch. More fists were about to rain down like a storm, threatening to utterly destroy Zhou-Yi beneath this overwhelming onslaught. On a panel visible only to the giant, a string of data appeared. Host, Ehei. Status, Colossal Titan Form. Comprehensive Physique, 23.829. Yao Imei, struggling to get up, trembled all over at the sight. Zhou-Yi, a dignified 6th-level martial artist, was being beaten like a sandbag in front of the giant who seemed to have transformed into Ehei. At this moment, Yao Imei had only one thought. I was so foolish, truly foolish. Why did I provoke this monster? Yao Imei could not let her companion Zhou-Yi die here. Because Ehei had only been in contact with her, he must have tracked her down through some means. Even if Yao Imei abandoned Zhou-Yi, she could not escape Ehei's grasp. She could only fight to the death. As Zhou-Yi endured the giant's punches, Yao Imei leaped down from a tall building, twisting her body midair to land in front of the giant's throat, holding a thin yellow thread in her hand. This was a molecular wire pulled from the nano battlesuit, strong enough to cut through advanced alloys. Although the giant before her, seemingly transformed by Ehei through some genetic technique, was powerful, the weaknesses of the human body must remain unchanged. In a flash of blood, to Yao Imei's surprise, the giant didn't resist at all and let her cut through its throat. Scalding hot blood gushed out like a fountain, quickly pooling into a small puddle on the ground. Did it work? Just as this thought flashed through her mind, Yao Imei found herself locked in a gaze with the giant's eyes that were even larger than lanterns and glowed with a ghostly blue light. In those pupils, there seemed to be mockery. The giant opened its mouth, with a blue light of destruction brewing in its throat. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The gradually intensifying hum of energy echoed in Yao Imei's ears. The last image in her memory was an endless expanse of dazzling blue. Boom! The atomic breath engulfed Yao Imei's slender body, then pierced through a building, leaving a brilliant blue streak across the sky. When the breath attack ended, the giant closed its mouth. Its massive body, with exposed exposed muscle fibers, released waves of heat like a steam engine. He turned to look at Joey, who lay beneath him battered and covered in blood. Slowly, he opened his mouth and said in a hoarse, deep voice, "It's your turn. You, monster." Even with all his bones shattered, Joey still struggled to get up, spitting a mouthful of blood at Ehei. As flesh and blood dissolved, the giant's body vanished into the endless steam. Ehei emerged naked from the giant's nape, ripping off strands of blood still clinging to his skin. "If you choose to kill, you must be prepared to be killed. That's only fair." Ehei walked up to Joey, looking down at him expressionlessly. Both of them could hear the wailing sirens rapidly approaching in the distance. The commotion he had caused in the fight had already drawn the attention of the patrolling police. Just as he was about to eliminate Joey suddenly said, "Ehei, since I'm about to die, I'll drag you down with me. Yaoime, that woman in the nano battlesuit, hid something in your room, right in." Joey forced himself to finish speaking, then gave Ehei a strange smile. "Now the golden gene is yours. You will face endless pursuit. Run, ha ha ha, I'll be waiting for you in hell." Bang! Ehei punched and knocked his head askew, putting an end to Joey's nonsense. "Run, my ass. You talk too much." Ehei dragged Joey's corpse and disappeared into the night. Not long after Ehei left, several police cars surrounded the desolate, half-finished building area. The agents looked at the charred streets, which seemed as if they had been bombed, and couldn't help but swallow hard, especially the massive crater forcibly created after Ehei turned into a giant, which left a strong visual impact on the agents. What kind of martial skill could cause such destruction? It's too exaggerated. After disposing of Joey's corpse, Ehei returned home. Sent a message to Qinlan first. "Aunt Qin, how did the police inquiry go?" "It's all fine now, but Ehei, Blue Star hasn't been very peaceful lately. You'd better stay put and wait for Imperial Capital University to start." "Don't worry, Aunt Qin. You know me, I'm the most well-behaved." Because Ehei used that highly recognizable atomic breath to repel Yaoime, the police would inevitably come to take a statement afterward. Ehei, in order to pursue and kill Yaoime and her companion, entrusted Qinlan to smooth things over so that Ehei wouldn't have to give a statement for the time being. After finishing the call with Qinlan, Ehei found the golden gene mentioned by Joey in the room. It was a sealed silver cylindrical container with a company logo on it, a black eagle with outstretched wings, except the eagle's two wings had no flesh, only skeletal frames. Ehei knew this was the logo of the biotech giant laser bird. According to Joey, the golden gene was a masterpiece in genetic engineering created by Laser Bird after inheriting part of Prometheus's biological research legacy. What Ehei couldn't help but ridicule was that the security team hired by Laser Bird to guard the golden gene had actually betrayed them. They stole the golden gene and were preparing to flee overseas. But they were soon secretly hunted by the Laser Bird. The security captain, who had reached the strength of a Xuanwu martial master, along with several martial masters, was killed during the pursuit, while a few weaker individuals managed to escape. The conflict between the police and Joey was entirely accidental. Joey and Yaoime, as fugitives overly suspicious of every shadow, were targeted by the police due to their overly cautious lifestyle and counter-surveillance tactics. Now, this golden gene has gone through twists and turns and ended up in Ehei's hands. Ehei looked at the small silver jar, wanting to open it, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge it in the slightest. Even activating Godzilla mode was useless. It seems pure brute force doesn't work. How about using atomic energy to cut it? Ehei gathered atomic energy with his fingers and began cutting, but after several minutes, the small jar's surface temperature hadn't even risen. The alloy material used to make this small jar has completely exceeded Ehei's understanding. "Forget it. Anyway, the thing is in my hands. I don't believe I won't be able to open you in the future." Temporarily putting aside the matter of the golden gene, Ehei looked at the living room, which could no longer be called a living room, feeling a bit troubled. "Looks like I need to move. For tonight, I'll just find a hotel to make do." Magic City, Laser Bird Headquarters Building. In a black room, a man sat in a leather armchair, silently gazing at the bustling night view of Magic City. The computer on the desk suddenly lit up, and a message appeared on the screen. "Sir, those two people are dead." The man did not turn around, yet it seemed as if he already knew the information on the computer, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest of the chair. The keyboard keys pressed down out of nowhere, as if an invisible hand was typing. "What about the golden gene?" After the message was sent, there was a moment of silence on the other side, and the top of the page once again displayed, "The other party is typing. Sorry, sir, we've temporarily lost the trail, but we should be able to find it soon." Useless. Crackle. The computer burst into a series of sparks and was instantly destroyed. The man threw the scrapped computer into the trash can, and a cylindrical transport robot automatically delivered a new computer. The man lit a cigar, the flame reflecting off his modified mechanical alloy prosthetic. "After all the effort to engineer the golden gene, I can't let it become someone else's prize. No one has ever taken anything from me." 1 month later, the only grade B secret realm in Anqing, deep within the Swan Lake secret realm, a team with an average strength above the 5th stage of martial artists successfully hunted down a 3rd-tier high bloodline wolf-type magical beast. Just as the captain was cutting open the beast's stomach to retrieve the magic core, a teammate suddenly pointed into the distance and said in a trembling voice, "Something's wrong. Captain, look quickly." Trees toppled, footsteps rumbled like rolling thunder, crushing everything in their path into fragments. Endless magical beasts filled the horizon, with no end in sight. On the head of a magical beast larger than a mountain, resembling a giant crocodile, there was a throne made of piled white bones. Countless skulls formed a mountain, serving as the base of the throne. Magical beasts do not leave behind bones after death, so these bones could only be the remains of high-level warriors. A black ape, sitting like a human, reclined lazily on the white bone throne with its legs crossed. Its eyes were half-closed as if it were sleeping, but even in slumber, the celestial phenomena above its head testify to its nobility and immense power. Above, 10,000 miles of dark clouds gather, with the image of a ferocious black ape appearing at the center. This is a celestial phenomenon that only a Dominator-level magical beast can create. Quick, notify the army immediately. A Dominator-level magical beast is leading a massive beast tide here. Anqing cannot withstand this. We must have the nation dispatch martial artists at the Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster levels to provide support. Damn it, high-level magical beasts rarely leave their own territories to venture into lower-level beast areas. This stability is the very reason the danger level of the secret realm has remained consistent for so long. Why is this happening? The captain exclaimed in horror, abandoning the magic cores they had painstakingly hunted. Without hesitation, he prepared to leave with his teammates. A Dominator-class magical beast, each one is a moving catastrophe. Their bodies emit a sound wave that only magical beasts can sense. All magical beasts below the Dominator level will be controlled by this sound wave, automatically gathering around the Dominator-class beast to become its soldiers. This will snowball into a massive beast tide. Moreover, Dominator-class magical beasts can promote the evolution of lower-tier magical beasts, leading to the birth of numerous Lord-class beasts. If a Dominator-class magical beast were to lead a massive beast tide into Anqing, the city would turn into a living hell, and millions of people would fall prey to the magical beasts. The black ape sitting on the throne of bones slowly opened its scarlet eyes, casting a disdainful glance at the martial artist. Squad. The massive mountain crocodile beneath it seemed to understand its intent, a ferocious glint flashing in its vertical pupils. The crocodile's mouth opened as if silently chanting. Within a 100-meter radius, mud and rocks began to churn, gathering in midair and compressing into a spiral. Finally, they formed a 10-meter-large stone spike, which shot out like a missile. The airwaves exploded, and an entire mountaintop was pierced through by the stone spike. The martial artist squad that had discovered the beast tide was engulfed in the stone spike's bombardment. The dust and smoke cleared, revealing a severed hand still clutching a radio communicator. A signal saying "Overlord, danger" was successfully sent out. The black ape also stood up from the throne of bones at this moment and, surprisingly, spoke in human language. Full speed ahead. Roar! The surging beast tide responded to the Overlord's voice, letting out high-pitched, bloodthirsty roars one after another. Woo-woo! The high-pitched and sharp alarms signaling the beast tide invasion blared, causing the citizens of an city to momentarily freeze. The citizens knew what this meant, but they had only ever heard in the news about beast tide invasions happening in certain countries or regions. When the beast tide came to their own doorstep, they all felt a sense of unreality, even questioning whether they were dreaming. But soon, the mayor's voice echoed through the city's broadcast. The large-scale beast tide from the Swan Lake B-level secret realm in Anqing is about to strike. It is expected to break through and reach Anqing in 20 minutes. Currently, the army has been deployed to the front lines to resist the beast tide. I hereby call on all warriors in Anqing to come and support. All warriors, come and support. This broadcast completely awakened the citizens. Countless people wanted to drive, take the high-speed train, or fly out of Anqing, throwing the entire city into chaos. Bang! Bang! The armed police began firing shots to maintain order, while government agencies operated at full capacity to stabilize the morale and order of Anqing to the greatest extent possible. As for the means of transportation to escape Anqing, currently only students are allowed to board. Children are the hope for the future. If Anqing truly falls, then all of Anqing's future must be sent away. These children will grow up to avenge their homeland and the spirits of their forefathers. Inside the mayor's office, Mayor Huang Qing frowned deeply, making call after call, trying his best to buy more time for Anqing. At that moment, the office door was knocked on, and Huang Qing roared, "What time is it now? Still wasting time knocking on the door. Hurry up and come in. Speak if you have something to say." The secretary hurriedly entered, and upon seeing it was his secretary, Huang Qing quickly asked, "I asked you to seek assistance from other cities. Which cities are willing to send troops over?" The secretary's face was grim and said, "Mayor, this time, it's not just Anqing facing a large-scale beast tide invasion. Beast tide invasion warnings have appeared in many places across the country, and they are now struggling to take care of themselves. Those cities that haven't experienced beast tides have stated that they need to build defensive structures to guard against potential beast disasters. What's the word from the imperial capital? Can the grandmasters or higher-ranked warriors warriors who requested assistance come to support us? Even one would be enough. Huang Qing's voice trembled slightly. The neighboring city of the imperial capital, Guanshan City, an S-class secret realm has appeared there, and all warriors from the imperial capital are required to go to Guanshan City to contain the expansion of the S-class secret realm. Huang Qing slumped into his chair, his sharp political instincts making him realize that the entire Xiao nation had fallen into a massive web. This beast-tide attack was no accident, it was premeditated. But soon, Huang Qing stood up again. Now nearing 50, he displayed the decisive demeanor of his younger years. There is no time for us to waste. The battle to defend Anqing has already begun, and we can only rely on ourselves. In front of the Swan Lake secret realm, tens of thousands of martial artists gathered here, with more continuously arriving. Thousands of martial artists had already voluntarily entered the rift of the secret realm to cooperate with the army and buy time for Anqing's survival. Old Chen, you're already 60, why are you still joining the fun? Shouldn't you hurry and take your granddaughter away? To hell with you. Old Zhang, even a cripple like you can come, and I, with all my limbs intact, can't? Ha, who would have thought that after 30 years, we'd stand together again to fight against the beast-tide invasion? Old Zhang said, leaning on his crutch. Yeah, 30 years. You lost that leg during that beast-tide invasion. Old Chen said nostalgically. Hey, Old Zhang, after we successfully fend off this beast-tide invasion, are you still planning to go to your son's place for retirement? Your son lives in such a bustling place like Magic City. If a country bumpkin like you goes there, won't people laugh at you? I'm not going. I'll just stay in Anqing and play chess with you, you lousy chess player. I was born in this city, and I'll be buried here too. The mayor's broadcast 5 minutes before the beast tide. Inside the training ground of the Chuzhou family. Centered on Chuzhou, thick layers of ice covered the ground and walls, yet they could never approach within 5 meters of Ehei. Chuzhou, it's been a month since we last met, and you've regressed this much? Ehei said with a smile. Even though the surrounding temperature remained stable below freezing, Chuzhou still broke out in a cold sweat. It's not that I've regressed too much, it's that you're ridiculously strong, Ehei. At this moment, Chuzhou understood that any so-called probing was meaningless in front of Ehei. Only by giving his all could he possibly make Ehei take him seriously. True form of the magical beast, Ice Demon Dragon. Crystal-clear dragon scales resembling ice crystals covered the body, and Chuzhou's hair began to turn gray, growing longer and cascading down to his waist. Beneath a pair of obsidian-like small dragon horns were a pair of cold golden dragon eyes with vertical pupils. Chuzhou drew his sword Guhan, cut his fingertip, and smeared the pale blue vital blood onto the blade. After the Guhan sword drank its master's blood, its cold gleam grew even brighter. Ehei, please enlighten me. Chuzhou dove forward, his extreme speed stretching him into a long shadow, leaving only the sight of the sword's dazzling cold light slashing swiftly toward its target. Within 5 meters of Ehei, eerie black and red demonic shadows appeared before Chuzhou's eyes once again. They took on various forms of demonic beasts, twisting their bodies and wailing as if they were anguished spirits lamenting their suffering. Chuzhou was not deceived by these demonic shadows. His martial energy resonated with the sword energy of Guhan, breaking through the demonic barrier and striking toward Ehei with a single slash. Zing! The sword's hum swept through the airwaves, shattering all the surrounding ice layers with the aftermath of its energy. Chuzhou's hands trembled as the Guhan sword in his grip sliced through the flesh of Ehei's arm, but it could advance no further. Black and red ominous energy coiled around Ehei's arm, transforming into countless bloodthirsty maws of demonic beasts that fiercely bit into the blade, emitting crunching sounds. Flesh prison demon fiendish ghost fangs. It's my turn. He gave Chuzhou a kind smile, his right hand forming a shadowy apparition of ominous energy with sharp teeth, and punched toward Chuzhou's chest. Chuzhou hurriedly condensed an ice armor on his chest for defense, but he still underestimated the power of this punch. The fist struck the ice armor, and the several decimeter thick extreme frost was torn and shattered by the demonic energy fangs attached to the fist. Immediately afterward, black and red lightning erupted from the fist, sending Chuzhou flying directly. The crystalline dragon scales on his chest were blasted into dullness. Not bad, you managed to withstand one of my punches, Ehei praised. Chuzhou got up in a disheveled state. He stretched out his hand, and the lone frost automatically flew back into his palm. When did you learn the Xianhuang martial technique? Chuzhou could sense the mysterious aura of hostility. This was definitely not something that could be cultivated through ordinary martial techniques. Studied for a month, so Ehei stretched lazily. Over the past month, Ehei had, on one hand, hired people to keep an eye out for information on high-grade plant attribute magic cores at major auctions, managing to collect 3 blue-quality plant attribute magic cores. On the other hand, he spent most of his time cultivating Flesh Prison Demon. He finally grasped the essence of Flesh Prison Demon, which centers around the use of murderous aura. Each time he endured a fierce battle and slaughtered his opponent, his murderous aura could simulate the essence of the slain. The ghostly shadows and illusions seen by Chuzhou were the remnants of the beasts killed by Ehei over the past month, and the fangs formed by the transformed murderous aura were also manifestations of these beast remnants. Ehei couldn't help but marvel at how Xianhuang martial techniques were fundamentally different from common skills like blocking mountain. Fist. The gap provided by advanced martial techniques for warriors was no less significant than the disparity in awakened bloodline levels. Just as Ehei and Shu Zhou were reviewing the battle, the alarm for a beast-tide invasion suddenly sounded outside. The two's expressions changed simultaneously. Anqing was in trouble. Their phones also received a message. University preparatory students in Anqing have priority to leave. Students are requested to head to Anqing Airport to board flights B521 and B753, or proceed to Anqing High-Speed Rail to take the A423 high-speed train for rapid evacuation. Shu Zhou, you're definitely not leaving, right? You're staying too? I think with your talent, it would be best for you to leave. Shu Zhou uncharacteristically said more than usual. But Ehei covered his mouth and said, you're talking too much. How come I never noticed you were so indecisive before? Just answer me one question, fight or not? Fight. Liu Jia manner. Just as Lu Qingzhu was about to leave, she found Qin Lan blocking the doorway. Mom, I want to go support the fight against the beast tide, Lu Qingzhu said seriously, looking Qin Lan in the eye. How confident are you that you'll come back alive? Qin Lan asked, puffing on a slim cigarette, half of her face hidden in the shadows. The warriors of Anqing number around 30,000. Even counting the elderly, frail retired warriors and the martial apprentices volunteering to fight, the total barely reaches 50,000. Such a number, in the face of a large-scale beast tide, is like a small sailboat before a tsunami, one collision, and it will be swallowed by the sea of beasts. As for overlord-level magical beasts, they are monsters that Anqing in its current state cannot possibly contend with. They are beings that only a grandmaster can barely stand against. Qingzhu, your life is not just your own, it belongs to the entire family. Lu Qingzhu remained silent for a moment, but her continued steps forward clearly expressed her resolve. The warrior families unable to resist the magical beasts probably have no value in existing, she said. Qin Lan did not respond, allowing Lu Qingzhu to walk behind him. Snap. Antong suddenly emerged from the shadows, delivering a chop to the back of Lu Qingzhu's neck. Lu Qingzhu had no chance to react and immediately fell unconscious. Madam. Antong supported Lu Qingzhu and looked at Qin Lan. Let's go, we're leaving Anqing. What about that boy named Ehei? Send him a message and let him make his own choice. The entrance to the Swan Lake secret realm. A temporary military defense line had already been established here, with tanks, anti-aircraft guns, and countless Gatling guns and large-caliber machine guns forming a steel fortress. Any magical beast stepping out of the secret realm would be engulfed in an endless barrage of bullets and artillery fire. The size of the secret realm rift is limited, which will greatly restrict the number of magical beasts that can pass through. The overwhelming numbers advantage of the beast tide will be unable to come into play. As long as the secret realm rift, the final barrier preventing these magical beasts from entering the human world, is held, it is not impossible for Anqing to withstand this disaster. Tens of thousands of martial artists stood outside the steel formation, all holding their breath and focusing intently on the secret realm rift that shimmered with the hues of the starry sky. 60% of Anqing's military forces, along with high-level martial artists above the rank of martial master, had all entered the secret realm. They were called the Vanguard, and they had only one mission. That mission was to gather basic information about the beast tide and to probe the abilities of the powerful lord-level magical beasts, or even the overlord-level magical beasts, as much as possible. Then, bring the information out alive. Suddenly, everyone's eyes grew solemn. A warrior with one arm severed and covered in blood stumbled out of the rift in the secret realm. He was holding a USB drive in his hand, which contained all the achievements of the Vanguard force. Behind him, many other injured warriors, supporting each other, also ran out, but there were only about 100 of them in total. The medical staff quickly moved them to the rear, and Huangqing personally approached the first warrior who had escaped, urgently asking, what about the others? The warrior, upon hearing this, scrunched his blood-stained, dirty face into a mess, resembling a ravaged chrysanthemum. Dead, all dead. The beast tide crushed everything, we couldn't even bring back the bodies. As the warrior spoke, his eyes suddenly widened, his pupils filled with uncontrollable terror and hatred. Be sure to watch out for that blood-eyed black ape. It outsmarted us. Otherwise, at least a few thousand of us could have made it out alive. Just as Huang Qing was inquiring about the specific details, a sudden loud noise erupted from the direction of the secret realm's fissure. A massive stone spike spun and shot out, piercing through a distant building. Without pause, more stone spikes flew out, striking and destroying the defensive structures painstakingly built at the entrance of the secret realm. Countless buried landmines were also detonated by the stone spikes. Damn it! It's an attack from the secret realm. Tank battalion, don't hold back. Fire at the secret realm's fissure for me. Huang Qing shouted loudly. The tanks and anti-aircraft guns in the rear opened fire, and the blazing flames engulfed the rift in the secret realm, while the stone spike attacks on the other side never ceased. They're not sending out magical beasts but are instead using long-range attacks to wear down our strength. How could magical beasts possibly use tactics like humans? Huang Qing's expression was grim. At this moment, the words of the warrior from earlier echoed in his ears. It calculated everything against us. Otherwise, at least a few few thousand of us could have made it out alive. Damn it, those damned beasts. Huang Qing clenched his fists. Boom! Another stone spike broke through the barrage of shells, hurtling forward with a gust of air. The tank units in the rear, having anticipated this, quickly moved aside, allowing the stone spike to crash into the ground. A soldier on defense suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the fragments of the stone spike behind him. Splat! A giant rat with membranous wings suddenly burst out of the rubble and bit off the soldier's head in one swift motion. This cruel and bizarre scene played out in countless places on the battlefield. The stone spikes were actually being used as launch pods for magical beasts, which flew out of the secret realm's fissures and were directly deployed to wreak havoc behind the battlefield. Watch out, it's an enemy attack. The tank units fell into a brief chaos, and the warrior units began to step in for support. However, the beasts showed no intention of engaging in prolonged combat. They quickly hid and moved around, focusing on destroying various military equipment, significantly reducing the explosive net surrounding the rift to the secret realm. Damn it, don't let those stone spikes fall. Intercept those stone spikes for me. Missiles began intercepting the stone spikes, but this caused the firepower directed toward the secret realm to decrease. Inside the secret realm, the blood-eyed black ape's scarlet pupils revealed a highly human-like cunning as it said, "It's about time. Humans are no longer able to resist. Soldiers, flatten that land for me." A lord-level white-furred giant ape king, the size of a small building, charged out first, followed closely by the beast horde as they rushed toward the secret realm's rift. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed across the sky. The white-furred giant ape king endured the bombardment of several shells as it charged forward, pounding its chest with its fists and letting out a long howl toward the heavens. A large number of magical beasts took advantage of the white-haired giant ape king's distraction, quickly emerging from the secret realm's rift and scattering in all directions. On the rooftop of a tall building, Ehei looked down at the battlefield below, realizing that humanity was beginning to lose control of the situation. After today, I wonder what Ansheng will become. Ehei gazed at the bustling city inside. Although he had only been here for a few months since his transmigration, he had developed some attachment to Ansheng and couldn't bear the thought of the city being destroyed under the iron hooves of the magical beasts. Kill! No longer overthinking, Ehei let out a loud roar and directly jumped off the tall building, running vertically downward with his feet on the wall of the building. During the descent, rough black-blue skin appeared, and Ehei decisively activated his Godzilla form to charge into the battlefield. Martial skill, thunderous kick. Luo Xian kicked the skull of a magical beast, cracking it open and forcing its eyeballs out with the sheer force. Another warrior seized the opportunity to step forward, split open its body, and extracted the magic core to prevent the beast from regenerating. Brother Luo, as expected of you, you've already killed 5 magical beasts. Not too bad, not too bad. Luo Xian waved his hand, but couldn't help the smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, a ferocious head the size of a small car was thrown in front of Luo Xian. In the next instant, a petite figure descended from the sky, stomping the beast's head into a pulp. Killing just a few low-level magical beasts and already chatting away? Luo Xian, this is the extent of your skills, huh? The so-called number 1 of Ansheng Third High is really overrated, Kai Shaoling said with a laugh. You! Luo Xian wanted to retort, but when he noticed the black stripes of the Shadow Tiger King still faintly visible on Kai Shaoling's face, he figured he probably couldn't beat her. To avoid embarrassing himself, he could only fume for a moment before swallowing his anger. Suddenly, everyone felt the temperature drop sharply, and even white frost appeared on the ground. A lonely young man with gray-white long hair walked over. Kai Shaoling saw the blue magic core in his hand and was shocked. Chuzhou, you single-handedly killed a tier 3 magical beast? I didn't expect to run into you here. Didn't you all choose to retreat? Chuzhou did not respond to the matter of single-handedly killing a third-tier magical beast, or rather, he felt that such an achievement was not even worth mentioning, especially when compared to Ehei. Our parents are all warriors, and they are here fighting against the beast tide. As their children, what's the point of leaving alone? Luo Xian spoke with an indifferent expression, as if he did not take death seriously at all. However, the slight trembling of his fingers still betrayed his nervousness. At the moment when the group was having a brief exchange, Chuzhou suddenly looked up at the sky, only to see a tank falling from above. Chuzhou drew his sword, the blade slicing through the air in a crescent arc. A winding ice pillar rose, deflecting the falling tank in another direction. Kai Qingzhu looked toward the true culprit who had launched the tank, her pupils contracting. 200 meters away stood a 20-meter-tall white gorilla, drooling, with an arm still clamped in its mouth. It's the lord-level creature that first rushed out of the secret realm. How did it get to the rear line? Calm down. It's not the lord. Its size and aura are different, Chuzhou said. Thud, thud. The white gorilla advanced with its arms supporting the ground. With each step forward, everyone felt the ground tremble slightly. Considering the strength it displayed earlier by directly tossing a tank, getting hit by one punch would mean death. Chuzhou, let's retreat for now. Even if this white gorilla isn't a tier 4 lord-level beast, it's at least a tier 3 rare magical beast. It's not something we martial apprentices can handle, Kai Shaoling Aning said softly, taking a step back and speaking to Chujo. We can't leave now. It's already locked onto us. Chujo raised his sword, holding his breath as he locked eyes with the white gorilla's scarlet pupils. The white gorilla grew excited, pounding its rock-like black chest and letting out strange noises from its mouth. Just as Chujo was preparing to fight to the death, a black and blue meteor struck the white gorilla's head, flipping it over and toppling its entire body. The white gorilla extended its massive hand, attempting to swat the figure away, but its enormous palm was firmly held in place by the opponent's much smaller hand. Open your mouth, let me give you some oral care. Ehei stepped on the white gorilla's lower jaw, using immense strength to pry its mouth open. Buzz, 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 boom. A dazzling stream of blue light spewed from Ehei's mouth, directly blasting into the vulnerable mouth of the white gorilla, with black smoke carrying the scent of charred meat wafting out. The white gorilla struggled desperately, but from the body of the human teenager standing on it, dozens of black and red phantom-like shadows emerged, firmly pinning the massive body of the white gorilla to the ground. The blood-red pupils lost their luster within seconds, as the white gorilla's head and torso had already been severed by the atomic breath. Kai Shaoling and Luo Xian stared at the familiar blue light, then looked toward Chujo as if to confirm, their stunned expressions seemingly saying, was that Ehei? Don't be nervous, he's Ehei. Chujo looked at Ehei standing on the white gorilla's torso and suddenly felt that Anqing might actually be saved. Perhaps this is what they call a sense of security. Ehei had no intention of reminiscing with Luo Xian and the others, he still needed to support other battlefields. Atomic reaction underfoot, bend the knees, take off. Boom! Ehei leaped tens of meters into the air, his life magnetic field sensing where the most magical beasts were gathered. After locating the target, Ehei stepped on the air, generating a blue explosive airflow beneath his feet, propelling himself forward with a mid-air double jump. This was one of the defensive points closest to the secret realm fissure. Under the relentless assault of countless magical beasts, it was already on the verge of collapse. The two martial artists with the highest martial cultivation, both at the martial master level, had already fought to exhaustion and perished. But the remaining warriors and even ordinary soldiers had no intention of retreating. Even if it meant shedding their last drop of blood, they would never hand over this stronghold to the beasts. A beast resembling a mammoth charged through the concentrated tank fire, accelerating as it crashed in and brought down the high walls of the stronghold. The beasts behind it surged in like a tidal wave. Fix bayonets. The soldiers discarded their guns, drew their long knives, and joined the warriors in close combat against the beast horde. Even if it meant sacrificing themselves, they were determined to hold the magical beasts for just 1 second to create an opportunity for the warriors to strike. Faced with the mammoth magical beasts that were unafraid of artillery fire, the warriors directly chose the simplest yet most brutal tactic of overwhelming numbers. They swarmed onto the mammoth magical beasts like ants, even if it meant being crushed into pulp just to inflict some damage. Although the outcome of the battlefield is always determined by the clash between high-level warriors and high-level magical beasts, ordinary warriors, and even ordinary people possess the resolve to fight in this cruel world. At the very least, they could hold out until the human strongholds arrived to turn the tide. Suddenly, large swaths of black and red demonic shadows appeared on the battlefield. They did not attack humans but instead disrupted the beast hordes. Countless magical beasts were confused by the black and red shadows, giving the warriors an opportunity to successfully slay them. Just as the warriors were wondering where these shadows had come from, a dazzling stream of blue light struck the mammoth magical beast. For the first time, the mammoth beast, which had previously endured artillery fire without a sound, let out a painful howl. A warrior who recognized the blue light exclaimed in surprise, "It's Ehei. It's the top scholar of our Anqing. He didn't leave, he chose to fight alongside us." Another warrior who had fought alongside Ehei against the small beast tied in the Red Tree Mountain secret realm also shouted, "With Ehei's nuclear radiation here, we're solid." Solid. The atomic breath ended, and the impenetrable hide of the mammoth beast melted into a deep, bone-revealing scorched wound. Ehei casually picked up a spear, leaped onto the mammoth beast, and infused the spear with black-red martial energy. The spear's tip emitted black-red arcs of electricity as Ehei followed the wound created by the atomic breath, driving the entire spear directly into the mammoth beast's body. Roar! The mammoth beast let out a wail, its massive body collapsing with a thunderous crash. The surrounding human martial artists quickly stepped forward to extract the magic core from the mammoth beast. After Ehei dealt with the mammoth beast acting as the battering ram, countless beasts focused their attention on him. Just like the two exhausted martial artists who fought to their deaths, the beasts relied on sheer numbers to overwhelm and kill human warriors. But they clearly picked the wrong person. Ehei had always been skilled at countering swarm tactics. To avoid accidentally injuring the human side, Ehei directly chose to dive into the beast horde. Nuclear radiant battle form activate. Ehei's entire body shimmered with atomic light, transforming into blue lightning that shot straight into the heart of the beast horde. Any magical beast that brushed against the blue meteor Ehei had become was either killed or severely injured. Some warriors noticed that the beast horde, in order to besiege Ehei, had temporarily abandoned their attack on this human stronghold, easing the pressure on those struggling struggling to defend it. No, we can't let Ehei end up like Master Lu Wu and the others, killed by the beast horde. Let's go help him. In an instant, the battlefield situation began to reverse. From the beast tide attacking the human stronghold, where humans could only defend desperately, it turned into humans taking the initiative, chasing and attacking the magical beasts. The perspective shifts to Ehei. Ehei had already reached the center of the beast tide. He no longer held back, and the blue radiance on his body grew brighter and brighter, turning him into a small blue sun. At the same time, countless black and red demonic shadows burst out from his body, starting to sweep through the beast horde. Nuclear radiation domain, flesh prison demon illusory demonic shadows. The magical beasts within a range of several dozen meters from Ehei all began to shed flesh and blood, their bones decaying. Even if they didn't die, they lost their combat ability, turning into lambs awaiting slaughter. The rampaging demonic shadows bewitched most of the low-intelligence, instinct-driven low-tier magical beasts into attacking their own kind, throwing the once united beast horde into chaos. Atomic breath. Ehei spewed a torrent of laser, piercing and slicing through the powerful magical beasts that could survive the intense nuclear radiation. Ehei had suddenly transformed into a perfect combat machine, a walking radiation catastrophe. Every move and strike was a large-scale energy blast, with a controlled nuclear fusion-like atomic reaction within his body providing him with an endless source of power, making him incapable of fatigue. The beast horde's attempt to overwhelm Ehei with sheer numbers would only result in Ehei slaughtering them all in return. Before long, Ehei's battlefield was noticed by numerous martial artists and even high-level magical beasts. The martial artists marveled at Ehei's formidable war capabilities. After all, most ordinary martial artists lacked large-scale attack methods, and even high-level martial artists found it difficult to achieve such high efficiency in killing enemies. Advanced magical beasts became aware of Ehei's threat. Even though Ehei's martial energy fluctuations were only at the level of a martial apprentice, his effectiveness in defending strongholds surpassed that of most martial masters. This human genius must be nipped in the bud. Be careful, a lord-level beast has its eyes on Ehei. Protect Ehei. Damn it, if you want to kill the top scholar of Anqing City, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Kill. Numerous high-level warriors went to intercept the lord-level beasts charging toward Ehei. The terrifying aftermath of their battle turned the nearby beasts, unable to evade in time, into minced flesh. Ehei, meanwhile, took advantage of the time bought by the high-level warriors to swiftly support other strongholds being overrun by the beast tide. Countless atomic breaths were unleashed by Ehei, slicing the beast hordes into countless pieces. The intense nuclear radiation made it difficult for the beasts to approach the strongholds, while eerie demonic shadows disrupted the lord-level beasts' control over their subordinates. Everything Ehei did provided humanity with a chance to catch their breath. A small number of human strongholds, with Ehei's assistance, even began counterattacks. Ehei would swiftly move to support the next battlefield. Whenever Ehei was about to arrive at a human stronghold, the warriors there would shout, "It's Ehei, Ehei is here. We're saved. Humanity will prevail. You beasts, go to hell." And those strongholds that have not yet waited for Ehei to come to their aid have also become more resilient in defense. Hold on for me. Our top scholar will be here any moment now. You old hands are worse than a high schooler? Don't let the younger generation laugh at us. Don't wait for the top scholar to arrive and see our stronghold breached. Drive out these magical beasts without leaving a single one behind. At this moment, Ehei was no longer just a simple battlefield support soldier. He had become a symbol of hope. Every time he arrived at a human stronghold, it signified that the stronghold had a chance to hold its ground. Kill. Ehei, with his nuclear light battle form fully activated, punched through the chest and abdomen of a massive beast. The fierce atomic energy surged within the beast, incinerating its body into ashes. Countless beasts pounced on him, attempting to overwhelm him. Ehei let out a thunderous roar, slammed his fist into the ground, and a blue pulse wave erupted, blasting away the countless beasts that had leaped at him. The 5 lord-level beasts that had successfully emerged from the secret realm's rift saw Ehei leading the humans to regain control of the beast tide. Without hesitation, they charged recklessly in Ehei's direction. High-level warriors found it difficult to approach the frenzied lord-level magical beasts for the moment. At that moment, for nearly 100-meter-high stone walls suddenly rose from the ground, trapping the 5 lord-level magical beasts inside. The highest combat power in Anqing, Mayor Huang Qing, whose martial arts cultivation had reached the Xuanwu level, stood high in the air and unleashed the Jin technique, Earth Vein Divine Wall. Moo! A lord-level bovine magical beast frantically rammed into the Earth Vein Divine Wall. Each collision carried a force of hundreds of tons, yet the stone wall remained completely unmoved. Instead, it continued to contract, as if trying to crush the lord-level magical beasts to death. The White-Furred Ape King stepped on the other lord-level magical beasts, suddenly exerting force to leap, seemingly attempting to jump out of the stone wall. Huang Qing clasped his palms together, and several pillar-thick yellow sand spikes shot out from the inner walls of the 4 high walls, pinning the White-Furred Ape King firmly in midair. Huang Qing landed on the White-Furred Ape King's head and struck its car-sized skull with a powerful palm. In an instant, blood streamed from all 7 orifices of the white-furred ape king. Its brain was reduced to mush, and even its cervical vertebrae were shattered to pieces. This was the power of a Xuanwu-tier martial artist, an existence capable of suppressing even lord-level magical beasts. Their strength had already surpassed the realm of ordinary creatures. They were practically superhuman. Just as Huang Qing was about to go down and deal with the remaining lord-level magical beasts, his gaze suddenly shifted to the rift in the secret realm. A massive crocodile head was struggling to squeeze through the rift. It was simply too large, its true body couldn't possibly pass through the secret realm's fissure. Mountain-crushing giant crocodile, tier 4 king-class lord level. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Huang Qing's forehead. From the information he brought back from the Vanguard unit, he knew about this terrifying magical beast. It was the mount of that tier 5 overlord-class magical beast, the blood-eyed black ape. Those missile-like stone spikes were also condensed by the mountain-crushing giant crocodile using its Earth attribute bloodline power. The appearance of the Overlord's mount means that the Overlord-class magical beast can no longer hold back. Gene technique, mountain rock tsunami. Huang Qing placed both palms on the ground, and the boundless, vigorous martial energy spread across the earth. The hard soil and rocks began to soften like water. With a sudden jolt from Huang Qing, the crust ahead rose hundreds of meters high, then came crashing down like a tsunami onto the half-exposed head of the colossal mountain crocodile. Facing the collapsing mountain, the deep green vertical pupils of the colossal mountain crocodile flashed with disdain. As the king of the earth element, it was the first time it had encountered a human martial artist choosing to counter it with the same ability. Under the will of the colossal mountain crocodile, the center of the mountain rock tsunami began to collapse and converge, forming a massive stone sphere. The sphere absorbed the surrounding collapsing rocks, causing the mass and volume of the mountain rock tsunami to continuously shrink. But the deep mountain giant crocodile failed to notice Huang Qing's figure hidden in the silt, quietly approaching right in front of it. The deep mountain giant crocodile had just sensed the threat and tried to gather stone armor for defense, but it was too late. Shenhuang martial technique, mountain drilling force. Huang Qing unleashed a punch with a spiraling, overwhelming force, forcibly piercing through the deep mountain giant crocodile's eyelid, which was several times harder than diamond, and directly shattered its eyeball. The wails and fury of the giant crocodile echoed throughout Anqing, shattering all the glass in the surrounding buildings. The earth responded to the anger of the mountain-sinking giant crocodile, as sharp stone spikes rose from the ground within a radius of several hundred meters, forming a massive stone forest in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Huang Qing had obtained intelligence on the mountain-sinking giant crocodile in advance and promptly evacuated the warriors, ensuring they stayed at least a kilometer away from the creature, thus avoiding significant casualties. If your entire body entered Anqing, I might be at a disadvantage by 3 points, but since you've only revealed your head, you're nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. Huang Qing unleashed several powerful martial techniques in a short time, with flames igniting in the air as his fists and feet moved at high speed. Huang Qing focused his full strength on attacking the weak points of the mountain-crushing crocodile. Scales and blood flew everywhere, and the mountain-crushing crocodile was soon left drenched in blood. If not for the powerful self-healing ability of its magic core, it might have already been slain by Huang Qing. However, just as Huang Qing paused briefly to catch his breath, the mountain-crushing crocodile suddenly opened its mouth wide, unleashing a terrifying suction force. Huang Qing gritted his teeth and resisted the pull with all his might. At that moment, a stone pillar behind Huang Qing suddenly cracked open, and a black-furred arm reached out, grabbing for Huang Qing's neck. Huang Qing sensed a deadly threat and decisively turned around, delivering a punch to the black-haired arm. The punch, powerful enough to kill a lord-level opponent, in one strike, landed on the black-haired hand, but the hand remained completely unmoved, while Huang Qing's arm was instantly shattered into a mist of blood. Huang Qing's pupils contracted, and he hurriedly pulled back to create distance. The owner of the black-haired arm finally revealed its true form, a blood-eyed black ape standing over 3 meters tall. I have confirmed it. There are no stronger warriors in your city. I can kill without restraint now. The blood-eyed black ape revealed a ferocious grin. It had already tested the human's trump cards and confirmed that there was no warrior here capable of resisting a 5th-tier overlord like itself. Huang Qing remained expressionless, as if this situation was entirely within his expectations. With his only remaining arm, he swung, and within the stone forest created by the heavy mountain crocodile, countless broad and sharp stone blades emerged, converging into a storm that swept toward the blood-eyed black ape. Human, your resistance is meaningless. You're merely delaying the time of your death. The blood-eyed black ape didn't seem in a hurry to kill Huang Qing. Once it confirmed that it had no natural enemies on this battlefield, in its eyes, this was no longer a war but a game. A game that instills fear and despair in humans. The blood-eyed black ape wanted to personally witness the strongest human reveal an expression of fear. This would be the highest reward it could gain in this game. The Stoneblade Storm, capable of shattering tanks, struck the blood-eyed black ape. This arrogant, high-intelligence beast did not defend itself, allowing the stone blades to cut into its body, and then calmly walked out of the storm. Good speed, but too weak in power, the blood-eyed black ape commented like a human examiner. Huang Qing raised another wave of stone sea to attack the blood-eyed black ape, but with an effortless leap spanning 100 meters, the blood-eyed black ape jumped out of the stone sea's attack range. Boom! The stone forest was destroyed by the stone sea, but the blood-eyed black ape remained unscathed. Impressive power, but too slow. The teasing voice of the blood-eyed black ape sounded from behind Huang Qing. Kneel down, I don't like inferior creatures looking me in the eye. Feeling a sharp pain in his knees, Huang Qing fell to the ground, kneeling. Ha, why aren't you afraid? The blood-eyed black ape looked at Huang Qing's face in confusion. It didn't see the despair and fear that usually appeared on the faces of warriors it hunted before their deaths. That somewhat weathered face showed only composure. Magical beast, you pride yourself on being clever, but you still miscalculated. In the end, you're nothing more than an arrogant beast. Blood-burning forbidden art, earth vein seal. Huang Qing deliberately lured the blood-eyed black ape here. This place held the contingency he had prepared. Crash! The ground turned into quicksand with a terrifying suction, rapidly spinning in a vortex. Within seconds, the blood-eyed black ape had half its body trapped in the quicksand. The more it struggled, the deeper it sank. This is your backup plan? Trying to seal me underground? How naive human, the blood-eyed black ape mocked. Huang Qing smiled faintly, then burst into hearty laughter and said, the anthem of humanity is the anthem of courage. The severed arm pierced through the heart, and the nuclear bomb trigger connected to the heart activated upon sensing the cessation of the heartbeat. At the very beginning of the war, Huang Qing buried Anqing's only tactical nuclear bomb beneath Swan Lake. After the appearance of the blood-eyed black ape, Huang Qing used the power of the earth to move the nuclear bomb beneath the location of the geoseal. From the start of the war, Huang Qing never intended to return alive. After all, only by stepping into the game personally might it be possible to completely deceive this cunning beast. As the flash of the nuclear bomb pierced the earth, Huang Qing thought of the declaration he made 20 years ago at the inauguration ceremony as mayor of Anqing City. My name is Huang Qing, and I am willing to give everything for Anqing City and its citizens, including my life. Have I achieved it now? Huang Qing closed his eyes as endless light and heat engulfed him and the blood-eyed black ape. A towering mushroom cloud, like a monumental tombstone, rose into the sky. The warriors who had received advance notice and evacuated the nuclear blast zone all gazed toward the center of the explosion with profound reverence. This was a grand funeral. Beneath the pitch-black mushroom cloud, an area spanning over 1,000 meters had turned into a dark red lava pool. The temperature at the center of a nuclear explosion can reach tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius, instantly vaporizing all matter under such terrifying heat. But this destructive energy can only last for a few microseconds to a few millimeters, perhaps not enough to kill that fifth-tier overlord. He looked at the distant magma pool, fully activating his life magnetic field sensing, but as the magnetic field net swept through the first time, there was no sign of any life. Yet he did not lower his guard because of this. The last time the life magnetic field failed was with the ghost demon vine. That cunning plant entered a state of feigned death, using its parasitic clone on a warrior as bait to lure prey outside. He also realized that the life magnetic field is not flawless, even the cunning ones could evade Ehei's sensory net. In that case, I'll keep scanning. Even fish come to the surface to breathe, there will always be a chance to catch you, you sneaky one. The second time, the third time. Finally, on the 12th scan, he detected a faint life fluctuation. That cunning beast was indeed playing dead. But playing dead also means it's afraid of being discovered. It was trapped in unprecedented injuries. This was the best chance to kill it. He quietly left the crowd of martial artists, preparing to finish off that setting sun-like overlord on his own. After all, only he could enter the core area of the nuclear explosion. Alone, he could also confidently activate the colossal Titan template and unleash his full power. Moreover, taking advantage of the intense nuclear radiation field, he was confident he could exert 200% of his strength. In the boundless, dark red lava marsh, a charred, barely recognizable humanoid figure trembled slightly. Carbonized flesh peeled off, revealing scorched bones. Embedded in the ribcage, where the heart should be, was a dim orange crystal. The dim orange crystal suddenly emitted a sheen, as if in a final burst of brilliance, with pink blood threads emerging from the magic core and beginning to weave along the broken skeleton. After a few seconds, a figure made entirely of blood took shape. A membrane formed on its surface, followed by black hair, and a pair of blood-red eyes opened, filled with endless cruelty and venomous hatred. Who would have thought? I almost capsized at the hands of that lowly human. The blood-eyed black ape weakly propped itself up, feeling the depleted life energy within its magic core. The ferocity in its blood-red eyes seemed ready to burst forth. For beasts at the overlord level, ordinary nuclear bombings are too sluggish, and their power is too dispersed to inflict effective damage on them. However, the blood-eyed black ape was firmly trapped by Huang Qing and took a nuclear bomb head-on. Kill, kill, kill. I will slaughter everyone in this city. I will torture all humans to death in the most brutal way. The blood-eyed black ape roared furiously, being forced to the brink of death by a human martial artist it could easily crush with one hand. This was an unbearable humiliation for it. Return to the Sin Domain, Secret Realm World, first. Once I recover my vitality brutality, I will flatten this place. Suddenly, the blood-eyed black ape sensed an intense killing intent. It turned around and saw a young warrior, radiating a brilliant blue glow, charging toward it. Where do you think you're going? Ehei roared, the cells in his arm undergoing maximum power atomic reactions. The rampant blue arcs of electricity even tore through his muscles, exposing them to the air. Atomic Blast Fist Ultra. The blood-eyed black ape looked at the familiar blue radiance and recognized this person. This was one of the greatest obstacles to the beast-tide invasion, a terrifying human genius. The blood-red pupils flickered, and greed arose in the heart of this overlord. Human geniuses are always heavily protected, making them extremely difficult to assassinate. But now, this human genius was isolated and helpless. This was the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Driven by inner greed, the blood-eyed black ape no longer chose to flee but instead actively charged toward Ehei. A surge of blue light erupted before the blood-eyed black ape. Relying on its formidable defense, the blood-eyed black ape advanced against the torrent of energy. Boom! But when it reluctantly came before Ehei, what it saw was not Ehei's terrified face, but a faint smile. If you wanna run, my giant mini nuke might not necessarily hit you. Now, please enjoy another nuke. Ehei smiled as he bit into his palm, triggering a terrifying nuclear fission in the atomic reactor within his body. Brilliant arcs of electricity burst forth, and the blood-eyed black ape felt the familiar energy explosion. Human, you damn. The blood-eyed black ape's words were cut off, swallowed by a burst of light and heat. Several kilometers away, the warriors were fending off the remnants of the beast tide. Suddenly, someone pointed in surprise toward the direction where the nuclear explosion had just occurred and said, "Look, why, has another nuclear bomb detonated?" Although far less powerful than the first nuclear explosion, with this second mushroom cloud being dozens of times smaller, the familiar sensation, it was indeed a nuclear blast. What happened there? Is it Mayor Huang Qing's contingency plan? Truly worthy of Mayor Huang Qing. After the small nuclear explosion, the blood-eyed black ape, with one arm broken, stood up awkwardly from the dust, clutching its severed limb as it stared in shock at the monster ahead. A demonic figure over 40 meters tall emerged from the swirling dust. Its skin, as tough and rugged as black reef rock, was adorned with glowing blue patterns, and its exposed spine spikes radiated menace. A single casual swing of its heavy tail could shatter a cliff. This was an ultra-giant clad in Godzilla-like armor. Ehei spread his long arms, roaring to the sky, proclaiming the majesty of a king. Roar! The blood-eyed black ape's face darkened. Why do you seem more like a magical beast than I do? Even most lord-level magical beasts don't have your presence. Ehei's deep blue pupils gazed at the blood-eyed black ape beneath him, as insignificant as an ant, and he stomped down with one foot. The blood-eyed black ape looked at the overwhelming foot descending upon it and ultimately chose not to resist head-on. It rolled out of the range of the stomping foot, its body buried in the dirt and debris stirred up by the immense force. Today was the most humiliating day since the birth of this overlord. It had thought Anqing was an easy snack to devour, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be hiding firecrackers, leaving its mouth full of blood. Don't run, little monkey. A thunderous sound exploded as he swung his pillar-like massive arm, fierce murderous intent swirling around it. Mountain-blocking fist black flash. The arrogant blood-eyed black ape could not tolerate the mockery of this inferior being. It turned around, mustering its injured arm, and clashed with the fist that was even larger than its entire body. Black and red lightning burst forth, and the blood-eyed black ape was sent flying in a straight line. And Ehei's fist, twisted into a pretzel shape by the immense force of the blood-eyed black ape's strike, could recover completely within seconds thanks to the powerful regenerative ability of his giant form. As long as his true body located at the nape of the giant's neck remained unharmed, this external giant body would never perish. I just didn't expect that even a weakened overlord would still be stronger than an ordinary lord. In my Godzilla giant form, my overall physique has already surpassed the 30-point threshold, yet I still can't overpower the opponent in terms of strength. Ehei continued to take large strides toward the blood-eyed black ape. With every step, a blue halo flickered across his entire body as he continuously absorbed the residual nuclear energy in the surrounding air. The blood-eyed black ape looked at Ehei's instantly healed arm and finally gave up the thought of killing him. This guy, at least not someone it could handle with its current broken body. Ehei watched as the blood-eyed black ape no longer charged at him but instead turned to flee. A cold smile appeared on his face. Run? Does running help? The cracks on his chest lit up with a blue radiance, and the crystal-like blue spine on his back shone brilliantly. Ehei controlled his over 40-meter-tall body and unleashed a supermassive atomic breath. The blue radiance, like divine punishment, tore through the earth like a sharp blade. The blood-eyed black ape, faced with such a large-scale energy bombardment, had no choice but to leap and dodge in a comical manner. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Ehei approached it once again and unleashed another mountain-blocking fist black flash. The blood-eyed black ape took another direct hit from the black flash heavy punch, its entire body smashed into the ground. The mighty heavy punch struck the ground, causing a massive plume of earth to rise. But Ehei squinted his eyes, as the blood-eyed black ape had used this force to escape underground. Ha ha ha, foolish human. human, this is my escape route. In the end, my skills are superior. The blood-eyed black ape swam through the soil like a fish, swiftly evading Ehei's pursuit. Its blood-red eyes flickered, sensing that the secret realm's rift was not far away. Once its vitality was restored, it vowed to devour the young martial artist who dared to hunt it down. Compared to Huang Qing's scheme that nearly killed it, Ehei chasing it around like a rat was even more despicable and hateful. Suddenly, the blood-eyed black ape felt a wave of heat above its head. It realized that its position had been exposed once again. This dominant existence had never been so humiliated. It cursed inwardly, wondering why this human's perception was so disgustingly sharp. Atomic breath sliced through the surface, and the blood-eyed black ape shot out from the soil like a fish blasted out of water, only to be met by an enormous fist wrapped in a terrifying shockwave. Mountain-blocking fist, black flash. Don't push your luck, you despicable insect. The blood-eyed black ape, being relentlessly pursued and beaten by a young martial artist, was utterly humiliated. It forced its magic core to its limits, squeezing out the last bit of energy. The blood-eyed black ape's black fur and flesh all withered and shriveled in exchange for a brief return of peak strength in its right arm. A giant fist and a smaller one collided, the terrifying force compressing all the air around them, forming a momentary vacuum. The erupting black and red currents were scattered by the blood-eyed black ape's punch. The overwhelming power traveled along Ehei's fist, all the way up to his shoulder and chest. Layer upon layer of muscle, like coiled pythons, first ruptured and then exploded into a mist of blood. Ehei's arm, locked in a punch with the blood-eyed black ape, burst apart segment by segment as if firecrackers were going off. Bone fragments mixed with blood fell, creating a rain of blood in this nuclear wasteland. Ehei seemed to be completely at a disadvantage in this clash of fists, even gravely injured, yet he was smiling. You've reached the end of the road. Atomic breath. Boom! After the blood-eyed black ape unleashed a punch by squeezing its magic core, it was temporarily unable to evade and was directly struck by the atomic breath. The terrifying energy, almost tangible, pinned the blood-eyed black ape to the ground, dragging it along as its withered flesh lost its formidable defense and began to dissolve under the atomic breath. Just as Ehei was about to succeed. La 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 la. A melodious yet eerie singing voice echoed across the desolate nuclear wasteland. Ehei's deep blue eyes instantly turned blood red as he felt an intense pain in his brain, with countless negative emotions surging through his thoughts. Ehei understood that he was under a mental attack and focused all his energy on channeling the baleful aura within him to protect his mind. When Ehei came to his senses, the wasteland that had been ravaged by a nuclear explosion was unexpectedly covered with tender, white arms. Countless proportionally beautiful, slender hands swayed like flowers in the wind, exuding an eerie sense of beauty. The blood-eyed black ape, half of whose body had been dissolved by Ehei's atomic breath, was now enveloped by countless jade-like hands. These hands lifted the ape's remains and passed them backward like a relay baton. Another expert? Ehei's face was grave. He hadn't expected a sudden turn of events. He swung his palm, intending to grab the blood-eyed black ape, but immediately felt his giant body freeze. He saw that on all the joints of his giant form, countless jade-like hands had grown at some point, making him resemble a massive machine with jammed gears, unable to move. Don't even think about running. Ehei roared, his towering 40-meter giant form bursting with dazzling blue radiance. He intensified the atomic reactions within his body, causing his temperature to rise rapidly. 100 degrees Celsius, 200 degrees Celsius, 900 degrees Celsius. The Godzilla-like shell on the giant's body began to melt, revealing the flesh beneath flowing with blue magma. The terrifying heat caused the ground beneath to ignite. The jade hands stuck on Ehei's body began to spontaneously combust. They emitted sharp cries like those of an infant before finally turning to ashes. At this moment, the blood-eyed black ape had already been carried by the jade hand flower cluster to a position 50 meters away from the secret realm's fissure. Hurry up, faster, he's catching up. The blood-eyed black ape looked at the giant chasing after it like a demon god, and for the first time, it felt that death was so close. Faced with the instinct to survive, it forgot its cunning, forgot its arrogance, leaving only primal fear. Ehei stomped on the ground, each step causing large patches of jade hands to ignite. The giant roared loudly, reaching out to grab forward. La 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 cluck 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 ha. Boom, boom, boom. The eerie singing returned, this time mixed with a woman's seductive laughter. From the 100-meter-tall rift in the secret realm, countless arms surged forth like a tide. At the center of this wave of limbs was a woman's head, her beautiful, mask-like hands covering her eyes. Sensing Ehei's approach, the woman's head parted her blood-red, striking lips, and stretched out a tender crimson tongue to lick them. Ehei felt as though the song was about to shatter his mind. Even though he had blocked the giant body's hearing, the melody still managed to echo directly inside his brain. You must know that the other party is on the other side of the secret realm's rift, influencing this world. If her true form descends, I might kneel in the very first second. What is that creepy thing? Could it also be a magical beast? Such terrifying power, could it be a ruler as well? Roar! The giant let out a painful wail as Ehei tore through its flesh at the back of its neck and emerged. Covered in blood, Ehei looked like a mad demon, with nothing but boundless killing intent and madness in his eyes. You've killed so many people, and now you think you can just leave Aning like this? Wishful thinking. Ehei poured all the atomic energy into the giant's body. This giant, fused with Godzilla's genes, immediately entered overload mode. Its entire flesh and blood were melted by blue magma-like blood, leaving only a massive skeleton to support its movements. Ehei controlled the giant's body, recklessly charging toward the rift in the secret realm. All the jade arms blocking the way were burned to ashes. As the giant's body was about to step into the rift in the secret realm, Ehei detached and faced the woman covering her eyes. This is a specialty from our homeland, a nuclear bomb. Hope you like it, you wretch. Ehei gave the world on the other side of the secret realm's rift the middle finger. The woman covering her eyes had her head tightly watching Ehei, her nimble pink tongue sticking out and swaying from her red lips, as if saying goodbye. The giant's body completely stepped into the secret realm's rift, and then the dazzling blue and white light engulfed everything. Part of the explosion's aftermath surged out from the secret realm's rift, blowing the weakened Ehei away. Ehei was like a fallen leaf, swept up by the shockwave and flung hundreds of meters into the air. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Ehei bit his palm again, squeezing out the power of the giant within him to create a giant hand that cushioned his descent. The blue and white light pierced through the rift in the secret realm, dispersing the nuclear explosion's lingering smoke outside, like a small sun rising amidst the nuclear wasteland. This obvious anomaly was quickly noticed by the warriors several kilometers away. Look at the rift in the secret realm. It seems like it exploded, one warrior said uncertainly. Another sharp-witted warrior noticed a problem. Something's wrong, these magical beasts have suddenly gone into chaos. It's important to note that beast tides follow the leadership of high-level magical beasts, and in previous battles, they had demonstrated a high degree of organizational ability. But now, they seem like an ant colony in disarray, either attacking blindly or scattering in all directions. All experienced martial artists realized what this represented. The overlord has been slain. Could it be that Mayor Huang Qing succeeded? Everyone, stay alert. Do not let Mayor Huang Qing's sacrifice be in vain. Our Ansheng is saved. The warriors, who had originally shown signs of fatigue due to the intense battles, suddenly seemed revitalized as if injected with adrenaline, fully recovering their strength. At last, they saw a glimmer of hope amidst the overwhelming sea of beasts. On a certain battlefield, Shuzhou, almost entirely covered in blood, tremblingly injected a third combat stimulant into his neck. Kill! The powerful vitality and martial energy ignited once again. His golden dragon eyes turned blood red as Guhan unleashed wave after wave of sharp icy sword energy, slashing toward the beast horde before him. Behind him were more than a dozen injured martial artists, including Kai Shaoling, who had fainted from exhaustion after using a forbidden technique, and Luo Xian, who had lost a leg. Barely managing to block most of the demonic beasts with an ice wall, Shuzhou knelt on one knee, leaning on his sword and gasping for breath. A thick layer of frost covered his body, and the icy dragon scales on him began to fall off in large quantities, an ominous sign of his bloodline power being overdrawn. Boom boom. The sound of the trembling earth came, and Shuzhou looked up to see a giant red hand first emerging from the side of a building. Then, a sharp voice reached Shuzhou's ears. Oh ho, there's a big catch. This was a humanoid magical beast at least 40 meters tall, with crimson skin, disheveled white hair, dark green pupils, and exposed yellow teeth. It was exactly like the hideous demon from mythology. Shuzhou saw that it had a necklace made from the corpses of warriors hanging around its neck and gripped Guhan's hand even tighter. With vermilion skin, a demon-like appearance, the ability to speak human language, and a violent temperament, this was a high-intelligence humanoid magical beast species, Rakshasa demon. The Rakshasa demon stuck out its tongue and licked its eye, its eerie green pupils fixed intently on Shuzhou. Such good luck. It's been 80 years since I last tasted the flavor of a human genius. It seems today wasn't a wasted trip. The Rakshasa demon extended its blood and flesh-stained hand, reaching for Shuzhou. Shuzhou understood that he had to use his trump card, no matter how much he despised it. Shuzhou condensed 3 ice needles, preparing to unlock a certain seal. A steamroller descended from the sky, crashing straight onto the head of the Rakshasa ghost. The Rakshasa ghost let out a sharp screech, swatted the steamroller away, but a strong man wielding a large hammer leapt out from it, striking the Rakshasa ghost's forehead with a single blow. A visible wave of air surged, the Rakshasa ghost wailed in agony, its forehead smashed down by the hammer, and its massive body toppled backward, crushing a row of buildings. The burly man with the hammer pressed his advantage, leaping onto the caved-in skull of the Rakshasa demon and swinging his hammer down once more. Blood splattered everywhere, and 2 green eyeballs flew into the air as the demon core hidden within the Rakshas's brain was smashed to pieces. Young man, are you alright? Captain Wu Sr. Shuzhou recognized this person. It was none other than the leader of the Silver Wolf Martial Corps' Ansheng branch, a powerful Grand Martial Master. We've been tracking this Rakshasa ghost for a long time. It specifically targets civilian shelters and the strongholds of our injured warriors. It truly deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces, Wu Sun said angrily, but time was of the essence. Now, a large number of magical beasts had flooded into the city, and every moment, civilians were losing losing their lives to these beasts. Strong individuals like Wusun had to shoulder even greater responsibilities during such times. Wusun helped Xu Zhou up and gave him a high-quality vitality pill to restore his strength. "Can you continue fighting?" "I can," Xu Zhou replied resolutely. Perhaps it was due to the remains of the blood-eyed black ape finally being destroyed by the giant nuke that the magical beasts, which had been continuously pouring into Anqing through the secret realm's rift, began to decrease. It seemed as though the other world had ceased its invasion of Anqing. The warriors of Anqing began to hunt down the magical beasts roaming within the city. Fierce battles could be seen in every corner of the city, with blood even staining the rivers within the urban area red. At night, the entire city was filled with wails and roars of fury. This siege lasted for a day and a night. It wasn't until all the magical beasts that could be found were hunted down that the exhausted warriors finally stopped. The battle to defend Anqing was finally won, even though Anqing paid the heavy price of losing nearly 80% of its warriors and soldiers. Just as Anqing finally gained a moment to breathe and rebuild, a young boy finally opened his eyes at the old site of Swan Lake, which had been devastated by a nuclear explosion. After channeling all atomic energy into the giant's body to create a small nuclear bomb, he fell into a sleep-like state, much like a phone automatically shutting down when its battery runs out. Fortunately, the place where he was sleeping was filled with fresh nuclear radiation and residual atomic fission energy. Under automatic charging, he rebooted. This battle was incredibly difficult. Mayor Huang Qing entered the fray himself, luring the blood-eyed black ape to the nuclear explosion site and severely injuring it with the blast. With the home field advantage. In the nuclear explosion area, he managed to repeatedly self-detonate and finally killed it completely before that woman could rescue the blood-eyed black ape with its head. With the remaining life force in its magic core being almost depleted, it was impossible for it to regenerate. The subordinate beast Tide, sensing the death of their overlord, chose to retreat. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging atomic energy coursing through his body. He was very strong, with the domineering atomic energy of the legendary Godzilla enhancing his output, combined with the explosive power of the colossal Titan template. At his peak, he could trade punches with overlord-level magical beasts. However, in terms of the level of life, he had not yet reached the rank of an overlord. Even when facing a severely injured and crippled overlord, he would still need a great deal of luck to deliver a killing blow. He needed more time to grow. With the support of the infinite monster template, he would eventually stand at the pinnacle of combat power. But the current secret realm upheaval across the entire Xia nation instilled a sense of urgency in him. He no longer had more time to grow. It seems the collection of plant attribute magic cores needs to speed up. The next template draw is uncertain, and even if I get one, it might not be a golden item. Fusing the Planet Godzilla template is the fastest way for me to become a top-tier powerhouse. And then there's the Xianhuang martial techniques. Since the infinite monster template allows me to cheat in the martial rhythm space, I must also grasp the extraordinary system of martial artists. Although the growth period of Xianhuang martial arts is relatively slower compared to template abilities, its potential is also extremely high. After all, this is the cultivation system of a high martial world. On the wasteland, he silently planned for the future as he looked at the city in the distance that had just experienced the ravages of war. After the disaster in Anqing, the city began to gradually resume operations. People recovered from the calamity and started rebuilding Anqing. In the city center, citizens planned to erect a bronze statue several dozen meters high in honor of the former mayor, Huang Qing, so that future generations of Anqing residents would remember this great martial artist who gave everything for Anqing. He also learned about the damage in other cities from the news. This time, a total of 18 cities across the Xia nation were attacked by beast tides, with 12 cities completely falling. As for Guanshan City, after the appearance of an S-level secret realm, the entire city was shrouded in an undetectable gray mist within 1 minute. From then on, Guanshan City completely lost contact with the outside world. The imperial capital selected 30 Xuanwu martial artists and 5 master-level experts from the National Martial Artist Organization Great Xiao Dragon Sparrow, led by the Grandmaster Du Jingming, to investigate. The strongest martial artist of the Xia nation stabilizing level, Fu Hongsheng, waited on standby outside the S-class secret realm. After 12 hours had passed, none of the 36 martial artists emerged from Guanshan City. Thus, Fu Hongsheng personally entered Guanshan City. Finally, after 8 hours, the severely injured Fu Hongsheng emerged from Guanshan City with 2 surviving masters. The Xia Kingdom has also designated Guanshan City as the 11th global life forbidden zone, with 1.8 million people confirmed dead in the city. Countless lives ultimately turned into cold casualty numbers, displayed on Ehei's phone. This was the most severe loss the Xia Kingdom had suffered since the appearance of the secret realm fissures. For the first time, Ehei realized that humanity's survival situation had become so dire, and their resistance against the threats from the other side of the secret realm was so pitifully feeble. Sure enough, only by having great power within oneself can one survive in this turbulent world. Ehei turned off the news and found Qin Lan's penguin message. Qin, I want to ask you for a favor. You want to learn the remaining 2 Shenhuang martial techniques from the Lu family as well? He found it a bit hard to maintain his composure. Is this how Qin Lan sees me? I'd like to ask for your help in acquiring some high-quality plant attribute magic cores, preferably blue magic cores or even purple lord-level magic cores. Plant-type magical beasts are already rare, and lord-level magic cores are even more precious. You sure have quite the appetite. Since you want so much, what can you offer in return? Every year, Imperial Capital University holds a freshman secret realm assessment during the start of the semester. I can team up with Lu Qingju and help her take first place. Qinlan leaned lazily against the leather sofa, her silk pajamas slightly loose, revealing half of her fair, delicate shoulder. She smiled with her red lips after seeing Ehei boast so confidently. You are underestimating the genius top scorers from other provinces and cities, aren't you? What I can tell you is that Qingju's strength, compared to previous freshmen at Imperial Capital University, would only rank as above average, not even reaching the top tier. Although you were suppressing Qingju throughout the arena match, you're still a bit lacking compared to the top tier prodigies. Qinlan had just sent a message, and a reply came back immediately. The content made Qinlan feel both a little annoyed and somewhat amused. But Aunt Qin, you can only place the hope of reviving the Lu family on me, can't you? I can write an IOU. If I fail to achieve first place among the freshmen, I'll serve the Lu family in any capacity you wish in the future, even to the point of taking care of you in your old age. Qinlan looked at the phone screen, and the mischievous smile he must have had while typing this sentence already appeared in her mind. Alright, I'll help you one more time for now. He received Qinlan's promise and temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. Relying on his own connections and funds to collect magic cores was too slow. A month had passed, and he had barely managed to gather 4 green quality and 1 blue quality magic core. At this speed, it will take forever for Brother Legend to evolve into Brother Planet. If it weren't for the urgency of time, he really wouldn't want Qinlan to get involved. After all, that woman is too smart. He was certain that she would eventually figure out something about his abilities. Ah, that socially anxious little girl Lu Qingju is still adorable. Why does her mother have to be so cunning? He tidied up and prepared to visit Chuzhou in the hospital. He heard that the battle maniac had injected 4 combat stimulants in a single day, practically a drug addict, and ended up overexerting his body to the point of being admitted to the ICU. Riding on Lu Qingju's sleek black gold motorcycle, He drove onto the street. Many martial artists on the road recognized He. They excitedly greeted him, and there were even fervent fans approaching to ask for autographs. Perhaps He himself didn't even realize how highly regarded he was in the hearts of the martial artists in Ancheng. That terrifyingly massive nuclear radiation and atomic breath made him a nightmare for enemies who wished they could tear him apart, while for his teammates, he was practically a lifesaver and a supreme pillar of support. It can be said that on battlefields where Ehei is present, the survival rate of teammates increases by at least 60%. If Ehei hadn't supported the stronghold and swept away the beast tide, the war damage in Ancheng would have at least doubled. Of course, if Ehei were absent, the blood-eyed black ape would have successfully regained its peak condition. By then, Ancheng would have already become one of the fallen cities, and there would be no point in discussing war damage or anything else. On the way, Ehei tactfully declined numerous penguin messages from female warriors, then brought some gifts from fans to visit Chuzhou. As Ehei walked into the hospital room, he couldn't hold back anymore. The originally handsome classmate Chu was now wrapped in bandages like a mummy. He lay expressionless on the bed, his sharp eyes seeming to say, "Take off the bandages, I can still fight." Ehei turned around and saw that it was Chuzhou's fellow patient calling him, so he asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Luo Xian, your first opponent in the qualifying match." Luo Xian finished speaking and stared intently into Ehei's eyes, hoping to catch some hint of emotion. "Oh, hello." Ehei had absolutely no recollection of who he was. Luo Xian felt deeply hurt, never expecting to be such a passerby in Ehei's eyes. But it couldn't be blamed on Ehei for not respecting Luo Xian. After all, it was a one-move defeat, like sweeping through a game with the autoclear function. There really was no need to remember it. Perhaps Chuzhou couldn't stand it anymore, so he introduced, "Ehei, this is Luo Xian from Ancheng No. 3 High School." He made a significant contribution during the defense of Ancheng. Ehei also noticed Luo Xian's broken leg and immediately felt a deep respect. Perhaps Luo Xian was a bit weak, but he was undoubtedly a true warrior. Luo Xian saw Ehei and Chuzhou both looking at his broken leg with a mix of pity and respect, and he felt speechless. He said, "Don't look at me like that. My leg isn't done for yet. You're making it seem like I'm completely finished. I can perform limb healing surgery, and if that doesn't work, I can install the latest combat prosthetics from Laserbird." As if to prove he was fine, Luo Xian kicked his incomplete broken leg. Facing the stubborn Luo Xian, Ehei barely held back a laugh. It would be too impolite to laugh at this moment. Just then, Ehei's phone rang. Glancing at it, she confirmed it was an unfamiliar number. Ehei casually hung up, marked it as a spam call, and then blocked it. The entire process was smooth and effortless. But just over 10 seconds later, the phone rang again. This time, the call caller was Lao Deng, the principal of Ehei. Ehei answered the call, and Lao Deng's somewhat anxious voice came through from the other side. Ehei, why did you block that big shot from the capital? Hurry up and unblock him. Ehei snapped back to reality, realizing that he had just performed a series of absurd actions, taking food from the leader's plate, spinning the table, and locking the leader outside as he entered. Ehei unblocked the blacklisted number and removed the spam call label that had been marked on it. The call connected. A man's voice came from the other side. Hello, Ehei, I am Wang Tao, the head of admissions at Imperial Capital University. This is to inform you that Imperial Capital University will start the semester a month earlier, and a special train will come to pick you up in 3 days. Do you have anything else to say? What else could I say? Should I ask if the semester could start later? Ehei complained inwardly, but immediately said, I'll follow the organization's arrangements. No wonder your principal speaks so highly of you. You truly have great awareness, Wang Tao said. Ehei secretly gave a thumbs up to the principal. Old Deng, you really are thoughtful. After Ehei hung up the phone, Chuzhou also received a call from Imperial Capital University, but the caller was not Wang Tao. A hospital room with 2 top students from Imperial Capital University could be called the champion ward. In the future, it might require extra payment to stay here. Luo Xian glanced left and right, then shrank his head and fell silent. It seems I shouldn't be on the bed, I should be under it. Ehei naturally paid no attention to Luo Xian's withdrawal. He pondered the early start of the semester at Imperial Capital University, realizing it was likely due to the impact of the Secret Realm invasion on Xia country, which had prompted the university to make some adjustments or reforms. A turbulent autumn. Ehei sighed inwardly, then bid farewell to the 2 from Chuzhou. With the start of the school year approaching, he still had very important matters to attend to. Ehei left the hospital, driving a flashy black and gold motorcycle, speeding off in a certain direction. Destination, the former site of Swan Lake. Ehei, on the nuclear explosion wasteland, discovered after battling the blood-eyed black ape that his legendary Godzilla template compatibility had unexpectedly increased by 1.5%. It should be noted that Ehei's legendary Godzilla template had already reached 31.2%. Even absorbing a blue-quality magic core might not necessarily increase compatibility by 2%, so a 1.5% increase was already very significant. Ehei had a hypothesis about this. He could enhance his compatibility with the Godzilla template by training or fighting in areas with intense nuclear radiation. However, the conditions for this kind of training were too extreme. It was impossible to detonate a nuclear bomb every time he trained to provide him with fresh, intense nuclear radiation and the residual energy of atomic fission. So Ehei must seize the opportunity to utilize this nuclear wasteland in Anqing, which also helps Anqing eliminate a source of nuclear pollution. Ehei really enjoys things that both enhance his strength and increase his merit. Parking his beloved car several kilometers away from the Swan Lake nuclear wasteland, Ehei ventured alone into the desolate wasteland. Due to the massive mushroom cloud caused by the nuclear explosion, which threw hundreds of tons of dust into the atmosphere, the sky over Swan Lake and the surrounding area for several kilometers was shrouded in thick gray clouds, making the world below resemble eternal night. Ehei walked through this dark, desolate world, relying on the instincts of Godzilla's bloodline to locate the areas richest in nuclear radiation and energy remnants. It was precisely the spot where Huang Qing had once sealed the blood-eyed black ape and detonated the nuclear bomb. Ehei sat cross-legged in the massive crater left by the nuclear explosion, where much of the soil had been transformed into a glass-like state due to the high temperatures from the blast. Ehei entered Godzilla mode and began attempting to use martial energy to guide the radiation energy in the air into his body. 3 days later, the dust cloud lifted into the air by the nuclear blast was finally dispersed by the wind, and the golden morning light finally pierced through the dark gray clouds, shining down on the scorched wasteland. At the spot where the morning light fell, a young man sat cross-legged. This beam of morning light was like a spotlight, highlighting him on the dark stage. At this moment, Ehei had already entered Godzilla mode, with rough, black, reef-like skin covering his entire body, and blue crystalline spines on his back radiating a continuous blue glow. Mist-like air currents swirled around Ehei, making him appear like an immortal from mythology, meditating and breathing amidst the clouds. However, what Ehei exhaled was nuclear exhaust gas-rich and extremely high radiation. After 3 breaths, the well-defined muscles on Ehei's back, resembling the powerful wings of an eagle, relaxed, and his pores released a large amount of steam like a steam engine. As the waste gas generated from cultivation was expelled, the Godzilla-like exterior began to fade, and Ehei returned to his normal skin. But perhaps because he hadn't been exposed to sunlight for too long, Ehei's skin was now much paler and cooler. Ehei opened his eyes, a glimmer of crystalline blue flashing through his pupils. He opened the panel, ready to check the results of his 3 days of arduous cultivation. Infinite Monster Template. Host, Ehei. Comprehensive Physique, 27.4. Template, Legendary Godzilla, Compatibility, 38.9%. Colossal Titan, Compatibility, 90%. Ehei circulated his martial energy, with blue arcs of electricity flickering amidst the black and red ominous aura. It seemed that, during these 3 days of training in the nuclear wasteland, the fusion of martial energy and nuclear energy had deepened further, increased the compatibility by over 6 points. The improvement is quite significant. Unfortunately, I have to leave. Ehei bent down and crouched, atomic energy brewing beneath his feet. With a burst of blue light flashing, a sonic boom erupted behind Ehei, shooting straight into the sky. Ancheng High-Speed Rail Station. Shuzhou carried Guhan on his back and checked the arrival time of the Imperial University shuttle. 5 minutes left. Although time was tight, Shuzhou was not anxious. He believed Ehei would not be late. It was at this moment that a few explosive booms echoed in the sky. Countless martial artists instinctively broke out in goosebumps. Their hearts pounded wildly, as if sensing that a terrifying beast was about to descend before them. At this moment, it was right after the crisis in Anqing had just ended, and the warriors were at their most vigilant. Sensing danger, the warriors immediately entered combat mode. "Don't be nervous, it's me." The familiar voice made everyone stop their actions. A figure descended from the sky, landing with just the right amount of force, leaving the ground unharmed. A blue halo on the legs flickered on and off, emitting steaming heat. "Ehei, everyone, put down your weapons. This is our Ancheng's little top scholar." Damn, that oppressive feeling just now scared me to death. I thought a high-level magical beast had descended again. What a terrifying aura. Even high-level martial artists igniting their blood and energy smoke don't have this kind of oppressive feeling, right? Truly worthy of being the pride of our Ancheng. The martial artists looked at the dashing young man, dusty and travel-worn, with eyes full of reverence and curiosity. They all knew that this person was the most proud young genius of Ancheng. Shuzhou looked at Ehei, who appeared travel-worn, and said, "You've grown stronger again. Let's go to the Imperial capital." Ehei patted Shuzhou's shoulder and strode toward the train-waiting platform. Moments later, the golden-red train representing Imperial Capital University pulled into the platform. Ehei turned back for one last glance at this city under reconstruction. This was his first stop since crossing over, and it was his starting point. Goodbye, Ancheng. The Imperial University's train features a primary color scheme of red, black, and gold. The entire train is constructed with the most advanced structures and materials, capable of easily withstanding impacts of thousands of tons of force. However, even so, the number of Xuanwu martial artists escorting the Imperial University's train, both openly and covertly, is no less than 5, with even master-level experts stationed on board. After all, those seated inside the train are the most talented elites among an entire generation of students in Xia Nation. These students will become the backbone of Xia Nation's defense in the future. Only those at the top level can board this train, right? Ehei was somewhat curious about the strength of top students from other regions. Ehei reduced his life magnetic field to a radius of 5 meters around him. As he carried his luggage and passed by one freshman after another, he sensed their vigorous vitality and life force. After scanning a train car, Ehei had a rough idea. Very strong, but only 5 people could withstand 3 moves from him. This is Ehei's confidence in himself. Ehei and Shuzhou found seats and sat down. Shuzhou didn't waste any opportunity to cultivate. His breathing was as long and continuous as a divine turtle's, and the muscles and bones within his body faintly echoed with the muffled sound of thunder. Ehei, on the other hand, closed his eyes, preparing to take a good rest. After 3 days of sleepless cultivation, even with his superhuman physique, he was feeling a bit fatigued. Half asleep, a loud bang woke Ehei up once again. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The Imperial University train is under attack by an unknown enemy. Professor Ni and other teachers are investigating the situation. Remaining students, please evacuate the train immediately and do not engage the enemy. The entire carriage fell silent at first, then erupted into utter chaos. That can't be real, right? Who would dare attack the Imperial University? Could this be a drill, specifically designed to test us freshmen? Not necessarily. Right now, the Xia Kingdom is at its weakest. The nation-guarding martial artist is injured and in seclusion. One of the 3 national guardian grandmasters, Grandmaster Du Jingming, is missing, and several grandmasters and Xuanwu martial artists have died in the beast tide attacks on Guanshan City and other cities. The countries and forces previously suppressed by Xia Kingdom have naturally started to stir. Should we leave the carriage or? The freshmen discussed the current situation. As top geniuses from various cities, none of them were foolish, they were all quick-witted individuals. However, faced with the current perplexing situation, they were indeed a bit flustered. What do you think, Ehei? Shuzhou turned his head to look at Ehei. First, get out of the car or go to another carriage to check the situation. Ehei was a pragmatist. He immediately got up and prepared to take action. Shuzhou also picked up Guhan and followed behind him. The remaining freshmen took different actions. Some believed this was a trial, preparing to gather more freshmen to join forces, actively seeking out enemies to attack, showcasing their strength, courage, and wisdom as martial artists. Some people acted cautiously, preparing to leave the carriage first, while others were confused and could only follow the crowd. Ehei's carriage was located very far back. He and Shuzhou moved forward to check the situation in other carriages. carriages. Finally, when he reached the 5th carriage, he encountered a terrified freshman covered in blood, shouting that the enemy had already taken over the first 3 carriages. The enemy possessed a special domain ability capable of pulling people into an independent space where the aftermath of the battle wouldn't affect the outside world. Inside, terrifying enemies were hunting everyone down. The Xuanwu martial artist teachers escorting us have almost all been killed or injured. They worked together to get me out of that area to notify you to run quickly. This is not a drill, the freshman shouted hoarsely. Many freshmen who had originally wanted to go to the front carriages to investigate the situation hesitated instantly. A burly male student with a mane of fluffy hair like a lion and sharp, domineering eyes stepped forward. Pointing at the panicked freshman, he said, "Evidence? You say there's danger ahead, so show us the evidence. The token the teachers gave you, or other injured people, why are you the only one who ran out? I have a close friend in the front carriages, and his strength is enough to compete for the top freshman spot. I don't believe you can come out, and he will not come out." Yan Jingxiong finished speaking and strode toward the front carriage, followed by many freshmen who supported the trial faction's viewpoint. They were all prepared to go forward together to see what was really happening. The blood-covered freshman, seeing that many people didn't believe him and insisted on going forward to court death, instantly turned ashen. At that moment, he seemed to recognize someone in front of him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "You must be Ehei." Ehei looked at the new student in front of him. After using his life magnetic field to confirm that there was nothing wrong with his aura, he nodded. "A girl named Lu Qingju showed me your photo. She asked me to tell you, under no circumstances should you go to the front carriage." "Is that exactly what she told you?" "That's right. She took a blow for me and was seriously injured. I can't stop those people from getting themselves killed, but I must fulfill that girl's last wish, make sure you survive." Just as the freshman was moved by his own words, Ehei slapped him on the forehead, instantly clearing his mind. "Damn it, the girl's not even dead yet and you're already talking about her last wishes." With that, Ehei took Chuzhou and walked straight toward the compartment ahead. "Are you still going?" "Nonsense, I promised their parents." But this guy stubbornly blocked Ehei, his eyes full of determination. "No way, I absolutely can't let you go over there." Ehei was somewhat speechless. How did someone like you manage to get into Imperial University as a freshman? Chuzhou. At Ehei's command, the top enforcer, Chu Xiaozhou, instantly slashed out a streak of sword energy with his finger. Zhou Jingxian frowned. He hadn't expected these two to be so unreasonable, resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement. How could someone as refined as classmate Qingju possibly know these two brutes? As the top scholar of Hecheng, Zhou Jingxian easily dispersed the sword energy, but he immediately realized his carelessness, as the scattered sword energy instantly regrouped before his eyes and plunged straight into his forehead. A fierce chill erupted within his body. Zhou Jingxian retreated several steps in shock, circulating his vital energy and blood in an attempt to dispel the cold. Form dispersed but spirit intact, this was sword intent. He had been careless and failed to dodge. Having forcibly endured a strike of extreme cold sword intent, Zhou Jingxian looked solemnly at Chuzhou. Most sword cultivators were proud and solitary, so why would someone so young, who had already comprehended the realm of sword intent, still follow behind Ehei like a subordinate? However, a fist coming straight at him gave him the answer. Even though his eyes caught the shadow of the punch, his body couldn't fully react. Zhou Jingxian was struck in the abdomen by Ehei with a single punch. The sheer force alone caused Zhou Jingxian's eyes to roll back, and the barely coagulated blood clots in his wounds burst open again. Ehei looked at Zhou Jingxian, who was kneeling on the ground and retching uncontrollably. Considering that his intentions weren't bad, Ehei took out a few vitality pills from his spatial ring and placed them in front of him. "Let's go, Chuzhou. Let's check out what's happening up ahead." Ehei arrived at the 4th carriage, where chaos had already broken out. The door connecting to the 3rd carriage ahead was enveloped in a layer of hazy, chaotic colors, as if passing through it would lead to another world. Ehei casually picked up a heavy object and threw it inside, but no sound came out, as if the object had been silently swallowed. Even Ehei's life magnetic field couldn't penetrate this layer of hazy color to sense anything. "Just now, many freshmen walked over here. It seems they've all gone in," Chuzhou said. "Interesting." Ehei and Chuzhou stepped into the chaotic membrane, their bodies twisting and disappearing within it. After Ehei entered, he found that Chuzhou had vanished behind him, leaving him alone walking on the silent and dark path. Ehei walked to the end, and the surrounding environment finally began to brighten. What kind of godforsaken place is this? Ehei came to his senses and realized he was no longer on the Imperial University train. A gray, hazy sky, and a cluster of dilapidated buildings resembling an old man on the verge of death. In this strange environment, Ehei rarely became serious, as his life magnetic field sensing had disappeared, or rather, it was blocked in this field. Ehei decided to first go to a higher place to get a full view of this peculiar city. He bent his knees and jumped. Ehei leaped dozens of meters and landed on the top of a building. Looking around, the architecture here was extremely monotonous, and there was no sound in the surroundings, as if it were a dead city. In this unfamiliar environment, Ehei narrowed his eyes. Although Ehei's life magnetic field was shielded, he could still sense a gaze fixed on him. This feeling of being spied on and toyed with made him extremely displeased. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Ehei mobilized his powerful martial energy, his hands forming a globe shape, gathering the martial energy and infusing it with unstable atomic energy. Blow it up for me. Ehei hurled the energy ball into the clouds, unleashing a terrifying burst of energy. The immense light and heat dispersed the surrounding grayish clouds, and the explosive sound shattered the city's silence. In every corner of the city, the freshmen of Imperial University, who were holding their breath and hiding from something, all stared in shock at the explosion in the sky. Damn, who's this expert? Why is their entrance so flashy? For the explosion in the sky, some frowned with worry about potential trouble, some admired and exclaimed in awe, while others watched indifferently. In a certain building, Lu Qingzhu, with a pale face, looked at the blue-glowing explosion outside the window and already knew who had arrived. On the other side, Xu Zhou, holding his sword, rushed quickly toward the site of the explosion. He knew this was Ehei's signal flare. As soon as Ehei entered the scene, they became the focus of the entire city. The perspective shifts to Ehei. He looks at the restless city, knowing that he has already attracted both teammates and enemies. For instance, right now, the sound of footsteps echoes behind him. A strange figure dressed in black and wearing a white pig head mask appears behind Ehei at some unknown time. In his hand, he drags a rusty iron chain, with a blood-stained dagger at the end of it. Ehei saw this strangely dressed person and immediately knew he was no good. Without any hesitation, blue flames erupted under Ehei's feet, scorching the ground as he stepped forward. Accompanied by a sonic boom, he threw a punch directly at the pig head mask of the opponent. Damn it, pretending to be all mysterious, I'll rip that mask off your head. Just as Ehei's fist was about to hit the mask, the pig-headed man's dagger thrust forward at an even faster speed, completely ignoring Ehei's aura shield and Godzilla-like skin defense, stabbing straight into Ehei's abdomen. Ehei's fist also struck directly at the pig-headed man's head, unleashing a temperature of over 1,000 degrees capable of melting steel. The pig-headed man's head was instantly engulfed by a stream of blue light. However, the pig-headed man's head was only slightly scorched. The pig-headed man gripped the handle of the dagger embedded in Ehei's abdomen. He exerted force with his arm, attempting to slice Ehei's body open, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it. His dagger was actually stuck in Ehei's rapidly regenerating muscle tissue. The pig-headed man immediately tried to retreat, but Ehei held on tightly. The rusted iron chain wrapped around the pig-headed man's arm yanked him forward in an instant. Your strength isn't great, but your weapon is special. It seems to ignore defenses. What the hell are you, anyway? Ehei flashed a nuclear-bright grin. He seized the pig-headed mask with both hands and pried open the pig's mouth. Behind him, his spine arched like crystal, each vertebra lighting up in sequence. A terrifying radiance began to gather in Ehei's mouth. Open wide and behave, I'll give you a little oral surgery. Mouth-to-mouth, atomic breath. A blue, high-temperature beam erupted from his mouth, pouring straight into the pig-headed man's maw. The pig-headed man's limbs thrashed violently, but no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free of Ehei's iron grip. With the smell of scorched meat filling the air, the pig-headed man finally ceased struggling. His pig mouth had been blasted through by the atomic breath, and his neck seared clean through by the intense heat. Ehei lifted the pig's head and stared into its eyes, big and small, examining it curiously. Ehei considered himself an honest person. He would do what he said, and if he promised to pluck a pile of headgear for you, he would pluck a pile of headgear for you. Boom! Huh? There's something inside? Ehei pulled out a pendant from the pig head headgear, a vividly carved little pig. So it really is the Imperial University's trial? Defeating monsters to drop items? Huh? Ehei picked up the dagger that could make him lose blood and examined it again. With a twist of his two fingers, there was a crack, and the dagger broke. Ehei couldn't help but complain, what the heck, is this dagger loyal to its owner? So steadfast? It would rather break than let me use it. Of course, this was just a joke. Ehei could roughly understand that the masked man's weapon was likely imbued with the martial energy of a high-level warrior, making it exceptionally sharp. Once the martial energy dissipated, these weapons would revert to being ordinary items. Ehei gently rubbed the little pig pendant in his hand, pondering the method to pass the trial set by Imperial University. Could it be that I need to find many masked people and seize the pendants inside their headgear? Whoosh! Ehei suddenly felt a fierce wind rushing toward him. In an instant, a ferocious and sinister shadow burst out from within him, opening several bloodthirsty mouths from all angles, firmly biting down on the arrow aimed at Ehei's forehead. Sparks flew in all directions. Finally, the arrow stopped just 1 decimeter in front of Ehei. Ehei looked in the direction the arrow had come from, where a shadow flickered past. Just as Ehei was about to rush over, a sharp pain shot up from beneath his feet. A sharp spear pierced through the concrete ground underfoot, impaling Ehei's foot and aiming straight for his heart. On the other side, the shadowy figure with the bow seized the opportunity, firing several sharp arrows straight at Ehei's vital points. Having just dealt with the pig-headed man, Ehei hadn't even caught his breath before falling into a deadly ambush from all sides within mere seconds. But thinking this would be enough to take down Ehei was still far too naive. Ehei let out an angry roar, summoning the power of the giant from his bloodline. Intense light and heat erupted from his body, and massive ribs grew behind him, woven with scorching, newly formed flesh. The spear aimed at Ehei's heart was pushed aside by the proliferating giant's flesh, veering off course, and the arrows targeting Ehei's vital points were also swept away by the fiercely growing giant's flesh. Ehei stood amidst the gradually dissolving giant ribs, his pupils glinting with a cold light. With one hand, he grabbed the spear to prevent the guy below from pulling back the weapon and escaping. The other hand was enveloped in black and red murderous energy, interwoven with atomic energy generated by countless concentrated cells. Ehei let out a furious roar and punched the ground. The ground shattered under the violent burst of energy, and Ehei took the opportunity to descend from the rooftop to avoid being ambushed again. Ehei's fist, wrapped in fierce and menacing energy, perfectly struck a soft object. A surge of airwaves erupted as a dark figure was sent flying by Ehei's punch, crashing through 3 walls in succession. Kill! Ehei kicked and broke the spear in his hand, ready to have a proper exchange with the guy who almost skewered him. But just then, the guy Ehei had knocked away actually crawled out of the crack in the wall on his own. Rabbit head? Boom! It was a short man wearing a red-eyed rabbit headpiece and a black suit. And in his hand, he held a brand new spear. It seems that as long as these masked individuals remain alive, their weapons can regenerate endlessly. This guy bent his legs, his calf muscles swelling exaggeratedly to the size of basketballs. Then, with a full body exertion, he leapt like a cannonball shooting forward. He twisted his waist and swung his hips, delivering a horizontal kick to the rabbit-headed man's waist. However, the rabbit-headed man's body was too flexible. The force struck him, but he spun several times in the air, effortlessly dissipating Ehei's kick. What thing knows kung fu? A cold gleam swept across, and Ehei quickly retreated to dodge the spear aimed at his throat. Damn it, these masked people are too resilient. They're practically indestructible. Ehei looked at the rabbit-headed figure staring intently at him after landing, feeling a bit troubled. To break through the masked person's defense, Ehei would at least need a full-power atomic breath, striking at the masked person's weak point. But this rabbit-headed man was not as easy to catch as the pig-headed man. His flexible body could quickly shift the position of his bones, slipping out of Ehei's grasp like a swimming fish. Just as Ehei was pondering what strategy to use to trap the rabbit-headed man, a familiar chill joined the battlefield. Bloodline power, ice vein. Endless ice walls sealed the rabbit-headed man in and continued to close in. The rabbit-headed man turned to leap toward the window, but a piercing flash of cold light shattered the window first. Holding his sword, Shujo slashed straight at the rabbit-headed man's neck. Swoosh! The sword's edge collided with the spear, striking dazzling sparks in the air. In just a few seconds, the two exchanged dozens of blows with their weapons. Sparks flickered in the dim space, but even though the rabbit-headed man's spear had the advantage, he gained no upper hand against Shujo's superior swordsmanship. During another blade clash, Shujo unleashed icy power, successfully freezing the spear in the rabbit-headed man's hand. With his weapon sealed, the rabbit-headed man quickly fell into a disadvantage. Shujo seized the opportunity, landing a kick squarely on the rabbit-headed man's chest, sending his spear flying in the process. After losing his weapon, the rabbit-headed man quickly retreated, but a pair of large hands, which had been waiting in the shadows for a long time, reached out and tightly embraced him. Finally caught you, little cutie. In the strange urban space, countless newcomers, attracted by the explosions caused by Ehei, silently observed Ehei's direction. 2 temporarily allied newcomers hid inside a building, conversing. Why is there no movement over there? Could that guy who came in so flamboyantly be dead? Definitely dead. Those masked people were surrounded by more than a dozen of us and still didn't get hurt. Their weapons can break through any defense. They're simply not opponents we can handle at this stage. That guy who fired into the sky as soon as he came in was way too arrogant. He's probably just a student from some small place who got into Imperial University. A frog in a well, full of himself. To be honest, the top scorers from big cities are on a completely different level compared to us from small places. I heard that Yen Jingxiong and Ouyang Zhe from Magic City, Lan Yusi from Deep City, and Xian Chen from Lily Island have already started hunting the masked people. I really don't know how they're managing to do it. So strong? Then the top freshman this time should emerge from among them. No. The top freshman every year has always been a local from the Imperial capital. Compared to those geniuses from the Imperial capital, students from other regions of Xia country don't even stand a chance. The resources for martial cultivation they've had since childhood are worlds apart. Boom! A loud explosion interrupted his speech. The two looked up at the sky, both stunned like wooden statues, because an exaggerated stream of blue light streaked across the sky, splitting the grayish sky into 2 halves. The two exchanged a glance, their minds somewhat bewildered. What was that exaggeratedly powerful beam just now? An electromagnetic cannon? But how could there be an electromagnetic cannon here? In other corners of the city, the newcomers actively tracking the animal mask-wearing man also stopped in their tracks, silently watching the exaggerated beam in the sky. Yen Jingxiang planted the large broadsword in his hand into the ground, its immense weight causing the blade to sink directly into the earth. He kicked the masked man with the horse head at his feet and looked ahead at his friend and the top top scholar of Magic City, Ouyang Zhe. Ouyang Zhe was wearing a black jacket over a white hoodie. At this moment, he had the hood up and was gazing at the blue beam of light piercing the sky. Zhe, what do you think? Yan Jingxiang asked. This kind of attack method doesn't seem like the style of the masked men. It's most likely the means of some newcomer. Newcomer? Besides those few people in the imperial capital, how could anyone else possess such an exaggerated power? Yan Zhengxiang was somewhat incredulous. We have to make a trip. After all, the two of us have already collected the pendants for rat, dog, monkey, and horse. Lan Yusi from Deep City has at least one sheep pendant, Xianchen from Liuli Island has at least one snake pendant, and a girl named Lu Qingzhu seems to have even taken down a minotaur and obtained the ox pendant. If the masked person is really following the order of the Chinese zodiac, then that leaves only the pendants for pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon. You know about that, dragon, monster, it's an existence where touching it means certain death, a boss you can only flee from, not confront. The remaining pendants, emitting blue beams of light, are definitely in the hands of some of the new players. Xian Chan and Lan Yusi are also very likely to be drawn to them. Masao, this game has already entered the final round. If we want to win, we can only snatch them from others. Half of Ouyang Zhe's face was shrouded in the shadow of his hood, with flames of ambition flickering in his pupils. The little rabbit in Ehei's arms was already adorably dead, having taken a point-blank atomic breath. Its head was completely pierced through by atomic energy. Fortunately, the pendant inside the headgear was intact, and Ehei successfully obtained the rabbit pendant. Ehei, what is this? Shuzhou looked at Ehei taking out two pendants, somewhat puzzled. Before you came over, I had already taken down a guy wearing a pig head mask, and then I got a pig-shaped pendant from his headgear. If I'm not mistaken, this trial should require us to collect all the pendants from the animal heads, Ehei said. We have to actively seek out the masked people? That's right. Just now on the rooftop, there was a guy who shot a sneak arrow at me. He should also be one of the masked people. Let's go settle the score with him. Ehei remembered very clearly the spot where the sneak arrow was shot at him, and the two quickly arrived at the rooftop where the archer was. Something's wrong. Someone has already beaten us to it. Shuzhou looked at the intense battle marks on the ground, with the damage from some kind of high-temperature attack particularly striking. He touched the scorch marks on the ground, still warm, which meant the other party hadn't gone far. In the next moment, Shuzhou's ice demon dragon bloodline surged with intense hostility, and crystalline dragon scales automatically surfaced on his body. Shuzhou gripped Lone Frost tightly and, relying on instinct, slashed his sword in a certain direction. A 10-meter-high ice peak rose abruptly from the ground, crashing straight into a certain spot in the air. Discovered, Lan Yusi? Your optical camouflage is way too lame. A meticulously dressed man with gray parted hair appeared out of thin air. The moment he showed up, the surrounding temperature began to rise, and his palm quickly turned red-hot like a branding iron. Gene Art, Flame Demon Battle Form. Xianchen struck the incoming ice blade head-on with his palm. Sparks flared within the ice, and a massive amount of steam burst forth, quickly enveloping the entire rooftop. Clearly, it's you who clashes with this aloof and handsome guy's personality. How can you blame me for the exposed position? A delicate-looking girl appeared behind Xianchen. Her makeup was exquisite, and a pair of blue-purple eyeshadow made her eyes particularly captivating. You were ambushing us? Ehei skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. Little brother, you've misunderstood. We dealt with a guy wearing a chicken mask and hid to lure out the other masked people, Lan Yusi said innocently. Beside her, Xianchen casually bit down on a cigarette, snapped his fingers, and the sparks ignited the cigarette. Is that so? Then what does this mean? Ehei suddenly reached out to the side, and a woman who looked exactly like Lan Yusi appeared out of thin air, struggling in pain as Ehei tightly gripped her throat. Ehei grabbed the dagger with a strange bluish-purple hue from the hands of this Lan Yusi clone and twirled it skillfully. Is this dagger coated with poison or sugar? How about you lick it first? Lan Yusi's expression instantly darkened, while Xianchen beside him gave a roguish smile. He had never expected Lan Yusi to succeed in the sneak attack anyway. Otherwise, it would have been far too boring. Taking a deep drag on the cigarette, Xianchen puffed out his cheeks and exhaled a large cloud of black smoke in the direction of Ehei and the other two. Ehei crushed the neck of the clone in his hand and retreated with Shuzhou in time, but unexpectedly, Lan Yusi pulled out a yellow fan glowing with runes and fanned the black smoke Xianchen had exhaled. A fierce wind surged, propelling the black smoke to spread rapidly and engulf Ehei and Shuzhou. Xianchen also rubbed his fingertips together to conjure a fireball, which shot straight into the black smoke. Boom! The black mist was instantly ignited, transforming into a fiery cloud, the scorching heat twisting the air into a distorted mass. Just as Xianchen raised an eyebrow smugly at Lan Yusi, a thunderous clap echoed like a cannon blast. Ehei clapped his hands within the fiery cloud, and the resulting massive shockwave extinguished the entire fire cloud. After extinguishing the flames, Ehei sneered at the corner of his mouth and dove toward Xianchen like a torpedo. What the hell are you laughing at? Mountain Blocking Fist Ultra. Looking at the incoming fist, Xianchen's pupils contracted. He wanted to defend or dodge, but compared to that fist, he was too slow. Xian instantly turned into a straight line, sent flying by Ehei's punch, with a trail of sparks still lingering in the air. Lan Yusi hadn't expected Ehei's speed and strength to be so terrifying. This level of physical prowess left her feeling incredulous. It must be noted that none of them currently had techniques to advance to the warrior stage. With their martial cultivation still at the apprentice level, their physical strength was always sealed by a membrane. Even though the freshmen of the Imperial University have a higher upper limit at the martial disciple stage, there is always a limit. However, Ehei is not included in this category because he possesses a template. Even if his martial cultivation remains at the 9th stage of martial disciple, he can still forcibly increase his physical stats by raising the template compatibility. This is what is called a dimensionality reduction strike. Lan Yusi had no idea she was up against a cheater. She raised the wind element magic fan in her hand, intending to blow Ehei away, but the sudden chill on her feet made her inwardly cry out in alarm. While Lan Yusi's attention was drawn to Ehei, Shuzhou had already frozen her feet. Your turn, you can fly for me too. Ehei showed no mercy, his massive fist swinging directly toward Lan Yusi's face. Lan Yusi let out a startled cry, wielding her magical tool with all her might. The airflow around her accelerated and surged, forming a protective hurricane barrier. The ice beneath her feet was sliced apart by wind blades, and Lan Yusi's lithe body was lifted by the wind. She looked at Ehei outside the hurricane and giggled, "Little brother, still not good enough. How do you know it won't work if you don't try?" Under Lan Siyu's shocked fury, Ehei forcibly broke through the wall of wind and grabbed her delicate ankle. "Get down here!" Ehei shouted, slamming Lan Siyu hard onto the ground, sending up clouds of dust. Seeing herself about to fall into Ehei's clutches again, Lan Siyu prepared to burn through a huge amount of martial energy in a desperate attempt to escape. Xianhuang martial technique, formless chaotic shadow. Bang! A large cloud of smoke exploded on the spot, and countless Lan Yusi figures darted out from the smoke, fleeing in all directions. Trying to escape? Xianhuang martial technique, flesh prison demon, illusory demon shadow. More black and red fiendish shadows than Lan Yusi's clones burst out from Ehei's body. They transformed into countless shapes of demonic beasts, swiftly encircling and attacking Lan Yusi's clones. There are also differences among Xianhuang martial techniques. In terms of numbers, Lan Yusi's clones were no match for Ehei's fiendish shadows. In terms of strength, while Lan Yusi's clones could suppress one or two fiendish shadows, they quickly disintegrated under the chaotic gnawing of a swarm of fiendish shadows. Unable to win in a fight, and unable to escape. Finally, Lan Yusi's true form was desperately cornered in a small alley. Ehei descended from the sky, landing in front of her. Lan Yusi gritted her teeth, channeling all her martial energy into her fan, raising it to unleash a deadly wind formation. But suddenly, a dazzlingly cold sword pierced through the wall behind her, pressing against Lan Yusi's neck. Xu Xiaozhou had already figured her out. "I surrender." Lan Yusi threw away the fan and raised both hands in a military salute of a certain country. "Give me the pendants you collected." Lan Yusi dared not disobey Ehei's oppressive authority. She took out the sheep pendant and the chicken pendant and handed them to Ehei. "Tell me the information you know." Lan Yusi decisively betrayed her ally Xianshan, revealing that Xianshan possessed the snake pendant and the tiger pendant, as well as all the abilities displayed during the battle. Additionally, Lan Yusi also shared with Ehei the relevant information and speculations about Ouyangze and Yin Zhengxiong from Magic City. She told Ehei that to win this trial, it was necessary to collect 12 pendants. Now that it was the later stage of the trial, if Ehei didn't take the initiative to snatch from others, others would take the initiative to snatch from him. Lan Yusi was thinking of encouraging Ehei to hunt down Ouyangze and Yin Zhengxiong. She knew she had no chance of winning this trial anymore. Since that was the case, she might as well stir the waters, pit the tiger against the wolf, and make these guys fight more fiercely. How about it? Do you need me to take you to find Ouyangze and Yin Zhengxiong? Lan Yusi blinked her eyes with blue-purple eyeshadow and said with a smile, "You don't need to worry about that." Lan Yusi wasn't surprised to hear Ehei's answer. After all, they had just been rivals in a fierce competition, so it was normal for him not to trust her. Lan Yusi finished explaining everything she needed to. She looked up at Ehei, intending to ask if she could leave now. But when she raised her head, what she saw was Ehei staring intently at the fan in her hand. Lan Yusi had a bad premonition. Yin Zhengxiong and Ouyangze swiftly leaped through the concrete jungle. Just moments ago, the two of them encountered a group of reckless individuals who actually planned to join forces to snatch the pendant from them. Although they were still a disorganized crowd, it still took the two of them a bit of time to deal with them. At this point in time, Xianshan and Lan Yusi have probably already gone over there, right? It doesn't matter. No matter who wins, we'll just snatch the pendant from them afterward. What they can do is merely help us keep it temporarily. Ouyangze's words were extremely domineering, but Yin Zhengxiong didn't find anything wrong with them. In his view, that was indeed the truth. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and he exclaimed in shock, "Ace, look at that corpse." Ouyangze also stopped, squinting his eyes as he looked at the horrifying scene on the street ahead. Xianshan's body had been cleanly and decisively decisively severed at the waist, tossed onto the street like a dead dog, with an expression of shock and anger still lingering on his face. It seemed the blade that killed him was so fast that Xianshen hadn't even had time to show fear, his expression forever frozen in the previous moment. A few minutes ago, Xianshen, who had been punched and sent flying, was thrown tens of meters through the air before landing headfirst into a trash bin. Blazing, dazzling flames erupted as Xianshen burned away all the filth on his body, standing up with a grim expression. Boom! That guy is truly a monster. Lan Yusi must have already fallen by now, right? It seems like that guy marked me as well. He'll definitely come after me. Xianshen clenched his fists tightly. He hadn't expected to encounter someone so outrageously strong before even reaching the imperial capital. It seems necessary to join forces with those two people from the Magic City, Ouyangze. Ka. A certain grating sound of a sharp blade dragging across the ground reached Xianshen's ears. He turned his head and saw, dozens of meters away, a figure holding a long tang sword. He wore a cold, black dragon mask forged from refined iron, exuding both majesty and ferocity. Standing over 2 meters tall, his frame was extremely gaunt, and his tattered black-gray robe fluttered in the wind. The most striking feature was his eyes. He had double pupils, with 2 blood-red pupils squeezed into a single eyeball, evoking a sense of mystique and an eerie feeling that made people instinctively keep their distance. This was the first time Xianshen had encountered someone wearing a dragon mask. The impression this person gave him was entirely different from the other masked individuals he had dealt with before. No matter how agile the others were, they always carried an air of lifelessness. This guy felt alive. Sizzle. The streetlights built within tens of meters between the two flickered erratically, as if the current was being affected by something and had become unstable. In the blink of an eye, the knife-wielding man in the dragon mask seemed to teleport forward by over 10 meters, leaving all the streetlights behind him extinguished. Xianshen swallowed hard, flames igniting fiercely in his hands, causing the asphalt beneath his feet to scorch and melt. Playing tricks. Xianshen shouted angrily, flames swirling around his arm as he charged straight at the opponent. The streetlights went out again, plunging the street into darkness and silence. Strangely, the flowing flames and crackling sounds coming from Xianshen's body vanished the moment the streetlights went out. When the lights flickered back on, a corpse, cleaved cleanly in two, appeared on the street. The body was ice cold, as if it had been dead for a long time. The man in the dragon mask, clutching both the snake and tiger pendants, disappeared into the misty night. Why would Xianshen die here? And this sharp slash wound. It was Qianlong who did it. This slash is clean and precise, a fatal strike, indicating that the opponent completely overwhelmed Xianshen in terms of strength. Only the dragon mask among the 12 zodiac masks could achieve this level, Ouyangze said as he looked at the slash wound on the corpse. But the dragon mask, isn't he only able to operate in that underground parking garage? Yan Jingxiong and Ouyangze first saw the dragon mask right after they had just slain the dog-masked man. Yan Jingxiong was confident that although the masked men were very powerful, they could never be a match for the twin stars of Magic City. At that time, 20 freshmen were following the two of them out of admiration. To win people's hearts, Ouyangze, as the team leader, led the group to the underground parking garage in the southern part of the city. He had heard that someone had spotted the masked men there. In the end, only Yan Jingxiong and Ouyangze walked out of there alive. The first time he saw Qianlong slicing through two freshmen as easily as chopping vegetables, Ouyangze couldn't believe his eyes. After all, this was the Imperial University's freshman trial. How could anyone actually die? But that scalding hot blood was no illusion. Now, seeing Xianshen's tragic death, Ouyangze was once again haunted by those unpleasant memories. What should we do? It seems that the pendant on Xianshen has also been taken. Yan Zhengxiong's voice pulled Ouyangze back to reality. Ouyangze said in a deep voice, the reason Qianlong left the underground parking lot is very likely because we freshmen fulfilled a certain condition, such as all the masked men being eliminated. Then this final boss could lift his restrictions and move freely. Just like ordinary Zodiac mask wearers automatically hunt down newcomers, the Dragon of the Zodiac might actively hunt us, the holders of the Zodiac pendants. The Dragon of the Zodiac is impossible to confront directly. We must act before the dragon and seize the pendants from others. We cannot let the pendants fall into the dragon's hands. Ouyangze made a firm decision. He would actively release a signal to attract other pendant holders and engage in a decisive battle. Bloodline Awakening, Golden Winged Dragon Rock, 4th tier king level bloodline. Ouyangze's body burst with a golden glow. Feathers grew on his cheeks, and a pair of platinum-colored, winding dragon horns emerged on his forehead. A pair of majestic golden wings, over 4 meters wide and adorned with dragon scales, unfolded. Ouyangze flapped his wings, soaring into the sky, and let out a provocative screech. The golden martial aura enveloped the screech, spreading throughout the entire city. Ouyangze was calling for challengers. Lu Qingzhu was in the first carriage of the Imperial University train, one of the first to be drawn into this eerie dead city. She, along with 2 freshmen, managed to take down a minotaur, but then accidentally wandered into an underground parking lot where she encountered a mysterious figure wielding a tang sword and wearing a dragon mask. One teammate was killed on the spot. If more than 20 people hadn't entered later and drawn the dragon mask's attention, Lu Qingju felt she might have met her end there as well. Even though she made it out alive, Lu Qingju was struck by the dragon mask's blade, with the sword energy penetrating her body, leaving her severely injured. After escaping the underground parking lot with another teammate, she encountered an accompanying teacher from Imperial University. He claimed that the Imperial University train was attacked, and Professor Ehei, who had the cultivation level of a grandmaster, along with several other teachers, are currently missing. However, he successfully found a way to send one person out of here. Lu Qingju, citing her own severe injuries, chose to let another teammate leave. Before that teammate left, Lu Qingju inexplicably thought of Ehei. In the end, as if guided by fate, she took out a photo of Ehei and asked the person leaving to remind Ehei not to come in. Afterward, Lu Qingju quietly focused on recovering from her injuries, but when she saw the blue explosion in the sky, she understood that Ehei had indeed entered. Unfortunately, she didn't have the strength to go look for him for the time being. With his overwhelming power, as long as he didn't face the dragon mask, he shouldn't suffer any losses. Lu Qingju continued to recuperate, and just as she barely regained her ability to move, an extremely aggressive screech reached her ears. The call of a similar high-level bloodline made her heart tighten. She had been discovered. Ouyang stood high in the sky, a faint connection of some kind of bloodline making him look in a certain direction. He remembered this feeling. Back in the underground parking lot, he had sensed it from the girl who was almost killed by Qianlong. Ouyang knew that the girl's name was Lu Qingju. After all, during the college entrance exams, upon hearing that the declining Lu family had produced someone who awakened the bloodline of the Nether Sparrow, Ouyang, sharing the same lineage of high-level magical beasts of the divine bird type, had specifically looked into Lu Qingju's information. It was later heard that she was defeated in the ring by an unknown person. As expected, the Lu family still fell into decline. Even with a powerful bloodline warrior, they couldn't change their downward trend. Is it Lu Qingju? It seems she has the ox pendant in her possession. What an unexpected surprise. Without waiting for that mysterious freshman and Lan Yusi to come over for the challenge, Ouyang flapped his wings and disappeared from the spot, leaving only one sentence for Yan Jingxiong. I'll go catch someone first. You wait here. Lu Qingju knew that given her current situation, there was no way she could escape. The other party had already locked onto her aura and would definitely come to snatch the pendant in her hand. Although Lu Qingju didn't value it much, she had a premonition that Ehei would definitely need it. In a moment of desperation, Lu Qingju only knew of one place that could hold off the other party. That was the underground parking lot of the Dragon Mask. Ouyang sensed that the other party was moving toward a familiar location, which made him involuntarily let out a cold laugh. How adorably foolish. Qianlong had already left with his blade in hand. There would be nothing in that underground parking lot. Ouyang accelerated his dive and descended from the sky, his golden figure piercing through the foundation and landing in the dim underground parking lot. He recklessly unleashed the oppressive force of his golden martial aura, stirring up a fierce gale in the underground parking lot. Crack, crack. A familiar sound of a blade being dragged reached Ouyang's ears, causing a drop of cold sweat to instinctively roll down his face. In the darkness ahead, a pair of eerie blood-red heavy pupils were fixedly staring at him. Ouyang, who had always prided himself on his intelligence, realized that he had seriously overlooked an issue. Qianlong, if he was really hunting down the holders of the zodiac pendants, then there were 5 zodiac pendants in this underground parking lot. He would definitely prioritize coming to the place with the most pendants. The lights in the underground parking lot began to flicker on and off. Ouyang stared gravely at the tall, thin figure wielding a knife ahead. Clearly, his figure was so thin, yet he made Ouyang feel an indescribable sense of oppression. Just facing him alone felt suffocating. Ouyang wanted to escape from here, but he couldn't. If Ouyang guess was correct, Qianlong possessed a kind of field, a field that would unfold during one-on-one encounters with him. At the moment Qianlong met his gaze, Ouyang was forcibly pulled into the field. Only by fulfilling a certain condition or eliminating Qianlong, the caster, could he leave. I was really careless to be forced into such a situation. The reason Ouyang and Yan Jingxiong were able to escape Qianlong's pursuit last time was because the 20 underlings around them could all serve as Qianlong's priority targets for elimination. But now, only Ouyang is alone. It's coming. Ouyang golden pupils widened, catching the subtle movement of Qianlong leaning forward and attempting to draw his blade. All the lights vanished, and in the pitch-black silence of the underground parking lot, Qianlong made his move. Ouyang flapped his wings with all his might, transforming into a streak of golden light in an attempt to dodge, but he still felt the bone-chilling blade's coldness on his back. The lights flickered back on. Golden blood trickled from Ouyang golden wings, and the golden radiance on his body had dimmed. Even though he caught the attack wind-up of Qianlong, he was still grazed by the slash, and Qianlong's blade only grew sharper and more ferocious with each strike. Ouyang had a premonition that he wouldn't be able to dodge the next strike and could only take it head-on. Yan Zhenxiang had never met anyone more more arrogant than himself. But this time, he encountered two at once. Ehei stood with her hands on her hips, looking arrogantly at Yin Jingxiong. You seriously opened a full-server voice chat just to provoke here? The people of Chuzhou are tough and speak little. They directly drew their sword and pointed it at Yin Jingxiong. Ehei, leave this person to me. I want to test my strength. You think you've got me? So arrogant? Yin Jingxiong hoisted the ghost-head broadsword, exuding a domineering and ferocious aura, which transformed into a fierce tiger circling around him. Chu Xiaozhou was the first to strike, an ice pillar rising beneath his feet, propelling him toward Yin Jingxiong. The domineering broadsword slashed horizontally, the ferocious tiger clinging to the blade's energy, letting out a tiger's roar that shook the mountains and forests. Chuzhou's gaze grew slightly heavier as he sensed a fierce and murderous intent emanating from Yin Jingxiong's blade. It felt as though just a glance at the blade's light would carve a deep, bone-revealing wound into his body. Courting death. Yin Jingxiong had unexpectedly mastered a domineering blade intent as well. Ha! The broadsword slashed through the air, tracing a menacing crescent. Chuzhou, like a nimble fish, used the slickness of the ice pillar to bend his body backward and evade the ferocious blade light. However, the seemingly reckless and clumsy Yin Jingxiong deftly adjusted his force in midair, flexed his arms, and struck at Chuzhou again from another angle. Faced with such a powerful and heavy strike, Chuzhou chose not to evade. He wanted to see whose intent was stronger, his sword intent or his opponent's blade intent. Chuzhou almost instantly shut off his five senses, entering the profound realm of unity between man and sword. Sword intent soul wound. Compared to the college entrance exam a month ago, the purity of Chuzhou's sword intent is even higher, capable of integrating some of his own attributes into the sword intent. Guhan unleashed a pure sword beam, accompanied by a crisp dragon's roar. Swoosh! The broadsword imbued with a tiger's roar intertwined with the treasured sword that unleashed the dragon's roar. The blade energy and sword energy tangled with each other, the sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls echoing through most of the street. Ehei sat casually to the side with his golden blade, not interfering in Chuzhou's battle. He understood that pure martial artists like Chuzhou had their own pride and confidence when it came to fighting. Suddenly, Yin Jingxiong, who was clashing blades with Chuzhou, furrowed his brows tightly. It seemed that something unexpected had occurred, distracting him from the fight with Chuzhou in front of him. His martial energy erupted as he tried to push away Chuzhou's sword and retreat, but Chuzhou wouldn't give him the chance. A large mass of frost, like maggots clinging to bones, relentlessly pursued Yin Jingxiong's retreating body. Yin Jingxiong infused a large amount of martial energy into the ghost-head broadsword, swung his arms, and unleashed several domineering blade energies, slicing the ground in crisscross patterns to block the advance of Hanbing and Chuzhou. If it weren't for the urgent matter I have this time, I'd break 8 of your bones. Yin Jingxiong retracted the broadsword into his spatial ring and was about to leave. Finished talking tough and now you want to leave? Did I say you could go? A voice reached his ears, and the previously motionless Ehei moved. What? Yin Jingxiong could barely catch a glimpse of a black shadow sweeping toward him, carried by a fierce gust of wind. Ugh! Yin Jingxiong felt a surge of stomach acid rising, and his whole body flew sideways like a balloon. Thud! 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 After crashing through 3 streetlights in succession, Yin Jingxiong finally tumbled awkwardly on the ground for several rolls before coming to a stop. What the heck? Was I just swatted away by a magical beast? Yin Jingxiong clutched his stomach, standing up with a pained expression. It was me who knocked you away. After all, your screech was too unpleasant, so I went a bit heavy-handed. Ehei walked up to Yin Jingxiong, looking down at him condescendingly. Was it you who ambushed me? Yin Jingxiong asked angrily. I don't think this counts as a sneak attack. It's clearly just that your brain is too slow to react to my punches. Arrogant. Yin Jingxiong momentarily forgot his friend Ouyang Zhe's signal for help. He summoned his ghost-head broadsword, determined to go all out and teach this ignorant guy in front of him a proper lesson. 3 minutes later, Yin Jingxiong's eyes lost their luster, lying on the ground like a salted fish. Ehei held Yin Jingxiong's ghost-head broadsword, spinning it in his hand, and said, "This weapon has a decent weight. I'd like to borrow it. You don't mind, do you?" Yin Jingxiong said nothing. He had already been beaten into silence by Ehei. Just thinking about how he was treated like a basketball, repeatedly grabbed and slammed into the ground by Ehei, made his body tremble. Don't be so down. Lasting 3 minutes against me is pretty impressive. That Xin Chen was sent flying with just 1 punch. Ehei comforted him. Ehei, we didn't find the pendant in his spatial ring, but we found this. Chuzhou brought a jade pendant engraved with the characters Ouyang in front of Ehei. The pendant flickered dimly, as if it was about to go completely dark. The previously despondent Yin Jingxiong regained a glimmer of light in his eyes upon seeing the pendant. Looking at the gradually dimming jade, he realized his friend was in mortal danger. But at the moment, Yin Jingxiong was too severely injured to save him. I can only rely on this man. Yin Jingxiong looked at Ehei's back, and suddenly a chilling thought emerged. Even he found it somewhat unbelievable. This man might just be able to stand against Qianlong. Ouyang Zhe had already held out for 5 minutes against Qianlong, at the cost of both golden wings being severed and exhausting all his life-saving measures. He had tried to launch an attack on Qianlong, but the result was one one of his arms being directly severed. The blade energy that entered his body only worsened his already dire situation. Who would have thought it would come to this? Ouyang looked at Qianlong's chest, where a bronze spike was embedded. It was a relic brought out from the secret realm ruins, designed to seal the martial energy and energy transmission of warriors or magical beasts. Unfortunately, even at the cost of losing an arm, Ouyang had failed to drive the spike into Qianlong's heart. It was still off by the distance of 3 fingers. Although it could still weaken Qianlong's martial energy output, reducing his strength by about 30% for the severely injured Ouyang, it was merely a matter of surviving one strike only to be finished off by another. He lost the only chance he had to defeat this bug like Qianlong. A few moments later, the lights in the underground parking lot lit up again. The crippled Ouyang was pierced through the heart by Qianlong's blade, then flung into the air, creating a bizarre and brutal scene. Qianlong casually tossed Ouyang corpse aside. He tilted his head, sensing the nearest jade pendant holder, and quickly disappeared into the underground parking lot. After seeing Ouyang consumed by the darkness surrounding Qianlong, Lu Qingju quickly left the underground parking lot. However, she also understood that Ouyang wouldn't last long, and she herself didn't have the strength to run far. To survive, the only option was to find a way to get Ehei to come and take her away. So, she set her sights on the tallest building nearby, which was also the closest to her. Ehei's signal flare had inspired her. She too needed to send Ehei a signal flare. Lu Qingju endured the knife wound tearing through the muscles on her back, climbing the stairs, and finally succeeded in reaching the rooftop. Bloodline awakening Nether Sparrow. Strange patterns emerged on her cheeks, and the dazzling purple-black tail feathers spread across the ground. Lu Qingju gathered her remaining strength and let out a cry. Huff, huff, huff. Forehead exuding fragrant sweat, Lu Qingju exited the state of bloodline awakening. But at that moment, she heard a familiar sound, the dragging of a blade across the ground. Not from behind, but beneath her feet. Lu Qingju, in disbelief, stood on the rooftop and glanced downward, meeting the blood-red, extraordinary dual pupils within the ferocious yet majestic dragon mask. At this moment, Qianlong was perpendicular to the building's surface, approaching the rooftop as if walking on flat ground. Lu Qingju's first thought was not about her own safety, but a sense of foreboding. She had to quickly send a signal to make Ehei leave this place. But it was all too late. The moment Lu Qingju met those blood-red double pupils, a one-on-one field had already unfolded. The surrounding light dimmed, as if someone had turned down the brightness. As the sound of the blade scraping against the building's surface grew closer, the knife wound on Lu Qingju's back began to seep blood. Qianlong suddenly stopped. This did not mean he ceased his attack, but rather that he was about to draw his blade. At this moment, Lu Qingju felt as if everything had slowed down, leaving only the glint of the blade gradually approaching her eyes. Death was within arm's reach. Bang! Crack! A crisp sound of shattered glass echoed, and a figure radiating blue brilliance barged into the scene with an imposing demeanor. I promised your parents, and I always keep my word, Ehei said to Lu Qingju with a smile. And you? What are you supposed to be? The broad ghost head blade was raised, infused with surging murderous intent and weapon energy rich in atomic power. Crescent black flash. A black and red crescent slash, spanning over 10 meters, was unleashed. Ehei didn't understand the concepts of blade intent or sword intent, but he could fully rely on brute force. As long as he infused enough energy, he could achieve the same or even stronger effects. Qianlong raised his blade to block, but the power of the crescent black flash was too overwhelming. Qianlong was pushed off the building by the half-moon slash, and the glass on the building's surface shattered completely under the forceful blade energy. Shuzhou and my new underling are in the alley to the east. You head over first. I'll deal with this guy wearing the dragon mask. Ehei finished speaking and transformed into a blue meteor, directly plunging toward the position of Qianlong below, not giving Lu Qingju a chance to speak. Ehei descended from the sky, scattering a large cloud of dust, but Qianlong, who had been struck to the ground by the crescent black flash, had disappeared. Not being able to sense a life field is really troublesome. Ehei looked at the silent street, staying alert for the lurking danger. Boom! Sizzle! The overhead light flickered on and off, and the surrounding brightness dimmed, making Ehei realize that the opponent's attack was imminent. A minute ago, he sensed the aura of the Nether Sparrow, so he ignited flames under his feet and rushed over quickly. However, there was no sign of anyone on the rooftop of the building. But Ehei still keenly noticed something amiss. There was a 50-meter diameter area where the light was much dimmer compared to other regions. Ehei immediately unleashed his full energy, entered that field, and rescued Lu Qingju. Now, this field should have unfolded again. The sharp sound of a blade dragging on the ground echoed once more, and Ehei turned his head to see a figure holding a knife appear ahead. The present Qianlong was bare-chested, as if his clothing had been completely destroyed in the recent crescent black flash. Ehei keenly noticed that a bronze-textured nail was embedded in his chest. Could that nail be the plan to deal with Qianlong that Yin Jingxiang mentioned? Just as Ehei was pondering, Qianlong's figure suddenly shifted 20 meters forward, not teleportation, but a speed so fast that dynamic vision couldn't keep up. Ehei instinctively sensed danger. Having often sparred with Shuzhou, he was very familiar with the unique thick chill of cold weapons closing in. The broad-bladed ghost head saber blocked to the left side, dazzling sparks continuously flashing. The part of the blade clashing with the other weapon even began to glow red. Ehei felt the immense force transmitted from the saber and was somewhat surprised that Qianlong's thin and frail body could unleash such tremendous power. But, competing with me in strength? The Godzilla suit instantly adhered to his body, and the efficiency of the atomic reaction within him increased by at least tenfold. This was the first time he entered the Godzilla state since arriving here. After all, none of the other opponents had the ability to force out his second stage. Ehei was like a blue rocket booster, releasing incredibly terrifying blue sparks behind him, signifying that his power was about to multiply several times. The broadsword in his hand gradually pressed down on the opponent, causing Qianlong's spine and legs to bend under the pressure, with half of his foot buried into the ground. Competing with me in strength? Who do you think you are? Boom! Ehei opened his mouth, brewing an unparalleled destructive energy within. A massive blue stream of light swept across the entire street, slamming into Qianlong and piercing through 3 buildings in succession, burying him in the rubble. Steam rose from Ehei's body as he planted his broadsword into the ground, gazing at the ruins. He didn't believe that Qianlong, the invincible boss, could be defeated so easily. Just as Ehei had expected, a withered arm pushed aside the rubble. Qianlong's dragon mask was partially shattered, making his extraordinary dual pupils even more striking. Boom! Slash! The entire street split open in an instant. Ehei swiftly raised his broadsword to block, and the deafening sound of metal clashing erupted from the blade. Without pause, Qianlong's next slash arrived as expected. Slash! 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 The cement ground was instantly shattered into debris. Qianlong strode forward, delivering slashes as he advanced, forcing Ehei to retreat continuously under the impact. Meanwhile, Qianlong's forward speed grew faster and faster, and the speed of his blade's slashes also increased, with countless blade lights intertwining as if to slice the very air apart. Finally, the ghost head broadsword in Ehei's hand could no longer withstand such intense slashes and directly broke apart. At the moment the ghost head broadsword shattered, Qianlong accelerated in an instant, thrusting the blade in his hand straight toward Ehei. Ehei quickly gathered atomic energy within his body and unleashed an atomic breath forward, a blue energy torrent piercing through the street. Qianlong unexpectedly chose not to dodge but instead raised the long blade in his hand and struck downward with full force. The extremely sharp edge actually split the oncoming atomic breath. Qianlong, like a rock in a rushing river, divided the originally concentrated torrent of energy into 2 streams. Qianlong actually advanced continuously while withstanding Ehei's atomic breath. Boom! Ehei seemed to be at a disadvantage, forced to watch as Qianlong slowly and resolutely approached. Crimson, heavy pupils locked with dazzling blue ones, each reflecting the image of the other in their eyes. 1 step, 2 steps. Just as Qianlong brought his blade across, seemingly about to drive it into Ehei's throat and sever his head. I've finally been waiting for you. A thick, black and blue claw suddenly clamped down on Qianlong's sword-wielding wrist. In the next instant, a black and red lightning-charged uppercut smashed straight into Qianlong's chin. A blast of air roared out, arcs of killing intent crackling through the air with a sharp snap. Qianlong's entire body was launched briefly into the air by the force of Ehei's fist. The mask on his face was shattered completely, revealing a bizarre visage with no lips or nose, only eyes. Not giving Qianlong the slightest chance to breathe, one hand seized the arm holding his blade, arresting his strike, while the other hand rained down rapid blows. Temple, throat, heart, spleen, and kidneys, groin. Several fatal weaknesses of the human body were struck by Ehei's fists, sweeping through like a violent storm. The condensed killing intent, aided by Ehei's punches, penetrated into Qianlong's vital acupoints and meridians, causing deep-level destruction. Qianlong had already suffered from blocked meridians and disrupted martial energy flow due to Ouyangze's bronze spike piercing his body. After Ehei's attacks on his vital points and the invasion of killing intent, the 2 types of damage compounded, causing Qianlong's entire body to bleed instantly and his aura to plummet drastically. But even so, he still maintained a strong intent to kill and hostility toward Ehei, just like the booze said in the game data. The restrained hand dropped the long knife it was holding, then kicked it up with his foot, the blade tip thrusting straight at Ehei's chest. Ehei's feet emitted blue flames, dodging this cunning and vicious strike. Qianlong grabbed the long knife and closed in again, twisting his waist and swinging his arm to attempt a beheading on Ehei. The only chance you had to successfully kill me was when I first arrived, using the information gap to ambush me. That would have given you a 30% chance. Ehei grinned. After all, he still hadn't used his full strength up to this point. With a flip of his palm, a yellow fan engraved with runes appeared in his hand. Fly for me. Ehei gave a fierce wave, and a powerful whirlwind rose from the ground, sweeping Qianlong, who was mid-air, into its grasp. The fan imbued with malevolent energy was even more powerful than when it was in Lan Yuxi's hands. Dark red wind blades continuously slashed at Qianlong, and the suction of the fierce wind hurled him dozens of meters into the air. Without the ground to leverage, Qianlong became a complete sitting duck. Ehei leaped into the air, transforming into a dazzling blue meteor, appearing right in front of Qianlong. The first punch, atomic blast punch. The violent atomic explosion blew away and shattered the tiles and glass of nearby buildings. Shenlong was forcefully blasted away amidst the smoke and sparks generated by the explosion. A blue explosion underfoot provided a boost in mid-air, and Ehei once again caught up with the airborne Shenlong. The second punch, mountain-cleaving fist, black flash, followed through. In an instant, all the freshmen across the city could witness an extremely terrifying scene in the sky. Boom! A man radiating blue light repeatedly struck a poor fellow like a ball, sending him flying again and again, only to catch up and land another punch, repeating the cycle endlessly. Ehei had been beating Shenlong from the east side of the city all the way to the west, finally smashing him against the air wall at the city's edge. Once invincible and exuding a powerful sense of oppression, Shenlong was now nothing more than a blood-soaked gourd. Every bone in his body was broken, and he had completely lost the ability to resist. Ehei landed in front of him, pried open the fingers that clung desperately to the hilt, and took the long sword from his grasp. The victor takes everything, while the defeated are left to eat dust. Without the slightest hesitation, beheading. The magnificent head fell to the ground, and those extraordinary double pupils quickly lost their luster, turning to dust and scattering on the ground. Ehei collected all the pendants from Shenlong, except for the ox pendant, which had long been in Lu Qingzhu's possession. This game is about to end. Yan Zhengxiong never expected Ehei to actually pull it off. With an overwhelmingly dominant stance, he crushed his way through, driving Shenlong from the east side of the city to the west. He made all the new students witness Ehei's immense strength. When Ehei passed by Yan Zhengxiong holding the knife from Shenlong's hand, Yan Zhengxiong didn't even dare to look directly at him. As for Ehei breaking his broadsword, he didn't mention it at all. You shouldn't have gone to fight that dragon mask alone. Lu Qingzhu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Ehei safe and sound, but she was still very angry about Ehei's unilateral actions. Aside from Ehei, the rest of us would only cause trouble if we went up, Shujo said from the side, disagreeing with Lu Qingzhu's opinion. As Shenlong continuously slashed blade energy at Ehei, Shujo could sense the purity revealed within the dense barrage of blade energy. Not strong enough, not even qualified to assist, only to be slain by Shenlong. Lu Qingzhu remained silent because Chusho's words were not wrong. She was so injured that she couldn't even execute martial techniques. Claiming to help Ehei would only distract him as he tried to protect her. If Lu Qingzhu had previously lacked competitiveness and fighting spirit, merely pushed forward by Qinlan's orders and her family's expectations, now, for the first time, she had a heartfelt desire to become stronger, at least not to hold someone back. What are you thinking about? Ehei pulled Lu Qingzhu, who was lost in thought, back with a single sentence. Lu Qingzhu blinked her long eyelashes, somewhat puzzled as to why Ehei was extending his hand in front of her. The ox pendant, or do you want me to beat you up again and snatch it by force? Oh. Lu Qingzhu's small face was slightly red as she hurriedly took out the ox pendant and handed it to Ehei. Ehei held all the pendants in his hand, starting to ponder how to use these items. Try arranging them in the order of the 12 zodiac animals, from the rat to the pig, Shujo suggested. Ehei tried arranging them, but nothing happened. Several people frowned and began to ponder which step might be wrong. Yan Zhengxiong and Lu Qingzhu each proposed a method, but no changes occurred. Finally, Ehei, who had been silent all along, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. According to Yan Zhengxiong's theory, this most unique Shenlong was never designed as a mask wearer capable of hunting, but rather as a hunter specifically targeting pendant holders. Then under normal circumstances, clearing the level shouldn't require adding the dragon pendant, right? Ehei said this as he took out the dragon pendant and rearranged it according to the sequence from Z-Rat to High Pig. In an instant, the entire city space began to tremble violently, and the ever-present gray mist in the sky started swirling into a vortex. Ehei felt something in his heart and raised his head to directly gaze at the center of the vortex. A massive platinum-colored pupil emerged from the vortex, and upon seeing the platinum eye at the center of the vortex, Ehei felt a sensation akin to skydiving from a great height. The world seemed to flip upside down, and he found himself falling from the city's ground toward the pupil in the sky. It felt as though he had been thrown into a washing machine, spinning and tumbling. Ehei opened his eyes again and found himself still seated on the Imperial University train, as if everything that had just happened was merely a dream. But judging from the reactions of those around, perhaps not entirely. Wow, I'm still alive. A freshman touched his heart, gasping heavily, with undisguised fear in his eyes. I remember being killed by a man in a dog head mask. I was just in that strange city, so how am I back here now? The people inside the carriage were chattering about their experiences, with many still not recovered from the feeling of having died once. Ding dong, all students, please do not panic. You were just dragged into an illusionary dreamscape constructed by the magical artifact Mirage Eye. This is the freshman trial for this year at Imperial University. Please relax and stay calm. Special announcement. In this year's freshman trial, the team consisting of Ehei from Anqing, Shujo, and Lu Qingzhu successfully collected all the zodiac pendants and claimed first place. Among them, Ehei performed exceptionally well, and the special prize will be awarded after enrollment. The train broadcast ended, and the carriage fell silent for a moment, followed by an even louder uproar of debate. Ehei? Who is Ehei? Ehei. I died early, so I don't know what happened afterward. Didn't Ouyang from the Magic City win? What kind of place is Ancheng? How did all the freshmen from big cities lose to someone from Ancheng? Collect all the pendants? How is that possible? I can't even defeat a single masked person. As the center of discussion among the examinees, Ehei instead sat silently in his seat, as if none of it concerned him, because his panel had finally given him a new prompt. Congratulations to the host for surpassing all freshmen in the Imperial University's Mirage Eye trial. Reward, 1 template draw. Ehei took out a wet wipe and carefully cleaned his hands, silently chanting to himself that he would never have bad luck. Drawl. The panel in front began to spin, emitting countless indescribable roars from the monsters within, until a demonic, arrogant laugh that seemed to disdain everything appeared. Template, D+ level template, Vampire Dio Brando. Bloodline abilities, corpse infection, blood manipulation, immortality. Compatibility, 1%. Advanced form, Dio Brando, the world. When Ehei saw the D-level template, he instantly exclaimed that it was over. But when he saw the words Dio, his eyes lit up, and he secretly thought he had drawn an SR gold card. Dio Brando comes from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure and is the most popular villain in the series. His traits include being sinister and cold-blooded, domineering and bloodthirsty, insidious and cunning, all of which are synonymous with him. The vampire lineage is not worth mentioning. Whether it's the physical enhancement or self-healing ability, he doesn't think much of it. However, the advanced form of this template, Dio Brando, the world, possesses an ability that can directly propel Ehei into the ranks of top-tier powerhouses. Time stops. Even if the limit of interfering with time is only 5 seconds, the effect is terrifying enough. In the life-and-death battles of the strong, 5 seconds is enough to reverse any situation. In terms of the ability to manipulate time alone, the potential of the Dio template is no less than that of an A-level template. Although it doesn't add much to Ehei in terms of strength and physique, with the Godzilla template in hand, Ehei doesn't really need it. This kind of rule-based special power is more capable of enhancing Ehei's strength in a short time. Ehei calmed his excitement and began to consider a drawback of the vampire physique: unable to be exposed to sunlight. But now he is a humanoid Godzilla. With the bloodline strength of the king of monsters, could he be affected by the side effects of the vampire template? Just like in the worldview of giants, where giant transformers can only live for 13 years, Godzilla is an immortal species that lives as long as the heavens. Could this still affect Ehei, the humanoid Godzilla's lifespan? As long as one template bloodline is overwhelmingly strong, the side effects of other templates are almost negligible. The Godzilla template is the cornerstone of Ehei's panel. Just as Ehei was planning to go to the Imperial capital, quickly max out the compatibility of the Dio template, unlock the spiritual energy stand, the world, and gain the ability to stop time. A young man wearing a white hoodie walked straight toward him, followed by a familiar face. Yan Zhengxiang was extremely nervous, fearing that his proud and arrogant friend Ouyang might clash with Ehei. If they really started fighting, he was prepared to send Ouyang to the hospital. Ehei, you defeated Chenlong? Let me correct you, it wasn't just defeating him, it was slaying him, Ehei said. Defeating and slaying are two different levels of difficulty. Ouyang, who had personally confronted Chenlong twice, naturally understood the significance of this. He took a deep breath, looked solemnly at Ehei, and said, Ehei, I plan to establish a new club at Imperial University, different from the student council. I hope you can join, and I will support you as the president. The top freshman and student council president have always been firmly controlled by local students from the capital. Ehei, your strength gives me the chance to break this tradition at Imperial University. Join us. Ouyang extended his hand to Ehei with a loud voice and sincere gaze. The entire carriage fell silent, and all the freshmen held their breath as they watched this scene. They felt that this would be the beginning of a legendary organization at Imperial University. This was a historic moment. But, sorry, I'm not interested in competing with the student council or establishing an organization. I prefer to go my own way. In response to Ehei's answer, Ouyang did not show any displeasure. He smiled and handed Ehei a business card. We always look forward to working with you, Ehei. After Ouyang left, the others quietly glanced at Ehei's position, either puzzled by Ehei's solitary actions, displeased by Ehei's indifference, or admiring Ehei's decisiveness and outright refusal. Shuzhou showed no reaction to Ehei's response. In his view, someone as strong as Ehei must have profound meaning behind their actions and words, requiring no external judgment. The train continued moving forward, this time without any further mishaps, and safely reached its destination. By this time, it was already nighttime. Through the window, Ehei saw the night view of a futuristic city, like a flowing painting slowly unfolding before his eyes. Neon lights intertwined into a colorful web of light, and the outlines of skyscrapers appeared sharper and more three-dimensional under the illumination of the lights. A massive virtual screen was projected onto the side of the building, and a giant whale leaped from one skyscraper to another, with the splashes it created appearing both realistic and spectacular. In the distance, towering skyscrapers pierced the clouds, as if competing with the stars for brilliance. The flowing light bands on the buildings formed unique unique light trails, adorning the city's night sky like a sci-fi dreamscape. He understood that he had arrived at his destination, the capital city of Xia, a place utilizing the most cutting-edge technology. After the Imperial University train stopped at the Imperial Capital high-speed rail station, Ehei, led by the staff of Imperial University, arrived at a helipad where a hovering passenger aircraft was stationed. Ehei poked Lu Qingzhu's lower back, and the sudden touch made Lu Qingzhu shudder. Her ears visibly turned red. "What are you doing? We're still outside." Lu Qingzhu instinctively recalled the little knowledge Qinlan had taught her face flushing red. "What do you mean outside? Did you sleep yourself silly? I wanted to ask you, why are we taking a plane?" "Because Imperial University is in the sky." Lu Qingzhu, snapping back to reality, looked at Ehei strangely, as if he had just asked a common-sense question like why balconies are built facing the sun. "Why do you think it's called a balcony? In the sky?" Ehei looked up at the sky, just as a gust of wind scattered a cloud cluster, revealing the tip of a massive iceberg-like structure. "Castle in the sky." Perhaps it is due to the humans of this world facing the crisis of magical beast invasions from secret realms, or perhaps it is the special technology brought out by warriors from the ruins. In many fields, the technological development of Blue Star is at least one era ahead of Earth. For example, the plane he is currently sitting on does not require a runway to take off. It can directly hover and take off vertically, which is simply cutting-edge technology. And the floating city above the imperial capital is at a level unattainable by Earth's technology. The full name of this man-made marvel is Imperial University Aerial Academy City. The campus area is comparable to a quarter of the imperial capital, and the exterior is perpetually shrouded in an electromagnetic protective net. When an Imperial University aircraft approaches, the protective net automatically identifies its credentials and opens a circular entrance, allowing the aircraft to enter smoothly. After entering the Academy City, he clearly felt that his life magnetic field was being disrupted, and he could probably only detect within a range of 100 meters around him. The students who got off the plane each received an Imperial University student card, which they would rely on for all aspects of their cultivation life at the university. Next, the freshmen were to return to their respective dormitories, and tomorrow the courses at Imperial University would officially begin. Ehei and Chu Zhou boarded the campus hovercar, passed through the bustling city, and arrived at a skyscraper with over 100 floors. This was the student dormitory of Imperial University. "We've arrived at the world's tallest city, folks," Ehei said, using a joke that people from Blue Star wouldn't understand. The people around glanced at Ehei strangely, but Chu Zhou didn't find it odd. In his view, it's normal for powerful individuals to have some quirks. The two entered the elevator together. Since Ehei's dormitory was on the 42nd floor, Unit A3, and Chu Zhou's was on the 45th floor, Unit B7, Ehei bid farewell to Chu Zhou on the 42nd floor. 100 square meters single room. The student benefits at Imperial University are truly amazing. Ehei looked at the well-furnished room and the latest model computer that came with the dormitory, feeling that it was no worse than the treatment of a 5-star hotel. "I swear, there's even a massage bathtub." Ehei had never experienced such a thing in both his lifetimes, so he definitely had to try it later. He had to max out the Dior template first. Just now on the hovercar, he had already figured out how to use the student card. By scanning the exclusive barcode on the student card with his phone, he logged into the Imperial University's exclusive app, Imperial Pass. Within Imperial Pass, there is the Academy City Mall, where purchases can only be made using study points, the university's electronic currency. He transferred the remaining 30 million plus Xia currency from his bank account and converted it all into study points. Ding dong, Imperial Pass credited 322.43 study points. He secretly clicked his tongue. 100,000 Xia currency could only be exchanged for one study point. This was way too expensive. However, the goods in the Academy City Mall are indeed top-notch. Many items that are not available on the market can be openly purchased here. This purchasing privilege can be considered a benefit for Imperial University students. Spending 300 study points in one go, he selected several magic cores related to the blood attribute. He speculated that magic cores with the same attribute might increase the template's compatibility even more. This should be enough to max out the Dio template, right? After all, my total investment in the Colossal Titan template didn't exceed 10 million, and I managed to push its compatibility to over 90%. The delivery service within Academy City is very fast. In less than 10 minutes, a drone carrying the package arrived outside Ehei's window. Student Ehei, thank you for your purchase. Wishing you smooth progress in your cultivation. Please give us a 5-star rating. After the sweet electronic voice finished playing, the drone flew away. Ehei opened the package and took out 9 blue magic cores and 4 green magic cores. Bottoms up. The surging energy entered his stomach, quickly transforming into nutrients that appeared on the compatibility panel. Template Dio Brando Vampire. Compatibility 100%. Hint: Dio Brando, the world has been unlocked. Host Ehei. Overall physique 29. Ehei looked at himself in the mirror. His complexion had become become even paler, and his two fangs were sharper, with blood grooves appearing on the back of the fangs. Once they pierced into an enemy's flesh, he could start sucking their blood as easily as drinking milk tea. Ehei opened his palm, and the nails on his 5 fingers visibly grew longer. Without any hesitation, Ehei thrust his hand into his own throat. Infinite monster template. A large amount of fresh blood had not yet had time to fall before the wound on his throat naturally healed. The self-healing ability of vampires was still quite impressive, but the physical mutations are the least important. The most important thing is my new power. The world. Gray explosive muscles, golden steel armor, a humanoid creature with a cold and stern expression half floating behind Ehei, resembling a shikigami from Japanese ghost myths. In JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, certain special humans can awaken a miraculous power. Stands. Stands are manifestations of the host's spiritual energy, taking on various forms and possessing a range of abilities to interfere with reality. And among them, the stand that strikes fear into all stand users in the JoJo universe, the world, is right behind Ehei. The strength of a stand includes both the factor of spiritual power and the factor of physical power. In the original world, the world controlled by Dio was capable of breaking the sound barrier with its punches, and my physical strength definitely surpasses Dio's. I wonder how strong the world is. Ehei entered the training room built within the dormitory. The structure and construction materials of the training room were sufficient to withstand the physical strength of an ordinary martial artist, making it perfect for sparring with the world. World, punch me. Before Ehei could say these words, the moment the thought occurred to him, World swung a fist clad in golden gauntlets, breaking the sound barrier as it came straight at him. Feeling the roaring wind of the punch coming at him, Ehei's arm automatically transformed into a Godzilla-like form. The black and blue giant claw collided with the golden fist, and Ehei's elbow almost instantly bent backward in a fracture. A figure was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall. That strength is at least twice my normal state. Not bad, not bad. Ehei coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and shook his arm, its bones limp like noodles. In an instant, his blood twined together like living snakes, rapidly knitting his arm back to normal. Next, let's test time stop. Boom. The world. Let the world come to a halt. Buzz. Centered on Ehei, a gray spherical field began to unfold. All areas covered by the gray field lost their color, turning black and white, as if the motion of light had also been frozen. 1 second. 2 seconds. When it reached the 5th second and the gray domain began to destabilize, he suddenly had an idea. He wanted to break through to the 6th second. Time. Continue to pause. The gradually shattering domain was forcibly halted. Ehei's temples bulged as he attempted to break through the limits of the Dio template. Pushing the limits is undoubtedly painful. Even for a gold medal marathon champion, striving to break their personal record, even by just 1 second, is a challenge to the limits of the human body. Ehei was no different. Although the Dio template allowed him to master a 5-second world stop right from the start, it also set a ceiling, restricting Ehei's growth. Ehei wanted to break through this invisible shackle. 5.1 seconds. Ehei began sweating all over, with bloodshot eyes. 5.3 seconds. Ehei's nose started bleeding, and the blood vessels in his eyes burst under excessive pressure, seeping blood. 5.5 seconds. Due to the excessive consumption of mental energy, the stand, the world, behind him began to appear in a semi-transparent, unstable state. The gray time-stopping field started to collapse, but Ehei still gritted his teeth and held on. Finally, at the 5.7-second mark, the gray field inevitably crumbled. Ehei knelt halfway on the ground, wiped away the blood dripping from his nose, and grinned. Indeed, 5 seconds is the original owner's limit, but not mine. The next day, when Shujo saw Ehei, he felt a slightly unfamiliar aura of sinister charm and cold-bloodedness, momentarily dazed. But this feeling lasted only for an instant. When Ehei casually patted his shoulder as usual, Shujo realized that Ehei hadn't changed. Today's sunlight seems a bit dazzling. Do you? A little, I guess. Ehei confirmed that sunlight wouldn't cause him any harm at all. It simply made him a bit uncomfortable. It's worth noting that in the original story, vampires, even the progenitors among them, would turn to ash the moment they encountered sunlight. Compared to gaining the rule-based ability of time stop, this side effect was almost negligible. Have you seen the academic reforms at Imperial Capital University this year? Shujo said. No, what's up? Ehei had been happily wrestling with the world until dawn last night and hadn't paid attention to other things. This year, Imperial Capital University has changed the traditional class-based learning model to a mentor group system. Basically, each academic year, you follow a main mentor to study, and during that time, you can also apprentice under assistant mentors. So, we need to find a mentor? After hearing Ehei's words, Shujo shook his head and said, it's not us, it's me who needs to find a mentor, but you don't. Last night, it was already announced in the freshman group that, Ehei, as the collector of the zodiac pendants, you have the right to directly choose any mentor, and the mentor cannot refuse. Of course, I think they'd be more than happy and definitely wouldn't refuse. Shujo and Ehei made their way to the gymnasium, where a long line had already formed outside. Typically, groups of 3 would enter the gymnasium for the assessment, and then the mentors would light up their indicators to select students students. Shujo, you go in first. I'll wander around elsewhere. Since I can choose any mentor I want, it doesn't matter when I go in, right? Ehei waved goodbye to Shujo as he left the vicinity of the gymnasium. Sniff sniff. Ehei caught a faint scent of blood. If it were an ordinary scent of blood, it wouldn't be surprising. But this particular scent carried a hidden yet ferocious killing intent and sin, like an undercurrent in the depths of the sea, which unexpectedly stirred the baleful energy within Ehei. Ehei was naturally drawn in by this scent. Following the aroma, he wove through bustling streets and winding alleys, walking along paths where the crowds gradually thinned, until he finally saw the source. Ah woo. A petite pink mouth opened wide, taking a huge bite out of a roasted sweet potato. Holy crap! A white-haired, red-eyed loli. Did you just walk out of an anime? Ehei looked ahead, his crimson ruby-like eyes narrowing as he watched the adorable little girl who resembled a kitten, enjoying her sweet potato with a blissful expression. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Could such a kawaii little girl really be the source of that menacing aura? I must have made a mistake, right? At that moment, the girl, with her silky ice-like hair styled into a bun, suddenly turned her little head and blinked her big eyes at Ehei. Kid, have you practiced the flesh prison demon art? How do you know? Ehei didn't have time to dwell on it, as the little loli used her crisp, childish voice to utter that mature-sounding kid. Because this martial technique was perfected by me for Xiaohu. Xiaohu? You don't mean? Ehei thought of the fierce, burly man in the martial rhythm space who kept calling himself your father. Lu Chenghu. He was my apprentice more than 90 years ago, the white-haired loli said proudly, hands on her hips. You're messing with me, right? It's true that a martial artist's lifespan can surpass human limits, and a grandmaster can still maintain their prime in their 80s or 90s, but what's with this snot-nosed little brat? For martial artists who practice special techniques, adjusting their skeleton to the size of a child isn't impossible. But this white-haired loli in front of me, with that vibe that could be described as innocent and carefree with high emotional intelligence, or just plain clueless with low emotional intelligence, there's no way that's just acting. Not even Oscar-worthy acting could pull this off. What's wrong? You don't believe me? Believing you is like believing I'm Qin Shi Huang. Send me 50. Knock, knock. As soon as Ehei finished saying this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat and goosebumps rose all over his skin, especially the back of the neck, where it felt icy cold, as if he had been placed on a guillotine, with a blood-soaked blade that had executed tens of thousands about to fall and decapitate him. The purity of this killing intent was so high that Ehei hallucinated the scene of his own head falling off. Just as Ehei was about to instinctively call upon world to pause time, something was suddenly stuffed into his mouth. His tongue licked it. It was a strawberry-flavored candy. Sorry, kid, I think I went a bit overboard. Please don't report me to the school, okay? I can only come out for these 1 or 2 hours a week. It's really pitiful. The little girl widened her big crimson eyes and tried to act cute towards Ehei. Who are you? Ehei ignored her deceptively adorable appearance and seriously gazed into her eyes. My name is Gongko, and I am a very powerful grandmaster. Let me tell you a little secret. The president of Imperial University, that guy Shi Jingwen, when he was a kid, I even made him cry. Gongko revealed her adorable little tiger teeth. Ehei immediately dropped to his knees and sincerely said, Piaoling has wandered half a lifetime without meeting a wise master. Bah! I, Ehei, wish to acknowledge teacher Gongku as my master. I hope you will grant my request. Gongku blinked her eyes in confusion. Inside the gymnasium, 5 deans of Imperial University sat at the frontmost table. They were actually the mentors for this year's new students. Countless new students secretly glanced at the expressions of the 5 deans during the assessment, hoping to catch a look of approval on their faces. Even though they knew it was impossible, they still fantasized about becoming a disciple of one of the deans, rising through the ranks, and becoming a rising star at Imperial University. Snap! But unfortunately, they were all destined to be disappointed, as the 5 deans were there solely to compete for Ehei. The new students were unaware that the Zodiac competition was being broadcast live, with the audience being the entire faculty of Imperial University. From the initial train broadcast reminder, the teachers began to observe each student's ability to respond to a sudden crisis. Using AI's big data to capture facial expressions, each person's responsibility was scored. Those who thought this is just a trial and rushed recklessly into the Zodiac city space without any preparation would receive low scores. Those who cowered and only cared about escaping alone would also receive low scores. Later, after everyone arrived in Zodiac City, their combat intelligence, practical combat skills, and organizational abilities displayed during battles with the Zodiac masked men became important scoring criteria. Even if the freshmen fail to successfully hunt the Zodiac masked man, as long as they excel in any of the above aspects, they can still achieve high scores. Ehei was the only freshman to receive the highest evaluation from start to finish, but that alone wasn't enough to alarm the 5 deans. What truly shocked them was that Ehei had slain the boss Chenlong, a figure not even included as a trial target and one that spelled certain death upon encounter. Ehei himself might not even know the true identity of the Chenlong he had slain. That is the model trained by the Xia Kingdom's supercomputer, Manhwa, based on the data left left by National Guardian-level martial artist Fu Hongsheng when he enrolled at Imperial University. Although even a supercomputer couldn't replicate the abilities of those divine double pupils into the Mirage realm, Fu Hongsheng was the strongest martial artist in the history of the Xia Kingdom and even the world. The records he left at Imperial University have remained unsurpassed for 100 years. For Ehei to defeat a model trained by such a godlike figure, even if it doesn't replicate the full strength of the original, is already enough to prove his astonishing talent. As long as no unexpected mishaps occur on his path of growth, he is at least destined to become a grandmaster of his generation, and might even aspire to the realm of a great grandmaster. Thinking of this, the 5 deans could only suppress their emotions and continue to wait, because Ehei is worth it. But at that moment, an urgent phone call came through. Something's wrong, Dean. Ehei. He has become an apprentice to the former Imperial University professor, now special grade personnel, Gongku. What? You want to take me as your master? Gongku tilted her head in surprise. That's right. I've made up my mind, master. When it comes to shamelessness, Ehei has never known any shame. If it weren't for the fact that this lowly before him was already over 100 years old, Ehei kneeling to a lowly in broad daylight would easily earn him at least 3 years in prison. But it seems like I've already been expelled from Imperial University. Teacher, you said you can only come out for 1 or 2 hours a week? If you take me as your disciple, within 2 years, I can help you regain your freedom. Ehei began making grand promises. Really? Gongku's eyes lit up instantly. Alright, I agree. At the moment when Gongku was successfully lured away by Ehei, 5 powerful auras rapidly approached. Senior Gongku, didn't you agree not to interact with students during your break? The dean of the College of Mechanics and Magical Devices said anxiously. That's right, Senior Gongku, please hurry home. The dean of the College of Human Studies and Body Cultivation cupped his hands in respect. Alright, but I want to take, what's your name again? Master, my name is Ehei. Oh, I want to take Ehei back with me. Alright, as long as the senior is willing to return. Ha, take Ehei back? The dean turned his head and glanced at Ehei, who nodded at him. Teacher, I have already taken Senior Gongku as my master. I remember that as the first person to undergo the Zodiac Pendant trial, I should have the right to choose any warrior as my master. But she has already been expelled from Imperial University. Moreover, Senior Gongku's mental state is in no condition to teach you. It's okay, I'm a genius. I can learn no matter how untaught. Ehei was determined to take Gongku as her master for 2 reasons. First, Ehei's flesh prison demon has reached a bottleneck. Since Gongku was the one who perfected this Xianhuang martial technique, she can definitely help him break through the bottleneck. Second, and most importantly, is Gongku's uniqueness. Although for some unknown reason, Gongku's appearance and mentality have become childlike. However, Gongku's strength is very likely among the strongest in the entire Imperial University. After all, those 5 seemingly extraordinary elders all show great respect for Gongku. The creator of Flesh Prison Demon, whom she referred to as her disciple, is also at the level of a grandmaster. That Gongku herself is at least at the level of a grandmaster, and she specializes in slaughter, which aligns very well with Ehei. The 5 deans exchanged glances. On one side was the highly respected and uniquely positioned Senior Gongku, and on the other was the precious new student of the Imperial University. Even though the deans held high positions, it was difficult to act forcefully. Sai, go inform the principal. 1 minute later, the deans received a message from Principal Shi Jingwen. Ignore him. Remember the reform goal of today's Imperial University. We don't need to cultivate a group of pillars of society. We aim to nurture one top-tier powerhouse who can shoulder the burden for Xia Nation and humanity. Under the premise of providing sufficient resources to geniuses, let them develop freely. Let Ehei follow Gongku and learn for now. The special training summer camp for new students at Imperial University in the capital is about to end. When the time comes, let Ehei, this whetstone, sharpen those blades that are just beginning to take shape. Ehei followed behind Gongku, entering a building shaped like a tilted Rubik's Cube. Imperial University Research Institute. Gongku swiped her card all the way to the depths of the Research Institute, finally finding a hidden elevator leading underground. The 2 of them were in a sealed elevator plummeting at high speed. Teacher, you live in such a remote place? That's right. Mainly because a few decades ago, I had some episodes and often hurt others. So the Imperial University placed me under the Research Institute. Fortunately, I've been able to control myself in recent years, and finally got the chance to go out and get some fresh air. So, I'm the first student you've taken in these decades, teacher? Gongku gave him an inexplicable glance and said, you really have a strange way of thinking. Shouldn't you be afraid? Afraid that teacher might chop me up? He chuckled. Clang. The elevator reached the bottom, revealing a passageway that could only accommodate 1 person at a time. At the very end was an alloy door with an electronic display hanging on it, showing only 1 minute remaining. Every time Gongku went out, the electronic display would start counting down. If Gongku did not return within the specified time, an alarm would sound in the office of the principal of Imperial University. At that point, Gongku would face a manhunt summoned by Imperial University. Rushing in the last few seconds, Gongko hopped into the alloy gate. When he also stepped through the gate, the alloy gate behind them automatically closed. The complex mechanisms inside the gate activated, ultimately locking it completely. At the moment the alloy gate closed, a special electromagnetic field spread out from within the room. He discovered that his martial energy was surprisingly difficult to gather outside his body, meaning that using martial techniques here would be significantly weakened. Gongko's confinement room was unexpectedly large, divided into 3 levels from top to bottom. The top floor is the living space, including the living room and bedroom. The second floor surprisingly houses various gaming and entertainment equipment, while the bottom floor, which is also the largest, serves as a training ground. He observed the exquisitely decorated room, where various takeout containers were messily scattered on the floor, along with the latest released game cartridges. It seemed that although Gongku was imprisoned here, any daily needs were fully met by the Empire. It felt more like Gongku was being worshipped here. The president's office of the Imperial University. Shi Jingwen, dressed in a simple Zhongshan suit and wearing round-framed gold-rimmed glasses, silently flipped through the recent meeting materials of the Imperial University. He did not look like a grandmaster standing at the pinnacle of human power but rather like an ordinary scholar. The computer beside him lit up, and a synthesized electronic female voice sounded. Principal Shi, the new student Ehei has already entered the sealed room with Gongko, and everything is currently going well. However, based on big data calculations, there is still about a 5% chance that special noted combatant Gongko may lose control after prolonged confinement with others. Student Ehei has an 89.7% probability of not holding out until the Imperial University's rescue, and a 95.3% probability of not surviving even after the rescue, the supercomputer Manhwa stated in a calm tone. The so-called special noted combatants are either powerful martial artist prisoners on death row with suspended sentences or powerful martial artists who, for various reasons, are unable to control their personal strength. The state usually restricts their freedom, and in times of severe crisis in the Xia Kingdom, they are all sent to the front lines as national defense forces. No problem, I believe student Ehei is prepared for this. Without being ready to face death, how can one go far on the path of slaughter? Shi Jingwen capped the fountain pen in his hand and removed his round-framed glasses. He stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and gazed at the bustling imperial capital beneath the airborne academy city. Xia's time is running out. Those fools from the Mester Federation, and those cult lunatics from the Divine Descent Kingdom who worship the civilization of secret realms, are all ready to make their move. The younger generation, grow up quickly. Well, it's been decades since I last taught. Let's spar first and see how strong you are. Gongko began to twist her waist to warm up. Ehei, recalling the guillotine-like atmosphere he had just experienced, still felt a cold sweat on the back of his neck. He said, "Teacher, are you going to suppress your martial arts cultivation to the martial disciple stage to spar with me?" "Ah, I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. I need to suppress my cultivation." Gongko pretended to be cute and stuck out her pink little tongue at Ehei. Ehei was drenched in sweat. The two walked into the training ground on the 3rd basement level, which was as large as 2 or 3 basketball courts, with special alloy walls enclosing all sides. "Come on, teacher Gongku." Almost the moment Ehei's words fell, the white-haired lowly before him twisted her body into an elusive arc. Like a venomous snake striking, her hand formed a razor-sharp chop, aiming straight for Ehei's throat. Ehei's powerful reflexes and dynamic vision easily tracked the ruthless attack, but he felt he couldn't dodge it. In less than a second, his body attempted evasive movements in at least 5 different directions, but every time, Gongko's hand chop was able to predict it in advance. He could only face it head-on. Nuclear radiance battle form. Brilliant blue light burst out of his body in an instant, and Ehei's speed reached a new level. One hand shielded his throat, while the other gathered killing intent to strike at the petite figure in front of him. The hand chop aimed at Ehei's throat was retracted almost instantly, without the slightest pause, followed by a move that even Ehei hadn't anticipated. That delicate arm, as supple as a python, coiled itself around Ehei's outstretched arm. In a flash, the petite figure slipped onto Ehei's back and gave a fierce pull. A grating sound echoed as the joints of the wrist, elbow, and shoulder all dislocated. If it were an ordinary martial artist, faced with such sudden and intense pain, they would temporarily lose their combat ability. But Ehei was different. He was no longer human. Completely disregarding his bent arm, Ehei twisted his body and fiercely grabbed Gongko's slender calf, then yanked it down forcefully, slamming her heavily onto the ground. Ehei's full-force slam caused the entire ground to tremble slightly. However, the one most severely injured was Ehei himself. The 4 fingers that had previously grabbed Gongko's calf were almost completely severed, with only a thin layer of muscle barely holding them together. Truly merciless, teacher. Ehei looked at Gongko, who had already landed in the distance. The sight of blood seemed to have completely ignited Gongko's fighting spirit, and her crimson eyes grew even more excited and radiant. "Teacher, in terms of physical techniques, I am no match for you. Next, I will unleash some martial skills that might be considered cheating. Please guide me." The power of the founding titan. Boom! Faced with Gongko, Ehei's still decided to play one of his trump cards. That was the Colossal Titan template he had also maxed out last night. Dazzling blue lightning erupted, covering the entire training ground. Facing the rampaging blue wave of light and heat, Gonko raised her arm, a sharp glint flashing in her crimson pupils. Hey, is this kind of powerful martial skill really from a martial apprentice? It seems I've taken in quite an extraordinary monster as a student. In that case, as the teacher, I should show some real skills too. Slash. The hand blade descended, shattering the lightning at its weakest point. Gonko had actually split the thunder. As the thunder ceased and the dust had yet to settle, a massive hand covered in black steel armor dispersed the mist and struck toward Gonku. Boom! Based on the Godzilla exterior, the flesh and blood armor of the Titan of Kai generated here boasts at least dozens of times the defensive power of the Titans in the original Titan world. Gonku looked at the massive hand coming straight at him without the slightest intention of dodging. The cherry-like lips took a sharp breath, and facing the giant hand coming at her like an out-of-control truck, she swiftly struck out with a knife hand as fast as lightning. Rip! The sound of armor shattering and flesh tearing echoed. Ehei looked at the severed hand in astonishment. But Ehei was given no time to hesitate, as Gonku's petite figure quickly climbed up the giant's body, heading straight for the fatal point of the entire giant's form, Ehei's true body, located at the back of the neck. What a terrifying sense of awareness, even though I had already stopped all life activities of my main body. Warhammer giant hardened bone spikes. The giant arm beneath Gonku's feet trembled violently, and in the next moment, countless white bone spikes pierced through the flesh, forming a forest of white bones that rose from the ground. Gonku's advancing steps were halted, and what greeted her was a giant mouth emitting a terrifying blue glow. Teacher, since your slashes are so powerful, I wonder if you can cut this? Giant atomic breath. Starting from the coccyx, a blue radiance gradually lit up along the spine, heading toward the cervical vertebrae. Buzz, 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 boom. Like the atomic breath of divine punishment, it directly engulfed the forest of white bones nourished by the flesh and blood of giants. Under the blazing blue light, hotter than the surface of the sun, the hardened bone spikes, comparable in hardness to diamonds, all melted. When the breath ceased, one of the giant's arms had already been obliterated in the destructive light. But Gonku was nowhere to be seen. Ehei naturally wouldn't be arrogant enough to think that Gonku would die in her breath. Where exactly had she gone? Go! Ehei snapped back to his senses, realizing he was no longer in the training grounds. Instead, his body was pierced by countless thick chains, tightly shackled to a colossal guillotine 100 meters tall. This was Gonku's domain of murderous intent. Ehei tried to break free from the giant's chained body, but his true form was trapped, he couldn't escape. Or perhaps, this is not a real space at all, but a mental illusion created by murderous intent. To break free from the illusion, one must use mental strength to resist. The world, a golden muscular figure appeared, and under Ehei's command, it unleashed hundreds of punches per second, striking the guillotine of murderous intent. Perhaps it was the world's immense mental power, or perhaps Gonku never intended to imprison Ehei in the space of murderous intent. Under the bombardment of countless golden fists, this space filled with killing intent collapsed along with the execution platform of killing intent. Breaking free from the illusion, Ehei opened his eyes. Oh, you're awake? The turtle shell beside you is quite tough, Gonku said, sitting next to Ehei. Ehei looked at the ground covered with diamond-like crystal fragments and the giant's remains not far away, which were continuously vaporizing and disappearing, and he roughly understood what had just happened. I was probably violently pulled out from the back of the giant's neck, and the protective hardening crystal I had condensed on my body to protect myself was also brutally shattered. But this is absolutely not something that can be achieved at the martial disciple stage. Teacher, you cheated, didn't you? What cheating? I beat you fair and square. How did I cheat? Gonku pouted and turned her head away, refusing to look at Ehei. Ehei spoke softly. I just used a little more strength than I intended. You know, your master is very strong, so it's inevitable that I might not control my power well in one or two attacks. Seeing Ehei still looking at her quietly, the lowly master finally admitted defeat. She widened her crimson eyes and looked at Ehei adorably. Hey, I promise I won't cheat next time, okay? Please don't be mad anymore, alright? I'm begging you, don't leave. It's been decades since I've played with anyone. Hey, don't cry. Ehei saw Gonku starting to shed little pearls and found it hard to hold back. It was difficult to imagine what a 100-year-old monster had gone through to end up like this. Really? You're not leaving? Gonku asked, her eyes red-rimmed. I've finally managed to become a disciple. Why would I leave? Ahem. I definitely wasn't crying just now. Gonku quickly returned to normal, though her face was still flushed. Sixth, Ehei was speechless. Well, I now basically understand your abilities. Although you're quite a bit worse than I was back in the day, compared to others, you're still exceptionally talented. We can start the lessons now. Gonku changed the subject. What do you want to learn? The advanced techniques for martial artists, as well as how you manage to cut through lightning and my giant palm. Slashing? That's hard to teach. Once you've cut enough things, you'll get the feel for it. What kind of feel? The line. Whether it's a human body, a magical beast, or any other object, there's always an optimal entry point and a line that allows for an easy cut. You can call it the execution line. After hearing Gongke's words, he understood why Gongke's slashes were different from Qianlong's. If Qianlong's slashes pursued ultimate dominance and sharpness in power, then Gongke's were like a butcher dissecting an ox, precise in technique. Gongke continued, learning this is very troublesome. I suggest you first break through as a martial artist. Without improving your martial arts cultivation, you won't meet the conditions to learn many of my martial techniques. Do you know the difference between a martial artist and a martial apprentice? He looked at Gongke's proud expression and responded enthusiastically, what is it? It's not a further advancement of the body, but of the mind. Compared to a martial apprentice, a martial artist has an important additional ability, introspection. With introspection, martial artists can transition from macro-level martial arts practice to micro-level martial arts practice. Through introspection, martial artists can see their meridians, acupoints, and internal organs, and use martial energy to reinforce them, expanding the physical limits of their bodies. In other words, first strengthen the spirit, then strengthen the body. After listening to Gongke's words, he suddenly understood. He hadn't expected Gongke's teaching level to be so high, truly worthy of being a professor at Imperial University. Even if one becomes foolish, the original level of knowledge does not regress. However, speaking of mental strength, after merging with the Dio template and awakening the stand power, his mental attributes already feel significantly enhanced, which might provide tremendous assistance during the warrior stage. Is there any difference in the cultivation method for advancing to a warrior? He asked. The levels of breakthrough techniques and martial skills are divided into 4 grades: Tiangang, Disha, Shenhuang, and no grade. For students in general colleges or non-prestigious institutions, when martial apprentices advance to martial artists, the schools can only provide no-grade breakthrough techniques. The advantage of this grade of breakthrough technique is that the breakthrough is quick and has almost no threshold, as long as there is sufficient accumulation of vitality and martial energy. Over 80% of martial artists advance using no-grade breakthrough techniques. However, for us students of Imperial University, the starting level of breakthrough techniques is Xianhuang. How about the Tiangang and Disha levels? He naturally wanted to learn the best. Tiangang level techniques and martial skills are almost all rare copies brought out from Secret Realm ruins. Looking around the entire world, there might not even be 10 in total. Although our Imperial University has one in its collection, with your current ability and access level, you definitely won't be able to touch it. However, you can learn Disha level boundary breaking techniques. The Heart Sutra of Killing Intent Bodhi, the Earth Fiend mirror breaking technique I have mastered. Little Tiger's Flesh Prison Demon was actually inspired by this technique of mine. I want to learn. Ehei's eyes sparkled with the light of curiosity. Alright, then let's begin now. Immerse yourself in the killing intent realm I have created for you. Almost instantly, Ehei was once again drawn into the killing illusion created by Gongke. Stepping on the sticky blood covering the ground, Ehei felt somewhat helpless. Gongke really didn't leave the students even a moment to rest. The sun and moon alternated, and the bright moonlight pierced through the clouds, spilling over the Academy City. The entire Academy City lit up with splendid and dazzling lights, signaling the end of the day to the students. On his way back to the dormitory, Shuzhou caught sight of Ehei. Just as he was about to walk over and greet him, he felt a chilling cold on his neck, as if a butcher's knife was pressed against his head. Such a terrifying killing intent made Shuzhou instinctively draw Guhan. Sorry, Shuzhou, I got a bit startled. Ehei's apologetic voice brought Shuzhou back to his senses. What happened to you today? Even though Ehei was very clean, Shuzhou could still imagine the strong scent of blood. It was as if Ehei had just fought her way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This was indeed the case. 10 hours earlier, Gongke had created countless undead corpses in the slaughter illusion, restricting Ehei to only use a blade to fight and forbidding her from using any other abilities. And so, Ehei spent an entire day wielding a battered blade. After decapitating his enemies tens of thousands of times, he gradually became familiar with the sensation of the blade slicing through flesh and cleaving bone. Unconsciously, Ehei slowly immersed himself in the frenzy of slaughter. It wasn't until Gongke called out to him that Ehei snapped out of it, realizing that he had almost succumbed to obsession. This also highlighted the danger of the Disha cultivation method. Ehei's mental fortitude far exceeded that of ordinary people, yet even he could be consumed by murderous intent during his training. Ordinary martial apprentices are even less qualified for cultivation. After entering the slaughter illusion created by Gongke, they would either lose their sanity or become puppets of slaughter. This is also why ordinary non-double first-class universities and colleges do not provide students with access to more advanced boundary-breaking techniques and martial skills. The country certainly hopes to see more powerful martial artists emerge from the younger generation, but most martial artists have very mediocre talent and cannot handle stronger powers. Ehei stopped overthinking. After bidding farewell to Shuzhou, he returned to his dormitory and enjoyed a refreshing cold shower. Beep beep, a message from Penguin. Ehei glanced at the caller. What a rare guest. Xingzhu, is there something you need? Lu Qingzhu's room. The girl, who always dressed elegantly and gracefully, gracefully outside, was now wearing yellow cartoon chick pajamas, lying on the bed in a very unflattering posture.
My mom sent over the thing you wanted. It's in my hands right now.
She also asked me to thank you for helping me achieve first place in the freshman trial group.
Lu Qingju's two slender legs, as white as lotus roots, swung back and forth in the air.
The delicate skin revealed faint blue veins, and her pearl-like smooth little toes playfully wiggled.
Really? Then I'll go to your dorm to get it later.
The dormitories at Imperial University are apartment-style and not separated by gender.
Ha, no need, you don't have to come. I'll just send it to you with a drone.
Lu Qingju felt a wave of nervousness as soon as she heard that Ehei was coming over.
Alright then, you must have found your mentor today, right?
Who is your mentor?
Ehei, having been busy all day, was too lazy to go out and shifted to another topic. It's Dean Bai.
She said I have great talent, so she accepted me as her student. Lu Qingju's tone carried a hint of pride. After all, being accepted as a disciple by a martial artist of the Dean of Imperial University's caliber was no small feat.
Really? That's great.
Ehei thought for a moment and decided not to tell Lu Qingju about rejecting the 5 deans, otherwise, someone might lose sleep tonight. Half a year had passed, and the first semester of freshman year was nearing its end. For the freshmen at Imperial University, countless interesting things had happened this semester. For example, at the beginning of the school year, Ouyangze united top students from several provinces to form the Dragon Blood Society, gaining significant influence among the freshmen. Then, as expected, after the freshmen in the Imperial capital completed their special training summer camp and returned to Imperial University, they clashed with the Dragon Blood Society. As the conflict gradually escalated, members of the Dragon Blood Society and local students from the Imperial capital began engaging in
martial arts duels.
Naturally, the results were more losses than wins, and the development of the Dragon Blood Society started to decline.
Currently, the most renowned freshman is named Xiang Jianwei.
Perhaps saying he is the most famous among Imperial University freshmen is not entirely accurate. He should be highly popular nationwide, because he is the top scorer in the Imperial Capital's college entrance examination. During the live broadcast of the Imperial Capital's college entrance examination, netizens were deeply impressed by his immense strength. There are even rumors that Fu Hongsheng highly praised him, calling him the next national-level martial artist.
As for Ehei, who was in the spotlight at the beginning of the school year, no one remembers him anymore.
After all, he has been out of the public eye for more than 3 months. The underground of the Imperial University Research Institute. Gongko, with her pinkish bare feet, stepped on the back of a broad-shouldered young man.
Hurry up, do it faster, Gongko urged in her crisp and adorable voice, repeatedly stepping on Ehei's back.
With each step, she injected her refined and pure martial energy into Ehei's body. The martial energy, infused with Gongko's insights into the killing heart-boding internal scripture, would help Ehei stabilize his newly achieved martial artist realm. Ehei, whose martial energy was sealed, kept doing push-ups. He only felt that the petite loli on his back was as heavy as a mountain. With each rise and fall, a large amount of sweat poured from his body. The martial energy belonging to Gongko, coursing through his body, was unbearably itchy.
Ehei, you're so weak. Is that all you've got?
Ehei could not tolerate the provocation of the mischievous Gongku and refused to back down, summoning his strength once again. Seeing Ehei full of fighting spirit, Gongka stopped merely stepping on him with her small foot and began jumping on his back. The even fiercer martial energy belonging to Gongka surged through his limbs and body. Ehei let out a muffled groan, swallowed the metallic taste in his throat, and chose to endure it. Finally, after the 10,000th push-up, Gongka seemed to sense something and quickly jumped off Ehei's back.
Ehei exploded.
A large mist of blood burst from Ehei's body, and the aged skin shed along with it. A layer of fresh, tender skin quickly covered the surface and hardened in the air.
The entire process was like an insect's metamorphosis, erasing the old flesh and blood and replacing it with a brand new body. Ah, your clothes are gone.
Ehei speechlessly looked at Gongko, who was covering her eyes, and said, when you cover your eyes, make sure to close your fingers too.
Don't peek. Ignoring the silly lowly master, Ehei prepared to leave seclusion. You're leaving? Gongko called out to Ehei from behind.
That's right, I've been cooped up here with you for 3 months. I should go out and see some sunlight.
Boom!
After Ehei finished speaking, he turned back to look at Gongko's bright red eyes and said,
I'll come back to play with you again. You're so bad at gaming. Before I return next time, practice more. Blah, who needs you to play games with me? Gongko made a face at Ehei. Bidding farewell to Gongko, Ehei opened the alloy door and stepped into the elevator heading to the surface. He had finally emerged from seclusion. 3 months without seeing the sun.
I kind of miss it, even though I don't really like sunlight now. Walking down the street, Ehei felt as if a lifetime had passed. However, his emergence this time was not for leisure but for an important matter. At the Imperial University, students' grades each semester have a very important component, which is off-campus assignments. Whether it's hunting down illegal wanted martial artists, investigating the conditions of secret realms and supporting the fight against beast tides, or combating illegal organizations and even foreign forces. Ehei left seclusion this time to complete this this semester's off-campus assignment. Arriving at the University Activity Center, dressed in a white, tight-fitting outfit, Chuzhou had been waiting here for a long time. It was the first time in 3 months that Chuzhou saw Ehei. Ehei seemed to have no obvious changes, whether in aura or physique, but this was the most terrifying change of all. Chuzhou himself had broken through as a martial artist 2 months ago. With the help of Imperial University's resources, he could feel his strength improving rapidly. What about Ehei? Chuzhou could no longer imagine to what extent his strength had grown now. 3 days ago, he was invited to watch the private arena match between Xiang Jianwei, the representative of the new students in the imperial capital, and Ouyang Zhe, the vice president of the Dragon Blood Society. The result was unsurprising. Ouyang Zhe was defeated after only 10 minutes of fighting with Xiang Jianwei. Even witnessing this outcome firsthand, Chuzhou could still sense that Xiang Jianwei had not used his full strength. But even so, he still believed that Ehei's strength surpassed that of Xiang Jianwei. Ehei had no idea about the thoughts of his little fanboy Chuzhou. He gazed at the street, waiting for another teammate. Finally, a girl with long black straight hair, dressed in a black silk dress, appeared in sight. Even in the beauty-filled Imperial University, her presence made the surrounding beauties pale in comparison. Sorry, I'm late, Lu Qingju apologized to the two. And what else? Ehei raised an eyebrow. Anything else? After 3 months, Lu Qingju's ears still turned red when facing Ehei's gaze, especially since her mother kept imparting embarrassing knowledge to her every day. You haven't seen me for 3 months, and you won't even say hello? Lu Qingju didn't know how to respond for a moment, her delicate fingertips pinching the silk dress, wrinkling it. I won't tease you anymore. Let's go, we'll head inside to choose a task. Ehei instinctively patted Lu Qingju's head, just like comforting Gongku, and then entered the hall together with Chuzhou. Lu Qingju, caught off guard by the pat, froze in place. It wasn't until Ehei called her that she snapped out of it. Recalling the warm hand on her head just now, she realized she didn't seem to mind it. The University Activity Center is a 5-story domed building. The central dome skylight features a layered structure resembling a blooming flower. At the very center is the university's emblem, a design of 2 interlocking hands forming a wing-like pattern. There is a huge central screen in the lobby on the first floor, displaying recent popular task information and outstandingly completed trainees. Chuzhou and Lu Qingju have already completed 3 tasks, exceeding the target. This time, they came just to team up with Ehei. Chuzhou brought Ehei to a booth, where a tablet was embedded in the table, allowing free access to task information. After discussing, the 3 of them, including Ehei, selected 3 tasks. Huncheng's serial pathological killer. Task location, Huncheng. Task description, in May, Huncheng witnessed its first brutal pathological murder case. A female white-collar worker was completely skinned, and her skin was made into a coat, while her bones were crafted into a hanger. Such a horrifying and heinous case was immediately filed by the Huncheng Criminal Investigation Unit, but months have passed with no progress in the investigation. Meanwhile, the number of victims subjected to pathological artistic processing has exceeded 40, including a 7th-rank martial artist. Requirement: arrest or eliminate illegal fighters. Difficulty: Level 2. Investigation of the beast tide phenomenon in Liancheng. Mission location: Fallen City invaded by secret realm Liancheng. Task description: the magical beasts within Liancheng, for unknown reasons, have begun to return to the secret realm on a large scale, completely opposite to their actions 2 months ago when they were attempting to expand outward from Liancheng. Requirement: cooperate with Daxia Longke to investigate the cause of the beast tide anomaly. Difficulty: Level 2. Lingshui County anomaly. Task location: Lingshui County. Task description: 2 weeks ago, a tourist group in Lingshui County reported abnormal behavior among the locals. They were said to enjoy eating raw meat and gathering for sleepwalking at night. The local government denied the tourist group's report, and a day later, the group withdrew their complaint. However, a second-year team from the Imperial University still decided to investigate. Now, the entire team is missing. Requirement: identify the cause of the anomaly in Lingshui County. Since the difficulty of the task fluctuates greatly, students should act flexibly during the mission and retreat if necessary. Difficulty: Level 2, crossed out. Level 3. The off-campus missions for Imperial University students are divided into 5 levels. The higher the level, the greater the difficulty. Generally, first-year students can only take on Level 1 missions. The only Level 2 mission that Chuzhou and Lu Qingju participated in was a team mission with 10 members. If a team of 3 people at Level 1 participates in a mission, it's generally very difficult to apply for a Level 2 mission. But Ehei has the privilege card given by Gongku. This was something Gongku slipped to Ehei before leaving. Xiaohe, you're already capable of handling things on your own. Among the freshmen and sophomores, there are only a few who can match you. What you need now is to take on some high-difficulty tasks to hone your skills. With this card, you can take on any level of task within the school. However, don't randomly take on Level 4 or 5 tasks. The variables in those tasks are too great, and even Xuanwu martial artists face the risk of falling. To be honest, Ehei really wanted to to try a level 4 or 5 task for the novelty, but considering the pressure it would put on his two teammates, he decided against it. Ehei, what do you think of these 3 tasks? Benefits and risks coexist. The first task is purely a pursuit. Personally, I think the efficiency of handling this task will be very low. After all, it's a cunning rat that the criminal investigation team couldn't catch after months of pursuit. The difficulty of this task lies in the tracking, not in the killing. The second task is to assist in the investigation. I feel it will be hard for us to gain growth from it. With the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow present, we can only handle very simple tasks. Whether it's combat or reconnaissance as the main force, it won't be our turn to act. The third mission, however, will be entirely managed by the 3 of us. Although there won't be anyone to back us up, which will lead to significant uncertainties, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. If you're afraid of danger and always grow up in a greenhouse, then why even be a martial artist? I lean toward the third mission. I agree with Ehei. Xu Zhou nodded. I also agree. Lu Qingzhu said. Alright, then we'll set off today. The 3 handed over the task, investigate the anomalies in Linshui County, at the front desk. The front desk staff, upon seeing that all 3 of their student cards were just 1 level higher but dared to take on a level 3 task, widened their eyes in astonishment. Isn't this ridiculous? Didn't you see that a large second-level team has already been defeated in Linshui County? But before he could speak, he revealed his privilege card. The front desk staff immediately became serious. He took the card and made a call to the supervisor of the University Activity Center. A minute later, the staff returned and respectfully handed the card back to Ehei, with no trace of disdain in his eyes. Wish you all great success in battle. The 3 of them walked out of the activity center. Ehei stated that he needed to retrieve something first before heading to Linshui County. The reward for the first place in the Zodiac Pendant battle is either an Earth-level martial technique or a weapon made of special-grade alloy. With Gongko, this old monster, as his teacher, Ehei would certainly not lack access to advanced martial techniques. What he lacked was a weapon that suited him, as ordinary weapons couldn't withstand Ehei's violent combat style. Thus, Ehei chose a piece of special alloy, Starfall Gold, which, although devoid of any attributes, boasted a martial energy conduction rate of 95% and was renowned for its toughness. He requested that this material be used to forge a horse-cutting saber perfectly tailored to his physique and strength. Now that March has passed, the blade should be forged. Ehei went to the forging factory of the Academy of Mechanics and Magical Tools. After submitting his identification, a quaint wooden box was handed to him. Ehei eagerly opened the wooden box and played with his new weapon. This horse-cutting blade was about 1.2 meters long, with a broad and flat blade. The blade's luster was dim, yet it shimmered with starry specks, a characteristic of Starfall Gold. The back of the blade is also covered with dense serrated patterns, increasing its weight and impact, making each swing produce astonishing power. The handle is wrapped in special black leather with an anti-slip design, interwoven with strands of metal wire. This is Starfall Gold, which facilitates the infusion of martial energy by the wielder. When Ehei drew this horse-cutting blade and swung it, it seemed as though the air itself was being sliced apart. Each swing was accompanied by a howling wind and dazzling light, sending chills down one's spine. Not bad, the weight is just right. It doesn't feel too light and is very handy. After all, it was customized using old body measurements taken 3 months ago. I didn't expect it to still suit the strength I gained after breaking through to a martial artist 3 months later. It must be said, the Imperial University's swordsmiths are truly impressive. Sheathing the blade, Ehei headed to the school gate to meet up with her 2 teammates. Linxian County, an incredibly ordinary small county town, where martial artists are very rare due to the absence of any secret realms. With capital investments and national resources being directed towards cities with secret realms, Linshui County appears much more backward and isolated compared to the outside world. Buildings in the entire county town rarely exceed 7 stories, with most being 2 or 3-story self-built residential houses. The residents' means of transportation mainly consist of old buses, tricycles, electric scooters, and the like. The scenery of Linshui County, combined with the conservative and simple attire of its residents, gave Ehei, who had just returned from the extravagant and bustling imperial capital, a feeling of traveling back to the last century. At this moment, the identities of Ehei and his 2 companions were that of ordinary university students. The Imperial University had already completed the procedures for fabricating their identities and records. After arriving here, Ehei naturally activated his life magnetic field to sense his surroundings, but he deliberately reduced the sensing range to less than 100 meters in radius. After half a semester at the Imperial University, he had already raised the overall template of the legendary brother to 71%, and his life magnetic field was sufficient to cover almost the entire county. But he was afraid this might wake up some rats in the gutter. If those rats were to escape, it would be troublesome. After all, the difficult part of exterminating rats has always been finding them, not killing them. Let's go. The 3 of us should first check out the house arranged by Imperial University. Just as Ehei and the others were about to head to their accommodation to drop off their luggage, a tricycle slowly stopped in in front of the three of them. "Young man, where are you heading? Want to take a ride on the tricycle?" Lu Qingju instinctively wanted to wave her hand to decline, but Ehei quickly said, "Sure grandpa, we're just tired from walking with our suitcases." The three of them squeezed onto the back seat of the tricycle, with Ehei sitting in the middle. "Young man, you all look so refined. Which school are you from? Are you here on vacation to travel?" The old man steered with one hand, holding a cigarette in the other. "I'm a local from Linshui County. This time, I brought 2 classmates over to have some fun. I'm currently studying at a university in Yuncheng." "From Linshui County? Who are your family members? Why don't I have any impression?" The old man was so startled that his hand trembled, and the cigarette he was holding fell to the ground, crushed by the tricycle. "My grandfather's name was Yi Shirong. He passed away a few years ago, and after that, I moved away." He said this sentence in the local dialect of Linshui County. As for the Linshui County dialect, he had learned it temporarily in just over 10 minutes on the plane. With his current memory, mastering the tone of a dialect in such a short time was almost effortless. The old man driving the three-wheeler did indeed know Yi Shirong. After hearing he speak this sentence in the local dialect, he was already 70 to 80% convinced. Good. Young man, it's great that you still remember Linshui County. Not forgetting your roots, you'll surely be blessed." The old man elongated the sound on the last fu character, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Arriving at the old house arranged by Imperial University, which was also Yi Shirong's old residence, Ehei thanked the tricycle driver and got off the vehicle with her suitcase. Interestingly, the old man said that since they were fellow townsfolk, he didn't charge Ehei for the fare. He only reminded Ehei that in 2 days, the grandest triennial event in Linshui County would take place, and she must attend it. "If you're too shy to go out, little E, then I'll personally come and call you." Ehei just chuckled in response. He could sense that this old man wasn't just being polite, he might actually come to call him when the time comes. "This county town is quite interesting." Ehei and the other two entered the old courtyard. Since it hadn't been lived in for over a decade, the cement ground in the yard had been pierced through by resilient wild grass, leaving it riddled with holes and looking very desolate. Ehei instructed the two from Chuzhou to step back. He stomped on the ground, and an intense radiation instantly covered the entire courtyard, including the interior of the house. All the mosquitoes and insects were killed, and the wild grass on the ground visibly withered and decayed. Ehei completed the pest and weed extermination in an instant. Lu Qingju and Chuzhou were not idle either. Lu Qingju was responsible for checking the house for any surveillance devices or anomalies, while Chuzhou discreetly set up miniature cameras at the entrance and around the house for reconnaissance. At that moment, Lu Qingju called out to Ehei. "Ehei, come look at this." Ehei entered the original owner's bedroom and discovered that a shrine was embedded in the wall. Inside, there was a clay-crafted statue of a deity, with a small red cloth draped over its head. This thing was placed here later. The shrine was made of wood. If it had been in the old house all along, it would have rotted away by now. The shrine in front of them was covered in dust, but after wiping it off, it still looked quite new. "So, does that mean someone else placed this in the old house?" Lu Qingju said. At this moment, Chuzhou also entered the room. After listening to Ehei's speculation, he pondered for a moment and finally said, "I think this statue looks very unsettling. Let's just chop it down first." Lu Qingju felt that Chuzhou was being too impulsive. How could such an important clue be destroyed just like that? "I agree." Ehei greatly appreciated Chuzhou's approach of cutting first and asking questions later when faced with uncertainty. Lu Qingju's beautiful eyes widened. Why was she surrounded by killers? At least before cutting it off, let's take a look at what it looks like under this clay statue's mask. Lu Qingju compromised. Lu Qingju pinched the veil of the clay statue, and just as she lifted a corner, a warm, large hand grabbed her wrist. "Something's wrong." Ehei narrowed his eyes, staring at the clay statue. Just as Lu Qingju lifted a corner of the clay statue's veil, Ehei, who had trained in the slaughter illusion for 3 months, keenly sensed a trace of hidden, sinister, and filthy spiritual energy emanating from it. Sure enough, it's a filthy thing. "Chuzhou, cut it down." Without a moment's hesitation, the instant he gave the order, a flash of cold steel sprang from its sheath. The clay idol, together with the altar, was sliced cleanly in two. Then, a bizarre sight unfolded. From the cleft in the severed idol and altar, copious amounts of black blood began to pour out. At that same moment, the filthy spiritual energy erupted like an explosion. But, a muscular golden arm, invisible to ordinary people, suddenly shot out from within Ehei's body, firmly seizing the filthy, formless spiritual entity in its grasp. Chuzhou and Lu Qingju couldn't see the world. What they saw was a mass of twisted flesh inside the clay idol, and that lump of flesh was faintly writhing. It was alive. Chuzhou waved his hand, instantly freezing the lump of flesh inside the clay statue. What the hell is this thing? Lu Qingju felt a chill down her neck. It was the first time she had witnessed such a bizarre scene. Swoosh! It was like how humans, despite being able to easily crush a cockroach, would instinctively avoid it. Lu Qingju could destroy this lump of strange flesh with a wave of her hand, yet she still felt fear at its filthy and eerie nature. Ehei patted Lu Qingju's shoulder, injecting martial energy filled with pure spiritual power into her her body. Lu Qingju felt her body warm and cozy, with all her unease dispelled. She looked at Ehei, unexpectedly feeling a strong sense of security. It seems the anomaly in Linshui County is related to this strange mud statue. Our investigation has already taken a crucial step forward. Ehei looked at the filthy, trembling spiritual form trapped in the world's grasp, the corners of his mouth curling up in a smirk. You all wait here. I have something to take care of. He had already left a nuclear radiation marker on the old man with the tricycle. By his calculations, it was just about time to close the net. Old man, you don't need to come looking for me, I'm coming for you. Lingshui County, Jinshan Buddhist Temple. This Buddhist temple, with a history of 1,000 years, is the most magnificent and prosperous place in all of Lingshui County. Almost the entire population of Lingshui County are devotees of Jinshan Buddhist Temple. People come here to offer incense devoutly 24 hours a day, truly ensuring that the incense never ceases. Lu Zhenqing rode his tricycle to the back mountain of Jinshan Temple. In no time, the rocky cliff in front of him automatically opened, and a young monk with rosy lips and white teeth appeared before Lu Zhenqing. Benefactor, the abbot is waiting for you inside. Alright. Lu Zhenqing rubbed his calloused palms, unable to stop his mouth from salivating at the thought of the impending blessing. The two entered the dark passage within the stone wall. Though it was pitch black, they moved as naturally as if walking under daylight. If a third party were present, they might feel extremely creeped out, as the eyes of the two men glowed with an eerie green light like those of felines in the darkness. The young monk led Lu Zhenqing through the complex secret passageways, twisting and turning, until they reached their destination. Two 20-meter-tall wrathful-faced bodhisattvas, painted with gold lacquer, stood on either side of a vermilion gate. Each had 4 arms holding demon-subduing cudgels, swords, or large blades. The gate itself was engraved with Buddhist scriptures. The young monk approached the gate, bowed, and said, Abbot, I have brought Lu Zhenqing, the benefactor who has reached the blessing standard. He also mentioned that he has something to report. Ding-ling-ling, the bell at the gate emitted a clear sound, followed by a reverberating voice that seemed to echo from all directions. Master, what is your intention, and why have you suddenly come here? The young monk's pupils shrank to pinpoints upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that he had brought a tale with him to this place. Black muscles surged and swelled continuously, shredding the clothes on his body. The fair and delicate face of the handsome youth was replaced by a terrifying visage resembling that of a lizard. Beside him, Lu Zhenqing hurriedly knelt to the ground, exclaiming, a living immortal. But the next moment, a dark figure descended from the sky, landing on the forehead of the monster that the little monk had transformed into. Slowing down the scene by tenfold, the forehead, tougher than a bulletproof helmet, caved in first, both eyeballs were directly ejected from the skull, and the cervical vertebrae shattered into fragments under the immense force. Immediately after, from head to toe, the monster was completely crushed by the young man who had descended from the sky. However, none of the splattered contents stained the young man's clothes, as he was currently embraced by the world, with all the contents isolated outside by the world's body. You are Lu Zhenqing stammered in fear, as just 2 hours ago, he had met this young man in front of him. He did not look at him, because the two wrathful-faced Buddhas before him had moved. The wrathful-faced Buddha's eyes glowed red, their gold-painted bodies swayed, one wielding a demon-subduing staff, the other slashing down with a demon-slaying sword. He did not raise his hand, instead, the world behind him lifted 2 massive, muscular hands, catching the 2 awe-inspiring attacks, each carrying tens of tons of force, one on the left and one on the right. In Lu Zhenqing's view, it was the divine punishment from the wrathful bodhisattva that automatically stopped in front of Ehei. Ehei stroked the ring on his finger, and a crescent-like cold light flashed in his hand. Starfall blade, emerge. The wrathful bodhisattva had one hand each firmly grasped by the world, making it impossible to pull them out. Thus, it directly abandoned the controlled arms and used its remaining 3 arms, wielding a total of 6 massive weapons, to launch an all-out attack on Ehei. Ehei merely swung a blade. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, the 6 weapons shattered and curled upon contact with the starfall blade. The slash from Ehei traveled through the weapons to the wrathful Buddha's arm, and like firecrackers, the Buddha's weapons and arms shattered piece by piece. The air around the wrathful Buddha's crimson pupils twisted, and in the next moment, a scarlet beam imbued with a destructive aura shot forth. But there was a figure faster than their laser eyes. A flash of cold light, and the heads of 2 wrathful-faced bodhisattvas flew off, the crimson lasers they emitted drifting uncontrollably in the air. Lu Zhenqing had no time to react before one of the lasers sliced him in half at the waist. The 2 massive bodhisattvas collapsed to the ground, revealing sparking cables and mechanical structures inside. So, they really aren't living beings? From the very beginning, Ehei's life magnetic field did not sense the vitality that life should have from these 2 bodhisattvas. Now it seems, they are indeed lifeless objects. But how could such an advanced technological creation exist in a backward small town like Linshui County? Is the answer all behind that door? Ehei walked to the door. As an uninvited guest, he naturally wouldn't knock politely. The world behind him punched the door with a force comparable to a missile, yet it only left a fist-shaped dent on the door. But, Muda. Golden fists fell like a meteor shower, with
hundreds of punches swiftly thrown within 3 seconds. Boom!
The vermilion door in front visibly became dented and battered, eventually turning into a pile of scrap metal that was smashed and sent flying. After Ehei stepped through the vermilion door, he discovered that it was actually a massive underground palace. Vermilion pillars supported the space, and lotus-shaped lamps hung on the walls, illuminating the entire underground palace brightly. The most eye-catching feature is a 70 to 80 meter tall golden lacquered Buddha statue located at the center of the underground palace. Such a colossal figure naturally inspires a sense of awe, making people hesitant to show any disrespect.
But Ehei was not among them. Little mouse, still hiding and not coming out?
Ehei's voice echoed in the vast underground palace.
Alas, our temple has no enmity with you, benefactor. Why do you come to offend our temple?
An old monk draped in a purple gold kasaya stepped out from behind the great golden Buddha, his voice filled with helplessness.
BYD, you robot, are you addicted to playing a costumed character or what?
Ehei, wielding the starfall blade, slashed out a blade aura. The abbot of Jinshan Temple before him had no intention of dodging and was directly torn in half by the blade aura.
Beneath the purple gold kasaya was a metallic steel body.
You truly bear heavy sins, benefactor, another abbot said as he stepped out from behind the giant golden Buddha. Just as Ehei was about to strike this guy down, the entire floor of the underground palace began to sink. After descending 20 meters, 18 large holes appeared in the surrounding walls.
Benefactor, why not spend some time with the evil spirits of the 18 levels of hell to temper your temperament? The next moment, as if a floodgate had opened, a dense swarm of humanoid monsters poured out of the 18 large holes.
They had black, rubbery skin and faces resembling lizards. Each of them emitted the energy fluctuations of a first or second level warrior. In Ehei's life magnetic field perception, the life fluctuations of these humanoid monsters were highly similar, as if they were mass-produced.
Could they be artificial biohumans, trying to overwhelm me with sheer numbers?
Those who tried that before have grass a meter high on their graves. Ehei shouted loudly, and as intense killing intent surged in, the surface of the starfall blade in his hand turned a deep crimson.
Xianhuang blade technique, 3 blades of Azura.
First blade, 1,000 miles of slaughter. The surging murderous aura condensed on the starfall blade, extending the blade to 30 meters.
A 30-meter-long blade, crescent moon slash.
A crimson blood moon rose, its emitted moonlight, blade energy, covering the entire surface of the underground palace. All the biohumans within Ehei's 30-meter strike radius were severed at the waist, their green blood shooting out like fountains. 30 meters away from the blood blade, there was also a spread of moonlight, blade energy. Even though the spreading speed was relatively slow, those densely packed biohumans, crowded like a swarm of ants, had no space to evade. They were harvested in waves, like chives. By this point, only corpses and blood covered the ground around Ehei, with not a single living being remaining. 18 large holes continued to pour out biohumans endlessly, but against Ehei's group mowing skill, it was utterly meaningless. 10 minutes later, Ehei emerged from the pit, stepping atop a mountain of corpses. His appearance was still clean and fresh, not betraying in the slightest that he had just orchestrated a massacre. Benefactor, your sins of slaughter truly run deep. A flash of cold steel, a single stroke, and the head was severed.
Ehei grabbed the abbot's head, stared into its red glowing electronic eye, and said, I'm tired of killing. Hurry up and come out.
Cluck, cluck, cluck. It seems we've provoked quite a formidable enemy this time, but that's all there is to it, isn't it?
Boom, boom, boom. The humming behind Ehei kept echoing.
The buzzing sound of gears turning resonated within the giant Buddha, and steaming heat rose from the scar marks on the Buddha's head.
That magnificent giant Buddha actually began to move.
The 108 prayer beads on the great Buddha's neck, symbolizing the 108 worldly troubles, all fell off and hovered in the air. Judging from the red light at the center of the beads, they were actually electronic floating cannons. Buzz. The shoulders on the back of the great Buddha opened, revealing rocket thrusters inside.
Accompanied by blue flames, the great Buddha rose and stood up from the lotus platform.
Ehei was indeed stunned by this spectacle.
This was actually a mecha. Benefactor, you are beyond saving.
Return to the cycle of reincarnation.
The massive Buddha's palm rose, the joint at the elbow cracking open to reveal the turbine accelerator within.
The Buddha's palm descended,
like a collapsing mountain. Zzzzz. Dazzling blue lightning rose from the ground, enveloping the Buddha's palm in a thunderstorm.
The golden lacquer alloy on its surface visibly reddened and melted, while the intricate internal structures directly fractured and exploded. The AI system embedded within the Buddha detected the terrifyingly rapid surge in energy levels and immediately activated an electromagnetic protective shield on its surface, preventing further damage to the machine.
But then, a scene that left the operators behind the Buddha in silence unfolded.
As the water vapor from the intense heat dissipated, a black-armored giant, a head taller than the Buddha, appeared before their eyes.
How is this possible?
There was not much time left for the manipulator behind the giant Buddha to think.
A massive fist, sparking in the air, landed a heavy punch on the giant Buddha. 3 rings of shockwaves exploded between the giant's fist and the Buddha's head.
Half of the Buddha's cheek cracked open, revealing the sparking striking steel skeleton within. Roar! With a battle cry, the giant, leveraging the superior agility of a living being, suddenly grabbed the Buddha's tilted head with its massive hand, pinned it down, and delivered a knee strike with its thigh, which was now sprouting bone spikes. Boom! The giant Buddha, whose forehead had caved in, swayed backward, and the 108 floating Buddha beads around it formed a crossfire of laser rain to prevent Ehei from further attacking the Buddha. Boom! The dense laser rain bombarded Ehei's giant body. However, the beams, which were powerful enough to penetrate military armored vehicles, only left a few scorch marks on the black armor covering Ehei's body, causing no substantial damage at all. The giant's surface gradually emitted a blue glow, and in the next moment, a blue energy pulse burst out from within the giant, magnetizing and disabling all the electronic floating bead cannons. Crack, crack! The chest of the great Buddha, which had successfully created some distance, split open, revealing countless crimson missiles inside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Missiles flew simultaneously, all striking the giant's body, and the violent explosions caused the entire underground palace to tremble incessantly. As the smoke cleared, the giant, engulfed in flames, still stood firmly on the ground. The great Buddha attempted to unleash more weapon strikes, but several hardened bone spikes, Warhammer Titan's ability, rose from the ground, suspending the great Buddha in midair. Ehei controlled the giant's body to approach the great Buddha and unleashed an atomic breath directly at the great Buddha's chest. The severely damaged giant Buddha could no longer rely on its electromagnetic shield to protect itself and was ultimately sliced into pieces by the atomic breath, leaving a pile of debris. Ehei exited the cockpit from the back of the giant's neck. As the giant's body rapidly vaporized, Ehei landed on the lotus seat where the Buddha had previously been sitting. There, a passage led downward. Half an hour earlier. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A clean and tidy research institute filled with futuristic design. Doctor, that man has dealt with the mechanical Buddha at the door, but rest assured, there's no way he can get through that door made with our latest materials and structure. Moments later, Ehei on the screen didn't even raise a hand, and the vermilion door in front of him was turned into scrap metal by some kind of attack flying straight out. It's fine, Doctor. We still have the army of bio-soldiers. Even against a Grand Martial Master, tens of thousands of bio-soldiers can wear him down to death. Plus, it's a good opportunity to clear out our bio-soldier inventory. After a moment, watching Ehei on the screen wielding a 30-meter-long blade, sweeping through like harvesting wheat, everyone fell silent. The researcher adjusted the glasses on his nose, took a deep breath, and said, Doctor, we still have a trump card. Trust in our design. The combat capabilities of this mech Buddha were specifically designed to counter large lord-level beasts. Dealing with a mere junior warrior is a piece of cake. Moments later, everyone fell silent again, watching Ehei transform into a giant taller than the mech itself, then tear the mech Buddha apart with his bare hands. Instantly, the scene became so quiet that even the sound of swallowing could be heard. It's okay, Doctor, we still have. Shut the hell up, an angry, somewhat short old man said, one of his eyes being a modified electronic eye. Dr. Fong rubbed his forehead speechlessly. If the guy in front of him weren't his most prized student, he would have torn his heart out by now. What kind of outrageous optimism is this? The enemy is already at your doorstep, and you're still saying it's okay? The guards above should be able to buy us a few minutes. Let's retreat quickly. Once we're out, activate the self-destruct program for this research base. We can't let the information here leak out. Dr. Fong, a former level 3 researcher of Prometheus, was secretly recruited by Laserbird after Prometheus disbanded. 10 years ago, Laserbird set its sights on the seemingly ordinary small town of Linshui County. After secretly replacing all the monks in Jinshan Temple, the Laserbird exploited the people of Linshui County's faith in the temple to begin brainwashing and controlling the entire county. Under the guise of bestowing blessings, it attracted the people of Linshui County to undergo body modifications, turning them into free test subjects for the Laserbird's biological research, providing abundant materials and clinical data. Unfortunately, this base must now be abandoned. Just as the core research team was preparing to head to the escape tunnel, a blue beam of light sliced through the ceiling, leaving a scorched mark in front of them that signified a halt. Abbott, where do you think you're going? Cover the doctor and get him out. Several guards had just unleashed their martial energy when their bodies were struck by an invisible fist, sending them flying with broken bones and spraying blood. Meanwhile, the other researchers had their limbs twisted in an instant, collapsing helplessly to the ground. What do you want? We can talk slowly, Dr. Fong said to Ehei with neither arrogance nor subservience. His hand, hidden in his sleeve, quietly rubbed against his watch, preparing to activate the base's emergency self-destruct program. Inside the bodies of every key researcher or person in charge at Laserbird, microbombs were implanted, and their family and friends were also under Laserbird's surveillance. This was to ensure the employees' absolute obedience to the company and to prevent any leakage of the company's secrets. From the moment Dr. Fong joined Laserbird, the lives of both himself and his family belonged to the company. So even if it meant mutual destruction, he was determined to press the self-destruct button. Ehei instantly appeared at his side and crushed both of his hands. MMPH. Dr. Fong screamed in pain, but his mouth was tightly tightly clamped shut by Ehei, leaving him gasping for air like a fish out of water. Because Ehei had lifted his small body into the air, Dr. Feng's short legs flailed wildly in midair. Before Dr. Feng suffocated to death, Ehei threw him to the ground. Fresh air rushed into Dr. Feng's long-deprived lungs, and he greedily breathed it in, his gaze toward Ehei now filled with fear. Next, I ask, you answer, Ehei said coldly. Dr. Feng's face showed a resolve to die. He could never divulge the secrets. His brain contained a signal monitor, and the moment he uttered any keywords related to the company's secrets, the bomb inside his body would detonate. I ask you, 2 weeks ago, did you kill or imprison 3 young martial artists? Where are they or their bodies? He planned to first gather information about the senior students, which could also serve as an explanation to the school. After all, he had already solo cleared the instance, so the follow-up investigation could be left to the school and the police. 3 young martial artists? I have no idea. Dr. Feng frowned deeply. He had initially assumed Ehei was a special agent from the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow organization and would be asking about something related to the base's affiliated groups. But unexpectedly, Ehei asked this question. Could it be a vendetta? Damn it, which idiot secretly killed someone and ended up attracting such a deadly star? Wasn't there a strict order to act discreetly? Ehei also realized something was wrong and began interrogating Dr. Feng with some questions. Click. Why do the people of Linshui County eat raw meat? Is it a side effect of your biochemical experiments? Eat raw meat? Aren't humans supposed to eat raw meat? What does this have to do with biochemical experiments? Dr. Feng looked at Ehei strangely, as if the question he asked was utterly bizarre. Ehei's heart sank, and he continued to ask, what about the sleepwalking incidents in Linshui County? I was sleepwalking. I have no recollection at all. Then, what about the shrine and the statue? Are you referring to the one placed in the bedroom? What's so strange about that? Isn't it normal to have a shrine and statue by the bedside? Ehei pulled Dr. Feng up and pinned him against the wall. Damn it, how is it not strange? You're a highly educated intellectual. How could you believe in such superstitions? And besides, hasn't Linshui County already been secretly controlled by your illegal organization? So many incongruous things happened right under your noses, and you claim to know nothing? And you even got assimilated? What a bunch of useless fools. Ehei was extremely annoyed now. After fighting for so long, he realized he had hit the wrong target. Although this organization that uses ordinary people as test subjects deserves to die, Ehei's top priority now is to catch the real mastermind behind it. I, Ehei, hate pretentious tricks the most. Can't you all just show yourselves and face me in person? Ehei first knocked out all the researchers and threw them into a locked room to deal with later. Then he grabbed Dr. Feng and said, you must have set up surveillance throughout the entire Linshui County, right? Bring me the footage from 2 weeks ago. Since Dr. Feng stated that he had never encountered that missing Imperial University squad, this indicates that there is only one reason for the disappearance of that Imperial University squad. They approached the true mastermind behind Linshui County, namely the shrine idols and the phenomenon of sleepwalking. What exactly did they encounter? Ehei copied a set of surveillance footage from Linshui County. Initially out of curiosity, Ehei also wanted to copy the experimental data here to submit it to the state later. Unfortunately, all that data had been deleted in one click by Dr. Feng before he left. Just as he was carrying Dr. Feng, preparing to meet up with Lu Qingzhu and the others, Dr. Feng gave him an unpleasant smile. Ehei had a bad feeling and quickly pried open his mouth, a foul chemical smell wafting out. You sure know how to endure. Clearly hiding a venom sac in your gums, yet you didn't reveal it in front of me, holding out until now. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire laboratory was bathed in a dangerous red glow, accompanied by a piercing alarm sound. It seemed that with Dr. Feng's cardiac arrest, the self-destruct system linked to his heartbeat had been activated. But unfortunately, even death in front of me will be a luxury for you. Ehei grinned, revealing a sharp fong. The index finger was inserted into Dr. Feng's carotid artery, and the vampire's zombification virus was injected into his body. The zombification virus quickly spread throughout Dr. Feng's body along the carotid artery. His heart, which had already stopped beating, began to beat again, and even more powerfully. In the original JoJo series, vampires can infect humans or corpses to turn them into zombie-like beings. Unfortunately, after becoming such beings, most, except for a few gifted individuals, are no different from zombies. They lack self-healing abilities, become intellectually impaired, and their bodies decay. But the vampire virus in Ehei's hands has been modified using the power of the Founding Titan. The Founding Titan possesses the ability to turn ordinary humans into titans and maintain absolute control over them. Over the past 3 months, apart from diligently practicing martial arts, Ehei has been deeply studying the power of his templates, exploring the chemical reactions generated between multiple templates. The stacking of abilities between templates is absolutely greater than the sum of its parts. For example, Ehei successfully infused the power of the giant into the vampire virus. This could create retainers who perfectly preserve their memories and talents from life, are unafraid of sunlight, possess powerful regeneration regenerative abilities and are absolutely obedient to him both mentally and physically. Dr. Feng's heart began beating again, and the self-destruct sequence of the entire research base was terminated. Moreover, due to the surge of powerful vitality within his body, Dr. Feng's sparse hair became thick and black again, and his thin, short frame began to grow and develop anew. Even the electronic prosthetic eye was removed, as a brand new eyeball was developing. In the end, he became a robust middle-aged man standing at 1.7 meters tall. Master! Dr. Feng knelt on the ground, pressing his head to the floor, not daring to look directly at the young man before him, who to him was akin to a deity. Now, both his body and spirit completely belonged to Ehei. This was Ehei's first time turning a person into a retainer. Previously, all his test subjects were mice, cats, dogs, and monkeys. Now it seemed the experiment was a great success. From now on, I'll call you Mad Doctor. Everything from your past has nothing to do with you anymore. From here on, your only purpose is to serve me. Serving my master is my honor. At this moment, there was a mental link between Ehei and the Mad Doctor. This was the authority of the founding titan, and as the founding one, Ehei had the right to access the spiritual world of any subordinate by bloodline. Perhaps there was no need to waste time watching the surveillance footage. With a single thought, Ehei directly broke into the Mad Doctor's spiritual world. Now, he intended to search the Mad Doctor's memories of Linshui County before his death to see exactly when this city had been infiltrated. This is my 8th year taking over Linshui County. The Jinshan Temple base has been fully developed, and the bio-human modification technology is basically mature, ready for assembly line production. He will usher in a new era. In the future, martial artists will be replaced by more efficient and stronger bio-humans and mechanical creations. The path of Prometheus is the right one. This March, I noticed that the people of Linshui County were becoming increasingly drowsy. The strangest part is that none of them seemed to notice this anomaly. A store clerk sleeping at home for 2 consecutive days wouldn't surprise the boss. If all the clerks slept at home, the store would directly close, and thousands of customers wouldn't be surprised either. Clearly, this phenomenon has already started affecting production, and the entire city is becoming increasingly desolate, yet in everyone's eyes, it still seems as normal as before. This is what's most abnormal. I gathered 20 people for an experiment and finally discovered that there was an error in their perception. Eating raw meat is normal, sleeping for 2 or 3 days straight without waking up is normal, worshipping a clay statue that appears in the bedroom every day is normal. When did these abnormal changes begin? How could it be so covert? BYD, this is the territory of a terrorist organization, and yet someone dares to infiltrate here? We must root out this group of rats. This July, I found that the people of Linshui County were becoming increasingly drowsy. This is the most abnormal thing. I gathered 20 people for experiments and finally discovered that their cognition had gone wrong. Damn it, daring to mess around on our turf, seeking death. I must kill you all. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. During the annual task log review, I repeatedly found the term Linshui County anomaly. I've seen all those abnormal situations like drowsiness, eating raw meat, and worshipping statues. But isn't this normal? No, this isn't normal. Something is interfering with me. Don't trust memory, don't trust perception, trust the data. Mathematics doesn't lie. All that data points to one thing: our Jinshan Temple research base has also fallen into this cognitive trap. I felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation, the humiliation of being treated like a lab rat. Who is it? Who dares to treat us as experimental subjects? I smashed the broken clay statue in the room. To prevent my cognition from being altered again, I carved a series of mathematical puzzles. On my body. Once solved, they reveal a string of numbers to log into the document on my computer, where all my data is recorded. I believe that even if my cognition is altered, I will still be curious enough to solve the mathematical puzzles on my body and will undoubtedly believe in this matter. Linshui County anomaly. Recorder, Dr. Feng Che. Explanation. Based on comparative investigations, the anomaly in Linshui County erupted abnormally in February last year. I first discovered this anomaly in March last year and organized personnel to conduct experimental investigations. But every day, my cognition was subtly altered until I was completely assimilated. Although during this period, I used my scientific intellect multiple times to uncover logical flaws and successfully restore my cognition, I ultimately could not escape the fate of assimilation. Because our Jinshan Temple research base has been too deeply assimilated, it is difficult to escape or resist that will. Perhaps only outsiders can intervene, but our cognition has been implanted with a prohibition on revealing to outsiders suggestion. Every time I try to report to the company, I forget. The anomaly in Linshui County is divided into 4 stages: eating raw meat, drowsiness, worshipping clay statues, collective sleepwalking. Eating raw meat is the initial physical mutation caused by the influence of that will. Drowsiness represents a deeper mental mutation. Worshipping clay statues signifies severe contamination of both body and mind, making recovery nearly impossible. Collective sleepwalking represents that one has already become the food of that will. According to investigations, over the past 2 years, the maximum maximum lifespan of people in Linshui County has only been 50 to 55 years, because those older than that have already been devoured by that will. I originally thought that we, conducting illegal human experiments, were already dark enough, but compared to the cult, we're still far behind. They actually want to offer the entire city's population as food for that will. After extensive data comparison, I can confirm whose handiwork this disaster is. Worship the civilization of the secret realm and support the anti-human cult that seeks the destruction of humanity. The descent of the divine kingdom. The thing they used to corrupt the minds of the people in Linshui County and devour their life energy should be the demonic embryo brought out from the ruins of the secret realm. According to calculations, the day of the demonic embryo's maturation is. He exited the mental link, opened his eyes, and murmured, in just 2 nights. That tricycle grandpa really gave me some crucial information. Thanks to the mad doctor's investigation report, he had basically learned the causes and effects of the anomalies in Linshui County, especially the critical information that 3 days later, the divine kingdom would claim the fruits of victory. Looking at it this way, it wasn't entirely a waste to take down this research base. However, this base actually belongs to Laser Bird. He had already fully grasped the late Dr. Mad's memories, including all the secrets of Laser Bird. Those insane illegal experiments even made Ehei feel a bit alarmed. But Ehei didn't want to waste time and energy on this matter. Not to mention that Laser Bird is a giant on the international stage. The mere fact that it dares to conduct these dark experiments so brazenly suggests a complex web of power backing it. I have not yet been involved in this troublesome position of power. At that time, just hand over this research base to Imperial University for handling, and Ehei will pretend to be an ignorant pawn, staying far away from the vortex of trouble. However, Ehei also had an unexpected surprise. The mad scientist had been involved in the development of Golden Gene during his lifetime, and he understood its usage and effects. But this will have to wait until the Linxian County anomaly is resolved. For the plan of the Divine Descent Kingdom, Ehei already had a crazy solution. Although according to the requirements of the Imperial University, Ehei, who had uncovered the truth, could now choose to end the mission. What Ehei wanted now was not the mission reward from the Imperial University. He wanted to snatch the fruits of victory from the Divine Descent Kingdom. Ehei said to the mad doctor, "Next, you will go and hide in Linshui County. I will provide you with my blood, and you will find an opportunity to introduce it into the water supply system of Linshui County. In short, ensure maximum infection." Dr. Mad instantly grasped the purpose behind Ehei's actions. His face flushed with excitement, filled with admiration for his master's wild imagination and bold plan. Ehei actually intends to compete with the Divine Descension Kingdom for followers using the demonic fetus they cultivated. Currently, all the residents of Linshui County have already entered the 4th stage of contamination, with no possibility of returning to normal. Ehei acknowledged that they indeed had selfish motives, but after this turmoil ended, he would do his best to help them return to their previous lives. At the very least, under Ehei's control, they would not pose a threat to society. After bidding farewell to the mad doctor, Ehei returned to the old residence and reunited with Chuzhou and Lu Qingzhu. At this moment, the two were eating the combat rations provided by Imperial University. "You eat this because the food in Linshui County." Lu Qingzhu's face instantly changed when she heard Ehei mention this matter, as if she had recalled something nauseating. Chuzhou, on the other hand, remained very composed. He reported to Ehei about his and Lu Qingzhu's findings, such as all the food in the restaurants being raw and every household worshipping a clay statue. In short, the entire city has been enslaved by something due to some kind of cognitive distortion. Ehei looked at Chuzhou with newfound respect. This killing maniac's guesses were surprisingly close to the truth. Ehei also recounted the recent trip to Jinshan Temple to Chuzhou and Lu Qingzhu, though he omitted the part about assimilating the mad doctor and the truths he had uncovered. After all, his plans were too insane, and the progenitor blood vampire virus was too difficult to explain, even if he believed that Chuzhou, his little fanboy, and Lu Qingzhu, the silly girl, would support him after knowing there was no need to bring it up. An illegal experimental base that has infiltrated Linshui County for years? Why is Linshui County so chaotic? Lu Qingzhu's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe how murky the waters of this small county were. "So, you're saying that a powerful biotech organization also fell in the anomaly in Linshui County?" Chuzhou considered this possibility. "This has already surpassed a level 3 difficulty. Should we call for support from Imperial University?" Just as Lu Qingzhu finished speaking, Ehei flicked her forehead, making the girl let out a soft yelp. "Are you kidding? If you call Imperial University over, how am I supposed to swoop in and steal the credit? Don't worry, this task is only difficult because of its strangeness. It doesn't threaten our safety. Don't scare yourself. If you encounter danger and just think about going back for reinforcements, how can you accomplish anything?" Ehei painted a rosy picture for his two teammates. After hearing this, Chu Xiaozhou was full of fighting spirit, eager to take up a knife and hit the streets immediately. Lu Qingzhu, thinking of Ehei's strength, also felt much more at ease. "Next, we stay put and wait until nightfall. At present, in Linshui County, we have already experienced eating raw
raw meat, worshipping clay statues, and there is one last anomaly we have not encountered: sleepwalking en masse. Ehei narrowed his eyes. Perhaps this severely distorted city will reveal its entirety at night. Magic City, Laser Bird Headquarters. The board of directors just held a meeting to discuss the topic of the Jinshan Temple base losing contact. Half an hour ago, the Laser Bird Headquarters received a notification that the self-destruct program at the Jinshan Temple base near Linshui Temple had been activated, but it was terminated within seconds. This raised the alarm for the information department, which attempted to contact the Jinshan Temple base, but no one answered. Realizing the severity of the situation, the head of the information department immediately reported the matter to the board of directors. After the board of directors discussed under the principle of better to err on the side of caution than let anything slip, they decided to activate the heart bombs of all researchers within the base to ensure no living witnesses remained. Then, a special team was dispatched to quickly head to Linshui County to investigate the specific situation. Linshui County Central Water Plant. The mad doctor, who had been standing perfectly fine, suddenly narrowed his pupils. He abruptly thrust his hand into his chest, pulled out his entire heart, and threw it away. The heart exploded like fireworks, with blood splattering everywhere. Even the mad doctor, who had already become an immortal being, fell into a weakened state after losing the vital organ of his heart. While slowly regenerating his heart, he sent a message to Ehei. Master, the laser bird just detonated the bomb inside me. Given their style, a special squad from the laser bird will soon arrive in Linshui County. Soon, Ehei replied with a message. No problem, proceed with the plan. Night fell. The residents of Linshui County didn't have much of a nightlife. By 8 or 9 o'clock, everyone had returned home, and by 10, the entire residential area of Linshui County was plunged into darkness, with no other light sources except for the streetlights. At Linshui County train station, a train arrived. The entire train had only 5 passengers disembark, and at this moment, apart from these 5 passengers, there wasn't a single soul at Linshui County train station. Truly secluded, no wonder the company chose this place as a secret base, said an ordinary middle-aged man, rubbing his round belly as he spoke. The company has already investigated. Dasha Longke wasn't involved in the Jinshan Temple base incident. So, who could have done it? The company has far too many enemies, said another passenger, a woman pulling a suitcase and holding a baby. Let's head to the base first. Destroy all the experimental equipment and data that can be sabotaged, said the leader, a man wearing a white striped shirt, glasses, and even showing signs of balding. This young man, whose appearance is no different from an ordinary programmer, is the captain of Laser Bird's 3rd squad. In the past, he was the king of assassins who struck fear into the entire underground world. So in TV dramas, those agents uniformly dressed in black trench coats and wearing sunglasses are too fake. Real professionals are like them, able to blend perfectly into their surroundings without arousing suspicion. However, this squad, which had achieved a 100% mission success rate in past operations, is about to face its first defeat in the unremarkable small town of Linshui County. Boom! The cost of this one and only defeat. And then there were none. Finally, after dividing the tasks, the Laser Bird Special Operations Team assigned Golden Snake and Bluebird, disguised as a young couple, to investigate the situation in Linshui County. The programmer team leader Black Lion, the middle-aged man with a big belly catfish, and the woman holding a baby white sheep were responsible for heading to the Jinshan Temple base to investigate the situation. Golden Snake and Bluebird were both experts in stealth. They hid in the darkness of the city, quickly organizing the information they observed. This city feels off, always giving a sense of discord. That's right, there's too little human presence in the city. The so-called human presence refers to the bustling atmosphere of people's daily lives, but in Linshui County, the shelves in the stores are all covered in dust, even full of cobwebs. All the residential buildings are pitch black, the entire city eerily silent, without even the sounds of cats, dogs, or mice. It feels like a dead city. The Golden Snake and the Bluebird finally decided to take a look inside the residents' homes. The two silently sneaked into someone's house. As soon as they entered, they were hit by a strong, nauseating smell of rotting meat, which immediately put them on alert. In the end, after inspecting the place, they discovered that the source of the rotting smell was a dog's head placed in the kitchen. Hee, no wonder there are no stray cats or dogs around. Maybe the residents have eaten them, Golden Snake joked. Bluebird ignored her companion. After checking the living room and finding nothing unusual, she entered the master bedroom and saw a couple sound asleep on the bed. Bluebird wasn't nervous about this. Ordinary people had no way of noticing her movements, and even if they woke up unexpectedly, they definitely wouldn't be able to see her. At that moment, a shrine embedded in the headboard, along with the clay statue covered by a red cloth veil inside it, seemed to magically draw Bluebird's gaze. As a special agent who had undergone rigorous selection, Bluebird was completely unable to suppress her curiosity at this moment. She lifted the red cloth covering the clay statue's head. Golden Snake stood in the living room, listening to the progress of Captain Black Lion's side through the wireless earpiece. They had already discovered the cause of the incident at the Jinshan Temple base. A powerful martial artist had single
single-handedly torn through the entire base. Tens of thousands of hero fragments from biochemical humans covered the underground palace outside the base, and the fortress-class combat mech, Great Buddha, was violently dismantled into pieces. This level of combat power almost made Black Lion suspect whether a Xuanwu martial artist had been here. All the guards inside the base were killed in one strike, and Black Lion found a researcher who had been killed by a bomb in a locked room. However, the base director and chief researcher, Dr. Feng Che, went missing. At least his body was not found in the Jinshan Temple base or nearby areas. Sizzle. A burst of static came from the wireless earphones, and Golden Snake frowned. The equipment provided to them by Laserbird was top-notch, so it was absolutely impossible for there to be any issues. If there was a problem, it could only mean one thing: it was being interfered with. Just as Golden Snake was about to call out to Bluebird, he suddenly glanced at the window. His pupils contracted as he witnessed a bizarre and eerie scene. The originally empty street was somehow crowded with residents dressed in pajamas or completely bare, each with a serene expression, eyes closed, moving forward slowly. This is collective sleepwalking? And it seems like they're surrounding me. Golden Snake realized he had been exposed and hurried to call Bluebird. As a result, just as he opened the bedroom door, a tactical knife coated with anesthetic was thrust directly into Golden Snake's unguarded abdomen. The Golden Snake instinctively counterattacked and retreated, but the person who attacked him quickly sealed his acupoints, leaving his entire body stiff and completely at the mercy of his assailant. The Golden Snake's vision grew blurry, and his eyes were filled with terror as he realized that the one who attacked him was none other than his teammate, Bluebird. At this moment, Bluebird stood alongside a couple, his expression eerily calm as he gazed at him, resembling a numb devotee of some deity. Before losing consciousness completely, the Golden Snake caught sight of the clay statue on the bedside altar, its red cloth covering removed. During a special mission in the past, he had once personally seen a batch of statues brought out from the ruins of a secret realm. It was said that these statues represented the deities worshipped by the civilization of the ruins. Among them, there was one statue that was identical to the clay figure before him. Golden Snake remembered that its name, translated into the Blue Star language, was Moonmare Barros. The moon over Lingshui County tonight was exceptionally large, as if no other light source was needed. The cold white moonlight could illuminate every corner of the dark night. Under the moonlight, Ehei stood at the tip of a clock tower, overlooking the entire city. Perhaps it was the night moon amplified by the vampire bloodline in the Dio template, but Ehei felt the blood in his body unusually active under the bath of moonlight. However, Ehei did not like this oversized moon, as it interfered with his life magnetic field. Even the atomic reactions and martial energy flow within his body slowed down under the moonlight's illumination. I always feel like my life magnetic field is so easily disrupted, Ehei complained. Ehei could only reluctantly use the keen senses of his vampire constitution to perceive the outside world. The smell of blood, the body heat evaporating in the air from countless people gathered together. Did a mass sleepwalking event occur in the southeast direction? Ehei sent a message to the other two teammates who were investigating the situation elsewhere. If mass sleepwalking is how that wolf feeds, then what does the feeding process look like? Ehei was genuinely a bit curious. However, it would soon be clear. Ehei spread his arms wide in a cross shape, then performed a free fall from the clock tower. Just before hitting the ground, Ehei used martial energy to dissipate all the downward force. Finally, he landed gracefully on one foot. Then, like a phantom, he vanished into the darkness untouched by the moonlight. The Golden Snake, whose whole body was aching, opened his eyes and found himself completely naked, tied to a pillar. On another pillar was the equally treated Bluebird, his companion who had stabbed him in the back, still unconscious at the moment. Are you people from the Divine Descent Kingdom? We can talk this out. The organization behind me is very powerful. The Golden Snake, with a grim expression, looked at the crowd of naked people surrounding him and tried to communicate with them. But these people are still immersed in their dreams, not knowing what they are dreaming about, with crazed smiles hanging on the corners of their mouths. Clearly, they are just ordinary people without the strength to truss a chicken. The Golden Snake could kill everyone here with just one toe, yet at this moment, his scalp tingled, and he was filled with fear toward these lunatics. In a certain sense, those brainwashed by the Divine Descent Heaven are no longer human. They are completely beasts in human skin, no, perhaps even more terrifying than beasts. At least beasts still fear pain and death, don't they? What are these cult lunatics afraid of? They fear nothing. They have absolutely no reverence for death or life. Dong dong. At that moment, a series of bell chimes rang out, as if announcing the arrival of some presents, or perhaps bidding farewell to someone. The Golden Snake instinctively looked up at the sky, only to see the clouds disperse and the moon grow larger. It was as if it were about to descend closer to the ground. The Golden Snake suddenly felt the moonlight around it become several times brighter, as if the moon had specifically cast a spotlight on it. Indeed, this was the case. If viewed from several kilometers away, one could see the moon projecting a visible beam of light onto the ground, or perhaps ascend the moonlight ladder to the moon. And the sleepwalkers were actually able to touch this moonlight ladder. All the sleepwalkers climbed it like ants on a tree branch, ascending all the way to the clouds, forming a human ladder that connected heaven and earth. The remaining people lifted the two poles tied with the golden snake and the green bird, resembling a Mayan ritual of ascending the pyramid for sacrifice, stepping on a human ladder to reach the moon. The black lion, with a solemn expression, called out to the golden snake and the green bird. Just moments ago, the two of them had suddenly lost contact. The golden snake and the green bird are in trouble. It's very likely the people who destroyed the Golden Mountain Temple base made a move, the black lion said to the white ram and the catfish. How is that possible? Their stealth skills are the strongest among us, the white ram said in astonishment. Only the toughest can join the laser bird special operations team. For example, Bluebird was once a super thief who dared to steal even the national treasures of small countries, and never failed. Who would have thought they would meet their match in the small Linchue County? Regardless, something significant might have happened in the city. We must take the initiative. Let's head back to the city now. The three immediately descended from Jinshan Temple and rushed toward the urban area of Linchue County. At that moment, the black lion suddenly felt something in his heart. He looked up at the sky and noticed that all the clouds over Linchue County had dispersed. In the clear sky, a massive full moon stood out prominently. Was it an illusion? Why did the moon feel closer to the ground? The next moment, a visible beam of moonlight was cast from the moon onto a certain direction in Linchue County, resembling a divine miracle. Even the well-traveled black lion was momentarily speechless in the face of such a mystical phenomenon. He suddenly felt that the destruction of the Jinshan Temple base might not be as simple as the company executives thought. But no matter what, they had to carry out their mission with iron resolve, even if hell lay ahead. Let's go, check out the place illuminated by the moonlight. This might be the reason why the two of Golden Snake lost contact. At this moment, more than one team was heading to the place illuminated by the moonlight. As the three of Black Lion got closer to their destination, they unsurprisingly encountered another team. Two martial artists? The Black Lion identified the opponent's identities in advance. At this moment, the Laser Bird squad was like a startled flock, on high alert at the slightest unexpected event. Faced with the sudden appearance of the two, the Black Lion's first reaction was to eliminate them swiftly. With a flip of his palm, a short blade appeared in his hand. Infused with the powerful martial energy of a Grand Martial Master, the Black Lion hurled it like a thunderbolt. The blade's speed even outpaced the sharp whistle it produced as it sliced through the air. The jade pendant on Lu Qingzhu's chest suddenly became scorching hot. This was a protective magical artifact given to her by Qin Lan, capable of foreseeing deadly intent. She decisively summoned a large blue umbrella to shield herself. A hazy blue light radiated from the umbrella, enveloping her and Chu Zhou behind it. Bang! A short blade, even more ferocious than a heavy sniper rifle, collided with the blue umbrella. The seemingly fragile umbrella trembled slightly but managed to deflect the short blade away. The short knife, sent flying, pierced through two buildings in succession before completely losing its kinetic energy. Magic tool? Black Lion could never have imagined that a mere martial artist could produce such a treasure. The failed attack also meant that the three members of Black Lion were exposed. Standing behind Lu Qingzhu, Chu Zhou decisively unleashed his full power. A massive ice peak rose from the ground, surging straight toward the three members of Black Lion. Chu Zhou naturally understood that such a large-scale attack wouldn't cause significant harm to the opponent, but his goal wasn't to injure them, he was creating a commotion to summon Ehei. That concealed strike, brimming with infinite killing intent, would have left Chu Zhou dead on the street if not for Lu Qingzhu's defensive magic tool. Clearly, the opponent was not someone he could handle. The seasoned Black Lion squad immediately saw through Chu Zhou's intentions. They secretly thought to themselves that this was bad. The opponent was obviously calling for reinforcements. Finish them quickly, kill them in 2 seconds. The Black Lion unleashed the full might of a Grand Martial Master's aura, shattering the oncoming ice peaks with a mere wave of his hand. Catfish and White Ram, both possessing high-level martial master strength, charged through the shattered ice peaks to encircle the two from Chu Zhou. Naturally, Lu Qingzhu and Chu Zhou were not foolish enough to engage head-on. Chu Zhou casually tossed several specially made smoke bombs from Imperial University, blocking their perception and vision, and then left the scene with Lu Qingzhu. But an even faster figure darted in front of the two, twin daggers in hand aimed straight at their throats, ready to behead them. Suddenly, an enormous, heavy Zanmadeo came crashing down from above, embedding itself in the ground right in front of Black Lion, halting his advance. At that very moment, a man with a sonic boom trailing behind him appeared at Black Lion's side. So fast. Black Lion decisively used assassination techniques, his body transforming into 12 afterimages, slashing towards the suddenly attacking Ehei. The world stops time. The time-stop domain unfolded, and the speed of the 24 blades grew slower and slower until they came to a halt. The assassination phantom clones were indeed ingenious. He couldn't distinguish the real body, but he didn't need to. Ehei and the Wu world behind him simultaneously threw punches at the 12 Black Lions in front of them. The phantom clones were directly shattered by the punches, and Ehei found the true body of the Black Lion. A martial artist at the level of a Grand Martial Master, with martial energy protecting their body, wouldn't even lose skin under a tank's cannon fire, but they can still be killed.
killed. Time stop is an unexpected trump card. Once used, the enemy must die. The opponent must never guess the existence of such a terrifying ability. He brought 2 fingers together, aiming at the Black Lion's eyes. Under the vampire's blood manipulation talent, the blood at the fingertips accelerated countless times, transforming into high-pressure blood arrows that shot out, imbued with the killing martial aura comprehended by Ehei. Killing stance, heart-piercing demon blood thorn. Time stop ended. As the former king of assassins, Black Lion had long developed an instinctive sense of death. There was once a sniper aiming at his head from several kilometers away, and he was able to instinctively evade it. But this time it was too close. It was almost as if the gun barrel was pressed against the eyeball. Boom! The blood-red magic spike, mixed with blue particle energy, pierced through the only part of the Grand Martial Master's body that hadn't been tempered to the strength of superalloy, then went straight for the brain, shattering it completely. The once king of assassins died just like that, in such a hasty manner. Before his death, the only thing he couldn't figure out was how Ehei managed to appear in front of him in an instant. The battlefield fell silent in an instant. No matter how experienced the catfish and the ram were in countless battles, they were still stunned by the sudden death of the Black Lion. Judging from the fluctuation of martial energy, it seemed that the one who killed their captain was just a martial artist? Are you kidding? Killing an enemy across 2 major martial realms? Even with the support of powerful magic tools, warriors lack sufficient martial energy to sustain the operation of the tools. Catfish and White Sheep immediately sensed trouble. They decided to make a strategic retreat and report the information here to headquarters first. Where do you think you're going? An ice wall blocked their retreat. Lu Qingzhu and Shuzhou had simultaneously entered their true magical beast forms, and the terrifying aura they emitted had already surpassed the warrior level. He then grabbed the corpse of the Black Lion, his 5 fingers piercing into the throat of the corpse, and began to absorb the blood of the strong to refine it. Martial Artist Stage 1. Martial Artist Stage 2. Martial Artist Stage 7. Warrior Level 8. Almost every second, Ehei's aura climbed to a higher level. The martial bottlenecks that ordinary warriors required vast resources and time to break through were violently shattered by Ehei's torrential and overwhelming vitality. Even though a considerable amount of energy was wasted during the absorption of the Black Lion's vitality, the profound foundation of a Grand Martial Master's body still elevated Ehei to Warrior Level 8. And just a day ago, Ehei had only just broken through to become a warrior. The White Sheep and Catfish, blocked by the 2 from Shuzhou, turned around in shock at the surging blood energy fluctuations behind them. Then, an even more terrifying event occurred. Flesh Prison Demon Blood Fiend Puppet. The shadow beneath Ehei's feet emitted billowing black and red blood fiend energy. A semi-transparent black and red giant hand reached out from the shadow, and when this demonic figure fully emerged, the Catfish and White Sheep were utterly horrified. This demonic figure actually looks exactly like their captain, who has already turned into a dried corpse. Damn it, what kind of monsters are these? Each one is more terrifying than the last. Are they really just martial artists? Catfish was already drenched in sweat. Ares, with a grave expression, threw the baby he was holding. The baby rapidly grew in mid-air, visibly transforming into a 3-meter-tall muscular monster. Baby, stop them. After issuing his orders, Baiyang and Catfish scattered and fled in different directions. Shuzhou, Lu Qingzhu, you 2 coordinate with my shadow demon and stay here to deal with this biohuman. I'll go hunt down those 2 martial artists. As soon as Ehei finished speaking, he instantly left the battlefield. Shuzhou didn't hesitate, immediately executing Ehei's plan. Shenhuang martial skill, Ice Soaring Dragon Shadow. On the lone cold sword, the chill condensed into the soaring shadow of a dragon. As Shuzhou slashed forward, an overwhelming cold current transformed into a ferocious dragon head, engulfing the bioengineered muscle man. Roar! The black muscles on the surface of the bioengineered muscle man's body began to emit a red glow. The scorching body temperature collided with the oncoming cold current, causing a large mist to rise. But amidst the surging cold currents, other hidden dangers lurked. A sword blade concealed within the icy dragon's shadow suddenly slashed toward the throat of the bioengineered muscle man. Caught off guard, the bioengineered muscle man tilted his head to evade, but half of his cheek was still frozen and shattered by the ice, revealing the alloy skull within. The bioengineered muscle man dodged the sword blade, swung his massive hand to swat Guhan away, and then charged toward the weaponless Shuzhou. But the blood fiend shadow, which had been waiting for a long time, lunged forward, transforming into 12 blood shadows in midair, wielding a blood blade that formed a dense web of blood. The surface of the bio-muscle man, with a defense comparable to that of a martial artist, was instantly shredded by the blood blade. Even though the bio-muscle man's self-healing ability was strong, the speed of regeneration could not keep up with the slashes inflicted by the blood fiend shadow's blade, eventually turning him into a blood gourd. Despite the bio-muscle man swinging his massive body to attack, he could not grasp the illusions of the blood fiend shadow. Meanwhile, Lu Qingzhu had fully gathered her strength at this moment. The vast purple wings spread open behind her, and Lu Qingzhu stood in the sky like a goddess, with strange markings on her cheeks glowing with dazzling purple light. Countless purple-black feathers gathered in
her palm, spontaneously combusting into purple-black ashes. When the radius of the spherical ash mass reached 5 meters, the entire ash sphere was instantly ignited, transforming into a purple blazing sun.
Gene art, purple nether sunflame.
The icy frost froze the legs of the biomechanical muscle man, while the blood fiend's shadow held it in place from the front to prevent its escape. Above everyone, Lu Qingzhu cast down the purple blazing sun in her hand.
Boom! A massive pillar of flame erupted from the city, its scorching light briefly outshining the cold moonlight. The bioengineered muscleman was engulfed in a sea of violet fire, howling and shrieking in agony.
The purple flames clung to him like maggots on rotting flesh, seeping through the countless slash wounds all over his body and igniting his internal organs.
With fire consuming him both inside and out, the bioengineered muscleman was utterly reduced to ashes.
The biochemical muscle men deployed by Ares are indeed several levels stronger compared to the mass-produced biochemical humans that Ehei previously faced. However, they ultimately cannot withstand the combined might of two Imperial University prodigies, Zhu Zhou and Lu Qingzhu, along with Ehei's blood fiend shadow, replicated using the Black Lion as a blueprint. In the Silent City, Catfish was frantically fleeing through the sewers. The last time he ran in such panic was on the battlefield of the Black Triangle's warlord druglords.
Suddenly, Catfish sensed something and quickly rolled backward.
A blue beam, like divine retribution, sliced through the stone bricks above, allowing the bright moonlight to pour into the filthy, foul-smelling sewer.
Rats really do like crawling into sewers, huh? The words, full of mockery and provocation, reached Catfish's ears, but he couldn't muster any anger. Right now, his heart was filled only with fear.
Yeah, the other person is clearly just a martial artist, so why is their strength so terrifying?
The outside world.
Ares fled while remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Suddenly, she saw in the distance a 20-meter-long blood-red crescent blade aura shooting straight into the sky. Under the bright moonlight, that streak of red was so glaring. This familiar killing intent was undoubtedly the work of Ehei. Ares's heart sank, guessing that the catfish must have fallen into trouble, and she herself would inevitably be caught.
Survive, survive. Ares suddenly looked at the lunar ladder in the sky.
This bizarre miracle had appeared when the Black Lion was slain by Ehei, but at the time, there was no chance to pay it any attention. Now, the only thing Ares could think of to stop Ehei from pursuing her was the lunar ladder before her. She wanted to survive, even if it meant offering her soul to a demon.
Ares took a deep breath and quickly headed toward the location of the lunar ladder.
But when she finally stood before the lunar ladder, Ares was still overcome with fear. Dense clusters of naked human bodies formed a bridge connecting heaven and earth, all of them wearing eerie, serene smiles on their faces. Moreover, Ares noticed that they were all incredibly old, their skin covered in wrinkles like dry bark, as if their vitality had been drained by the moonlight while forming the bridge to heaven and earth.
Are you going up?
A cold voice came from behind,
instantly sending chills down Ares' spine.
The young man, resembling Ashura, held a terrified human head along with a catfish in one hand and carried the starfall blade on his shoulder with the other, looking at him with utter indifference. Ares could no longer care about anything else and frantically climbed the moon ascension ladder. The ladder seemed very long, but as Ares climbed, it felt incredibly fast, and soon she reached the surface of the moon. She saw a magnificent door adorned with exquisite white jade carvings. In a daze, she saw her parents standing inside the door, waving at her.
Dad, Mom, I miss you so much.
Ares showed a blissful smile and walked inside. At the bottom of the lunar ladder, the Ehei, holding a severed head in one hand and carrying a blade in the other, curled his lips into a sinister smile upon seeing Ares ascend to the moon. The next moment, Ehei dissolved into a beam of moonlight and vanished on the spot. He was never Ehei at all. He was a phantom forcing Ares to ascend to the moon. Perhaps the catfish and Ares were not initially so terrified, it was the moonlight that amplified the fear in their hearts. Thus, in the third squad of the Laserbird team, Captain Black Lion and Catfish were confirmed dead, while the remaining three, perhaps faced a fate colder than death itself.
At this moment, the real Ehei gazed at the moon-ascending human ladder in silence.
Earlier, he had left radiation marks on Catfish and Ares. Now, Catfish had been successfully slain, but Ares could no longer be sensed after approaching within 100 meters of the moon-ascending human ladder. Ehei was well aware that the moon had already taken notice of the three of them, though it still lacked the ability to act freely for now.
Judging by the time, the people from the Divine Descent Kingdom should arrive tomorrow, right?
And with Laserbird having lost the base and a squad, it's highly likely they'll hold back, so external factors are essentially eliminated. After all this hustle, the grand show is finally about to begin. Ehei gazed at the moon, her pupils igniting with atomic blue light.
As dawn approached, the massive moon finally began to reluctantly drift away from the surface.
The beam of light projected from the moon also dissipated, and the people of Linshui County, who had formed a human ladder to the moon, gradually returned to the ground. When they are not bathing in moonlight, their lifeless skin fills up again, seemingly returning to normal. But this is just an illusion, their lost vitality has been permanently stolen by the moonlight. The people of Linshui County still kept their eyes closed, returning to their homes with serene expressions, as if nothing had happened. Ehei and the other two silently watched this eerie scene from a distance. Ehei, the strangeness of this mission has already exceeded our expectations. Are you really going to continue with it? Lu Qingju asked with some concern. Shuzhou also turned his head to look at Ehei. Don't worry, I am confident. Besides, we're not just 3 people, we have a powerful ally helping us in secret. He simply doesn't want to show himself, Ehei said. Ally. Shuzhou nodded. In his view, Ehei could never be as simple as the profile suggested, coming from an ordinary family. Among warriors, there are differences in the quality of bloodlines, as high-level warriors have already surpassed ordinary humans in terms of life essence. Shuzhou's own father was a powerful bastard. Shuzhou believed that Ehei was either the illegitimate child of a powerful warrior or a young master from a powerful warrior family undergoing trials among the common people. If it were the latter, then Ehei would definitely have a protector by his side, which would also explain the allies he mentioned. Shuzhou, Lu Qingju. Today, there is a very important task to assign to you. Countless demonic shadows erupted from Ehei's body, densely covering the rooftops around him. Standing beside Ehei was a bloodthirsty demonic shadow identical to the Black Lion. You two will follow my demonic shadows shortly and go smash the clay statues in every household in the city. Without a word, Shuzhou grabbed his blade and left directly. The 2 demonic shadows followed behind him, and when Shuzhou shattered the clay statues, they would be responsible for devouring the filthy spiritual energy within. Lu Qingju looked at Ehei with some concern, but ultimately chose to follow Ehei's plan. Just as she turned her head, Ehei suddenly called out to her. Qingju, trust me, Ehei said to her with a smile, his eyes full of confidence. Lu Qingju's ears turned red again, and the corners of her mouth lifted as she said, I trust you. But Ehei, please trust your teammates more in the future. Don't try to shoulder everything on your own, okay? Ehei returned to the underground palace of the Jinshan temple base, where a doctor in a white lab coat had been waiting for a long time. Master, the mad doctor saluted Ehei. Cut the nonsense, time is short. We need to prepare for battle immediately. Ehei looked at the mountain of biohuman corpses in the pit of the underground palace, a masterpiece of slaughter he had created with his own hands. Ehei had once plunged them into the abyss of death, and now, he was going to give them a chance at rebirth. The power of the giant. He controlled the energy lightning to prevent excessive leakage, avoiding damage to the bodies of these biocyborgs. A giant body, 50 meters tall, with only its upper half, was created. The giant raised both hands, tearing open its chest to reveal the heart pounding within. Crash! A torrent of giant's blood poured down like a waterfall, drenching the mountain of cyborg corpses. The cyborgs at the topmost layer, the first to come into contact with the giant's blood, suddenly had their unfocused eyes tremble before regaining clarity. Their broken bodies began to wriggle with strands of flesh, slowly starting to heal. This is part of Ehei's plan. He wants to create an army of immortal giants. First, he revives these biohuman corpses using the vampire virus. Then, utilizing the authority of the founding titan, he grants them the power of giants. When the time comes, they will transform into an army of immortal giants completely obedient to Ehei. Alright. Meanwhile, the mad doctor uses the base's computer to control the nanomosquitoes, sending them into every household in Linshui County to deliver Ehei's warm blood. The mad doctor's work doesn't stop there. Later, he still has to repair the fortress-class mech that Ehei tore apart with his bare hands. Although it seems beyond repair in its current state, salvaging some weapons and modifying them is still achievable. At the same time as Ehei was racing against time to prepare for battle, another force was about to set foot in Linshui County, the Divine Descent Kingdom. It is said that its predecessor was the Humanity is Doomed faction that emerged in society when the Secret Realm invasion first broke out. Initially, no significant figures paid any attention to this faction, as its believers were mostly a group of people lacking willpower, marginalized by society, or religious fanatics. In short, they were just a group of disorganized rabble without money or power. But later, a mysterious pope suddenly appeared, bringing with him a terrifying power from the Secret Realm ruins to Blue Star, causing this disorganized rabble to grow at an extremely frightening speed. They were then renamed to Divine Descent Kingdom, with the doctrine of bringing the gods from the Secret Realm into the human world, leading the backward human civilization into a true paradise. What would they use to guide them? The demonic fetus brought out from the ruins. The demonic fetus grows by consuming the physical life and spiritual soul of living beings, creating a temporary vessel for the god to operate on Blue Star. The doctrine is anti-human, creating demonic fetuses that harm the world, aggressively developing followers to influence societal safety and functioning. The descent of the god's kingdom was directly condemned by all nations on Blue Star, relegated to the gutter. Even illegal organizations hold these anti-human lunatics in contempt, placing them at the very bottom of the chain of disdain. Over the past century, various countries have continuously joined forces to suppress and combat the development of this most evil cult in human history. However, this organization, like cockroaches, has managed to survive through its bizarre brainwashing methods, making it impossible to completely eradicate. In fact, over the past 2 years, there have been signs of a resurgence of this organization. Today, the Europa Union has been deeply infiltrated by the Divine Descent Kingdom, becoming its stronghold. At this moment, 2 buses were traveling on the highway toward Linshui County. Inside, there were 53 passengers, each dressed in pure white robes adorned with noble golden embroidery. They are the followers sent by the Divine Descent Kingdom to welcome the birth of the demon fetus. Among them, there is a bishop with the aura of a Grand Martial Master, 2 deputy bishops with the aura of Martial Masters, and the remaining 50 people are all at the level of martial artists. Quite shabby. But there's no other way. The Xia Kingdom is the most difficult country for the Divine Descent Kingdom to infiltrate on the entire blue planet. What's more, 2 years ago, the highest-ranking official of the Divine Descent Kingdom in the Xia Kingdom, a Grand Bishop, was directly killed by the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. This caused the already weak organization in the Xia Kingdom to tighten even further. These people being deployed have already almost emptied the main forces of the Divine Descent Kingdom in Xia Nation. Of course, although these cult lunatics don't have high martial arts cultivation, they possess other strange and sinister methods. Ordinary martial artists who are several minor realms higher than them in cultivation may not necessarily be able to defeat them, so they still remain a formidable force. Archbishop, ahead is Linshui County. The divine embryo planted by the Grand Archbishop 4 years ago is there. A red-robed follower said, the red robe signifying his status as a deputy archbishop. Archbishop Sabhi contributed so much to the Holy Church, yet in the end, he was attacked and killed by those ignorant people of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. Sab in the end, he couldn't even see the divine embryo he painstakingly nurtured reach maturity. This truly is a terrifying, cannibalistic world. Someone as steadfast in faith, as compassionate and kind as the archbishop, ended up with not even his bones remaining. The bishop, dressed in a red robe with golden patterns, wiped his tears, as if lamenting the injustice of fate towards good people. But in an instant, his expression changed, and with a resolute look, he said, therefore, we must not let the archbishop's sacrifice be in vain. We can no longer let this world be dragged into a deeper abyss by a group of ignorant people. Otherwise, Blue Star will become the second domain of sin. Welcome the arrival of the gods. Children, this is a revolution. We are liberating humanity. The bishop roared passionately, and all the believers in the bus were infected by his emotions, their faces fervent, eyes wide with zeal, veins bulging on their necks. God descends to the human world, the heavenly kingdom on earth. God descends to the human world, the heavenly kingdom on earth. Revolution, liberation. The bishop looked at the devotees' fervor for the divine faith with satisfaction. Raising both hands, he declared, we are justice. The citizens of Lingshui County slept the entire day today, which perhaps signifies that they have completely become slaves to the moon, unable to distinguish between reality and dreams. However, this situation aligns with Ehei's interests. Without any interference, Lu Qingzhu and Chuzhou's statue destruction operation proceeded very smoothly. Thus, the day passed by in a rush, until dusk fell and an exaggeratedly large full moon rose. At this moment, the moon appeared extremely unsettling. 2 distinctly massive craters, along with a large series of curved cracks below, formed a bizarre optical illusion of the moon smiling. In the early hours, 2 buses arrived at Linshui County. At this moment, the human ladder to the moon had already been constructed, awaiting these devout believers to reverently welcome the birth of the moon god. Truly exhilarating. Looking back at the entire history of the divine religion's development, only 2 divine embryos have successfully hatched. Now, I will be recorded in the history of the divine religion, the bishop said excitedly. The 2 divine beings he mentioned, the first caused global climate anomalies, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and related disasters, resulting in hundreds of millions of casualties, injuries, and displacements. And this was merely the result of 1 minute of divine activity. When that divine being manifested, clear skies for thousands of miles turned into thunder and hurricanes. Simply due to its arrival on this planet, the global climate underwent drastic changes. But 1 minute later, the divine being mysteriously disappeared, remaining one of the world's top 10 unsolved mysteries to this day. The second one, compared to the first, was not as overwhelming, but it left the world deeply puzzled. After descending upon the Ehei continent, it caused the surrounding seas to be shrouded in mist and dark currents, completely isolating the entire continent, and then, nothing else happened. The Ehei continent lost all contact, and that area appeared as a blank spot in satellite reconnaissance. The nations of Blue Star once formed a coalition army to investigate or even confront it, both to understand the god's intentions and to find out whether a god could be killed. However, the Blue Star allied forces couldn't even break through the sea fog's undercurrent. The entire Blue Star allied forces suffered almost no casualties in this campaign, yet they also couldn't find a way to break through the sea fog's undercurrent. The most bizarre part is that, according to all participants of the allied forces, they lost their bearings in the sea fog and wandered for a full 5 years. If it weren't for sufficient supplies, along with some resource-rich islands inside that could be cultivated, the allied forces might have experienced a dark forest scenario internally. Yet, everyone knows they had only been inside for just a few days. However, no one believed that the coalition forces lied out of fear of the gods. After scientific instrument testing, they truly aged 5 years compared to before entering the sea fog. Since then, the Ehei continent has been classified as an S-level life forbidden zone, and no one has dared to set foot there again. Now, this bishop is preparing to welcome the arrival of the third god in the Summer Nation. 50 believers formed a human ritual array under the lunar ladder, chanting the sacred hymns of the religion loudly while dripping blood onto a crystal brought out from the ruins of a secret realm. The bishop stepped on the lunar ladder, bowing his head in utmost reverence as he chanted, gradually approaching the enigmatic moon. It was not until the bishop saw the ornate moon gate on the lunar surface that he knelt to the ground, then used a golden dagger to cut his wrist, letting his blood spill onto the ground. As if confirming his identity, a grand hall emerged behind the moon gate. The bishop kept his head lowered, not daring to look directly at the details of the hall. A voice appeared in his mind, guiding him forward until he found an altar made of moonstone, upon which rested a platinum coffin engraved with the emblem of the sacred order. The divine embryo cultivated by the archbishop in the beginning is within it. Now, after absorbing the nourishment of the entire population of Linshui County for 4 years, the divine embryo is almost at the day of maturity. Although the divine embryo was nurtured with the inferior life energy and power of faith from the people of Linshui County, compared to the 2 divine embryos in the history of the theocracy that were cultivated with the power of an entire nation, it is several levels inferior and may not be able to bear much divinity, but being able to make it is already good enough. Why ask for a bicycle? The bishop carefully lifted the platinum coffin, only to find that it was surprisingly light. Yet he still bent down, pretending it was unbearably heavy, but continued to move forward with difficulty, probably because he thought it felt more ceremonial this way. Beneath the lunar ladder, the congregation of believers eagerly awaited, finally catching sight of the bishop carrying the sacred coffin. Seeing the bishop bent under the weight of the heavy sacred coffin, drenched in sweat from exhaustion, yet still advancing while devoutly chanting scriptures, the congregation was filled with boundless reverence. No wonder he could become the bishop. Just look at his loyalty to the divine. The congregation stepped aside, allowing the bishop to enter the center of the formation and place down the sacred coffin. Children, let us begin to welcome the deity. The bishop spread his arms and shouted, "Yes, Father Bishop." The congregation responded in unison. "Great Moon, the nightmare god of the dream realm, your most loyal servant calls upon you. Please allow me to invoke your name, Moon Mare Barros." Dawn, dawn, dawn. Just at this moment, the clock tower of Linshui County struck the midnight chime. The chime was like the opening fireworks, announcing to everyone that the show had begun. In the entire Linshui County, white spiritual entities floated out from the bodies of all the residents. These entities condensed with the power of human faith. Hundreds of thousands of spiritual entities converged into a white tide, flying together toward the divine coffin. At that moment, a thunderous beast roar suddenly erupted, carrying an aura of imperial majesty. Roar! It seemed like a signal, as nearly half of the faith energy within the white tide suddenly turned blue, some entirely blue, some partially blue, and others speckled with blue. However, no matter what, it shows that their faith in the moonshade has been tainted. They are actually worshipping a king at the same time. The ritual was irreversible, and all the followers of the divine descent kingdom watched helplessly as those impure beliefs entered the platinum coffin nurturing the deity. All the believers' minds went blank for a moment, as if experiencing the humiliation of being NTR'd. Ehei's panel also received some kind of notification, but he had no time to pay attention to it for now, because he had to act. The world, stop time, buzz. The sharp sound of a clock jamming echoed, and a gray domain once again enveloped the world, trapping even light. Ehei descended from the sky wielding the starfall blade, appearing instantly before the bishop. "Capture the ringleader first. If you're going to kill, cut off the head." As Ehei drew his blade, he closed his eyes, but a new perspective appeared in his mind. There was no color, only a dense web of lines. The lines outlined the contours of the human body, including the internal organs. Among them, at the bishop's throat right in front of him, there was a particularly glaring red line. Found it, the kill line. Sure as 3 blades, second blade, killing stance, moon of carnage. The starfall blade erupted with a blood-red glow. Infused with overwhelming killing intent, the starfall blade seemed like a terrifying river of blood filled with lost souls. The blade, which could originally be wielded with one hand, became incredibly heavy, requiring Ehei and the world behind him to grip the hilt with both hands to swing it. Cut. The domain of time-stop collapsed at this moment. The bishop blinked, only to feel the world spinning. The last image in his memory was a scarlet crescent moon bursting forth, soaring straight into the sky. The ferocious bloodlight even cast a layer of crimson over the white moon in the sky. The already extremely ferocious strike, combined with the critical hit of the execution line and the forced restraint of time stop, achieved the effect of execution. Even though the red-robed bishop had 3 life-saving magical artifacts on him, it was to no avail. Unfortunately, he killed the wrong person. What an unbelievable strike, child. Would you like to join the Holy Church? Let me introduce myself. I am Lin Shi, the current highest leader of the divine sect of Xia Kingdom. The person you just killed was my deputy bishop, whom, you should understand, right? Being a follower of our sect is a high-risk profession, so I usually let my subordinates pretend to be the superior. It's reasonable, isn't it? A substitute. suit. Ehei's gaze sharpened, and he decisively chose to distance himself from the battlefield. The sacred ground for welcoming the gods is not a place you can come and go as you please. Bishop Lynch extended his palm toward Ehei, and Ehei felt a sudden heaviness throughout his body as his soaring figure was forcibly suppressed. Psychokinesis? Ehei, with exceptionally high mental strength, could sense that this power was pure mental energy. Mental energy can only be broken by mental energy. A golden armored demon emerged from behind Ehei, tearing apart the giant hand of psychic power. The world, perhaps due to his exceptionally high mental strength and frequent listening to the divine sound, Lin Chi actually saw the world. Lin Chi's pupils contracted as he looked at Ehei in astonishment. The figure behind you, could it be that you have also practiced divine arts? Goddamn skill. The reason I want to leave is simply that I don't want to fight near this damned coffin. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Ehei let out a sinister laugh, throwing a punch, and in an instant, blue lightning burst from his outstretched arm. Bone structures as thick as pillars grew amidst the lightning, with muscle fibers interlocking like steel bars, sparking as they proliferated along the bones. With just a single punch, a roaring, buzzing flesh dragon erupted forth. The flesh dragon arm, like a towering pillar reaching the heavens, moved in a flash, and it arrived right in front of Lin Chi's stunned face. A deafening explosion resounded, and Lin Chi was directly blasted away. But that wasn't enough. The blood flesh dragon, with unmatched force, charged forward fiercely against him. Bang! It smashed Lin Chi through a building, like the destructive power of a train at full speed, instantly collapsing the entire structure. The exposed muscle fibers, stretching for hundreds of meters, pushed against Lin Chi, demolishing countless buildings along the way. Too fast. Just feeling a whirlwind spinning, by the time Lin Chi came to his senses, he had already been crushed to the ground by a frenzied flesh dragon. If not for the protective shield of psychic energy around him, he would probably have been smashed to pieces. But even with the reinforcement of psychic energy preventing him from being ground into pulp by the blood and flesh dragon, his internal organs could hardly withstand such a terrifying impact. Lin Chi's exquisite teaching robe had already been torn into rags, his entire body turned into a bloodied figure as his blood vessels ruptured from overexerting his mental power. His internal organs were all bleeding, leaving Lin Chi on the verge of fainting. Fortunately, he was under the care of the gods. Ehei passed through the ruins filled with smoke and debris, and upon seeing Lin Chi's body shimmering with faint light as his wounds began to heal, his expression darkened. As expected, it's hard to kill a cult lunatic, but at least their main force is temporarily unable to join the battle. When the massive giant arm created by Ehei vaporized, the followers also recovered from the terrifying momentum just now. If it were ordinary people, they would have already been filled with fear toward Ehei, but unfortunately, they were lunatics. Children, this is the demon sent down by the gods, the final test for us. Offer your hearts and prove your loyalty to the divine faith, the vice bishop shouted. We are justice. God descends to the human world, the heavenly kingdom on earth. God descends to the human world, the heavenly kingdom on earth. All the devotees fervently shouted in unison. They simultaneously drew out a small silver knife and directly stabbed it into their own throats, committing suicide on the spot. In an instant, he sensed an extremely cold and clammy spiritual energy descending. The corpses of all the devotees who had committed suicide began to tremble incessantly, as if something alive was gestating within them, about to burst forth. Gaji Gaji. A blood-red hand suddenly tore through the body of one of the followers and emerged. When its entire body crawled out, he finally saw its true appearance. Blood-red skin, horns on its head, and fangs in its mouth. It was no different from the demons of hell, or rather, it was a demon. 50 believers became 50 doors of flesh and blood, from which demons crawled out one after another. Ehei grinned. Another wave of troops? Unfortunately, now I have troops to unleash as well. Ehei roared loudly toward the sky, an invisible sound wave spreading throughout the entire city. Roar! Boom! 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 Countless yellow lightning bolts exploded in the city, exactly the same as when Ehei transformed into a giant. Roar! 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 Countless giants, standing over 10 meters or even 20 meters tall, rose from the ground. They spread their arms wide and roared in response to the king's call. Countless giants charged toward the battlefield where Ehei was. The sound of their footsteps converged, resembling the hum of the earth. What the hell are these things? The deputy bishop, looking at the giants transformed from cyborgs appearing before him, was utterly shocked. Their deformed faces and grotesque running postures were even more terrifying than the demons in his hands. But he couldn't care less about these giants, because he saw Ehei walking toward the divine coffin. Stop. Hold it. Your opponent is me. Scorching purple flames and the icy breath of a dragon surrounded the vice bishop, each aura extraordinary. The vice bishop frowned deeply. The opponent was clearly prepared, from the initial beheading attempt to the demon army being blocked by the giant army, and now even he himself was unable to escape. This mission for the divine sect is probably going to fail. Ehei approached the divine coffin, and just by getting close, he could feel a chill so intense it seemed capable of freezing his very soul. The being inside this coffin seemed to harbor immense hostility toward him, but then again, it made sense. After all, he had NTR'd this deity, hadn't he?
He looked at the panel in front of him. Template hint: the host has gained 5 points of special energy divinity. Infinite monster template. This was the prompt just sent by the panel. After the panel's explanation, he roughly understood where this divinity came from. During the final stage of the Divine Descent Kingdom ceremony, the Kingdom of Heaven prepared for 4 years, and in the end, half of the faith power used to condense the body was polluted by Ehei, and this polluted faith power was also taken by the demon fetus to construct a body that allowed Moonshade to operate in the human world. This resulted in part of the divine power being stolen by Ehei during Moonshade's birth. But even if the divine power was stolen by me, even if you are a malnourished premature baby, you should have awakened. Why do you keep hiding in the coffin? Ehei finally decided to lift the lid of this guy's coffin. It wasn't that Ehei was courting death, but in this battle, the weaklings of the Divine Dissension Kingdom were not even worth his attention. His true enemy from beginning to end was this deity, associated with the moon in dreams. As Ehei willed it, world appeared from behind, waved its 2 large hands, and instantly flipped the lid of the divine coffin. But inside, it was completely empty. What's going on? Why is there nothing at all? Ehei's eyes narrowed as he stood back to back with the world, holding the Starfall blade, alert to any potential dangers around them. This guy isn't in the coffin, so where did he go? Silence. The roars of battle between the giants and demons had vanished without a trace, though no one knew when. On another fiercely contested battlefield, the extreme cold ice of Chuzhou, Lu Qingzhu's purple sparrow netherflame, and the vice bishop's divine chant had all vanished without a trace. The entire world seemed to have been muted at this moment. Everyone had left in unison, leaving Ehei alone in this desolate world. Only the moon remained. The moon that occupied almost the entire sky. Using that enormous crater-like monocular eye, it stared fixedly at Ehei. Ehei's eyes narrowed. This familiar feeling. He had fallen into an illusion. When exactly did it happen? Ehei, can you guess when you started dreaming? Lynch's voice reached Ehei's ears, and he looked up. He saw Lynch standing under the full moon, smiling at him. Atomic breath. A dazzling and brilliant blue energy stream shot straight at Lynch. Lynch made no move and was directly engulfed by the breath's hot stream. This is my dream. How could you possibly harm me? Another Lynch appeared under the moonlight, calmly walking toward Ehei. The blue light struck, only to be swallowed by the breath once again. Then, under the moonlight, countless Lin Shi appeared. This is my dream. Everything you do is in vain. All the voices of Lin Shi overlapped. Speaking of which, Ehei, because of your despicable act of defiling the divine fetus that nurtures the body of the god, the vessel for the moon god became incomplete, preventing a perfect descent. Therefore, the moon god needs to choose another excellent body to complete the flawed vessel. And Ehei, you, the sinner who stole the power of the gods, are the one to complete the perfect body of the moon god. Not only can you return the part of divine power that he lacks, but you can also make his earthly vessel even closer to perfection. Under the full moon, all the Lin Shi spoke in unison. But in such a dangerous situation, Ehei paid him no attention. He muttered, "Dream, that's right, a dream. Ha 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 ha." Ehei spread his arms wide and laughed heartily, looking up. Lin Shi saw Ehei acting so brazenly under the gaze of the gods, it was outright blasphemy. "What are you laughing at? Kneel down." Thousands of Lin Shis simultaneously unleashed their mental power. The infinite gathered psychic energy intertwined in the air, forming a mountain of psychic force spanning hundreds of meters. Suppress. Boom, boom. The surrounding buildings instantly collapsed. Cars were directly crushed into sheets of metal, and 100 meters of ground sank 5 meters down. Yet Ehei still stood upright, not even blinking. What happened? For the first time, fear appeared in Lin Shi's eyes. Even if Ehei, at the very beginning, could slay the vice bishop with a speed that even Lin Shi couldn't react to, even if a giant army suddenly appeared in Linshui County, ambushing the Divine Descent Kingdom, even if the divine fetus was suddenly contaminated and the moon goddess did not descend perfectly, Lin Shi was never afraid, because he always had unwavering confidence. The death of the vice bishop, so what? The complete annihilation of the followers, so what? As long as the deity can descend to the mortal world, new followers will continuously join the divine religion. Even if the moon god does not descend perfectly, so what? Even if the divine power is stolen, so what? Just take it back. With a deity as his backing, Lin Shi feared nothing, at least, that was how it should have been. But Ehei shattered his understanding. Martial rhythm space, illusion realm, as long as it's this kind of special space that can threaten my soul and divine sense, the panel will automatically protect me. Because the panel is bound to the soul I brought with me when I transmigrated. In situations like this, where the moon god's illusion space can threaten the origin of my soul, the panel will naturally grant me an invincible golden body. Ehei strode forward with an arrogant gait, smiling as he approached the endless Lin Shi before him. There were many people, but it didn't matter, he could kill them slowly. He was in an invincible state, but Lin Shi definitely wasn't. Constant resurrection must be consuming something. Ehei could keep slaughtering until the end of time. Outside, the deputy bishop who had barely summoned a great demon to hold off Chuzhou and Lu Qingzhu finally had a chance to catch his breath. The vice bishop turned his head to look at Ehei, who had stopped in
front of the divine coffin. Relying on his powerful mental attributes, he could tell that something was wrong with Ehei. It was certainly due to offending the deity, which had led to divine punishment. The sinful soul shall be punished by the deity, and the filthy body shall be executed by me. The vice bishop pulled out a short sword inlaid with emeralds. It was a wood element magical tool. Once it pierces into the enemy's body, it can cause blood thorns to grow inside them. The blood thorns will grow from the inside out until the enemy is completely shredded into minced flesh. Trapped by the great demon and unable to break free, Lu Qingzhu and Shuzhou saw Ehei in grave danger, their eyes instantly filled with rage. Blood-burning forbidden technique. The cold aura and nether flame surged dramatically, and the great demon that had been suppressing the two was instantly put at a disadvantage. Lu Qingzhu, go save Ehei. I'll hold this guy off. Don't hesitate. Our lives are not as valuable as Ehei's. Shuzhou exchanged his life for injury, approached the great demon, overextended his life force, and unleashed the ice attribute to temporarily freeze it, then roared. Lu Qingzhu also understood this reasoning, hesitated not for a moment, and directly spread his wings to intercept the deputy bishop. Ka, ka, ka. The eternal hellfire evaporated the ice, and a 5-meter-tall horned demon broke through the frozen barrier, gazing down at Shuzhou with flame-spewing eyes. Whoosh! Hellfire gathered in its hands, transforming into a hellfire battle axe. With an arm thicker than Shuzhou's entire body, it swung down heavily. Just to reach the archdemon, Shuzhou's legs had been severely burned by hellfire, making it impossible for him to dodge. He could only take it head-on. A blinding flash of sparks exploded. Boom! The icy dragon shadow of Guhan was instantly swallowed up by the liquid hellfire. 3 layers of ice armor and a defensive soft armor magic item all shattered one after another. Shuzhou was blasted dozens of meters away by the explosion, crashing straight through 3 walls. Cough, cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest and arms burned to a bloody mess, with even charred bone visible beneath the scorched flesh. Looking down at the Guhan sword in his hand, now melted and ruined, Shuzhou realized he had reached the end of the line. Tap tap. The great demon left one fiery footprint after another, filled with flowing magma, and the intense heat turned everything it passed into scorched earth. It was a creature summoned by the deputy cult leader, who used half of his spiritual power to communicate with the gods and sacrificed a quarter of his lifespan. Ordinary grand martial masters could hardly contend with it. Shuzhou managed to face it head-on for 2 moves alone, which was already impressive among those of the same rank. You think this is enough to kill me? I haven't completed my revenge yet. Several ice needles were swiftly inserted into multiple fatal points on the body. The self-proclaimed bloodline power of a powerful family from the imperial capital was activated in Shuzhou. Vast martial energy erupted from the depleted dantian. The dragon horns atop the head grew longer through secondary development. The broken body regenerated flesh and was covered with ice scales. The once dim dragon eyes reignited, and Shuzhou's momentum climbed steadily, even surpassing his previous peak state. Bloodline secret art, Storm Chi Sword. Shuzhou raised both hands high, and the invisible martial chi stirred the airflow, rotating and expanding continuously between his hands. Finally, it condensed into a storm greatsword over 10 meters tall, causing the air to explode with bursts of sound. The faint shadow of an ice dragon coiled around the storm greatsword, with the storm and cold air enhancing each other, further elevating the power of this strike. Shanhuang martial skill, Ice Soaring Dragon Shadow. Slash! The ice dragon storm sword descended, and a spiraling storm of sword energy swept toward the archdemon. Without fear, the absolutely bloodthirsty and battle-hardened archdemon naturally wouldn't retreat. It raised its hellfire axe and delivered a heavy strike against the incoming icy storm. A sea of fire and a cold current split the world in two, plunging the entire street into a realm of ice and fire. But the archdemon was somewhat incredulous. It hadn't expected that the insignificant human it could easily crush moments ago could now stand on equal footing with it. Just as the horned archdemon was locked in a struggle with Shuzhou, a heavy anti-material sniper round shot out from somewhere unknown, striking the archdemon right in the neck. The bullet, as long as a palm, tore straight through the demon's throat. Without giving it any time to react, more heavy sniper armor-piercing rounds rained down, hitting the archdemon's vulnerable spots, its occiput, waist, abdomen, and spine, blasting out bowl-sized holes one after another. The archdemon wasn't so easily killed as a human, but the hellfire axe in its hand was extinguished as a result. At last, the storm sword style became unstoppable, crashing down upon the grievously wounded archdemon. Several kilometers away, the Mad Doctor, armed with a sniper rifle, saw the great demon successfully eliminated and immediately dispatched a drone to retrieve the unconscious and overexerted Shuzhou for treatment. I originally thought this boy named Shuzhou was the weakest in the Masters team, but I didn't expect him to have such a hidden trump card. Of course, it still doesn't compare to even a single finger of the Master. It wasn't just the sudden outburst from Shuzhou. The situation with Lu Qingzhu also piqued the Mad Doctor's interest. He had never seen someone so powerful at the warrior stage. Of course, the Master was an exception, as he couldn't be measured by the warrior system. Still, those who can stay by the Master's side indeed possess remarkable potential. The deputy bishop did not expect the girl in front of him to be so ruthless, with terrifying purple flames unleashed wildly as if they required no energy. Forced into a situation where he didn't want to trade injury for injury, the deputy bishop, despite being a whole martial realm higher than her, had no choice but to flee in all directions.
They are definitely not from the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow.
If the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow knew about the situation in Linshui County, they wouldn't have let us live to get here.
These three people, so young, and each one stranger than the last, could they all be students of the Imperial University?
To be able to climb to the position of vice bishop, he certainly has the depth and vision.
Imperial University truly lives up to its reputation as a cradle of monsters.
The emergence of a fourth or fifth Grandmaster Protector of the nation in Xia Kingdom must be prevented at all costs, let alone a second Fu Hongshang. The vice bishop made up his mind to eliminate these future great enemies for the Divine Church.
But there is still a significant gap between reality and ideals.
The demon army of the vice bishop was blocked at their doorstep by countless giants, and any attempt to show themselves was met with relentless war stomps from the giants. Although low-level demons could easily slaughter giants in one-on-one combat, being trapped in the spring and stomped back every time they emerged left them completely unable to exert their combat strength.
The occasional demon that managed to break out would be surrounded and beaten by the giants.
Even if they managed to take down a few giants, they would eventually be worn down and killed. As for the vice bishop himself, after summoning a greater demon, he became significantly weakened. Coupled with his lack of skill in direct combat as a summoner, he found himself at a disadvantage under Lu Qingzhu's fierce assault.
But it doesn't matter. Once the great demon deals with that young man, it can come over to support me. 3 minutes later,
a snarling head, blasted over by the storm greatsword and frozen with chunks of ice on its surface, landed in front of the vice bishop. As expected, the mission of the Holy Church is doomed to fail. Perhaps it was the moon, sensing the incompetence of its underlings, that finally had to step in and lend a hand. Lu Qingzhu's eyes suddenly sharpened, and she swiftly retreated. The next moment, 6 massive coffins descended from the sky, shattering and cracking the concrete ground. The coffins opened, revealing 6 corpses exuding the aura of martial artists. Lu Qingzhu's breath hitched. Among the 4, 3 were the missing sophomore team members they were searching for in the Linshui County anomaly, while the other was Bai Yang, with whom there had been prior conflict. As for the 2 people Lu Qingzhu didn't recognize, they were Qing Niao and Jin Shi. The deputy bishop was initially stunned upon seeing these 6 living corpses, but after sensing the familiar divine aura emanating from them, he was instantly overjoyed.
Ha 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 ha, God! It is God who is watching over me. Noticing the situation, the mad doctor felt something was wrong.
This girl, whom the master had specifically ordered to be taken care of, was undoubtedly doomed when faced with the siege of 6 zombie warriors exuding martial artist auras. Previously, the giant army was not sent to support Lu Qingzhu and the other person because the giants were too weak and lacked intelligence, which could easily interfere with their combat.
But now, reinforcements must be sent. If the master's task could not be completed, the mad doctor felt he would be utterly beyond redemption. Boom, boom, boom.
Dozens of giants surrounded them, and Lu Qingzhu took the opportunity to head toward Ehei, intending to take him away.
However, these giants were too weak.
Even though the giants were transformed from cyborgs, compared to the immaculate giants of the original world, their strength and defense
were comprehensively optimized.
Yet, for corpse warriors at the martial artist level, they were not much different from paper figures. 6 corpse warriors could easily tear apart several giants nearby, their dozens of meters tall bodies flung away with a mere swing of an arm.
The giant bloodline is still too weak for a high martial world.
The reason Ehei's transformed giant is strong, and why he could trade punches with a Dominator-level magical beast during the martial apprentice stage, is because of the Godzilla template's support.
It has always been the Godzilla template that is strong, not the massive physique. Countless severed limbs of giants were flung into the sky.
Lu Qingzhu delivered a full-force palm strike, repelling the deputy bishop who came to block her, but her arm was still slashed by the opponent's short sword. She only felt a piercing pain as the blood-colored thorns tore through flesh, rooted in white bone, causing Lu Qingzhu to break out in a cold sweat. But she had finally reached Ehei's side.
I caught you.
There was no time to say more. Using the uninjured arm to hold Ehei, while flapping wings to soar straight into the clouds, the arm wrapped in blood thorns and absorbing blood ignited with purple flames for burning. After burning away the blood thorns, Lu Qingzhu could embrace Ehei with both arms, preventing him from being accidentally injured during the upcoming pursuit. At this moment, the ground was already covered with the bones of giants. Countless giants had been torn apart and thrown into the sky, resulting in a foul-smelling blood rain now pouring down. Although the giants possessed a weakened version of a vampire's regenerative ability, the 6 living corpses thrown down by the moon god each carried a trace of the moon god's power within them, making it impossible for the shattered giants to regenerate. Now, they were officially beginning the hunt for Lu Qingzhu. Moonlight bathed the entire city, but Lu Qingzhu only wanted to take Ehei and escape to a dark corner untouched by light. Although Lu Qingzhu always appeared a bit naive and adorable in front of Ehei, she wasn't truly a simpleton. On the contrary, she was very intelligent, otherwise, she she wouldn't have such extraordinary talent in martial arts. She naturally understood that all the anomalies were related to the moon. Fleeing under the moonlight, she was destined to be found. But nighttime is the moon's domain, so where could she possibly escape to? Whoosh! A street lamp shot forward like a javelin, forcing Lu Qingju to urgently retract her wings mid-air and turn back, temporarily avoiding the risk of being struck down by the street lamp. The reason it was only temporary was that more street lamps, along with various sharp rod-like objects, were flying toward Lu Qingju. Lu Qingju held Ehei, unable to forcibly counter these flying attacks. She had no choice but to pour her nearly exhausted martial energy entirely into her wings and then fly to a higher altitude. Although she didn't want to, she was getting closer and closer to the moon. The surrounding clouds became thinner, and the moonlight grew brighter and more radiant. In a daze, a hypnotic whisper echoed in Lu Qingju's ears. Let him go. You've done enough. He won't blame you. Come, hand him over to me. The moonlight before Lu Qingju transformed into a human figure, extending a palm toward Lu Qingju as if inviting. Silver teeth bit through the tip of the tongue, and the pain, along with a strong yearning for someone, brought clarity back to the eyes. I won't give it. Get lost. Screech. The cry of the purple nether sparrow echoed through the clouds, shattering the moonlight phantom before her eyes. Only a disdainful sneer lingered in Lu Qingju's ears. The completely exhausted girl, like an angel with broken wings, tightly held the boy in her arms as they fell. Until the very last moment, Lu Qingju still held Ehei tightly, protecting him from harm. Just before hitting the ground, 6 moon ghouls with pale, cold skin, and puppet-like vacant eyes leaped simultaneously. A trace of the moon goddess's power within them transformed into moon spears, all thrusting toward Lu Qingju in midair. Lu Qingju tightly closed her eyes, holding the person in her arms even closer, but the anticipated pain did not come, and the person in her arms disappeared. She herself was also caught. Sorry, I woke up a bit late. Looking at Ehei in front of her, Lu Qingju, who was already exhausted to the limit, could finally close her eyes and rest. Not late, she murmured. Damn it, how did this guy break free from the god's illusion? The vice-bishop was incredulous upon seeing Ehei awaken, but even so, it was impossible for him to face 6 moon god apostles at the same time. We'll attack together. He can't possibly fend off the siege of 7 martial artists at the same time, the deputy bishop shouted. But he had just finished saying this. A grey domain, unnoticed by everyone, swept all the corpses into it. For seconds later, the time stop ended. Lu Qingju had already vanished, and right in front of the vice-bishop, a massive hand suddenly appeared. With no strength left to resist, he was grabbed by the throat like a helpless chick and slammed violently into the ground, his head shattering into pieces. What are you barking about? Ehei looked at the corpse beneath her feet as if she were looking at trash. Lin Shi didn't know how many times he had been killed. Headshots, tearing, burning, dismembering. Each time he was killed, Lin Shi could feel the specific pain. Even with a will far surpassing that of ordinary people, his spirit was on the verge of collapse under Ehei's endless slaughter. That guy was simply a demon god. Even the deities couldn't punish him. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer, voluntarily shutting down the dream and kicking Ehei out. In the distance, Ehei was slaughtering 6 moon apostles. Possessing a trace of the moon god's power, they were slightly stronger than they had been in life, but in the end, they were nothing more than mindless corpses. It took Ehei only 2 minutes to wipe them out. As for Lin Shi himself, he had been brutally killed too many times, his mental strength was exhausted, and his will to fight had completely collapsed. Now, all he wanted was to just lie down and give up. The moonlight shone on him, feeling exceptionally cold. It seemed that the gods were dissatisfied with Lin Shi's incompetence. But what could Lin Shi do? After dying thousands of times, his fear of Ehei even surpassed his reverence for the gods. Perhaps, Moonmare had finally despaired over the incompetence of its subordinate believer, and it ultimately made a humiliating choice. As Lin Shi heard a sentence in his mind, his gaze became dazed, clearly already bewitched by the moonlight. Lie in the divine coffin. I can only use your inferior body to complete the vessel. The crimson moon will appeared in the city, and the moon's undead, trapped by an arm as thick as the world pillar, had no way to evade this blade filled with boundless killing intent. Without any suspense, the 4th moon's undead was directly severed in half by the crimson moonwheel. He did not give Moonlight the chance to repair the 2 halves of the corpse. A surge of atomic breath spewed out, directly incinerating the 2 halves to ashes. In the end, the last 2 moon revenants were truly afraid. The soul intimidation from the killing intent made even their lifeless bodies instinctively retreat from the blazing murderous aura emanating from Ehei. But how could Ehei possibly give them the chance to escape? The starfall blade in his hand shot out like a javelin, transforming into a crimson beam of light that pinned one of the moon revenants, who was attempting to leap away and escape, to the ground. Another moon's living corpse had just burrowed underground. It hadn't burrowed very deep when a massive black and blue hand dug into the ground and grabbed it, needing a pair of ghostly blue eyes that resembled train headlights. Godzilla, in giant form. Firmly held by the enormous hand, the moon's living corpse was utterly unable to break free. Then, the giant before it opened its gaping maw. One bite crushed it. Torrential atomic energy gathered in the mouth, turning it into an incinerator that burned the remnants and fragments inside. The other moon undead pinned down received the same treatment. Directly chewed, incinerated, turned to ash, a one-stop service. He didn't feel like he was eating someone. After all, the giant's body felt to Ehei like piloting a biological mech. His true body was located in the cockpit at the back of the giant's neck, and crushing the lunar undead felt just like operating a blender, completely devoid of sensation. At this point, on the side of the Divine Descent Kingdom, only Bishop Lin Chi and the crippled moon god, who had never shown up from beginning to end, remained. It was at this moment that Ehei suddenly felt something in his heart and looked up at the moon. A figure dressed in a silver-white robe stood in the void, with the eerie large moon behind him. The moonlight shone on him, draping him in a hazy silver glow. It resembled a royal robe. Lin Chi? No, that's not right. The figure before him had silver-white hair that reached his shoulders. In terms of facial structure, he bore some resemblance to Lin Chi, but his features were more chiseled and angular, making him look very much like the character V from Devil May Cry 5. His eyes were like two silver moons, exuding the aloofness and purity of the moon. But at this moment, those aloof eyes gazing at Ehei were filled with admiration and approval. Even though it was impossible to sense anything about this figure in the sky, Ehei could tell from his imposing aura upon arrival that this guy was terrifyingly strong. I'm afraid he is the source of the anomaly in Linchue County, the evil god who toys with hundreds of thousands of lives, the earthly vessel of the moon god. Moon Nightmare Barrow seemed to have invisible steps appear beneath his feet. Step by step, he walked through the void toward Ehei. The moon behind him even cast a dedicated moonlight beam upon him. Ehei was also bathed in a layer of moonlight. By the time he realized it, the cityscape around him had vanished, replaced by an endless void. From the grayish-white soil beneath my feet and the various pits of different sizes around me. This is the moon. But this can't be the real moon. After all, I don't feel the extreme cold of space or the lack of oxygen. It should be something similar to Gonku's killing intent realm. The artistic conception is different from the illusion that touches the spirit and soul. It is more like a certain realm that overlays reality, and the damage caused is real. Therefore, within the artistic conception, Ehei does not have the invincible golden body of the panel. When Ehei analyzed his situation, Barros also descended from the void, stepping onto the moon and maintaining a distance of 20 meters from Ehei. Of course, 20 meters was too close for both parties, rendering it completely meaningless. Ehei, I admire you. In a certain sense, you are the most outstanding human I have ever seen, Barros said in Fluencia language, especially since you have also stolen a part of my divinity. Your compatibility with me should exceed 96%, making you practically the perfect other half to complete my earthly vessel. Ehei was still within the giant's body at this moment. He looked down at the moon god beneath his feet, wanting to see what he had to say. After all, his prying the cornerstone plan was already complete. What remained was to buy some time. Barros faced Ehei's silence and continued, Ehei, I am willing to grant you the right to retain your consciousness after using you to complete myself. You will step from the realm of mortals into the domain of gods. You may not know just how vast and magnificent this world truly is. Whether it's Blue Star or the Sin Domain, Secret Realm, what you've seen so far is merely the tip of the iceberg. Your talent is your ticket to stepping into a higher level. Come, ascend to the moon, and join me in reigning above the heavens. An invitation and promise from a deity, perhaps across the entire blue planet. There are fewer than 10 humans who could refuse. But, I refuse. Ehei's voice echoed from within the giant's body. I thought you mysterious gods would have such high standards. In the end, you're just a group of higher-level intelligent beings, nothing more. Because it cannot threaten me in its incomplete form, it first grabs a useless entity for completion, then comes over to coerce and entice. Going back and forth with just these few tricks, not much different from humans. I must say, I really overestimated you. Barros faced Ehei's provocation and ridicule with an unchanging cold demeanor, seemingly indifferent. After all, once his earthly vessel is completed, even if it's just a low-quality completion using a body with only 20% compatibility, it was not something Ehei could resist. Ehei now was merely food prepared to be consumed. It was only out of appreciation that Barros ceremonially asked for Ehei's opinion. But, Ehei's opinion didn't matter. It wouldn't change the final outcome no matter what. Barros extended his cold, pale palm, making a grasping motion toward the giant before him. Like a chick cruelly crushed in a hand, the giant's body seemed to be gripped by an invisible, massive hand. Under the terrifying pressure, flesh, blood, and bones were all ground into a mass. Ehei's giant form burst like a balloon, exploding on the spot. A beam of moonlight pierced through the flesh and blood, imprisoning Ehei's true form. For the humans I admire, I am magnanimous. Even if you reject me, I can still grant you the privilege of retaining your consciousness after being made whole. Barros's palm drew closer and closer to Ehei's forehead. 3 fingers, 2 fingers, 1 finger, completely pressed against it. Then, there was nothing after that. For the first time, a look of astonishment appeared in Yu Yan's eyes. Unconvinced, he pressed his hand against Ehei's forehead twice more. Ha ha ha, you idiot, you've realized you can't touch my soul at all, haven't you? Ehei mocked loudly. loudly. Even when facing an opponent so powerful that he couldn't resist at his current stage, he still had the confidence to confront them. In terms of spirit, he has the support of the panel. Physically, he possesses the powerful self-healing ability of a vampire. Before this battle, he did something crazy. He left half of his body with the Mad Doctor, split along the vertical line. This ensures that if his main body is destroyed, his consciousness can be activated in the other half. At that moment, Yu Yen was unable to comprehend. The boundless space above was split open on the spot by an enormous heavy sword, shattering the entire Moonstar ambience. Amid the continuously collapsing ambience, a fierce man, his entire body wrapped in white bandages and his wild, ash-green hair cascading down his back, looked down at Barros below. Chief of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Division, National Guardian Grandmaster Qinglong, here to seek guidance. In the anomaly at Linshui County, the only benefit he sought to gain was to seize the divine power that had descended upon Barros's earthly vessel. From the very beginning, his goal was not to defeat the descending Barros, so after successfully seizing Barros's divine power, the Mad Doctor, who had been informed in advance, packaged and reported the entire cause and effect of the anomaly in Linshui County to the Daxia Longke. In short, he took over Linshui County. The top brass of Daxia Longke became furious as soon as they learned that Linshui County was actually incubating a demon fetus. 2 years ago, they had just dealt a heavy blow to the forces of the Divine Descent Kingdom within Xia's borders, even scattering the ashes of the opposing archbishop. And now, they discover that the other side had secretly cultivated a demon fetus within the nation's borders in advance? This is practically an act of provocation, like urinating on one's ancestral grave. Not to mention, once a demon fetus successfully hatches, the consequences for Xia, and even for all of humanity, would be catastrophic. Even if this demon fetus only used the population resources of a single county for its incubation, and even if the resulting abomination, the term normal humans use for the so-called deities of the Divine Descent Kingdom, were underdeveloped and weak, it would also cause the recently stabilized situation in the Xia nation, which had just experienced a nationwide secret realm upheaval, to collapse once again. Without any hesitation, the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow directly dispatched the top expert of the Bureau, the second-ranked martial artist in the entire Xia nation, and the leader of the 3 Grandmasters of National Defense Azure Dragon, to suppress the situation. Is a body of this level really human? It seems the potential evaluation of your race needs to be revised upward. Barros looked at the madman standing in the air above, his moonlit eyes flickering slightly. Are you really an alien demon? The purity of your body is so low, so impure. After a few seconds of staring, Azure Dragon suddenly spoke. When the first alien demon descended upon human history, Azure Dragon, then a Grandmaster, had participated in that battle. That was the first time Azure Dragon realized what kind of scene it was to destroy heaven and earth. In comparison, the silver-haired man before him had a similar demonic aura, but the difference was immense. Even Barros, who had shown no emotional reaction to Ehei's mockery, was angry for the first time. Using Lin Chi's inferior body to complete his earthly vessel was the most disgusting thing to Barros. It was like eating excrement. Now, this scar was directly torn open by the Azure Dragon. In front of the human he admired the most, Ehei. Human, have you ever been hit by the moon? Belos's moonlit eyes bulged with veins. To prevent Ehei from being harmed in this level of confrontation, and to protect that perfect body, Belos clapped his palms together, turning Ehei into a beam of moonlight and sending him far away from Linshui County. The Azure Dragon, seeing the strange demon in front of him place such importance on that young man, felt slightly puzzled. Fine, after suppressing this demon, I'll find that young man and ask him. I remember before setting out, Sir Jingguin mentioned to me that his name is Ehei. Ehei blinked and found himself in a mountain forest. Even when fully expanding his life magnetic field, he couldn't detect the location of Linshui County, which indicated that he had been sent a considerable distance away by the moonlight. This showed that the Moonshade had determined that his battle with the Azure Dragon would destroy the entire Linshui County, along with the surrounding areas. Fortunately, after the Mad Doctor revived, he took Chuzhou and Lu Qingzhu, the 2 injured individuals, and left. I just didn't expect you to have this kind of instantaneous movement ability. If it's used to find me, that would be troublesome. He looked at the small line of text behind the host on the panel inside. Moonmare's gaze, whether in a dream or under the moonlight, it is possible to encounter the Master of the Moon in nightmares. He has suddenly had the feeling of being stared at by a creep. Scary. Boys also need to protect themselves when they're outside. So, now that he's far from the battlefield, he finally has time to study this so-called divinity. After spending so much effort to pry this corner, please don't let me down. Looking at the panel's explanation, he roughly understood what divinity is. It is either achieving an extreme in transcendence in a certain field or attribute through continuous cultivation, or being inherently sacred, with high-dimensional racial talents granting irreplaceability in a certain domain compared to other lifeforms. The source of power for both is divinity. No wonder after stealing the power of that silver-haired pervert pretty boy, he was so furious and fixated on me. It turns out that after I took that portion of power power, his true form permanently lost it, even though this bit of divinity is insignificant to his grand existence. But he would never allow his divinity to wander outside his control. However, what Ehei is most concerned about is still this point. 5 divine points, related to the moon or dreams, illusions. When applied to relevant templates, it can evolve the template in this domain. When applied to templates without this attribute, there is a chance for the template to acquire this attribute. Hint: the host's templates related to the moon and illusions are the Dio, world, template. Ehei didn't expect the role of divinity to be so powerful. To put it simply, it can enhance the potential of templates. This aspect is somewhat different from the plant-oriented mutation path of the legendary Godzilla template. Legendary Godzilla and Planet Godzilla share a parallel universe counterpart relationship with an extremely low probability of devouring related high-quality genes to unlock a mutation path when increasing compatibility. Upgrade the A-level template Legendary Godzilla to the S-level template Planet Godzilla. But divine blessings are a different matter. The vampires in the JoJo world indeed possess some illusionary abilities and are enhanced with physical functions and self-healing capabilities at night. But Dio's abilities in this aspect have not been developed much, merely used instinctively as a racial talent. However, if imbued with the divinity of Moonshade, it would allow the Dio template to directly advance in the domains of the moon and illusions. Among the parallel universe Dios known to Ehei, there truly isn't a Dio specialized in these two attributes. In other words, the Dio template in Ehei's possession will become one of a kind. The Brother General template already has a mutation path, so there's no need to disrupt its growth direction. As for the Giant template, not to mention its incompatibility with divine attributes, it is merely a tool template for amplifying Brother General's template, offering no value for improvement. The Dio template, which possesses the ability to interfere with time, has limitless potential. It is currently my most crucial trump card aside from Brother General's main battle template. So, upgrade Dio. Previously, when the Dio template only had vampire abilities, it merely received a D+ rating. After unlocking the world, the rating skyrocketed directly to B+. Unfortunately, the Dio template itself is too weak. Even with the support of such a rare and powerful time ability, it still did not reach an A-level rating. Now, with all 5 points of divinity fully infused, the Dio template began to emit a bright moonlight hue, accompanied by a misty haze. A long string of text appeared out of thin air on the panel. B+ grade template, Vampire Dio, the world, advancement to the moon and illusion domain. The vampire bloodline is elevated, advancing to the moon demon bloodline. A - grade template, Moon Demon Dio, the world, bloodline power. Moon Banquet Frenzy. Under the night, the host's physique, self-healing ability, and martial energy are increased by 100%. Under the moonlight, the increase is 150%. During a full moon, a special state, Lunar Nightmare, awakens, allowing the domained twin moon world to be unfolded. Blood Nightmare Technique. The blood possesses hallucinogenic and aggressive properties. Weaker individuals will be directly enslaved after being corroded by the host's blood. Stronger individuals will have their minds eroded, falling into illusions. The higher the host's blood content in their body, the deeper they fall into the illusion. Under the moonlight, the Blood Nightmare Technique is enhanced. Blood Control accelerates blood flow within the body, temporarily boosting physical combat power, or transforms into high-pressure blood arrows to shoot out. Lowers blood temperature, capable of reaching tens of degrees below zero, freezing objects it comes into contact with. Substitute, world, host's normal strength and speed are tripled. Under moonlight, strength and speed are quintupled. Under a full moon, strength and speed are octupled. Special ability, Time Stop. Under the moonlight, reduces the cooldown time of Time Stop. Under a full moon, the time stop duration can reach twice the normal limit. Ehei looked at the upgraded template ability, his breath catching. Strong, really strong. Although the main abilities after advancement all require the specific scenario of moonlight and night. As long as the conditions are met, the amplification can be described as terrifying. With the amplification in all aspects stacking together, in actual combat, Ehei's combat power can grow almost exponentially. As the number of templates increased, just like in a card game, Ehei categorized the specialties and combinations of each template. The legendary Brother General template, undoubtedly the main battle template, is now an important pillar of Ehei's combat power system. The Progenitor Giant template, a utility support template, whether it's used for gigantification in Godzilla mode or for mass production with the vampire virus. Dio template, a functional template. Time Stop is always a killer move. Now, there's a whole new stack of Moonlit Night enhancements. It's simply a top-tier functional support template. As expected, the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. This trip to Linshui County for the anomaly was worth it. Of course, Ehei, as the biggest beneficiary, did not forget the 2 teammates who fought until they passed out. This mission definitely reached the level 4 standard in terms of difficulty, and in terms of the danger it caused, level 5 is absolutely no problem. Imperial University will definitely issue the highest level reward. Nowadays, resources like academic points and most college privileges are not particularly helpful to Ehei, but they are very important to Lu Qingju and the other two.
Ehei can pass these on to them.
Of course, as the one who contributed the most, Ehei won't be a pure good Samaritan.
If there's something he needs, Ehei won't give it up.
The appearance of the so-called deity made Ehei realize that the secret realm world was not so simple, and the obsessive gaze of Yu Yan also put some pressure on him. He did not want to miss any opportunity to enhance his own power. Ehei rose from the forest, leaping to the treetops, positioning himself above the sea of trees. The cold white moonlight poured over him, and Ehei felt an unparalleled comfort throughout his body. A continuous surge of power emerged from his bloodline, seemingly the effect of the moonlight enhancement from the Dio template. Ehei threw several punches in succession, causing the air to crackle audibly with just the strength and speed of his normal physical body. The ripples caused by the distortion of the air were visible to the naked eye. After a simple stretch to loosen his muscles and adapt to the enhanced physical condition brought by the moonlit night, Ehei spread his arms like a giant bat and moved through the forest as fast as lightning. Whoosh, whoosh. The communication device on Ehei's body had long been destroyed during the intense battles.
He needed to find the nearest human town to establish contact with the Imperial University. As a key figure in the Moonshade Descent incident, the Great Xia Dragonfinch would undoubtedly detain him for interrogation. However, he had too many secrets he couldn't reveal, and under the scrutiny of professional interrogators, fabricating lies would easily expose flaws.
So, it is necessary to first get in touch with your former employer, Imperial University. After all, connections and backing are meant to be used at times like this. A supersonic fighter jet carrying 3 important personnel was returning to Imperial University, accompanied by 4 escort planes surrounding it. Naturally, the ones inside the jet were Ehei and the other 2. At this moment, Ehei was the only one fully conscious in the cabin, while Chu Zhou and Lu Qingju were still undergoing emergency treatment in the life support pods. Chu Zhou and Lu Qingju had already undergone surgery at the hands of the mad doctor and were no longer in life-threatening danger. Now, being in the life support pods was merely to replenish the nutrients their overexerted bodies needed. The supersonic fighter jet quickly traversed thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, arriving above the floating city of Imperial University in the capital. Soon, Ehei disembarked from the jet, stepping from the mid-20th century scenery of Linshui County into the bustling and advanced capital.
For a moment, Ehei felt a bit dazed.
Medical personnel carried out the life support pods containing Lu Qingju and the other person from the fighter jet, preparing to transport them to Imperial University Hospital for further examination. In front of Ehei appeared a refined man dressed in a neatly tailored Zhongshan suit. To Ehei, he felt like a meticulously crafted antique pocket watch made with traditional techniques, rules, seriousness, order.
Yet there is also a refined and gentle scholarly demeanor.
These two completely different temperaments are not contradictory but coexist harmoniously within him.
Hello, Ehei. I am Shi Jingwen, the president of Imperial University.
Shi Jingwen extended his hand to Ehei.
Hello, President Shi. You are the idol of all of us at Imperial University. It's truly an honor to meet you in person.
Ehei shook hands with Shi Jingwen, looking shy yet admiring as he spoke.
Haha, Ehei.
I'm not someone who pays much attention to formalities. No need to be so polite, just relax.
All right.
Ehei stretched comfortably. He had been on a plane for the entire journey, and since supersonic jets were already uncomfortable to sit in, the 2 life support pods taking up most of the space made it even worse for him. Shi Jingwen was taken aback when he saw Ehei's composed demeanor, then smiled and said, "Student Ehei is truly genuine."
Principal Shi, are you here to ask about the Linshui County matter?
No, I'm here to tell you that the task regarding the anomaly in Linshui County has been excellently completed by your team. You don't need to worry about any follow-up matters. Upon hearing this, Ehei felt slightly puzzled.
A matter involving a cult sacrificial ritual and the descent of the moon goddess, how could it be brushed aside so easily? Is there really no review or anything? Don't worry, Ehei. Please trust Imperial University.
Leave the aftermath of the Linshui County anomaly to us higher-ups to handle.
I also know what you're worried about. Rest assured, I respect the personal secrets of geniuses. However, when the school-wide task report is issued later, the Linshui County anomaly task will remain anonymous.
It will only be reported that your team completed a level 4 task. Of course, that's because level 5 tasks usually require a professor to lead. For you freshmen to directly report completing a level 5 task would be too sensational. But in terms of rewards, the Empire will grant them to you according to a level 5 mission.
The treatment is so good it feels like a dream.
He looked at Shi Jingwen, whose smile was as gentle as a spring breeze, and for a moment felt even more pressure than when facing Yu Yen Barrows. This old fox, could he possibly know that I cheated? A day later, Mad Doctor finally sent Ehei the post-war footage of Linshui County. Looking at the pictures on the phone, Ehei swallowed slightly.
If he remembered correctly, wasn't Linshui County a mountainous terrain? How did it turn into a large basin now?
Yes, the entire Linshui County has turned into a desolate large basin, and the massive crater looks just like it was struck by a meteorite.
Ehei suddenly
remembered the last sentence he heard before being sent away by Barrows. Have you ever been hit by the moon? BYD, that pretty boy wouldn't really do this, would he? After the battle, not only was the city destroyed, but the terrain here was permanently altered. Ehei exhaled deeply. It seems that a high martial world is still too dangerous. With my current strength, I still don't feel secure. High emotional intelligence says, there's still plenty of room for improvement. But when he thought about how he had taken advantage of such a powerful being, Ehei couldn't help but feel a secret thrill. However, whenever he thought of that guy Barrows, Ehei felt a bit of a headache, as he was still under the effect of Moonshade's gaze. This had caused him to not close his eyes and sleep until now, fearing he might encounter that lunatic Barrows in his dreams. Yesterday, Ehei also told Imperial University's principal, Shi Jingwen, about this matter. Shi Jingwen expressed that there was no need to worry. Qinglong had a way to seal the moon nightmare's gaze on Ehei. So at this moment, Ehei was waiting for Qinglong in the reception room. Finally, the redwood door was opened, and Ehei saw the man he had been waiting for. Qinglong still wore his long, ash-green hair wildly loose, his righteous and resolute face seemed capable of warding off evil, and his intensely oppressive green eyes were enough to make people dare not meet his gaze. This is the second-ranked martial artist of the Xia Kingdom, one of the top men standing on the pinnacle of Blue Star. However, at this moment, he was draped in a thick black sable coat, with thick clothing underneath, appearing to be very cold. Although it is currently the autumn and winter season, with the vitality and physique of a martial artist, wearing short sleeves and a vest even in sub-zero temperatures wouldn't be an issue, let alone for a powerhouse like Qinglong. So, there could only be one reason for Qinglong appearing so cold: the aftereffects of the battle with Barrows. Qinglong naturally noticed Ehei's expression. His cold and rigid face remained unchanged, and his proud heart as a strong warrior made him feel it necessary to explain. I did indeed suffer some cold energy because of that cunning demon, Manhwa, but I won that battle. That moon demon could only exchange 100 moves with me before its inferior body began to collapse and disintegrate. If it weren't for its numerous escape methods, I would have slain it long ago, and you wouldn't have to wait here for me to help you seal that gaze mark. He found it a bit hard to keep his composure. He hadn't expected the Azure Dragon to actually start explaining things to him. Although, it was somewhat different from the profound and enigmatic image of a strong figure he had imagined. Unexpectedly, it was a little cute. Let's begin. I'll help you seal off that gaze. The Azure Dragon took off his mink fur coat and other warm clothing, revealing muscles as robust and aesthetically pleasing as those of a superhero, wrapped in bandages. Principal Shi can calculate astronomical fate and destiny. He once told me about your uniqueness, so I can reveal some top-secret mysteries to you. Have you ever thought, were magical beasts once intelligent beings similar to humans? He widened his eyes. The Azure Dragon spoke quickly, his gaze filled with reminiscence. According to his account, when he was still a Xuanwu martial master, he once followed his teacher and 5 senior brothers to a newly unearthed ruin located in an A-level secret realm. Then, only Qinglong came out alive. Moreover, he was afflicted with a terrifying curse from the ruins. His body would gradually mutate into a beast. His sanity would also vanish during the process of beastification. Even when all the top doctors at home and abroad were helpless, Qinglong decided to exile himself. He did not want to become a mindless beast in his own homeland, ultimately harming his compatriots or being killed by them. So, the Azure Dragon went alone to the S-class secret realm located in the Atlantic Ocean, prepared to meet his end there. But a tsunami and storm brought him to an island untouched by humans. The remaining top-secret information cannot be disclosed to you. It pertains to the strategic plan for the future national destiny of Xia. In short, there were people on the island who helped me, preventing me from succumbing to the fate of becoming a magical beast. As Qinglong spoke, he tore off the bandages on his body, revealing a figure covered in mysterious black runes. Just a careless glance made he feel as if needles were stabbing his eyes, causing sharp pain. A few drops of fresh blood dripped from between the fingers covering his eyes. Although Ehei's eyes healed in less than 2 breaths, he dared not look any longer. Because of that one glance he just took, he felt as if his soul was about to be drawn in, a sensation of falling. Qinglong nodded at Ehei's reaction. Normally, even a great martial master would faint after just one glance at the runes on his body. For lower-level martial artists, the consequences could be even more severe, leading directly to brain death and a vegetative state. Ehei merely bled a little after one glance, truly exceptional. So far, Shi Jingwen had never misjudged anyone. Perhaps Ehei really could change the increasingly dangerous situation. Don't resist. Now I will imprint 2 runes in your sea of consciousness, and from now on, you can sleep peacefully. The Azure Dragon placed his finger on Ehei's forehead, and the runes at his fingertip wriggled like black worms, crawling onto Ehei's forehead as if they truly had life. Under the Azure Dragon's gaze, the 2 finger-thick runes slowly seeped into Ehei's forehead. On Ehei's panel, around the small text that read, Munmer's gaze, 2 black chains suddenly appeared, crossing to lock it tightly. Alright. The nanomaterial bandages on Qinglong's body automatically restored themselves, and he put on his imposing black mink coat again. If one were to ignore his frostbitten, rosy cheeks, he still still exuded quite the aura of a big shot. "Oh, by the way, your teacher is Gonku, right?" Xinglong suddenly said. At that moment, Ehei suddenly recalled something Gonku had once said to him. "That little he, I think I used to be the big boss at Imperial University, bullying quite a few people. Now they've all grown up, and being a Xuanwu martial artist is considered a low achievement. You must be careful. When you go out, don't say you're my student." As someone who had been around for many years, Xinglong naturally saw what he was thinking. His proud heart would not allow others to think of him as a petty person. So Xinglong explained, "Don't worry, I have no conflict with Gonku." Ehei was drenched in sweat. Mentioning this sentence just made me think that before Gonku's mental breakdown, she was the martial artist most likely to achieve the Grandmaster level through slaughter. It feels a bit regrettable, that's all. So, let's have a match next. I want to see the level of purity the heir of the once famous Rose of Slaughter can achieve. Ehei was taken aback upon hearing this, then pointed to the moonlight outside. "Mr. Xinglong, how about we spar under the moonlight?" The moon. Recalling some unpleasant and troublesome illusions, Xinglong frowned slightly. In a panoramic grand arena at Emperor University, a private duel was currently taking place. If people knew that one of the participants was the Azure Dragon from the first division of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, even billionaires would spare no expense, break their heads, and fight to get a ticket to watch this duel. The Azure Dragon was still wearing his black mink coat, as if this match wasn't enough to make him take off his clothes. "Next, I won't take the initiative to attack. You can freely showcase your skills, and I will only use the pure physical strength of one hand to defend. As long as you can make me move half a step from my position, you will be considered the winner. At that time, not only can you ask me to help you accomplish one thing at will, but you can also directly bypass the test and be listed under the first division of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, gaining corresponding privileges and benefits," Xinglong said. This promise was undeniably generous, but Xinglong didn't believe he could achieve it. After all, challenging him was too difficult. When he failed, Xinglong would still give him other rewards as consolation. "Alright then, Mr. Xinglong, please enlighten me." Moonlight pierced through the clouds, spilling onto Ehei. Under the moonlight's embrace, Ehei's entire body erupted with crackling sounds like firecrackers, and his jet black hair was tinged with a hint of silver white. Azure Dragon's pupils contracted. He actually sensed an aura on Ehei that was similar to that of Moonshade. However, it wasn't the corruptive aura of the polluted world found on the abyssal demons, but rather an attribute of the same origin as the moon. Azure Dragon was eager to ask Ehei how he managed it. From his previous profile records, it seemed he had never exhibited any traits related to moonlit night. But his inner pride still wouldn't allow Azure Dragon to take the initiative to ask. After Ehei's challenge, let him bring it up himself. "Mr. Azure Dragon, the first move is coming." Ehei drew the starfall blade, raised it high above his head, and the cold white moonlight spilled onto the blade, its star-like embellishments shimmering with a silver hue. Lunar Carnival, activated, fully amplifying mental power. The amplification of mental attributes, in particular, finally allowed Ehei to attempt integrating intent into his blade techniques. Xianhuang Martial Technique Azura 3 Blades First Blade, 1 Slaughter across 1,000 miles. The silver blade was instantly tinged with a crimson hue, as the overwhelming martial energy and bloodthirsty power surged into the starfall/blade, extending its blade with a 45-meter-long bloodthirsty phantom. The surrounding moonlight was also tainted with a blood-red hue, and through layers of optical reflection, the entire dueling arena was shrouded in a faint blood-colored glow. The blood-soaked battlefield further intensified Ehei's killing intent, making the 45-meter blood shadow blade in his hand even more imposing. Xinglong, upon witnessing Ehei's performance, appeared calm and composed on the surface, but was secretly alarmed. This aura, akin to slaying all under heaven and earth, had an incredibly high level of purity and martial intent. Similar to sword intent and blade intent, what Ehei displayed was killing intent, and the martial essence it exuded was unrelated to the warrior's strength but rather to the warrior's talent. Xinglong was astonished by Ehei's martial talent. Due to his inner pride, he always felt that the younger generation lacked sufficient strength and talent, so he had never considered taking on a disciple. But now, for the first time, Xinglong was moved. However, Ehei's first move was not yet complete. This was merely the build-up. All the moonlight quietly gathered behind Ehei, faintly forming the shadow of a full moon, and the blood energy on Ehei stained it into a blood moon. The Azure Dragon clenched his fist, his lips tightly pressed to prevent them from curling upward. He didn't want to affect the image of his majestic senior. He had to remain composed, but he was still too overjoyed. Ehei had actually comprehended a trace of intent. Although it was just a trace, not even enough to be considered a prototype, still, the artistic conception is a martial arts realm that only martial arts grandmasters can reach. Genius? No, it's a divine talent. Xinglong asked himself, at Ehei's age and stage, he couldn't achieve this. Xinglong couldn't help but think of that man he might never defeat in his lifetime, the #1 person in Daxia. Fu Hongsheng, relying on his extraordinary double pupils, could analyze all martial techniques and artistic concepts. With this almost cheat-like ocular power, he comprehended artistic concepts in his third year of university University, an achievement truly unprecedented. People originally thought this would also be unmatched in the future until Qinglong met Ehei. Perhaps he himself could not surpass that man, but Ehei had a chance. Unlike Qinglong's ever-expanding thoughts, Ehei's focus was unprecedentedly intense. Fortunately, the Azure Dragon gave Ehei enough time, allowing him to gather strength and unleash his most powerful strike. Xianhuang Martial Technique Azura 3-blade second blade. The weight of the blade suddenly increased by more than tenfold, and the 45-meter-long Blood Fiend Phantom became even more solid. Even the specially constructed arena floor beneath Ehei's feet, designed for high-level martial artists' duels, sank to reveal two distinct footprints. World appeared behind Ehei, gripping the mountain-like blood blade together with him. This strike embodied Ehei's current martial arts pinnacle. He was about to unleash it, killing intense, slaughtering moon. Slash! The 45-meter-long blade came crashing down, transforming into a massive crescent moon that smashed down with a thunderous roar. The blood-red glow illuminated the ground, and an endless killing intent surged forth like a tidal wave. Faced with such a strike, even the Azure Dragon was somewhat surprised to feel a hint of battle intent arise within itself. Military boxing. Fist clenched, Qinglong's unpretentious arm swing delivered a punch toward the collapsing blood-red moon. Below the Imperial University Research Institute, in Gongke's confinement room, the petite lowly, who had been lying lazily on the sofa watching a movie while drinking cola and eating chips, suddenly tensed up, her entire body springing up like a hamster. That murderous intent she sensed, was it Ehei? But how is it possible? How could Ehei go out for 3 days and return with such a terrifying killing aura? Could this kid have gone mad and slaughtered an entire city? It wasn't just Gongku. Other students and teachers from the martial arts path at Imperial University, or those with keen perception, all felt that blade as deep and overwhelming as a sea of blood. Some students with weak mental strength even hallucinated a blade slashing toward their necks. In a luxurious hotel, Xiang Jianzhuang, dressed in a bathrobe, focused his gaze in the direction of the academy's martial arts arena, momentarily forgetting to drink the red wine swirling in his hand. A pair of jade-like arms coiled around Xiang Jianzhuang's waist like water snakes, as a beauty exhaled fragrant breath near his ear. What's wrong? What could be more important than the pleasure we're about to enjoy? Nothing, I just sensed an incredibly terrifying killing intent. I didn't expect it to spread over such a great distance. I reckon most of the Imperial University campus can feel this killing intent. Truly ostentatious. Probably some strong senior from the 3rd or 4th year broke through, right? Don't worry, brother Jianzhuang, in a year, you'll definitely surpass this aura, the beauty consoled. Of course, Xiang Jianzhuang was extremely confident about this. He also believed it was the work of some senior or upperclassman. As for whether it could be a fellow freshman from his year, that thought never even crossed his mind. It was beyond his realm of consideration. Having been at Imperial University for half a year, aside from the almost mythical Ehei who was talked about at the beginning, Xiang Jianzhuang had either interacted with or learned about all the other notable students. They compared themselves to him, and there was an insurmountable chasm between them, let alone daring to associate themselves with the murderous intent that had shaken the school. As for that Ehei, a whole semester had almost passed since the start of school, and he hadn't shown up even once. He must have faded into obscurity by now, right? Xiang Jianzhuang suddenly felt a surge of heroic spirit, as if challenging all the heroes under heaven. He embraced the beauty behind him, ready to spend a wonderful evening together. In the panoramic dueling arena of Imperial University, a mighty crescent of blood-red light tore through the airwaves and crashed down with a thunderous roar. In contrast, it was met with a simple, unadorned fist. To what extent can the pure physical strength of a martial artist reach? Splitting mountains? Parting seas? At the moment the Azure Dragon struck, he understood. It was the overwhelming force that could crush all techniques, capable of breaking through everything ahead with dominance. Unlike Gongko, the Azure Dragon did not target Ehei's weak points to break his defense in an instant. Instead, it confronted him head-on, clashing directly. Using the purest form of violence, it engaged in a frontal collision. The blood-red lunar disk collided with the fiercely intense military boxing. The blood-red crescent moon pressed down madly, with blade-like energy sweeping across the entire dueling arena. But the majestic figure of the Azure Dragon stood unmoving like a mountain, impervious to Ehei's ferocious onslaught, remaining utterly unshaken. Military boxing break. As the Azure Dragon fully unleashed his punch, the vast blood moon before him shattered with a roar, its crescent moonlight turning into a crimson chaotic wind, wreaking havoc and destruction. Due to the blood moon's collapse, the entire dueling arena was shrouded in a layer of blood mist. The Azure Dragon stood proudly amidst the blood mist, when suddenly his gaze sharpened. Discovering that Ehei, who swung this strike, had overdrawn his martial energy, was weak, his vitality exhausted, and was teetering as he fell backward. Qinglong frowned. Ehei was indeed still too young. In order to earn his recognition, he had actually unleashed such a severely draining forbidden technique. Fearing that Ehei, a future pillar of the Xia kingdom, might have harmed his martial foundation, he instantly left his original position and caught the nearly collapsing Ehei. But after supporting Ehei, he realized something
was amiss. I was deceived. Hee, Mr. Azure Dragon, you've moved more than half a step now, haven't you? I've won. Ehei stood up with a smile, showing no signs of physical exhaustion. Under normal circumstances, Azure Dragon wouldn't have been fooled by Ehei, not even if he pretended to be weak. At the level of Qinglong, under his perception, things like your vitality, breathing, heartbeat amplitude, and other indicators of your physiological condition might be clearer to him than to yourself. Ehei was able to deceive Qinglong due to two conditions. The first condition was that after the slaughtering moon shattered, it turned into a sky full of blood mist, which, upon being inhaled by Qinglong, automatically triggered the blood nightmare technique. Under the concealment and hallucinatory effects amplified by the moonlight, it interfered with Qinglong's sensory judgment, but this was still not enough to affect Qinglong, a top-tier powerhouse. What truly matters is the second point, the aftermath of the moonshade left by Barrows on Qinglong. Ehei's illusion interference was amplified by the aftermath, coupled with Qinglong's high regard for Ehei and his eagerness to save him, ultimately affecting Qinglong's judgment. This caused Qinglong to move dozens of meters away from his original position, exceeding the limits to complete the trial. This did not violate Ehei's rule of relying on his own strength to shake Qinglong. After all, the bloodshade technique is Ehei's own power. Qinglong looked at Ehei's smug expression, his face changing slightly, but he had his own pride and was not one to refuse to admit defeat. He would naturally do what he said. Ehei, you win. Tell me, what do you want? If it had been before coming to Imperial University, Ehei would have said he wanted a sufficient number of high-quality plant-type magic cores to help Brother Legend successfully transition to Brother Planet. But now, as Ehei has access to more and more resources, he would no longer choose consumables like magic cores and genetic potions. As one of the strongest individuals on the entire Blue Star, Qinglong's promise could be described as priceless, and even that would be an understatement. Therefore, Ehei plans to keep this promise for now. As his strength and level increase, the later he redeems the promise, the higher its value will be. Mr. Qinglong, I would like to hold on to this promise for now. Qinglong nodded, expressing his admiration for Ehei's foresight. But next came the main event. Qinglong wanted to take Ehei as his disciple. Originally, he had planned to wait until Ehei lost, then guide him a bit to make him take the initiative to ask. But now, ahem, Ehei, your killing intent and martial arts skills are quite impressive. Gongko has taught you fairly well. Well, teacher Gongko does indeed have a very high level of teaching, but it's still lacking a bit. The killing intent isn't strong enough. After all, you don't have a more powerful physique as support, so the killing intent can only remain superficial. Are you suggesting that I should train my body? Ehei smiled as he spoke. The reason he smiled was because he hadn't just revealed his Godzilla-like body. If Qinglong had seen it, Ehei's 71% compatibility Godzilla physique, he absolutely couldn't say that Ehei should train his physique. But the key is who you train with. The foundation of the body must be properly established, and you can't go down the wrong path. At this time, having a teacher with an extremely strong physical body as a guide becomes very important. Qinglong felt he had hinted enough. Ehei nodded, feeling that Qinglong made sense. After adding various monster templates to himself, he had already surpassed human limits in terms of physical extremes. Although his body was already terrifying, there was still a lot of room for development. I understand, Mr. Qinglong. Tomorrow, I'll find the dean of the Body Cultivation Academy and ask him to guide me in my physical training. Qinglong really wanted to say, you understand nothing. You don't understand a thing. But this couldn't be blamed on Ehei. In Ehei's view, Qinglong held a high position and was undoubtedly very busy. Besides, he had never heard of Qinglong taking on any disciples before, and Ehei had no vested interest with him, nor were they familiar with each other. Why would he think that Qinglong, the second most powerful person in Daxia, would hint at taking him as a disciple? Just because he had some cheat-like abilities? Underneath his inner pride, Qinglong still couldn't bring himself to take the initiative to accept a disciple. However, he came up with a compromise. Before leaving, he left Ehei with a powerful but extremely difficult body tempering technique. This body tempering technique was something he had obtained years ago after slaying a Western powerhouse who had invaded the South China Sea of the Xia Kingdom. It was said to be a national treasure-level martial art of a certain Western country. Indeed, practicing it was extremely difficult, and the reason lay in the fact that this Western martial resonance space did not recognize Qinglong, a man from the Xia Kingdom. Thus, it wasn't until Qinglong reached the Grandmaster realm that he forcibly conquered the martial resonance space with sheer strength and obtained its legacy. Now, Qinglong passed this technique to Ehei. Ehei would undoubtedly face numerous difficulties in learning it, and by then, he would have to seek his guidance. In this way, it could be considered a disguised form of becoming the boy's master. Later on, he could formally establish the title, and that would settle it. Bidding farewell to Qinglong, Ehei returned to his long-unvisited dormitory. Speaking of which, after being at Imperial University for more than half a year, he had spent most of his time accompanying Gongko underground and had barely stayed in his own dormitory. Fortunately, there are robots for automatic cleaning, so the dormitory doesn't end up dusty and overgrown. Ehei soaked in the massage bathtub, holding an ancient
ancient European-style metal emblem in his hand. This was the martial rhythm carrier for the body forging technique. Engraved on it was a two-winged dragon pierced by a sword, likely the family crest of some Western lineage. Of course, Ehei didn't care where it came from. After all, it was given by the second-ranked person in Desya, the Azure Dragon boss. Ehei felt assured using it. This time, should I still use the sleep cultivation method to go in and train? After taking a bath, Ehei walked into the bedroom wearing a bathrobe, preparing for the long-awaited sleep cultivation method. But at that moment, the doorbell to the room rang. Ehei put the badge into the space ring and went to open the door, only to see an unexpected figure after opening it. Ouyang-zhe. At this moment, he looked extremely exhausted, his hair messy, completely lacking the spirited demeanor he had when they first met months ago. Ehei, may I come in? Please come in. After all, the person opposite couldn't possibly overpower him, so Ehei wasn't afraid of what he might do. Who would have thought that as soon as Ehei closed the door, Ouyang-zhe would quickly drop to his knees with a loud thud. Brothery, there were too many people outside just now. Now that we're inside, I'm kneeling before you. I'm begging you, you must become the president of the Dragon Blood Society. Brothery, please take the position of president of the Dragon Society. Ehei looked at Ouyang-zhe, who was clutching his leg and shouting, and for a moment didn't know what to say. Although it is said that a person's character can change over time, Ouyang-zhe, your change is just too drastic. What have you experienced in the past half year at Imperial University? Where is your high-spirited confidence, your strategic planning, and your bold ambition to divide the territory with the local students of the capital? How did you end up looking like such a loser? Ehei found it a bit hard to maintain his composure. However, he still asked another question first. Ouyang-zhe, how did you know I returned to the dormitory? Our Dragon Blood Society just happened to have a member who saw you come back. Egu, did you watch through secretly installed surveillance? Brothery, let me explain. We didn't install it in your room, only in the hallway. It was really a last resort. Come practice with me. Ehei said this as he grabbed Ouyang-zhe and dragged him directly into the training room. After experiencing firsthand what it felt like to be used as a human basketball, Ouyang-zhe lay weakly on the ground, his body swollen all over from the beating. But the moment his aching body touched the floor, the pain made him bounce right back up. Normally, a martial artist's willpower would keep them from being so afraid of pain. However, Ehei had used the blood nightmare technique to confuse Ouyang-zhe's senses, amplifying his perception of pain several times over. That was how Ouyang-zhe became hypersensitive, which served as a lesson for him. After all, being watched every day by someone with a camera to see if you'd come home was truly disgusting. 20 minutes later. If it weren't for Ouyang-zhe constantly begging for mercy during the beating, without any resistance or defense, letting Ehei hit him as he pleased, Ehei would have hit him even harder. Tell me, why did you come to me to be the president? What trouble has your organization encountered recently? Wu, Men, Ju, Ji, Zueg, Jin. Stop. Ehei looked at this guy's mouth, swollen like a sausage, and his face, puffed up like a bun, and felt that it was too difficult for him to speak now, making it uncomfortable to listen to. So Ehei gave Ouyang-zhe a few healing blood-dissolving pills. With the powerful digestive ability of a martial artist, Ouyang-zhe's swollen body quickly absorbed the medicinal effects and recovered rapidly. Cough. Ouyang-zhe felt a surge of clotted blood rise in his throat. He was about to spit it out, but considering this was Ehei's floor and there was no trash can nearby, he swallowed it back down. Brother E, our organization can't keep running anymore. Please, we beg you to step in. After Ouyang-zhe finished speaking, Ehei finally understood what was going on. At Imperial University, students are allowed to independently establish clubs and organizations, but unless they make special contributions, the school does not provide operational funding for the organizations. When the Dragon Blood Society was first established, the summer special training for the Imperial Capital's first-year reservists had not yet ended. This emerging organization quickly gained immense popularity and secured sponsorships from many martial arts groups in society. Ouyang-zhe indeed had talent. Under his leadership, the Dragon Blood Society established numerous preferential channels with commercial firms, offering benefits to its members and further attracting other students to join. The influx of a large number of students increased the commercial value of the Dragon Blood Society, enabling it to secure more resources and sponsorships, which in turn attracted even more students to join. This was essentially a virtuous cycle. Unfortunately, after the students of the Imperial Capital's summer training camp completed their training, things were no longer the same. The Dragon Blood Society, under the banner of leading students from outside the Imperial Capital to compete for the title of top student in the Imperial University, traditionally held by locals of the Imperial Capital, also exploited dissatisfaction over the abundant resources available to local students as a rallying cry to recruit members. This naturally put them at odds with the interests of the local students. Inevitably, this led to conflicts and disputes. As a result, under the leadership of Xiang Jianzhuang, the Dragon Blood Society suffered repeated defeats. Its commercial value steadily declined, investors gradually withdrew, and the welfare channels of the trading firms were shut down. Ordinary members, upon seeing that the Dragon Blood Society was failing, immediately began considering leaving, while outsiders were even less likely to join the declining organization. In the end, the Dragon Blood Society fell into an unmanageable state. After listening to Ouyang-Zai's grievances, Ehei pondered in silence. Ouyang-Zai, on the other hand, waited nervously on the side, his hands intertwining behind his back, revealing his inner unease. More than half a year of managing as the president had him frequently interacting with major bosses from the outside world, attending social engagements, negotiating collaborations, or handling various documents and operations of the entire organization. Ouyang-Zai had matured significantly. His former arrogance was completely restrained. However, his ambition not only remained undiminished but had grown even more inflated. He could not accept seeing his hard work go to waste. To suppress Xiang Jianzhuang, he could certainly choose to seek help from senior students, but there were unspoken rules between different grades. Grievances within the same grade could only be resolved within that grade. If he sought a senior to suppress Xiang Jianzhuang today, then tomorrow Xiang Jianzhuang would dare to bring senior locals from the imperial capital to overturn his Dragon Blood Society. Only Ehei, this fellow student, meets the criteria the most. Ouyang-Zai didn't know Ehei's current strength or how far he had grown. Before facing Xiang Jianzhuang, he was certain that Ehei, the man who could defeat Qianlong, was absolutely above all the other freshmen. But after the confrontation, having personally experienced Xiang Jianzhuang's power, he became somewhat uncertain. After all, Ehei was too low-key, and outsiders had no idea about his current strength. Fortunately, after witnessing Ehei's brutal beating earlier, Ouyang-Zai felt much more at ease. That's right, Ehei beat up Ouyang-Zai, and not only would he not resent it, but he would actually be very happy. The harder the beating, the happier he would be. Of course, this wasn't due to some peculiar fetish, it was because, during the beating, Ouyang-Zai could feel Ehei's strength. Although it didn't reveal much of Ehei's hidden abilities, the fact that he could treat him like a basketball at least proved that Ehei's martial arts skills were far superior to his own. This gave him a great sense of security. In Ouyang-Zai's anxious wait, Ehei, who had finished pondering, gave his response. All right. Ouyang-Zai widened his eyes in excitement and clenched his fist. His Dragon Blood Society finally had a chance to come back to life. But before Ouyang-Zai could speak, Ehei interrupted him. Rather than saying you want me to be the president, it's more like you've brought me in as a protector and benefactor for the Dragon Blood Society. So, let's skip the nonsense and get straight to the point. What do you want me to do next? The Great Xiao Recovery Plan. It was revealed to me by a teacher I know well. Of course, since it's not classified information, there's nothing against the rules about it. Cut the nonsense. Get to the point. The Great Xiao Recovery Plan is about the Xiao Nation preparing to gather martial artists from across the country to reclaim the 12 cities and surrounding areas that have been completely occupied by magical beasts. Universities across the country will also participate in this recovery plan, and senior students from our Imperial University are expected to be at the forefront. As for us freshmen, although we don't need to operate in the dangerous frontline areas, we are at least responsible for the surrounding areas of the fallen cities. This year's final exams and the selection for the top of the class will all take place during this recovery plan. So, Brother E, during this recovery plan, our Dragon Blood Society will follow your lead completely. You must achieve the highest score. After seeing Ouyang-Zai off and watching him dismantle the hidden surveillance, Ehei lay on the sofa, squinting his eyes as he stared at the cold moon outside the window. He agreed to help Ouyang-Zai revive the Dragon Blood Society, not out of pity for him, but because it was crucial to Ehei's future development. Template extraction. Ehei had already confirmed that as long as he achieved accomplishments, he would gain an opportunity to extract a template, and the higher the achievement, the greater the chance of obtaining a high-level template. Ouyang-Zai is quite talented in management. If Ehei can help him clear all obstacles with his abilities, it is entirely possible to take the scale of the Dragon Blood Society to the next level. If Ehei can truly make the Dragon Blood Society bigger and stronger, becoming the top organization at Imperial University, the reward template would definitely be stronger than the ones obtained during the Anqing College entrance exam and in Zodiac City. Moreover, the achievement of being the youngest chairman is something I must attain as well. Martial arts, templates, both hands must be strong. The next day, Dragon Blood Society's executive meeting room. All 12 core members of the Dragon Blood Society were present, including quite a few old acquaintances whom he had taught a lesson to in Zodiac City. Yan Jingxion, is Ouyang-Zai still not here? He's way too slow, isn't he? Xian Chen, with his center-parted hair, had his legs propped up on the table, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, speaking nonchalantly. Yan Jingxion looked at Xian Chen with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes, though he concealed it well. When the Dragon Blood Society was thriving, this guy used to address Ouyang-Zai as president with every sentence and was always polite to me. Now, not only does he call him by name, but his actions are also highly provocative. This guy is up to no good today. The vice president went to pick up the real president of the Dragon Blood Blood Society today. He'll be here soon, Yan Jingxiong said in a muffled voice. The real president? Everyone understood what this meant, as Ouyang had always claimed to be the vice president. In front of others, he openly stated that the leader of the Dragon Blood Society had always been waiting for Ehei. Xianchan and Lan Siyu's expressions changed, both recalling unpleasant memories. Since childhood, they had always been regarded as geniuses, but in front of that man, they were kicked around like a ball, wherever he pointed. While feeling deeply humiliated, they also developed a strong fear of that man. However, Xianchan and Lan Siyu also did not forget today's task. If Ehei hasn't neglected martial arts in the past 6 months, they must finish the task before Ehei arrives, then quickly leave. Otherwise, they won't escape a beating. Yan Jingxiong, you're not pinning your hopes on Ehei, are you? You should have witnessed brother Jian Zhuang's strength. There's no one in the same year who can rival him. When it's time to let go, just let go. Ouyang no longer has a chance to turn things around. Anyway, the benefits you've gained from the Dragon Blood Society are already substantial. Withdrawing in time is what makes a smart person. Time was tight, and Xianchan, afraid of Ehei coming over, chose to tear off the facade directly. That's right, placing hope on outsiders is utterly meaningless. A wise bird chooses the right tree to nest in. The Dragon Blood Society is destined to be nothing more than a fleeting moment. Struggling to stop it will only result in being crushed by the tide of events. Lan Siyu chimed in to support. What do you want to do? Yan Zhengxiong stared at the two men intently. He finally understood they were here to rebel today. Everyone, you should all know about the Zhou family from the imperial capital, right? The true martial arts family of the great Xia. Young Master Zhou Kai, a direct descendant of the Zhou family, has already promised us a good future. Following young Master Zhou is far better than staying in this half-dead Dragon Blood Society, waiting to be wiped out by brother Jian Zhuang, isn't it? Yeah, do you really believe in Ehei, who hasn't shown up for over half a year and doesn't respond to the provocations from the people of the imperial capital? Xianchan ignored Yan Jingxiong, raised his arm, and began organizing people into groups. Pre-arranged actors echoed from the sidelines. 6 officials, who had previously been approached by Xianchan and Lan Siyu and were internally undecided, finally made their decision. They want to side with Xianchan, who clearly has a brighter future. Everyone had helped the Dragon Blood Society before, and now that it has collapsed, they owe it nothing. Seeking a better future elsewhere isn't wrong, right? These cadres who had chosen their side justified themselves in this way. You all. Yan Jingxiong looked at the cadres in the meeting room and found that 8 of them had chosen to leave, leaving only him and 3 other cadres. Cadres are an important part of the organization, each holding a significant amount of the organization's business secrets and resources, as well as leading many ordinary members who follow them. If more than half of the cadres leave at once, it not only means that a large amount of secrets and connections will be leaked, but most ordinary members will likely leave without hesitation as well, practically hollowing out the Dragon Blood Society. Even if Ehei returns to take charge, he would only be facing an organization that has become almost an empty shell. Just as Yan Jingxiong was about to stop them, the conference room door was kicked open. A young man with a flamboyant afro, adorned in gold and silver and dressed in the most extravagant and luxurious attire, swaggered in. Xianchan, why are you so slow? I've been waiting downstairs forever. Brother Kai, everything's been taken care of. We were just about to leave. Xianchan responded to the young man in front of him with a very humble attitude. This is the Dragon Blood Society's hall. How did you get in here? Yan Jingxiong clenched his fists, and a fierce martial aura began to brew. How else would I get in? I fought my way in. Don't worry, I'll compensate afterward, with money and cultivation resources. Those injured gatekeepers, once they see they've been beaten up, might be thrilled to get resources they couldn't earn in years. Ha ha ha. Zhou Kai laughed arrogantly. Exactly, Brother Kai is just giving them a chance to make some money. Ha ha. Xianchan, who knew Zhou Kai's personality well, quickly chimed in and laughed alone. UF asterisk 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 ing. Yan Jingxiong, being a blade cultivator with fierce and vigorous energy, could not tolerate such provocation. He immediately launched a kick-punch combo, aiming straight at Zhou Kai's face. However, the woman in black who had been quietly following behind Zhou Kai stepped in front of Yan Jingxiong. After exchanging several moves, Yan Jingxiong found himself completely suppressed. Useless. You couldn't even take down this big oaf right away. Xianchan, Lan Siyu, and everyone else who wants to side with me. All of you, get him. Beat him into the hospital. This is your pledge of loyalty. All the cadres who wanted to defect froze. They could leave for the sake of their future, but to bare their fangs at their old boss before leaving, that was a bit disgusting. Their standards weren't that low. What? You're unwilling? If you're unwilling, don't even think about walking out of this door standing upright. Do you really think my place, Zhou Kai's place, is a shelter? That I take in any kind of dog? What's the point of keeping dogs that won't bite on my command? Zhou Kai's face twisted into a ferocious expression. Creak. The conference room door was pushed open once again, emitting a slightly grating sound that drew everyone's attention. Ouyang, is this mess all you're leaving me with? I could hear the commotion here from the second floor. Apologies, Brother E. Please excuse excuse the embarrassment. But our Dragon Blood Society does indeed need a major overhaul. Jokai watched the two people walk in, ignoring him and chatting among themselves, the veins on his temples bulging.
Hey, do you know who I am? Ignoring me.
Before Jokai could finish his sentence, he directly grabbed his exaggerated afro and threw him out the window.
Ah, it's finally quieter. When I heard you barking like a dog from downstairs, I already wanted to throw you out.
Everyone was stunned, except for Yen Jingxiong and Ouyang Zhe, who had been beaten by Ehei, including Xien Chen.
He knew Ehei was domineering, but he didn't expect him to be this domineering. Do you know who that guy with the afro is? You just threw him out like trash?
Seeing her master turn into a falling object from the sky, the woman in black was also dumbfounded.
Brothery, this woman is with Xien Chen and Lan Xiu.
Yen Jingxiong, who had been repeatedly humiliated, finally found a chance to regain some ground. Without any chance to react, Xien Chen and the woman in black felt a sharp pain on their scalps, and in the next instant, they were sent flying out the window, experiencing a sudden free fall.
Your turn. Why don't you take a flight too?
Ehei said to Lan Xiu, repeating a line that sounded all too familiar. I'll go myself. Before she could finish her sentence, Ehei kicked her straight out the window.
You people, what do you want this time?
After throwing out 4 bags of trash, Ehei clapped his hands and looked unkindly at the officials who were getting up to leave. The officials were drenched in sweat.
When Ehei made his move just now, with their dynamic vision, they couldn't catch a trace of Ehei's movements.
This indicated that the legendary Ehei, who was talked about so much at the start of the school year, might not have been fabricated by Ouyang Zhe.
Sorry, President. Just now, I was blinded by greed and foolishly believed the lies of that scoundrel Xien Chen,
even thinking about leaving the Dragon Blood Society. Du Yiming immediately lowered his head to admit his mistake. He was very clever, realizing that after offending Zhou Kai, there was no chance of joining the circle of the imperial capital people.
He knew he couldn't afford to be abandoned by the Dragon Blood Society.
Those who could get into Imperial University were all smart people, and the other officers quickly caught on, hastily apologizing as well. He gave Ouyang Zhe a look, signaling that the officers he had once chosen himself should be dealt with by him.
Ehei and Ouyang Zhe's division of labor was similar.
He couldn't afford to waste time dealing with the trivial matters of the Dragon Blood Society, nor was it his area of expertise.
These tasks were directly handed over to Ouyang Zhe, the vice president, to handle.
He only needed to step in and crush any issues that the Dragon Blood Society couldn't resolve. Ouyang Zhe looked at the cadres who were bowing their heads in apology, pondered for a moment, and then said, "This time, you won't be expelled from the Dragon Blood Society, but your cadre positions will enter a probationary period.
If you're deemed unqualified, you'll be removed. And this week's Dragon Blood Society event, none of you are allowed to participate. Do you accept this punishment? I'm asking you, do you accept it or not?" A hint of killing intent emanated from Ehei.
The cadres immediately felt as if their hearts were being gripped by a giant hand, suffocating and oppressive.
"Then you may leave for now." Ouyang Zhe squinted his eyes as he watched the departing cadres back.
This group of people would ultimately have to be removed from their positions, but for now, the Dragon Blood Society couldn't afford too much turmoil, so they had to be kept in their respective roles for the time being.
This was also the reason why Ouyang Zhe hadn't expelled them from the Dragon Blood Society.
Just as Yen Jingxiong had thought, Ouyang Zhe couldn't hand over an empty shell to Ehei in the end. At this moment, the people remaining in the conference room were all trusted confidants of Ouyang Zhe.
Except,
Ehei was not the least bit polite and directly took the main seat, while the others also took their seats one after another.
The meeting began.
Ouyang Zhe, I already understand the current predicament of the Dragon Blood Society.
In summary, it's a lack of money and investment, correct? Ehei said.
That's right. So the Great Xiao recovery in a month is our best opportunity to make an appearance. Too slow, I have a more direct approach, Ehei said.
Everyone was curious about what brilliant idea Ehei had. Ever since I returned to Imperial University, I've been hearing the name Xiang Jianzhuang. I'll just call out the source of the Dragon Blood Society's decline, fight him, and wouldn't it all be settled if I win?
Everyone looked at each other. Although it sounded a bit reckless, it actually seemed to make sense.
Only Ehei, this incredibly powerful man, would dare to come up with this method, right?
Unfortunately, Ouyang Zhe said at this moment, but Xiang Jianzhuang announced this morning that he would be going into seclusion to break through to the Martial Master realm. Speaking of which, the reason Xiang Jianzhuang decided to go into seclusion and push forward was because of the killing intent he displayed that night. The extremely arrogant Xiang Jianzhuang was somewhat provoked, so he began his attempt to reach a higher martial arts realm earlier than planned.
Then we can't lure him out and beat him up? He seemed a bit disappointed.
But soon, he thought of another way. If showcasing strength is the key to attracting investment, the opponent doesn't necessarily have to be limited to just the freshman. Attracting investment is essentially about creating hype.
Wouldn't challenging the top experts across the entire school make an even bigger splash?
He also remembered the promise made by Qinglong that night to be listed under the first division of Dasha Longke. This reputation seems quite significant and could be used for some packaging. How much do
do you know about the first division of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow?
As soon as he heard this sentence, Yan Zhenxiang's eyes lit up, his face full of longing. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow is the most powerful martial organization in Great Xia, and the first division is the strongest unit within the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. Members of the other divisions of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow are all called Dragon Sparrow agents, while the members of the first division are all referred to as aces.
Do you really want to go in?
Of course. The first division is the Club of the Strong, and the division chief is none other than Xinglong, the second-ranked person in Daxia. Every year, the number of Imperial University graduates who can be admitted into the first division might not even exceed 3. It's the place all martial artists at Imperial University aspire to join. Ehei nodded and said, I understand what to do. Let the Dragon Blood Society's news team get to work and spread the word outside. I, Ehei, the president of the Dragon Blood Society and the ace agent of the first division of Daxia's Dragon Sparrow, hereby challenge all martial artists at Imperial University whose cultivation is below that of a great martial master.
So, what do you think? Isn't it sensational? It's guaranteed to attract full investment. The meeting room fell into silence.
There was so much information and so many points to process that everyone didn't know which one to focus on. Was it Ehei challenging all students at Imperial University with cultivation below that of a great martial master, defying the odds? Or was it the fact that Ehei is the ace agent of the first division of Daxia's Dragon Sparrow, which was even more astonishing? Brother E, you're the ace agent of the first division? Impossible. Putting aside the issue of strength, you can't even take the entrance exam for the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow without graduating.
Yan Zhenxiang exclaimed in disbelief. Exam? I didn't take any exam.
I can't go into details, but I was directly recruited into the system, Ehei said, waving his hand.
No exam and you still got in?
Yan Zhenxiang's eyes lost their light. The heart of a small-town test-taker felt deeply shaken.
Brother E, you're not joking, right?
This is not something to mess around with, Ouyang also asked.
I'm not joking.
I started the job last night and the credentials should be ready in a couple of days. Then challenging all the students below the level of Grand Martial Master in the school. Ordinary martial masters would be crushed directly, but for a few genius martial masters, it might take a bit more time, Ehei said resolutely. Joking aside, he has already slain 2 great martial masters, let alone ordinary martial masters. Unfortunately, if he wants to fight against stronger great martial masters, Ehei will most likely have to use his trump card, Time Stop. However, the power of Time Stop lies in the element of surprise, and exposing this critical trump card just to attract investment isn't worth it.
Otherwise, Ehei would directly challenge the entire Imperial University. Ouyang saw Ehei's serious attitude.
Although it felt somewhat beyond reason, since it was Ehei, he chose to trust him. Ouyang directly called the news team, asking them to work overtime temporarily, while he prepared to contact those investors to start seeking sponsorship. These trivial matters were all left to him to handle.
Ehei only needed to do one thing, and that was to crush all challengers.
Today, the walls of the Imperial University campus were blown up.
An article titled Shocking.
Ehei, the top freshman who disappeared for half a year, has returned as the ace of the first department and is set to challenge the entire Imperial University went viral. It has drawn the attention of the entire Imperial University campus.
Who is so bold to challenge the whole school? Has anyone heard of this Ehei?
I heard the leading figure among this year's freshmen is Xiang Jianzhuang from the Xiang family in the Imperial capital.
Ehei? I think I've heard of him.
I heard he's a freshman this year and ranked first in the reformed entrance exam, which even caught the attention of several deans.
Really? Then how come there hasn't been any news about him for the past 6 months? Whether or not he's the best in school, how did he even get into the first division of Daxia Longke?
This year, the graduates who took the first division exam all said it was insanely difficult, eliminating 99% of the candidates.
It seems like he didn't take the exam and got in directly without testing. Without taking an exam, you get a position? Damn, is it all thanks to an innocent smile?
Hey upstairs, my smile is nothing but pure.
Pure my foot.
Shut up,
Snow Leopard. Imperial University Hospital.
Lu Qingzhu and Shuzhou, who were recuperating on the hospital bed, both saw this news. Both of them knew that whenever he made a big move, someone was bound to be unlucky again. Ouyang efficiency was indeed high. He quickly helped Ehei build momentum. The news even spread beyond the school and was posted online, rapidly gaining widespread attention.
Among them, due to Ehei's identity as the ace of the first subject, countless netizens questioned its authenticity, suspecting it was just a ploy to gain traffic.
Many at Daxia Longke demanding proof of its validity. Then, the official Daxia Longke directly announced that Ehei was a special talent and was hired without needing to take the test. The official statement did not silence everyone, as many still questioned Ehei's abilities and whether he deserved the title of ace. Ouyang seized on this point of contention and led his team of journalism elites to steer the narrative.
Want to know if Ehei is worthy? Just watch the Imperial University's live-streamed arena match when the time comes, won't you? I bet Ehei must be all talk.
There must be a lot of shady deals behind his entry into the first division. vision. When I watch the livestream, I definitely want to see how he manages to keep up the act. Stop speculating about Ehei's abilities here. Isn't there a livestream? Once you watch it, you'll know whether it's true or not. I believe in Ehei. Since he dares to call for a challenge and livestream the whole thing, it must be real. The accounts stirring up discussions fall into different factions: those who believe in Ehei, those who criticize him and are waiting to see him fail, and the so-called neutral party. But regardless of which faction the account belonged to, they all mention one thing: go watch Ehei's livestream. With both overt and covert promotion, the hype surrounding Ehei's livestream kept climbing, to the point where major streaming platforms had already sent representatives to communicate with the Dragon Blood Society, applying for exclusive streaming rights. With such a surge in traffic, advertisers also flocked in, scrambling to throw money at the Dragon Blood Society. In just one day, the Dragon Blood Society miraculously gained a massive cash flow and was revived from the brink of collapse. Imperial University Hospital. Lying on the hospital bed, Joe Kai looked at the news about Ehei and laughed angrily. When Ehei threw him out back then, not only was the martial energy in his body sealed, but a hidden force was also applied to him, causing him to be severely injured from the fall. After being thrown into the hospital by Ehei, he had nowhere to seek justice. After all, he was the one who trespassed into the Dragon Blood Society's clubhouse first, and being thrown into the hospital by the new president, even the school wouldn't intervene. Joe Kai could still remember the humiliation of that day. After Ehei had slammed him to the ground, leaving him paralyzed and gasping for air, several more people fell on top of him one after another like dumplings dropping into a pot. He was nearly knocked out cold. He never expected that before he could find someone to teach Ehei a lesson, Ehei himself would host a tournament challenging the entire school. Ha ha ha, wasn't that just asking for death? Joe Kai's eyes were as venomous as a snake's, exuding ruthlessness. Martial artists compete in arena matches, but blades and swords have no eyes. Isn't it quite normal if someone accidentally gets killed? Ehei, representing the Dragon Blood Society, hosted the arena match, sparking intense discussions throughout the Imperial University. After all, Ehei, as a first-year 8th-stage martial artist, was challenging the school's entire roster of martial masters. There was even a betting pool in the school about how many rounds Ehei could last in this arena match. Whether out of amusement or a genuine desire to test Ehei's strength, many senior students were preparing to participate. As the excitement continued to build, 2 days passed quickly, and the day of Ehei's arena competition finally arrived. However, some people were a bit puzzled that Ehei had scheduled the competition for the evening. Some internet commentators suggested that Ehei did this because the evening attracts the largest audience and the best traffic, making his intention to make money all too obvious. But how could they know that Ehei chose the evening because it gave him a home field advantage? The Dragon Blood Society applied to the school for the largest full-range dueling arena, whose overall design somewhat resembled the famous bird's nest building from Ehei's previous life. Accompanied by grand fireworks exploding in the sky and stirring music with captivating drumbeats, Ehei's all-school arena competition officially began. Meanwhile, at the Imperial University arena competition, under the dual spotlight of being the youngest ace agent of the Dasha Dragon Sparrow 1st Division, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had already surpassed 30 million. Dear family members, the Imperial University arena competition you've been eagerly awaiting has officially begun. Now, let's welcome tonight's main star Ehei. Above the arena, a helicopter rented by the Dragon Blood Society for Ehei to use as a jumping platform hovered amidst the clouds over the grand stage. Upon hearing the host's command, Ehei, without any protective measures, jumped directly from the helicopter. Atomic energy erupted from his body, enabling a secondary acceleration in mid-air, transforming him into a blue meteor piercing through the clouds. Under the gaze of tens of millions of spectators, Ehei dramatically tore through the clouds, generating sonic boom shockwaves behind him as he descended from the sky. Before landing, a surge of blue energy pulse erupted from Ehei's body, neutralizing most of the descending kinetic energy, allowing him to land smoothly. Handsome and masculine Ehei slowly stood up, the surrounding moonlight automatically converging and draping over him. The densely packed barrage of comments in the livestream momentarily fell silent. When everyone snapped out of the momentum from just now, the number of comments instantly skyrocketed tenfold. Damn, the coolest entrance I've seen this year. 6,666. Not sure if Ehei is strong, but his flair for showing off is absolutely top-notch. This is what a real champion of the ring looks like, descending from the sky, bathed in moonlight, so domineering. Those coming up next to challenge already lose a notch in momentum compared to Ehei just from their entrance. Ehei truly displayed the demeanor of a champion. Although on the surface, it seems like he's challenging the entire school, in reality Ehei, you are the challengers. The entire livestream's atmosphere was ignited by Ehei's explosive entrance. This was also the purpose of Ehei renting a helicopter as his platform. If you're going to grab attention, then go as explosive as you can. The senior students of the Imperial University were speechless at Ehei's flashy entrance. Looking this cool makes us seem awkward when we step into the ring later. This freshman really really knows how to show off, damn it. Long Tao from the sophomore year rubbed his nose, feeling a bit annoyed. What's the matter, brother Long Tao? Are you going up? For the sake of this wave of traffic, I have to make an appearance. Long Tao is a small internet celebrity on a certain platform, and he plans to use this tournament to make an appearance and gain a significant boost in followers. The first to challenge the stage has nothing to lose either way. If they win, they can ride the wave of attention and become famous. If they lose, once someone else wins later, they can still claim that it was their effort that drained most of Ehei's strength, enabling the victory. Horizontal or vertical, I can get my share of this traffic, hee. So, Long Tao was the first to step into the arena, facing Ehei. I am Long Tao, a second-rank martial artist, here to challenge. The trench coat on Long Tao billowed without wind, and behind him rose a 5 Shanghai plume of blood energy, making him appear extraordinarily imposing. Dragon Blood Society, martial artist 8th stage Ehei. The tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room all held their breath, eager to see how Ehei would respond. After all, a martial artist is already considered a top expert in most small towns, and most people would never encounter a martial artist in their entire lives except on television. Long Tao focused intently on Ehei. As an internet celebrity, he knew the key to grabbing attention. He decided that once the match began, regardless of whether he won or lost in the end, the opening must be fierce. Relying on his strength, which was a whole martial arts realm higher than Ehei, it should be quite easy to suppress Ehei at the start, even if Ehei's strength exceeded expectations. Let the match begin, the host declared. Long Tao had just let out a battle cry when he saw a dark shadow sweeping toward his face. Feeling as if his cheek had been hit head-on by a locomotive, Long Tao briefly lost consciousness and was sent flying over 100 meters. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Ehei retracted the leg he had just kicked out. At this moment, the livestream exploded once again because of Ehei's earlier kick. No one expected the powerful martial artist to be sent flying 100 meters like a sandbag. Next, Ehei's voice, amplified by martial energy, echoed across the entire arena, carrying an air of absolute dominance. Ehei, I challenge you to a duel. A crisp and spirited female voice rang out. A tall female warrior with a single ponytail, wielding a guandao longer than her entire body, strode confidently onto the stage. It's Yao Ling from the second-year level. Although she's only at the 5th stage of martial master, she has a record of defeating 3 7th-stage martial master students on her own. She's one of the top figures in the entire second-year level. Why is she stepping up too? A student who recognized her exclaimed. Second-year level, Yao Ling. Yao Ling slammed the guandao heavily onto the ground and cupped her hands in salute. Dragon Blood Society, Ehei. As the signal gun fired, Yao Ling kicked up the Guan Yu broadsword with her foot. Her two seemingly slender yet steel-like muscular arms swung the blade horizontally in a decisive strike. A massive 5-meter blade aura tore through the air, heading straight for Ehei. However, Yao Ling's vision blurred, and she realized Ehei had vanished without a trace. A drop of cold sweat slid down her forehead. Yao Ling swept the blade around her, but a black-blue claw directly gripped her Guan blade, the resistance on it making it impossible to advance even an inch. Your blade's purity is too low. The fist, brewing a terrifying blue light, struck Yao Ling's abdomen with lightning speed. The killing intent poured in, causing black and blue electric light to burst from Yao Ling's body. Black flash. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from Yao Ling's lips. Her eyes rolled back, and she almost lost consciousness. She hurriedly bit down on the tip of her tongue, trying to activate the power of her bloodline and unleash an enhanced gene technique. But Ehei, aiming to end the fight quickly, had already activated his Godzilla form. Would he give her that chance? It was about time for everyone to witness just how terrifying Ehei's 71% Godzilla-compatible transformation truly was. With a savage, black and blue-clawed hand, Ehei grabbed Yao Ling by her single ponytail, twisted his waist, and swung his arm. Like a rag doll being smashed around, Yao Ling was slammed by Ehei in all directions. The entire arena trembled violently from the impact, as if an earthquake had struck. Fortunately, the specially designed arena floor was extraordinarily durable. If it had been an ordinary surface, it would have been riddled with countless crater-like holes by now. Although it lasted only a few seconds, even with the powerful physique of a martial artist, Yao Ling could not withstand such brutal abuse from Ehei. Covered in blood and unconscious, Yao Ling was tossed to the medical team by Ehei. Next, tens of millions of viewers in the livestream couldn't help but swallow hard as they looked at the blood-soaked ground. This was just too damn brutal. However, Ehei's overwhelming strength and violence not only left the audience in awe but also attracted a group of critics. Stupid Ehei, how can you be so rough with a girl? Just go die already. Disgusting violent guy, so gross. Are you an idiot? Commenter above. You know both of them are top martial arts students from Imperial University, right? Not like you guys who spend all day whining online with your sisters have great foundations XXN. They're going to the secret realms to hunt magical beasts in the future. Do magical beasts care whether you're male or female? What kind of martial artist complains about getting injured in battle? Well said. I suggest letting these boxers go fight the magical beasts and take back the 12 cities we've lost in Dacia. Ehei was unaware of the debate happening on the livestream, and even if if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he was continuously defeating one opponent after another, just like sweeping in a game, and kept shouting, "Next!" If earlier, when Ehei announced his challenge to the entire school, all the upperclassmen treated it as a joke, now they were genuinely panicking. Ehei had already defeated 11 people, including not only outstanding second-year students but also 3 skilled third-year experts. And Ehei hadn't taken any breaks, fighting continuously. Each battle ended in less than 10 seconds at the fastest, and no longer than a minute at the slowest. Yes, now there's actually no one who can last a minute against Ehei. The more people Ehei defeated and the longer he stood on the stage, the more the senior students of Imperial University felt their faces burn with shame. Damn it, are we really going to let this kid solo everyone? Finally, a strong contender couldn't stand it anymore and made a move. Second rank, 8th stage martial artist, Lin Jiu. A young man with an extraordinary demeanor stepped onto the arena. "Let's just fight, I'm tired of playing around." Ehei waved his hand, not even bothering to introduce himself. "Don't blame me. Challenging a martial cultivation you shouldn't have is your own doing." Lin Jiu instantly entered Bloodline Awakening, with the surging blood energy around him forming a massive wolf's head, roaring towards Ehei. "Not bad, but still not enough, not even enough to make me draw my blade." A blue radiance ignited on Ehei's body, and a blue tail flame, like a rocket thruster, burst out from behind him as he charged head-on towards Lin Jiu. "Arrogant! Do you even know how terrifying the combination of an 8th stage martial artist's physique, bloodline power, and Xianhuang martial techniques is?" Lin Jiu never expected Ehei to be so arrogant as to choose to confront him head-on. "Since that's the case, let me, as your senior, teach you a good lesson, so you won't lose your life to arrogance in the future." The wolf head aura and blood energy around Lin Jiu roared and swallowed the blue figure in one gulp. But in the next moment, the wolf head was blasted apart. Lin Jiu found it hard to believe. He felt that the black-blue figure he collided with was simply a towering mountain, completely immovable. He only felt a tremendous force surging through his arms into every part of his body. Lin Jiu felt as if the meridians throughout his body were about to be torn apart by this overwhelming power. Blood streamed from all 7 of Lin Jiu's orifices, his eyes bloodshot as he screamed inwardly in madness. What kind of monster is this?" Tens of millions of viewers, upon seeing Lin Jiu, the man with the highest martial cultivation since the start of the tournament, step onto the stage, were filled with boundless anticipation. Was it satisfying to watch Ehei speedrun through every opponent? Of course it was. However, it also inevitably stirs a sense of rebellion among the audience, as they yearn to see an opponent who can match Ehei evenly. Lin Jiu's appearance gave them hope of defeating the great demon king Ehei, and then, Lin Jiu was directly crushed by Ehei. The blue meteor collided with the blood smoke wolf head, and in the next moment, the wolf head was pierced through by Ehei as if it were paper. Lin Jiu, covered in blood, was sent flying. By the time the medical team caught him, Lin Jiu had already fallen unconscious. Ehei once again dominated the competition. Next, Joe Kai watched Ehei wreak havoc in the livestream, his eyes red like a crazed gambler. Damn it, how is he so strong? The senior martial artist of the 8th rank was crushed in front of Ehei, like a mantis trying to stop a train. This not only dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the upperclassmen but also made Joe Kai's scalp tingle. If things continued like this, how could he find someone to take revenge on Ehei? The people he found might end up in the hospital as soon as they stepped into the ring. Perhaps there was only one person left, his older brother, the eldest son of the Zhou family in this generation, Zhou Yanting. But that guy is a stubborn stickler for reason, definitely not the type to protect his younger brother, and it's impossible for him to help vent my anger. Unless, Joe Kai revealed a sinister smile. Who else? Ehei once again consecutively defeated 3 third-year martial artists of the 8th rank. Standing proudly in the center of the grand arena, he surveyed the surroundings like a towering pillar, unshakable. This guy, can't he just stop? Give both sides a way to back down. Damn it, our second and third years at Imperial University have completely lost face. This will go down in the school's history as a pillar of shame. Whenever Ehei is mentioned, will be brought up as his stepping stones. Faced with the brutal Ehei, the second and third year students gritted their teeth in anger but were helpless. The truly powerful geniuses of their year, as well as most of the 4th year reserve graduates, had long since broken through to the great martial master realm. The remaining martial master level students were simply no match for Ehei, but they couldn't even point at Ehei and call it unfair, because, damn it, Ehei was just a martial artist. Being beaten up by a martial artist while at the martial master level was already humiliating. Enough. If they stood up and accused Ehei, saying, "You should be fighting great martial masters," it would only make things worse. Then just stop messing around at Imperial University and hurry back home to farm. A dark cloud named Ehei loomed over the hearts of the senior students. But at that moment, a piece of news spread. Zhou Yanting, who had previously voluntarily abolished his grand martial master cultivation and chose to retrain from the martial master stage, was going to challenge the arena. Damn, brother Yanting has made his move. Steady, ha ha ha. Finally, a martial artist 9th stage expert who has been in seclusion dragon comes out to deal with Ehei. Zhou Yanting is no ordinary martial artist ninth stage. Having retrained and perfected his martial arts realm, he can even defeat an average grand martial artist across levels. Ehei is about to pay the price for his arrogance. Ehei curved a faint smile, looking at the entrance leading to the grand arena opposite. Finally, he could fight someone interesting. After all, playing around for too long gets boring. Amid the eager anticipation of tens of millions of spectators, Zhou Yanting, clad in a silver nano battlesuit, made his entrance. Unlike Zhou Kai's flamboyant attire, Zhou Yanting exuded a calm demeanor and was far more handsome than his younger brother with the explosive hairstyle. As for this silver nano battlesuit, it is not to protect himself but to protect others. Zhou Yanting inherited the Zhou family's bloodline power, Sun Yang's scorching blood. Moreover, the purity of his bloodline power is considered unparalleled among the Zhou family throughout the generations, to the extent that even he himself finds it difficult to control the immense energy within his bloodline, often experiencing uncontrollable self-combustion since childhood. The Zhou family specially customized a nano battlesuit for him that could regulate and suppress body temperature. They also had him learn self-cultivating arts such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as heart-calming scriptures, enabling him to live a normal life. Zhou Yanting stepped onto the grand arena and locked eyes with Ehei. Just when all the spectators thought the two would be at each other's throats, Zhou Yanting made an unexpected move. He clasped his hands in a fist salute and said to Ehei, "Previously, my younger brother Zhou Kai went to your organization and caused trouble. For any losses caused to your organization, we will compensate you double." "Are you Zhou Kai's brother? I don't think you look like someone who enjoys fighting. Since you're not here to stand up for Zhou Kai, that guy with the explosive hair, then why are you here to challenge the arena?" "I'm indeed not here for that disgraceful brother of mine, Zhou Kai. I'm here for the Zhou family's reputation." "Ehei, although this matter is my brother's fault, you shouldn't tarnish the Zhou family's name." Ehei smiled. He hadn't even spoken to that guy with the afro. He had simply treated him like trash and thrown him out. It seemed that his brother had been misled by some exaggerated storytelling. But it didn't matter. Ehei couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, Azure Dragon, the Grandmaster Protector of the nation, was his backing. He wasn't afraid of offending anyone. Aristocratic families? Could they withstand a few punches from an unparalleled powerhouse like Azure Dragon? That's right. In the end, this is a world where ultimate power resides within oneself. The match begins. Accompanied by the sound of the starting gun, the most high-stakes match initiated by Ehei on the arena commenced. But what puzzled everyone was that Ehei did not charge forward directly as in previous battles, but instead walked forward slowly. Zhou Yanting, in perfect sync, also walked toward Ehei at the same pace. In the audience's minds, an inexplicable line surfaced. "Oh, not only is he not retreating, but he's actually walking toward me? 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. The two were already within arm's reach. In the next moment, it was as if they were in a western cowboy duel, drawing their guns. Two lightning-fast fists were thrown simultaneously. The fists collided, the air exploded, and it seemed that both punches were evenly matched in strength and speed. They retracted their fists, then transitioned from stillness to motion. Ehei and Zhou Yanting's fists were unleashed like a storm, clashing violently together. Boom, boom, boom. The air between the two was like a water surface swept by a torrential rain, creating dense ripples, with sonic booms echoing one after another. If a martial artist with low cultivation stood nearby, they would likely be shaken to death by the residual waves of this sound force. Meanwhile, the auras of the two continued to rise higher and higher amidst their relentless clashes. Boom! Behind both of them, majestic blood and energy smoke surged simultaneously, and the roar of their fists was like thunder exploding, growing more and more overwhelming with each passing second. The silver nano battlesuit on Zhou Yanting's arms gradually receded, and the moment his skin was exposed to the air, the surrounding temperature instantly rose by 20 degrees. As his fist swung, the shadows of his punches began to ignite smoke and flames in the air, with scorching heat waves enveloping Zhou Yanting's arms, and the veins within them glowing a fiery red. Meanwhile, black scales started to cover Ehei's arms, with the gaps between the scales emitting an atomic blue light that appeared cold but was even more terrifying than the glow within Zhou Yanting's arms. In the relentless and terrifying clash of their arms, which blurred into afterimages, a massive whirlwind of blood and energy swept around them, forming a blood-red tornado that obscured everyone's view. Through the blood-colored storm, only faint glimpses of blue lightning and crimson flames could be seen. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their minds. Which of these two monsters, clashing with their fists yet standing immovable like mountains, would fall first? A little boy looking at his phone clenched the superhero toy in his hand. "Go for it, big brother who can breathe fire. Defeat the great demon king Ehei." Boom, boom, boom. Zhou Yanting wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt the man in front of him was getting bigger and bigger. Originally, Zhou Yanting could look Ehei in the eye, but now he had to tilt his head up just to see Ehei's neck. It was indeed not Zhou Yanting's imagination. Ehei was really growing bigger. Instead of releasing the power of the giant all at once to form a giant body externally, it is gradually released within the body through the vampire's advanced control over their own flesh and blood. This method not only allows for agile speed and neural reaction capabilities but also enables physical attributes to multiply several times per second. At this moment, Zhou Yanting could only reach Ehei's waist. Ehei, who initially fought Zhou Yanting on equal footing, now completely looked down on him, pressing Zhou Yanting down and beating him like an adult punishing a child. Zhou Yanting looked at the monster in front of him, covered in black scales and with blue light emanating from its eyes, and felt as if every punch exchanged with it was like a bomb exploding inside his body. His knees, like tightly wound springs, gradually bent down, and his feet were almost driven into the ground. This monster, no wonder it dared to challenge the entire school. This terrifying physical strength, is it really something a human can possess? Zhou Yanting had thought his own bloodline was freakish enough, but compared to Ehei, it was nothing. This guy was practically a humanoid high-level magical beast. The entire skeleton was wailing in agony. Zhou Yanting knew that this martial body, painstakingly rebuilt and refined, was about to reach its limit. Finally, Zhou Yanting seized the brief pause in Ehei's relentless attacks. Flames erupted from under his feet, and the immense propulsion sent Zhou Yanting hurtling backward, finally granting him a momentary reprieve from Ehei's violent storm of punches. Since I can't match you in strength, I'll win with speed. Zhou Yanting prepared to change his strategy, but an unexpected scene caught him off guard. Ehei suddenly lit up with a blue radiance, atomic energy converging behind him. With even greater force, he propelled himself forward, rapidly closing in on Zhou Yanting. Looks like you haven't studied my previous combat records at all. You came to challenge me without any preparation. You are the real arrogant one. Boom! Ehei, with his massive body that had already grown to 5 meters, swung his giant hand toward Zhou Yanting. Zhou Yanting dared not let Ehei get any closer to him. He frantically channeled his martial energy, determination flashing in his eyes. Ehei, this move, you might die. Don't say I didn't warn you. Earth Fiend martial skill, Flaming Sun Demon Hand. The nano battlesuit that Zhou Yanting used to suppress the energy within his body visibly melted under the intense heat, no longer able to contain the volcanic surge of bloodline power erupting from within him. Ha! Zhou Yanting's hand, now glowing red like a branding iron, suddenly thrust forward, channeling all the power of the blazing sun within him through the guidance of his martial energy, concentrating it entirely into his palm. The palm striking toward Ehei almost transformed into a miniature blazing sun. The crimson glow it emitted even outshone the spotlights surrounding the grand arena, and the specially designed arena floor began to melt under the intense heat. Finally, something decent. Facing the oncoming miniature blazing sun, Ehei showed no trace of fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up, and his eyes, radiating a fierce blue light, were filled with fighting spirit. However, do you think you're the only one who can unleash waves? Perfect timing to test my newly developed self-created martial technique on you. Easily, Ehei gathered high concentration atomic energy in the palm of his hand and used robust martial energy to keep it consistently in a relatively controllable spherical shape. However, even so, the highly unstable atomic energy, once outside Ehei's body, remained on the verge of self-destruction. Thus, Ehei still needed the assistance of World, a pure spiritual energy entity. Under the dual stabilization of powerful spiritual energy and overwhelming martial energy, the atomic energy released outside Ehei's body not only did not explode but instead expanded even further. When Zhou Yanting's Flaming Sun Demon Hand finished charging, the atomic energy sphere in Ehei's hand had already expanded to a terrifying size with a radius of 10 meters. Godzilla Energy Wave. Ehei directed the massive energy sphere toward the onrushing Zhou Yanting. The spherical atomic energy sphere transformed into a gigantic blue beam of light with a diameter of 20 meters, engulfing Zhou Yanting like a blue ocean of destruction. Under the dazzling white and blue radiance, the flame in Zhou Yanting's hand seemed like a tiny spark that could be extinguished at any moment. He was going to die. Facing the overwhelming blue torrent, Zhou Yanting's mind went blank, leaving only this single thought. The white and blue radiance engulfed Zhou Yanting's figure, and the brilliance of the flame was like a fragile boat swaying on an ocean of atomic energy, completely consumed by the atomic energy within seconds. The tens of millions of viewers in the livestream were all dumbfounded, watching as the blue torrent carved a massive trench over 100 meters long across the entire arena. When the energy dissipated, nothing remained except the trench filled with blue liquid magma, not even a trace of Zhou Yanting's shoes. Could it be that Ehei blasted him into nothingness, not even leaving a speck behind? But, in the next moment, a familiar voice drew everyone's attention. Ehei, you're being a bit too reckless. Boom! Ha! Isn't it because I saw Principal Shi coming, so I decided to go all out and give it my best shot? Beside Ehei stood a refined man in a Zhongshan suit, whose presence had gone unnoticed until now. In his hand, he was holding the still shaken Zhou Yanting. It was the president of Imperial University, Shi Jingwen. Hello, President. All the Imperial University students present stood up and shouted in unison, and even the livestream was filled with a chorus of "Hello, President." Everyone's greetings and admiration were heartfelt, as he was, after all, one of the only two grandmasters protecting the nation in Xia, a living legend. Shi Jingwen responded to everyone's greetings with a gentle smile and a casual
casual wave, appearing completely approachable. At that moment, Ehei heard Shi Jingwen's voice transmitted through martial energy, audible only to the two of them. "I just came over to take a look at the arena competition you've been organizing so enthusiastically lately. I didn't expect to be dragged into making an appearance. This is probably intentional on your part, isn't it? There's no other way, principal. Without you stepping in, my arena lacks prestige. Just help the students this once. Your teacher, Gongko, keeps telling me you're dull and clumsy, but it seems you're just teasing her. Alright then, this time I'll give you some face and personally support your arena." Shi Jingwen infused his voice with martial energy, spreading it across the entire Imperial University campus so that everyone could hear it clearly. "Next, is there anyone else who wants to challenge Ehei? If not, then I will announce that Ehei has successfully defended against the school's challenge and retained the title of champion." The senior students looked at each other in dismay. Ehei had won, which undoubtedly nailed them to the pillar of shame in the school's history. Future juniors and sophomores would likely call them the weakest batch. But, to challenge Ehei, "Hey, why don't you go challenge Ehei?" "Me, fight Ehei? I'd be sliced into 2.5 pieces by the atomic breath." No, did you see that massive energy wave just now? You'd be reduced to 0 pieces, not even a trace left. Then should we keep taking turns fighting Ehei? Wear him down. Then are you going next? The senior students kept passing around the opportunity to challenge Ehei next, but in the end, no one stepped forward. After all, everyone was terrified by that 20-meter diameter blue energy wave. Shi Jingwen saw this and smiled as he said, "In that case, I declare Ehei the winner of this round." The principal spoke, making the final decision. The freshman Ehei, with the cultivation of a warrior, single-handedly challenged all the martial masters in the school, unprecedented and unmatched. Ehei's name will forever be celebrated at Imperial University, becoming a legend. After Shi Jingwen announced Ehei's victory, the entire livestream was flooded with a single type of comment. "Witness history. Witness the rise of a new star at Imperial University, in Daxia, and even for all of humanity." Among them were many people from Ansheng, who watched Ehei's livestream from start to finish. After Ehei's victory, they excitedly shared it on their social media and explained Ehei's glorious history in the livestream comments. "This is our top scholar from Ansheng. Honestly, I've never felt this proud to tell others I'm from Ansheng. I swear, I've known since childhood that Ehei has the bearing of a dragon and phoenix. I'm Ehei's uncle. If you want to know more about Ehei, feel free to follow me. The one above is Brother Pian. Quickly ban him. Ehei is a little hero of our Ansheng defense battle. Without his support, many strongholds would have long been swallowed by the beast tide." Is what the person above said true? When the secret realm invasion happened in Ansheng, Ehei was still a martial apprentice, right? How could a martial apprentice have the ability to influence the outcome of a war against the beast tide? That's an exaggeration. You asking this question shows wisdom. Have you ever seen a martial artist who can treat a group of martial masters like grandchildren and beat them down? Ehei is simply a freak. How can he be judged by ordinary standards? If you were to tell me now that when Ehei was in kindergarten, he could already enter secret realms to hunt magical beasts, I would believe it. The martial saint of the nation is injured and in seclusion. The Grandmaster Protector Du Jingming's fate is uncertain, and 12 cities of the Xia Kingdom have fallen. At this moment, Ehei's emergence is simply heaven's blessing for our great Xia. People do indeed tend to fall into the frenzy of collective worship, but there are also some calm individuals who focus their attention elsewhere. Why did the president of Imperial University, Shi Jingwen, step forward to announce Ehei's victory? It's important to note that this live-streamed competition was organized by Ehei in a private capacity, with the aim of showcasing his Dragon Blood Society. This was not an official university-level event of Imperial University, yet Shi Jingwen supported him. This action undoubtedly sent a clear signal that his relationship with Ehei is far from ordinary. That is to say, standing behind Ehei is a Grandmaster Protector of the nation, one of the strongest individuals in the entire Great Xia. Because of Shi Jingwen's actions, the name Ehei entered the radar of countless organizations and forces in Xia Nation. In the eyes of those influential figures, Shi Jingwen's closeness to Ehei was even more noteworthy than Ehei's solo challenge against Emperor University. This student might not be as simple as his file suggests, merely an orphan with both parents deceased. Finally, the warning from the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow completely confirmed this point. All the big figures received warnings from the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow during their investigation of Ehei. Ehei's identity is a top-level secret of Great Xia, and even these big figures have no authority to investigate. The competition is over. As the protagonist, Ehei was actually less excited than the audience. He couldn't even be bothered to attend the Dragon Blood Society's celebration banquet and headed straight to his dormitory. Although as the president and the main character of this celebration banquet, not attending the gathering does seem a bit too aloof. But Ehei knows that no one would have any objections, because his status and dignity come from his own strength. During Ouyang Zhe's time, the mass resignation of Dragon Blood Society's key members was something that could never happen under Ehei's leadership, because Ouyang Zhe couldn't keep them in check, but Ehei can. Of course, the main reason Ehei was in a hurry to return
returned to the dormitory was that his retainer, the Mad Doctor, had sent a message. Returning to the dormitory, which was comparable to a 5-star hotel in terms of amenities. He first used voice control to close all electronically controlled windows and curtains in the room. In the pitch darkness, he opened the communication watch given to him by the Mad Doctor. The watch projected a virtual light and shadow, revealing the Mad Doctor. "Master, I have retrieved the golden gene you hid in Ansheng." The mad scientist, full of reverence, bowed to Ehei. That's right, Ehei did not carry the golden gene in his spatial ring but hid it in Ansheng. This was not out of unwillingness, but because the alloy container storing the golden gene repelled the spatial ring and could not be placed inside. It seemed this was a specially designed container by Laser Bird, anticipating such a situation. "Can you figure out a way to open it?" Ehei still remembers how difficult it was to open that damned jar. No matter whether he used brute force or atomic cutting, he couldn't budge it in the slightest, not even leaving a scratch or scorch mark. The material science of this world, with the intervention of the secret realm, has completely surpassed Ehei's imagination. "I have a way to open it. After all, during my lifetime, I was one of the lead engineers on the Golden Gene project. However, this jar contains a built-in electronic transmitter. Once opened, a tracking electronic signal will attach to you, and the Laser Bird headquarters will follow the signal to hunt you down. Do you have a way to block this signal?" "I do. I've already started acquiring materials to build a shielding room." "How long will it take to complete?" "Half a month is enough, but deciphering the complex mathematical code inside the jar will also take at least half a month." "Alright, then hurry up." Of course, the most important thing is to ensure your own safety. Ehei greatly valued this SSR-level top research talent under his command. In his view, the trip to Linshui County, where the Mad Doctor was turned into a retainer, was, in a sense, no less significant than obtaining divinity. Top-tier talent cannot be measured by ordinary standards. In the future, he would be able to help Ehei in many ways. After Ehei ended the call with Dr. Mad, he began to recall the information about the golden gene he had seen when he entered Dr. Mad's mental world. It was a memory from Dr. Mad's younger days, back when he worked at Prometheus. Ehei was startled when he first learned about it. He hadn't expected that Prometheus had once maintained a close cooperative relationship with Divine Descent Heaven. He truly hadn't imagined that scientific lunatics and religious fanatics could actually work together. But the goal of religious fanatics is to welcome the gods, while the goal of scientific fanatics is even crazier. They want to place the gods on the operating table and dissect them. At that time, Prometheus secretly used his vast resources to cultivate a demonic embryo for the Divine Descent Heaven. But when the demonic embryo was nearly fully developed, Prometheus turned around and stabbed the Divine Descent Heaven in the back. During the long incubation period of the demonic embryo, those scientific fanatics secretly added a lot of ingredients, causing the otherworldly demon to be particularly weak upon its descent. In the end, Prometheus successfully captured the first living alien demon in human history. Then, Prometheus dissected the alien demon into several parts according to its organs for experimentation. With a living alien demon whose life level far surpassed all life forms on Blue Star as material, Prometheus sped forward in the field of biological science like an F1 car with the pedal to the metal. Ultimately, several research achievements based on the alien demon's body were derived. For example, the shocking and unconventional Eden Project. In this project, the madmen of Prometheus planned to create a god on Earth themselves. This artificial god is not only meant to protect Blue Star from secret realm invasions and the descent of otherworldly demon gods, it is also intended to abolish the existing national and ethnic systems on Blue Star, integrating all of humanity under its rule, with this divine brain that transcends any organization or collective, to allocate all of Blue Star's resources, to achieve a certain absolute fairness and turn Blue Star into the mythical Eden. There are also some who want to alter the genes of all humanity to achieve a leap in the evolution of the species through the Ehei project. This is the predecessor of the Laser Bird Golden Gene project. Prometheus runs too deep. Because the term gene lock was mentioned by chance, it seems I was even misunderstood as being connected to Prometheus. Ehei had a hunch that sooner or later he would be dragged into the whirlpool surrounding Prometheus. But, when soldiers come, use generals to block. When water comes, use earth to cover. Better to focus on the matters at hand for now. Ehei took out the European-style family crest given by Qinglong. Because he had been busy with the arena matters these past few days, he hadn't had time to comprehend the body forging technique within this martial rhythm carrier. Since it was given by Qinglong, its level must not be low. Ehei placed the family crest under his pillow, preparing to begin his sleep cultivation method. Cold raindrops hit his face, shattering into blooming splashes of water. Ehei opened his eyes and found himself dressed in a heavily damaged suit of knight's armor, lying in a pile of corpses. Kicking away the corpse pressing down on him, Ehei stood up and surveyed his surroundings. There was undoubtedly a brutal battle that had just taken place here, but judging from the traces of the fight, it seemed not to be a clash between humans. The ground was covered with massive muddy pits, but from a bird's eye view, they were clearly footprints left by some enormous creature. The ground ground was also marked with countless scorch marks, still burning, which even the cold drizzle couldn't extinguish. Ehei took off his tattered armor and threw it away, then rummaged through the pile of corpses to find the most well-preserved knight's greatsword.
Calculating the time, the NPC-like task giver, Master Wu Yun, should be arriving soon. Sure enough, a loud and clear neigh of a steed echoed from afar.
Soon, 2 tall and majestic horses, pulling a finely crafted carriage, arrived in front of Ehei. The curtain on the carriage door was pulled open, revealing a resolute old man with an eye patch over his left eye and a buzz cut.
As soon as the old man saw Ehei's appearance, he let out a muffled grunt and pulled the curtain shut.
Ehei saw that the carriage was trying to flee and quickly grabbed onto the carriage compartment. No matter how hard the 2 strong horses tried, they couldn't move forward. The elderly man inside the carriage was somewhat surprised by the extraordinary strength Ehei had displayed in the martial rhythm space, which indicated that Ehei's mental power was exceptionally robust and powerful. He observed that Ehei appeared to be no more than 20 years old. To possess such terrifying mental power at such a young age was astonishing. Even the most talented sorcerers of their era weren't this extraordinary.
Old man, why are you running away as soon as you see me? Aren't you supposed to assign me a trial mission?
Since both of them were spiritual entities, there was no barrier to communication. Although Ehei spoke in modern Xia language, the old man could still understand.
What is there to talk about with a bandit like you?
The old man said angrily.
Bandit?
Ehei was unaware that this was the inheritance obtained by the Azure Dragon after slaying a Western strongman and looting the corpse.
Seeing Ehei's innocent expression, the old man was so angry his liver hurt.
That year, when the warrior with the bluish-green hair first barged in, the old man knew that the family inheritance had fallen into the hands of an outsider. No matter how much he cursed those unworthy descendants in his heart, it was useless. The old man could only ignore the Azure Dragon every time he entered the martial rhythm space, refusing to tell him the content of the trial. Originally, the old man thought this would be enough to keep the family inheritance from being passed on. But unexpectedly, that bluish-green-haired warrior broke through the realm, forcibly entered the martial rhythm space, and ultimately learned the inheritance through sheer brute force.
Robber! Robber!
The old man roared indignantly in his heart. Ehei was speechless, seeing the old man constantly turning his face away and ignoring him.
How could there be such a martial rhythm space NPC, appearing and not giving a quest the whole time? Bad review.
Ehei saw that the old man was completely ignoring him but didn't want this key figure to leave, so he finally came up with a compromise.
Hey, kid, what are you doing?
Ehei wielded his heavy sword and, with 2 swift strikes, broke the wheels of the carriage, then pulled the old man out.
Sorry about this, old man.
To prevent you, an unqualified guide NPC, from running off, I'll have to trouble you to follow me while I explore the map. Looking at his own tightly bound body, the old man's liver hurt even more. Back when that pale green-headed martial artist first came in, he didn't dare treat him like this. Unexpectedly, this kid has surpassed his predecessor. Ehei ignored the old man's complaints, tied one end of the rope binding the old man to his own waist, and began carrying the great sword in search of a target.
The most obvious clue, of course, would be the massive footprints left by some kind of giant beast.
Ehei followed the footprints all the way, and then, they disappeared.
Ha ha ha.
You despicable fellow, you'll never find where the trial is in this lifetime. The old man laughed loudly. You've been noisy since just now, eat dirt already. Ehei grabbed a handful of mud and stuffed it into the old man's mouth, making the old guy shut up. The old man fell silent, and the world became much quieter. Ehei began to ponder why the footprints stopped here.
Wait, if there are no footprints on the ground, could it be that it went up into the sky?
Ehei looked up at the overcast sky. The old man spat out the mud in his mouth and, seeing Ehei gazing at the sky, felt his heart sink. He hadn't expected this kid to find the key clue so quickly. This sense of awareness, combined with the talent he just displayed.
If he really were a descendant of my family, how wonderful that would be. What a pity.
Ehei was unaware of the old man's mixed feelings. Once he determined that this creature could fly, he finally had a direction to search. Without exception, flying creatures never build their nests in low places. At this moment, Ehei found himself in a vast plain. As long as he continued searching in this direction, the highest point that appeared would be his target this time. Ehei's eyes gleamed with determination as he dragged the reluctant old man onto the horse and began moving forward. No one knew how long they traveled, but Ehei eventually crossed the vast plain and arrived at a towering snow-capped mountain. From the trembling of the horse beneath him, as if sensing the aura of a powerful creature's territory, Ehei knew he had come to the right place. Ehei couldn't be bothered to search for that guy in the endless snowy mountains, so with a single swing of his sword, he killed both horses, letting the hot blood spill across the snowy plain. Sure enough, in no time at all, a piercing dragon's roar echoed from within the mountains. When Ehei saw the newcomer descending from the sky, his eyes widened in shock.
What the Ghidorah?
2 massive wings, spanning tens of meters and capable of blocking out the sky, folded in.
Atop 3 long, serpentine necks resembling those of plesiosaurs were majestic white dragon heads.
Although its size and aura were far inferior to King Ghidorah, it was no wonder Ehei mistook it for Ghidorah, as the resemblance was uncanny. Whoosh! One of the dragon heads leaned close to Ehei, exhaling a scorching breath from its nostrils that struck Ehei directly. Facing those dazzling golden dragon eyes, Ehei grinned, his eyes shimmering with a blue atomic glow.
"What are you looking at, bastard?" The three-headed white dragon was enraged by Ehei.
Its three dragon heads rose high, the middle head gathering yellow electric energy in its mouth, while the other two heads exuded scorching dragon breath. Two dragon fireballs, each the size of a small car, were the first to be unleashed, followed immediately by a terrifying thunderlight sealing the heavens and earth.
The old man and Ehei were instantly overwhelmed by the terrifying dragon's might.
As the inheritor of the martial rhythm space, the old man naturally wouldn't die, but the ropes binding him successfully burned and broke, allowing him to escape. He looked at the surrounding world, destroying lightning and dragon flames, a smile appearing on his face.
That boy is still too young.
This trial was never about killing the three-headed white dragon, but rather about finding the spiritual items guarded by various exotic beasts
in the snowy mountains. Only by offering them to the three-headed white dragon and gaining its approval could one obtain the inheritance.
Of course, that azure-headed guy was an exception. After breaking through his limits, he directly relied on his immense strength to violently slay the three-headed white dragon and seize the inheritance.
But this kid? Absolutely impossible. With his cultivation level, he would have already been, huh?
The old man's eyes widened in disbelief.
Boom!
Only Ehei's figure stood proudly amidst the lightning, like a pillar supporting the heavens, completely unaffected. Moreover, Ehei's body was now adorned with black-blue scales, with luminous blue patterns flowing through the gaps between the scales. The first time Ehei entered the martial rhythm space, he did not gain any physical strength from the template due to an extremely low compatibility. As the template compatibility gradually increased, the template's power slowly merged into Ehei's soul, finally enabling Ehei to showcase the template's power in the martial rhythm space. Whoosh! Spewing scorching nuclear breath from his mouth, Ehei glanced at the weapon that had been reduced to just a hilt after the recent wave of attacks and disdainfully tossed it aside. Clenching his fists together, producing the sound of bones grinding, Ehei grinned menacingly and strode toward the three-headed white dragon. With each step, Ehei's body rapidly grew several times larger. Under the incomprehensible gaze of the old man, Ehei transformed into a massive black beast, as colossal as the three-headed white dragon, resembling a tyrannosaurus. The visible blue pulse, spewing from the mouth of the pitch-black giant beast, carried an unparalleled dominance, proclaiming its arrival to the world. This was a power Ehei had never displayed in Linshui County, allowing the 71% compatibility of Godzilla G-cells to completely devour the power of the giant, achieving Godzilla full form. Because this form was overly destructive, practically a walking catastrophe, if Ehei unleashed it fully, even a short battle would be enough to turn Linshui County into ruins. So Ehei had never revealed this trump card before. Only in this vast martial rhythm space could Ehei unleash without restraint. Of course, this terrifying power that allowed Ehei to truly transform into a godlike figure was not unlimited. Once Ehei's giant strength and atomic energy were completely depleted, he would exit this divine and demonic form. Crack, crack. Optimistically speaking, Ehei could currently only maintain it for 2.5 minutes. Roar, woo, roar. The three dragon heads looked at the pitch-black giant beast before them and instinctively shrank back, letting out a cautious growl. Ehei's train headlight-like ghostly blue pupils stared straight at the three-headed white dragon in front of him, his eyes gleaming with high-spirited battle intent. Godzilla vs. Ghidorah. Let's just recreate it simply here today. Boom! Ehei was the first to stride forward with legs like towering pillars. With just 2 steps forward, the entire snowy mountain shook incessantly as if an earthquake had struck, and an avalanche like a tsunami came crashing down. But none of this had any effect on the battle between these two towering behemoths. Mountains shattered one after another under the collision of the two colossal beasts' bodies. This exaggerated and epic scene was nothing short of a titan's battle from mythology. After Ehei performed a back throw, smashing the three-headed white dragon into a mountain peak, the three-dazed head shook slightly, finally realizing that engaging in ground combat with the pitch-black giant beast before it was not a wise choice, and thus attempted to spread its wings and take flight. But Ehei would never let it have its way. His massive body spun rapidly, and the colossal tail, 10 times thicker than a roller coaster, fiercely struck the three-headed white dragon. Boom! Boom! The force strong enough to topple a skyscraper directly smashed the three-headed white dragon deep into the mountainside. The three-headed white dragon, with its tough hide and thick flesh, still managed to let out a resounding dragon roar after being swept by Godzilla's tail. The three dragon heads opened their mouths simultaneously, releasing the long-prepared thunderlight and dragon flames. The three terrifying energies converged mid-air, transforming into a spiraling thunderflame beam. Ehei had already prepared for the energy clash. The blue atomic dorsal fins of Godzilla's body began lighting up from the tail, gradually illuminating toward the head. Buzz, 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 boom. A dazzling blue light beam erupted, colliding with the thunderflame beam. At the center of the clash between the two high-energy forces, a dark red energy sphere began to expand. The energy consumption of a fully Godzilla-transformed state was already terrifying, and after unleashing the atomic breath, the timing he could maintain the Godzilla form was rapidly rapidly decreasing. Therefore, Ehei wouldn't foolishly engage in a simple beam struggle with this guy. After all, he, who possesses multiple templates, has more than just one move. Countless massive bone spikes suddenly emerged from Godzilla's abdomen, all stabbing toward the body of the three-headed white dragon. The three-headed white dragon, focused entirely on the energy clash, had no defensive preparations whatsoever, not even tensing its muscles. Large amounts of scorching dragon blood and white scales splattered everywhere, and the thunder flame beam was extinguished due to this unexpected move. Ehei quickly shut his mouth to conserve energy. He rushed forward and stomped on the chest of the three-headed white dragon, the terrifying impact causing the three dragon heads to groan incessantly. However, the middle head hadn't grown for long before Ehei bit down on it. Then, atomic breath began to gather again. Boom! The surging atomic energy flooded into the dragon's eyes, nose, and mouth, then traveled all the way down its esophagus and trachea. The other two dragon heads howled in pain, but when they bit down on Godzilla's body, they found they simply couldn't break through. The atomic energy completely melted off the central dragon head and its neck, burning straight into the extraordinary organ within the three-headed white dragon's chest that generated lightning. Like a plasma bomb detonating, bright yellow lightning exploded inside the three-headed white dragon. Then, under the anguished howls of the remaining two heads, its entire body began to swell, distended by the surging electricity. Finally, with a thunderous bang, it burst apart, transforming into a rain of blood that poured down and dyed the whole snowy mountain red. Before Godzilla's body disappeared, Ehei grabbed a dragon's head, raised it high into the sky, and let out the final roar of the titan beast. The old man watched the entire process, dumbfounded, unsure for a moment whether he had fallen under a wizard's illusion. It was simply unbelievable. Godzilla's body, inheriting the traits of the giant, began to rapidly shrink as billowing white smoke surged straight into the clouds, until a young man, naked and with muscles as sculpted as armor, slowly emerged from the rolling steam and mist. Ah, that was satisfying. As expected, controlling the body of a giant beast and rampaging around is the most thrilling. Ehei stretched lazily, as if he had just tired himself out playing in a gaming pod. Under the old man's dazed gaze, Ehei greeted him. Boom! Old man, after slaying this dragon, I already know where the inheritance of this martial rhythm space is, so I won't trouble you any further. Ehei finished speaking and ignored the stunned old man, walking straight into the blood pool formed by the exploded corpse of the three-headed white dragon. Roar! There lay a massive, intact heart, beating vigorously. Ehei clenched both fists tightly and thrust them directly into the dragon's heart. Slash! Like scalding dragon blood melted from molten iron, it splashed onto Ehei, but he remained indifferent to the intense heat. He searched around in the dragon's heart for a while and finally grasped a cold, hard object. A bit heavy. It should be noted how terrifying Ehei's current strength is. Even among great martial masters, it would be hard to find a warrior whose physical prowess could compare to his. Yet the object within the dragon's heart made him feel its considerable weight. Ehei firmly planted his feet on the ground and gave a fierce pull with both arms. The heart burst open, and a pitch-black armor covered in scales was drawn out from the dragon's blood. The armor did not have the texture of metal. Instead, it had a leathery, biological feel and softness, with countless bulging blood vessels on its surface. At this moment, the armor seemed to be breathing, its surface gently rising and falling. As Ehei picked up the armor, it instantly transformed into a softened liquid state, clinging to Ehei's arm and then wrapping around his entire body. If viewed microscopically, it can be observed that the armor extends countless root-like tendrils resembling blood vessels. These tendrils are firmly embedded in Ehei's skin, intertwining and linking with the capillaries beneath. Gradually, the undulating rhythm of this biological armor begins to synchronize with Ehei's breathing and heartbeat, and Ehei's blood starts to flow within the biological armor. At this moment, Ehei can feel that this armor has become a new layer of his skin. Earth Fiend Body Refinement Legacy, Shinyuan Dragon Armor. How did you do it? The old man was utterly astonished when he saw the armor born from the dragon's heart and realized that it did not reject Ehei. This dragon armor is the true inheritor of Wu Yun's legacy. But, bang! It had been hundreds of years since the old man had seen a descendant who could fully gain the dragon armor's recognition. Most so-called renowned geniuses could only obtain, at most, less than 80% of the inheritance. Most trial participants can't even obtain 60% of the inheritance. Their strengthened bodies are too frail to bear the weight of the dragon armor and the blood it absorbs. As for the azure-haired warrior whom the old man kept calling a bandit, he was the most extraordinarily gifted in physical talent before Ehei arrived. However, he killed the three-headed white dragon only after breaking through to the Grandmaster level, and due to his realm and age, he had long exceeded the recognition range of the dragon armor. So even though he forcibly donned the dragon armor, it only granted him 90% of the inheritance. So Ehei is the first warrior in 1,000 years to be fully recognized by the dragon armor. While Ehei was processing the inheritance information transmitted by the dragon armor in his mind, he said to the old man, "You ask me how I did it? As you can see, I just put on this armor, and that's it. What's so difficult about that?" The old man wanted to say it was very difficult, but he was afraid of being ridiculed for his lack of knowledge. Watch Watching Ehei perfectly handle the dragon armor, the old man loosened his clenched fist and finally let out a deep sigh. Forget it, since the ancestors have already approved of him, there's no need for me to dwell on it. Since the family has no successors, passing the legacy to someone more suitable might actually be a blessing. At least, this legacy has not been disgraced. At the moment the old man let it go, a single sentence from Ehei almost made him choke to death. Old man, I feel like this inheritance is missing something. There should be a second volume, right? You robber, are you planning to target our family as well? The old man's face turned red with anger. Ehei wasn't wrong in his guess. The Xinyuan dragon armor was overly extreme and domineering, focusing solely on external techniques. It required a complementary internal technique of the same level to achieve a balance between internal and external cultivation for the martial artist. Otherwise, the internal organs of an ordinary martial artist would be completely unable to withstand the pressure of the dragon armor. Their bones would be crushed by the dragon armor, and their flesh and blood would be drained by it. Therefore, the combination of this internal and external body refining technique constitutes a complete body refining method. The level is classified as Heavenly Gang martial skill. Ehei decided to find an opportunity to obtain the other half of the internal technique as well. Ehei stayed in the dormitory for a week, spending 80% of the time sleeping. Of course, saying sleeping actually meant secretly working hard in the martial rhythm space. On one hand, the information contained in the Xinyuan dragon armor was immense, and Ehei needed to slowly digest it in the martial rhythm space. On the other hand, after fully inheriting the legacy, Ehei needed to gradually refine the martial rhythm within it into his body. Finally, on the 7th day, Ehei got out of bed. Taking out a few high-quality magic cores from the spatial ring, he swallowed them like small snacks to replenish his nutrition. It was at this moment that he received a message from Chuzhou. Ehei, after Lu Qingzhu and I were discharged from the hospital yesterday, we were informed to come to the University Activity Center today to settle the task rewards. Then the director in charge of managing student tasks asked me to inform you that your task reward needs to be settled in the principal's office by the principal. The principal wants to have a private chat with me again? With the leader intentionally promoting him, Ehei dared not refuse. He quickly took a shower, then used martial energy to evaporate the moisture from his body. Ehei put on a white hoodie and jeans before heading out. As Ehei walked down the road, countless students recognized him. After all, he was now a well-known figure at Imperial University, having single-handedly challenged the school's top fighters. However, the feelings of those looking at Ehei varied. For example, most of the first-year students, upon seeing Ehei, all paid close attention. They felt proud that someone so remarkable had emerged from their year. Meanwhile, some first-year students from the imperial capital looked gloomy. With Ehei overshadowing them, the students from their circle in the capital wouldn't stand a chance to shine for the next 4 years. As for the second and third-year students, they both wanted to look and didn't dare to. After all, the scene of Ehei brutally beating up those senior students back then was just too savage. Some of the seniors and upperclassmen who fought against Ehei are still hospitalized to this day. No one dared mess with him, they simply couldn't afford to. During this time, a few observant classmates quietly watched to see where this rising star, Ehei, was headed. He seems to be heading in a direction that isn't towards the Dragon Blood Society. Just as that classmate quietly gathered a trace of secret martial energy, intending to attach it to Ehei to observe his movements, UVE crossed the line. A wisp of breeze carried Ehei's voice into his ear. The student only felt as if they were drowning in an icy river, cold and suffocating. When they came to their senses, they were already soaked to the skin. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Under the strange gazes of passers-by, the student kept trembling and apologizing to the air. Ehei walked into the central hub building of the Imperial University's floating city, Tianfang Tower. The Tianfang Tower features a gold and red color scheme, standing at a height of 100 meters. It appears to follow the traditional architectural style of Daxia, but in reality, it embodies the most cutting-edge technological advancements on Blue Star today. Beneath the Tianfang Tower lies the power headquarters that connects the entire floating city of Imperial University, serving as the power core of the entire floating metropolis. Despite being such an important structure, it is neither heavily guarded nor even watched over by a single security officer. This is because one of Daxia's strongest forces, Principal Shi Jingwen, is stationed at the top of this most critical Tianfang Tower. With him here, this might be one of the safest places on the entire Blue Star. Ehei entered the interior of the Tianfang Tower, and a staff member dressed in a women's business suit immediately approached. Ehei looked at her delicate face with light makeup and raised an eyebrow. Although the other party simulated breathing sounds and adjusted to human body temperature, Ehei still discerned her robotic nature. Hello, Ehei, my name is Nuwa. Principal Shi is waiting for you upstairs. Please follow me. Nuwa led Ehei to an elevator. After scanning her ID card, the elevator doors opened. Ehei, are you curious about my body? In the elevator with just the two of them, Nuwa suddenly spoke. Ehei was momentarily embarrassed upon hearing this. He had indeed been scrutinizing Nuwa's body quite a bit just now. Of course, this was absolutely not out of any unhealthy thoughts but rather driven by a curiosity for advanced technology.
Wanting to deeply understand to what extent Manhwa could mimic the human body with such realism shouldn't be a problem, right?
I was just trying to learn more about cutting-edge technology. He quickly regained his serious demeanor.
Not the same, you know. Manhwa suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. What's different? He felt the train was about to depart. This mass-produced service-type carrier is structurally very different from a human female. The realistic imitation is only applied to the head for better approachability.
As Manhwa spoke, she unbuttoned her small suit, revealing the smooth, silver, flat machine body inside.
Oh, so it's different. I already knew that.
He nodded seriously with a straight face, as if he had just solved a difficult math problem.
All right. The elevator quickly reached the top floor.
The top floor of the Tianfeng Tower had the smallest area, with only one room, the office of the president of Imperial University.
As he just stepped out of the elevator, his vision blurred, as if the frame rate of the scene had dropped, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself sitting on a comfortable leather sofa. Shi Jingwen was sitting across from Ehei, brewing tea.
This is a tea variety improved by the Research Institute from the Secret Realm.
The taste is quite unique. Give it a try.
Shi Jingwen pushed a small cup of tea in front of Ehei.
Principal, the ability you just used, does it involve space? Ehei took the tea.
Yes, it indeed allows for spatial transformation within a certain range, Shi Jingwen admitted generously.
Martial arts, quite magical, isn't it?
Ehei finally understood how Shi Jingwen managed to save Zhou Yanting last time.
No wonder he couldn't sense Shi Jingwen's movements at all when he made his move.
After all, no matter how fast, there would still be traces left behind. For example, the airflow being displaced or the dust being stirred. But Shi Jingwen seemed to isolate himself from the real world, not disturbing even a speck of dust. It seems that at the time, he directly transferred Zhou Yanting outside of Godzilla's energy wave. The ability involves space, at least on the same level as the heaven-defying power of time stop. Ehei, the study points and various Imperial University resource usage cards have already been credited to your account. As the main contributor to completing the level 5 mission, you can choose any two earth-themed martial techniques and have the opportunity to customize an advanced weapon, Shi Jingwen said. This reward was undoubtedly extremely generous, but to Ehei, it was as good as useless. He currently didn't lack powerful earth-themed martial techniques. Practicing too many would only waste his time and energy. The Starfall blade was working very well for him at the moment, and he had no intention of replacing it.
So Ehei plans to choose a different reward.
Principal, I would like to access the archives on the gene lock, as well as the permission to look into more information about Prometheus.
Of course, I have no other intentions, it's just purely.
Ehei swallowed the reason he was about to give, surprised at how readily Principal Shi agreed. Looking back, it seems that everything related to reviews that I encountered, Shi Jingwen always gave me the green light and never obstructed me. If we rule out the possibility that the original body is the illegitimate child of Principal Shi, then the only possibility left is that the other party understands that I have some kind of cheat ability.
Fog. Could it be that he can really see the script?
Let's go, I'll take you to the archives room.
Now.
Ehei stood up, watching Shi Jingwen open the office door, and then his eyes widened. Outside the door was not the corridor they had come through, but a bright, enormous room. Inside a glass tank the size of a truck floated half of a tender, red brain.
Countless dense cables were connected to the surface of the brain, and numerous worm-like tendrils swayed and floated on it. What kind of creature's brain is this?
Faced with such a sci-fi and striking creation, Ehei couldn't even bother to question Shi Jingwen's Doraemon-like anywhere door operation for a moment.
Alright, this is Manhwa's central computing device, its main body, and this half of the brain belonged to Prometheus decades ago.
Ehei instantly thought of that insane plan to dissect a deity from another world.
In other words, this half-brain previously belonged to the first alien demon ever captured alive in human history?
Half a brain was already the size of a small truck, so its original form must have been at least on the same scale as a fully formed Godzilla.
Such a majestic and extraordinary being was dismembered into 8 pieces by Prometheus.
In the peak years of Prometheus, they were truly insane and powerful. No wonder they dared to plan the Eden Project.
They even dared to kill gods. What wouldn't they dare to do, like unifying the planet and redistributing all of humanity?
Shi Jingwen didn't say much after that. He spoke to his brain, saying, "Manhwa,
sir, I am here." A synthesized female electronic voice sounded, and she even greeted Ehei in passing.
Shi Jingwen took out a USB drive, inserted it into a screen device, and after a series of authentication operations, handed the copied USB drive to Ehei.
"I've stored part of Manhwa in the USB drive. Many things you want to know, you can ask Manhwa."
Ehei accepted the USB drive, feeling a sense of disbelief at Shi Jingwen's trust. God knows how many core secrets Manhwa, this central computer, manages, involving Imperial University and even the Grand Xia's numerous important strategic tasks. Shi Jingwen actually entrusted this thing to him. In a certain sense, this is more precious than 10 sets of earth-themed martial techniques.
Don't just stand there.
there. Even as the president of Imperial University, bringing a student in here privately is against the rules. We should get going. Sure. Jingwen patted Ehei on the shoulder and was the first to step back through the any door, returning to the office. Ehei put the USB drive into the spatial ring and then followed. Damn, the principal is leading me to break the rules. Exciting. Billowing white smoke rose from Xiang Jianzhuan's body surface, accompanied by continuous rumbling thunder from within him. His entire aura surged higher and higher. Ha! Air was expelled from his lungs, transforming into visible ripples of air that resonated in all directions. Today, Xiang Jianzhuan successfully broke through and achieved the realm of a martial master. Finishing in the first semester of freshman year what it takes an average Imperial University student more than a year to complete. Indeed, the gap between people is immense. Even among geniuses, there are varying levels. And I, Xiang Jianzhuan, am at the highest level. Ha ha ha. Xiang Jianzhuan waved his arms, feeling the transformed body, his mood incredibly elated. Opening the door of the training room, Xiang Jianzhuan walked out toward the training hall with an imposing demeanor. Suddenly, he saw a somewhat familiar figure. He had seen the other person's photo during the school opening, and with a warrior's memory, he naturally wouldn't forget. So you're Ehei, the one Ouyang Zhe mentioned. Finally, I get to meet you. Xiang Jianzhuan walked up to Ehei, revealing a generous and confident smile. The surrounding students, seeing that some fool actually dared to provoke Ehei, the notorious troublemaker, all silently stepped aside and cast him looks of sympathy. Respect others' fates, let go of the urge to help. Just make sure the blood doesn't splatter on us. Do you need something? Ehei had never met Xiang Jianzhuan before. At this moment, he looked puzzled at the student in front of him, who exuded the aura of a martial artist. Judging from the thick yet slightly unstable fluctuations of martial energy emanating from him, this guy must have just made a breakthrough. You should have heard my name. I'm Xiang Jianzhuan. Ehei, upon hearing that this person was Xiang Jianzhuan, did not show any particular expression. After all, the rise of the Dragon Blood Society was unstoppable now, and someone like Xiang Jianzhuan was no longer significant, so he planned to leave. After all, the reason he came to the training center today was to fully focus on sprinting toward the compatibility of the Brother General template. However, while Ehei wanted to let Xiang Jianzhuan go, Xiang Jianzhuan was not willing to let him go. Ehei, are you trying to leave? Xiang Jianzhuan said with a grin. The surrounding classmates who were secretly watching couldn't help but admire Xiang Jianzhuan. Although his level was very low, only at Martial Master Stage 1, and he seemed a bit weak, still, he was a tough guy. He actually faced the great Demon King Ehei all alone, blocking him right in front. Let's have a duel, shall we? It will be a perfect warm-up battle to consolidate my cultivation after breaking through. After all, there have always been some members of the Dragon Blood Society who doubted my strength as the top-ranked person of the first-year class. Alright, I'll grant your wish. Let's have our duel right here. Here? How is that possible? How can the two of us fight freely in this place? Xiang Jianzhuan thought that although Ehei might not be as skilled as himself, his reputation was so widespread that he must have some real ability. He began to take this unseen rival more seriously. Hello, no need to fight freely. Just close your eyes, and it'll be over in no time. Xiang Jianzhuan was still in doubt when the man in front of him suddenly struck with a palm at a speed he couldn't even perceive. Crack! After being struck on the head, Xiang Jianzhuan felt as if he had been hit by lightning. His entire body stiffened instantly, and his lower half sank into the floor tiles due to the immense force from above. The rest, Xiang Jianzhuan didn't know. After all, by the time he woke up from unconsciousness, a week had already passed. Manhwa, check Xiang Jianzhuan's study points. Deduct the cost of ground damage from his points, and call the hospital to pick him up, Ehei said to Manhwa on his watch. Understood, Ehei. His study points have been deducted, and the rescue team is expected to arrive in 2 minutes. After making the arrangements, Ehei left. All that remained was a group of students surrounding Xiang Jianzhuan, who was half buried in the ground, eyes rolled back and tongue sticking out, taking pictures and watching. I believe that before the medical team arrives, Xiang Jianzhuan will already be popular on the campus walls. Ehei stored a large number of high-level magic cores, most of which were plant-type magic cores. Originally difficult to collect, these were quickly gathered thanks to the vast resources provided by Imperial University. Ehei is finally about to start raising the compatibility of the Brother General template. What do you mean? Considering that providing a large number of magic cores at once to improve compatibility would put oneself into a transformation mode in a sleep state, it would also release a large amount of nuclear energy radiation. Ehei specifically asked the electronic little maid Manhwa to open the largest sealed training room for him. Ever since Ehei got Manhwa, the Imperial University has felt just like his own home. He can do anything simply by asking Manhwa to grant him access, without needing to go through any formal procedures. When others have privileges, I feel indignant. But when I have privileges, oh my, it feels so good. Manhwa, activate the energy shielding function of the training room. I'm about to begin. Ehei, like pouring out candy beans, released the magic cores from the space ring and swallowed them all. Pure genetic energy bursting burst forth within his body, and he instinctively transformed into the Godzilla state of a black-blue demon, greatly enhancing the efficiency of energy absorption. The massive amount of magic cores stored in the space ring visibly decreased, and the blue light emanating from Ehei's body grew increasingly intense. If not for the special material of the cultivation room, the intense nuclear fission high energy from Ehei's body would have already ignited and burned the place down. But this was still far from enough. The higher the compatibility, the harder it is to increase, as the quantity and even the quality requirements for magic cores grow exponentially. This is also the drawback of high-level templates, which is that the growth period is excessively long, and the resources required are overwhelmingly immense. If Ehei were not backed by Imperial University and supported by Principal Sure, it would be impossible to mobilize such a vast amount of resources. In a sense, Ehei is quite fortunate that the other two templates drawn are of lower levels and more functional. Otherwise, Ehei wouldn't be able to support himself at all. The templates obtained cannot be promptly converted into combat power, which would severely slow down his growth pace. This is also why Ehei continues to work hard in studying the extraordinary system of martial arts. When high-level templates face developmental stagnation due to resource issues, martial arts power can help Ehei quickly transition through this period. As for his growth plan, Ehei has never acted recklessly. Everything has been carefully thought out. Even if you're cheating, you need to do it smartly. After all, even cheaters can die or lose, right? As the energy from the magic core continuously poured into Ehei's body, his body grew brighter and brighter until it transformed into a dazzling little blue sun. Manhwa detected a signal indicating an energy overload. It intercepted the warning message that was supposed to be sent to the main control room and quietly adjusted the energy shielding level to the highest. Otherwise, a teacher might come to check the situation, which would disrupt Ehei's cultivation. As time passed, the blue radiance on Ehei gradually dimmed. This did not signify a weakening of the atomic reactions within Ehei but rather a more restrained and concentrated energy. Gradually, blue crystals began to form on Ehei's surface until his entire body was encased in blue crystals, creating a massive blue crystal coffin. The terrifying energy, enough to level the Imperial floating city, was slowly brewing within the blue crystal coffin. When the coffin opens, it will mark the day the King of Monsters emerges. In the training room, accompanied by the final piercing whistle tearing through the air, bare-chested, Shujo finished his daily morning training of 10,000 sword swings. Shujo made a virtual grip at the air, and a refreshing cold breeze rushed toward him, quickly cooling his overheated body. Shujo opened a silver case, which contained a set of nanomaterial warrior battle attire. The weight of the clothing alone was over 100 kilograms. Of course, for a warrior's physique, it feels as light as nothing. Shujo, like a soldier about to go to war, quickly donned his warrior battle attire and then sheathed his newly forged sword. Today marks the beginning of the Great Xia's reclamation plan, with 70% of the nation's warriors set to march out. They, the warriors of Great Xia, will reclaim the 12 fallen cities. Two massive, solemn, jet-black airborne carriers hovered above the floating city of Imperial University, with countless aircraft shuttling back and forth between the university and the carriers. All operations were proceeding tightly and efficiently. This recovery plan carried the fate of the Great Xia nation and could not afford any mistakes. Shi Jingwen, dressed in a black and gold trench coat, stood mid-air. Today, he lacked his usual gentle and refined scholarly demeanor, exuding instead a sense of resolve and iron will. Below him, apart from a few individuals unable to arrive due to special circumstances, all the faculty and students who could be dispatched from the university had gathered. The vast Imperial University square was orderly, filled with people, arranged by grade and organizational groups, without a trace of chaotic noise. Only the chilling silence before a sword is drawn. Today is a solemn day. Perhaps most of them, after leaving here, will never have the chance to return to the Imperial University, forever remaining in a foreign land. But history will remember them. All students of the Imperial University, ignite the blood and smoke. Shi Jingwen's voice resounded through the entire sky. Yes, the voices below rolled like thunder, responding to Shi Jingwen's command. The next moment, countless crimson blood-colored smoke of vitality rose up, regardless of the disparity in vitality or the presence of any powerful phenomena. The blood-colored smoke of vitality from thousands of martial artists all soared into the sky, ultimately converging and intertwining. Through the collision of martial energy and vitality, everyone briefly experienced a collective and pure emotion. That was the will to fight, the determination to reclaim lost territory and restore the glory of Great Xia, even at the cost of their lives. The blood-colored smoke of vitality from all the students formed an angry crimson pillar connecting heaven and earth, with the martial artists' oppressive aura spreading for thousands of miles. Even the entire capital's citizens, upon looking up, could see the floating island in the sky stained red by the smoke of blood and energy. Shi Jingwen looked at the students below and said, "All kinds of tasks and plans, you have already understood them very clearly before. I know many of you are also prepared to make sacrifices, but you must come back alive. Only by staying alive is there hope. The Imperial University will always be your home, and it will always be here waiting for your return." Shi Jingwen suddenly paused, then his eyes sparkled with determination as he stretched out his arm, pointing straight at the fallen city in the distance.
All Imperial University warriors, hear my command. Swear with me, before us, there shall be no enemies.
Shi Jing's resounding voice echoed through the heavens and earth, and the entire Imperial capital heard his shout.
In our path ahead, there is no rival. In our path ahead, there is no rival.
Before departing, Shuzhou glanced at the fallen city. They were heading to West City.
Ehei, have you not awakened yet?
In a certain cultivation chamber, a massive blue crystal coffin trembled slightly. A flash of blue radiance flickered briefly before returning to stillness.
Director Yu.
Two warriors whose brains had undergone extensive mechanical modifications bowed their heads respectfully to the approaching woman. The cold and aloof short-haired woman wearing delicate gold-rimmed glasses ignored the two warriors who had been turned into puppets. She strode forward in black stiletto heels, appearing to be in quite a hurry. Yu Yan was a former Prometheus Level 2 researcher and is now an executive at Laser Bird. Recently, she had been deeply troubled by the company's dire situation. First, the theft of the golden gene, then the fall of an important base, and finally the loss of an elite squad. Laser Bird had truly been plagued by misfortunes this year. The board of directors had even begun to suspect that all these incidents were orchestrated by a single individual with the aim of bringing down Laser Bird. It's just that there's no evidence yet. Although Black Lion has already erased traces of the Jinshan Temple base, Great Xia Dragon Sparrow still locked its target on Laser Bird. If it weren't for Great Xia Dragon Sparrow being busy reclaiming fallen cities recently, Laser Bird would probably have been dealt with by now. However, it is precisely because the attention of martial artists across the country has been drawn to the fallen cities that Laser Bird finally had the chance to catch its breath and release that monster. It is a failed product of the first-generation Golden Gene experiment, a Pandora's box that, with the slightest carelessness, could drag humanity into an abyss of eternal damnation.
The test subject named -1.
Yu Yan, as one of the primary researchers who personally created the monster -1, was well aware of its terror.
However, despite Yu Yan's strong opposition, the board of directors insisted on releasing it.
Because as an individual with golden genes flowing through its body, even as a failed product, it could still sense the location of other golden genes. Even if it was prone to losing control, it was still the only bloodhound capable of finding the lost golden genes. Don't wait until all the great summer dragon sparrows are busy carrying out tasks and can't spare a hand to release that monster. There will never be another chance to retrieve the golden gene. Yu Yan didn't want to show a fearful expression after seeing that monster and recalling some bloody memories, so she quickly swallowed a few tranquilizer pills. The door at the end of the corridor looked extremely exaggerated. The countless intricate steel pillar components inside, interlocked layer by layer, formed a massive circular alloy door. This door could only be opened using the most primitive unlocking method, a key. Compared to electronic locks, which are vulnerable to hacking, physical key locks are much more reliable. After all, this door was designed to guard against people on the outside, not the prisoners within. Yu Yan held the 10 keys entrusted to her by the board of directors. Following a specific sequence, she inserted them one by one and rotated them in a pattern as complex as a combination lock. Accompanied by the continuous clicking sounds from within, the alloy door finally opened.
This prison, which contains countless cutting-edge technologies, appears quite ordinary on the surface, just an empty, enclosed room with an iron coffin inside.
However, the interior of the four walls is filled with various lethal weapons, and when necessary, their firepower density is sufficient to cover 99% of the space.
The tightly sealed floor is also embedded with powerful pressure sensors and terrifying high-voltage currents.
If not deactivated, even the light weight of a butterfly landing on it would instantly turn to ashes. The iron coffin in the center of the room is the outstanding creation of the Laser Bird in mechanical engineering. The secret alloy, capable of forging high-level warrior weapons, is crafted into countless precise components, designed by the top mechanical engineering team to ensure not a single breath of air escapes, tightly locking the creature inside. Internally, blood is continuously extracted from the prisoner 24 hours a day, ensuring they remain in a mummified state. Additionally, various weakening drugs are injected every hour, with the drug formulas changed periodically to prevent the prisoner from developing resistance. Theoretically, even a dominant-level magical beast cannot rely solely on brute strength to escape from this specially designed coffin. Of course, no dominator would willingly cooperate with the Laser Bird team to conduct various data tests and have a coffin custom-made for themselves. This iron coffin only restrained -1's body, while -1's head remained exposed, encased in an Iron Maiden-like head cage. Several steel spikes were embedded in the head cage, with their tips deeply piercing into -1's brain, suppressing its mental activity through electrical signals. Just a glance at this form of torture is enough to make one's scalp tingle. And now, Yu Yan is about to release this terrifying creature, locked away under the highest level of containment. A stealth fighter jet streaked across the sky, traveling at high speed and in secrecy. In the center of the fighter jet's cabin, -1 was still confined by both the Iron Maiden head cage and the iron coffin. However, the restraint device on his mouth had been removed, revealing the lower half of -1's face. Without lips, the skin on both sides of his face was torn, exposing dried gums to the air, resembling a grotesque and exaggerated smile, further accentuated by the black and gold triangular shark-like teeth. It can only be described as ugly and monstrous, definitely material for a terrifying killer in an R-rated gore film. Just, in that direction ahead, keep flying forward. A hoarse voice, like a broken violin string, emerged from -1's mouth. After being imprisoned for decades, he went from only being able to emit strange cries when his mouth was first unsealed to now speaking fluently, and it only took him 2.5 minutes. Captain, the place this hound is pointing to seems to be the west side of the city, the pilot said. West City, the fallen city that the great Xia Dragon Sparrow plans to reclaim? The captain, whose 2 arms had been fully modified with alloy prosthetics, squinted his eyes. Don't worry, Captain. As long as the one stealing the golden gene isn't a Grandmaster level expert, even if they're a Xuanwu warrior, we can swiftly surround and eliminate them, a team member said with a smile, puffing on a cigar. That's right, Captain. Under your leadership, when have we ever failed? As long as we don't run into the first division of the great Xia Dragon Sparrow, we can retreat unscathed. The team members all trusted their captain very much, but next, the captain looked at their watch and said something in a foreign language. Eve, block the plane's signal, hack into the flight system, and activate autopilot. As you wish, Executor. Almost instantly, the pilot exclaimed, the plane is out of control, ugh. Almost at the same time the driver finished speaking, a bloody gaping hole appeared in his neck, and even his trachea was pulled out. Splat! The captain shook off the bloodstains on his alloyed palm, looking at the teammates in front of him who had been temporarily immobilized after Eve hacked into their combat suits. No one had expected that before the mission even began, their superior would betray them. Captain, when did you become a traitor? That statement is incorrect because I was never one of the laser birds, so how could there be talk of betrayal? Sorry, everyone. When I go to hell, feel free to punish me as you wish. But for now, please die first. The teammates, reduced to helpless prey, had no ability to resist and could only watch as that alloy giant hand crushed their necks like soda cans. While the captain was carrying out the slaughter, the prisoners on the other side burst into cheerful laughter. Ha ha ha, they're all dead. Brother, can you give me some blood? I'm so thirsty. -1 stuck out a dark red tongue and licked his parched skin. The captain grabbed a teammate's heart and stuffed it into -1's mouth. The heart, like a peach full of juice, was chewed and swallowed. -1 smacked his lips with lingering relish, as if savoring its sweetness. Hound, from now on, you are free. The captain picked up a few more hearts of the Grand Martial Masters and stuffed them into -1's mouth. According to the rules of the laser bird, -1 was forbidden to eat. Once he consumed food to gain energy, this iron coffin would no longer be able to contain him. What do you want me to do? -1's deathly pale complexion began to turn rosy, and the iron coffin that had locked him in emitted its first muffled sound in decades. You don't need to do anything specific, just vent as much as you want on this land of Xia. The captain picked up the half-smoked cigar of the fallen team member from the pool of blood and continued smoking it. His superior was one of the board members who had originally engineered the golden gene to create the laser bird, and their true identity was an agent of the Mester Federal Bureau of Investigation. The purpose of this operation is to release the monster imprisoned by the laser bird to the greatest extent possible to disrupt Daxia's recovery plan. The revival of the Xia kingdom is something the Empire on the other hemisphere does not wish to see. I should leave now, or else when you come out, you'll probably tear me apart too. These corpses of the Grand Martial Masters will be your first feast after being released. The captain opened the hatch, and the roaring wind surged in, but it couldn't move the man in the slightest. He tossed the extinguished cigar into the high air, then jumped down himself. Below, another stealth fighter was there to pick him up. Before, you were a hunting dog searching for something, and now you're a mad dog let loose to bite everything? Really underestimated, huh? I just want to tear everyone apart and swallow them whole. The steel nails embedded in the Iron Maiden's head cage all shot out like bullets, stained with brain matter. Bang, bang, bang. The steel nails ricocheted back and forth inside the plane, ultimately striking rhythmically at various nodes of the iron coffin. The tightly sealed iron coffin began to crack under the internal and external assaults. I must first complete the golden gene, achieve true transformation, and then become a god. I'd like to see who would dare treat me like a dog then. A withered, twisted demon crawled out of the steel-forged grave, and the plane carrying him was heading toward West City. Countless aircraft, carrying different teams of warriors, headed to the fallen city's western district. Among them, the largest carrier-class battleship represented the Imperial University. All the warrior teams heading to the western district received orders from the Imperial University's battleship at this moment. Please evacuate the bombing zone promptly. Our ship is about to conduct a firepower sweep. The Imperial University is the overall commander of the Western City War Zone, and their plan is to first conduct large-scale bombings to attract the beast tide across the entire city. When the overlord-level magical beasts stationed in the Western City are surrounded by sparse forces, orders, a sharp squad led by martial arts masters will be dispatched to penetrate the enemy's core and execute a decapitation strike. Countless missiles poured down from the warships, transforming into a meteor shower that swept across the ruined city ahead. As the sea of fire ignited, the war officially began. No one noticed as a stealth fighter jet sliced through the clouds on one side, heading straight for the heart of West City. Above the jet, the clouds suddenly reflected a massive shadow. A monstrous bird with 6 enormous eyes tore through the cloud layer, its 2 sharp claws gripping the jet as if it had successfully hunted its prey. Rip! The monstrous bird tore open the top of the jet with its beak, but there was no one inside, only large stains of blood. Just as the monstrous bird was hesitating in confusion, -1, whose body had already changed from a desiccated corpse to full and robust, appeared above the bird's head like a phantom. Heh, time to try a different flavor. From between his grotesquely torn lips, serrated black gold shark teeth scraped against each other. In the next instant, his left hand plunged into the back of the monstrous bird's head, the arm that sank and transformed into countless snake-like black and red tendrils, burrowing into the bird's body like the roots of a great tree, spreading through its limbs and bones. The strange bird couldn't even let out a single screech before its body was swiftly drained, leaving only a layer of skin. A pair of black wings belonging to an avian magical beast unfolded from -1's back. Whoosh! -1 stood with his back to the sun, arms spread wide, as if countless living creatures were writhing beneath his skin. He gazed down at the western city below, the 6 newly grown eyeballs on his face spinning rapidly. What a rich genetic ecosystem! My damaged body can recover perfectly here. This is the best buffet. Ha ha ha! An invisible aircraft crashed to the ground, instantly drawing the attention of a ground warrior squad. Uncle Lou, a plane over there was destroyed by a magical beast. Let's hurry and save the people. A young man wielding a knife pointed at the billowing smoke in the distance, speaking anxiously. Xiao Zhang, don't rush. The magical beast that destroyed the plane might still be lurking nearby. A large hand rested on Xiao Zhang's shoulder. What's there to fear? Uncle Lou, you're a grand martial master, and this is just the outskirts of West City. There's no magical beast here that can compare to you. Xiao Zhang waved his hand dismissively. You rascal, Uncle Lou said with a helpless smile. That's right, Brother Lou. Xiao Zhang is not wrong. If we don't dare to venture into the outskirts of West City, then there's no point in talking about heading into its heart. Under the persuasion of his teammates, Uncle Lou had no choice but to agree. With the physical prowess of martial artists, they quickly covered a kilometer and arrived at the crashed plane. However, here, the magical beasts attracted by the plane crash had all turned into a field of shattered corpses. Since the magic cores of these beasts had not been destroyed, their fragmented bodies were still trembling slightly. These magical beasts were still alive, and the man who had completed this massacre masterpiece was sitting on the ground with his back to them, chewing on something. Uncle Lou looked solemnly at the remains of the magical beasts scattered across the ground. Each beast had been brutally torn apart, and it seemed deliberate that they were not allowed to die completely. It was as if the opponent was not fighting with the intent to kill but rather with a mindset of sadistic amusement. As an experienced veteran, Uncle Lou naturally knew that such mentally unstable martial artists were the most dangerous. They were often fugitives. Xiao Zhang, let's go. The moment Uncle Lou spoke, the person with their back to them turned their head 180 degrees. That mouth with exposed gums gave Uncle Lou a bloodthirsty smile. Looks like prey has taken the bait. Retreat. Just a single glance was enough to make Uncle Lou, who had experienced over 1,000 battles, feel his scalp tingle. He knew this was definitely not an existence he could contend with, but it was already too late. Countless black and red tentacles emerged from the ground, converging and intertwining toward the sky, forming a dome-shaped cage. Martial technique, wind slash. With a furious shout, Xiao Zhang swung his blade in a horizontal arc at the inner wall of the cage. But the sensation that traveled up his arm was as if he were striking a quagmire. His blade sank into the black and red wall and became stuck, impossible to pull free. Suddenly, a massive human face bulged out from the black and red inner wall. Before Xiao Zhang could react, it opened its mouth and swallowed him whole. Accompanied by a sickening crunch of chewing, the face dissolved back into the wall, and Xiao Zhang was nowhere to be seen. Uncle Lou, Xiao Zhang, he was eaten by the wall. Damn it! Uncle Lou roared furiously, releasing a powerful burst of martial energy. He knew that unless he dealt with the instigator, there was no way he could make it out alive. -1 looked at the delicious prey charging toward him, excitedly extending his slender tongue to lick his nose. His left hand squirmed for a moment and transformed into a black-red long blade. Martial skill, wind slash. Uncle Lou leaned back and bent his waist just in time, as the foul wind grazed past his face. Whoosh! Although Uncle Lou managed to dodge the strike with his rich experience, his expression turned utterly stunned. The move this monster just used, how could it be exactly the same as Xiao Zhang's? Xiao Zhang was someone he had watched grow up, someone he had sparred with countless times. The martial techniques could be the same, but how could the habits of a martial artist's moves be identical as well? Uncle Lou, I'm in so much pain. Save me! Xiao Zhang's voice came from all directions. Uncle Lou looked up, his pupils shrinking instantly in fear. The inner walls of the black and red tentacle cage were entirely transformed into Xiao Zhang's twisted, agonized faces. These faces were contorted and pressed together, their bloodshot eyes glaring fixedly at Uncle Lu. This monster, could it actually learn the martial techniques of warriors instantly by devouring them? It's as if it stitches the warriors directly into its own body. Just as Uncle Lu was momentarily distracted, one of his arms was forcibly torn apart by -1. Splat! Delicious, truly delicious. As expected, the pure, natural flesh and blood of high-level warriors taste the best. Those agents from Laserbird have too many drugs in their bodies, absolutely disgusting. -1 bit savagely into Uncle Lu's arm with his shark-like triangular teeth, a look of utter satisfaction on his face. What kind of monster are you? Uncle Lu clutched his severed arm, staring at -1 in despair. Behind him, the walls themselves seemed to turn into monsters, devouring the lives of his teammates. Even though Uncle Lu was burning with anxiety, he was powerless to help. After all, he himself was just another lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He wanted to send a message to headquarters, but in this cage, even the signal was blocked. Please, you must be careful. Uncle Lu's gaze turned resolute as he charged decisively at the monster in front of him. 2 minutes later, the playful -1 put away the black and red cage, leaving only the bloodstains on the ground to tell the tale of the recent brutality. Accompanied by a twist of his face and body, -1's appearance and figure transformed into Uncle Lu's likeness. -1 could sense the golden gene in another direction within the Western City. He planned to head there while blending into other martial artists' teams for some fun. Once everyone got familiar with him, he would suddenly start eating people. Their expressions would surely be priceless. Oh, he was still on this battlefield, sensing many powerful life forces. Those must be master-level warriors and overlord-level magical beasts, right? If I could devour genes of this caliber, who in the world would still dare to treat me like a dog, commanding me at will? I have cast off my shackles and ascended into a demon. Ha ha ha. -1 walked toward the ruined city ahead, the shadow beneath his feet swaying like countless tentacles. Imperial University. A crystal coffin began to crack, dazzling blue light flickering through the fractures, bathing the entire cultivation chamber in blue. The countdown to Ehei emerging from the coffin began. An 8-legged giant skeletal horse neighed loudly, enduring countless missile bombardments, breaking through the fire interception net, and charging into the tank ground forces, beginning massive destruction. Within its hollow skeleton, countless magical beasts poured out like a swarm from a hive, engaging in fierce combat with the warriors on the ground. Commander, a lord-level magical beast has breached the rear. Activate the railgun. The bottom of the airborne battleship opened, revealing a uniquely shaped, 100-meter class weapon with a split design. As the yellow light spheres on it lit up one by one, a massive surge of energy began to gather. It was like a golden spear tearing through the sky, a divine light of heavenly retribution descending from the clouds. Everyone only felt a sudden brightness overhead, followed by the overwhelming dust and smoke of a massive object collapsing, sweeping in from all directions. The 8-legged skeletal giant horse was too massive to evade the shot. The golden electromagnetic energy cannon pierced through it completely, from head to tail. But this was merely the elimination of one lord-level magical beast. As the battle on the West City's eastern side grew increasingly intense, more high-level magical beasts were surging toward this area. Faced with the endless beast tide, as overwhelming as a tsunami, humanity's proud firepower coverage was like a flickering candle in the storm, at risk of being extinguished at any moment. Relying solely on agile and powerful individual warriors to penetrate the beast tide and carry out decapitation operations against the high-ranking entities within, causing the beast tide to disperse. The key to victory in the Western City battle zone lies in whether the strongest elite squad, led by the Grandmaster of the Imperial Academy, Dean Chen, can successfully eliminate the overlord located in the city center. Compared to the eastern side of the Western City, where artillery roars and warriors and magical beasts clash in a massive confrontation, the 5-person squad here is much quieter. Yet they bear the most arduous task of determining whether the recovery of the Western City will succeed. At the forefront, clad in a silver snow armor, wielding a dragon scale spear, and riding a snow-white unicorn steed, was the valiant middle-aged man who served as the captain of this elite squad, Dean Chen Tianyu, a master at the cocoon-breaking stage. However, with the combination of a magic spear crafted from a Thunder Attribute Overlord-level magic core, high-grade secret metal armor, and the support of a gene-synthesized beast with Lord-level strength, he could exhibit the power of a butterfly transformation stage master. It's a bit too quiet, Chen Tianyu suddenly remarked. Teacher, the route we are taking is correct. It was scouted by the vanguard team of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow as the best path to the Overlord's lair. A handsome young man responded. His name was Dai Qiming, a direct disciple of Chen Tianyu. This name was known to everyone at Imperial University because it belonged to the president of the student council. He was recognized as the #1 student of Imperial University, with martial arts cultivation at the half-step grandmaster level. The higher a martial artist's cultivation, the stronger a certain spiritual vision becomes. comes. Upon reaching the butterfly transformation stage of a grandmaster, they can even see scenes of their own death in their dreams.
So, Shiming, you must trust a warrior's intuition. Everyone, stop and stay on guard.
At Chen Tianyu's command, the team, which had been traveling at high speed, came to a complete stop.
No one questioned it.
Chen Tianyu dismounted from his unicorn steed, sat cross-legged with his weapon in hand, and then closed his eyes. About the time it takes to burn 3 incense sticks later, Chen Tianyu opened his eyes. Here it comes. Almost the next second, everyone felt the approach of that powerful presence. A golden boulder descended from the sky, crashing down in front of everyone. When it stood up, only then did the crowd see its true form. With a body length of 5 meters, its physiological structure closely resembles that of a rhinoceros beetle, with a muscular physique covered in a thick and magnificent golden shell. Its limbs are as thick as giant pillars, and above a pair of eerie green eyes, it bears a smooth, sharp, and upright horn resembling ivory. I clearly set a grand gift for you ahead, so why have you stopped? A voice like a deep bass thundered into everyone's ears. This beast was speaking human language. Target confirmed, Western City Overlord Golden Horned Beetle Lord. The whole team, take formation.
Chen Tianyu couldn't be bothered to waste words with the beast. For every second they defeated the Overlord earlier, thousands more on the front lines could survive.
Earthly Fiend Martial Technique, Thunder Dragon Lance Thrust. A sonic boom erupted behind Chen Tianyu as his entire body shot forward like a cannonball. The dragon-scale silver lance in his hand traced white electric sparks through the air, thrusting straight at the Overlord ahead. The Golden Beetle Lord revealed a human-like disdainful smile, clenched its millstone-sized fist, and, relying solely on brute force without any technique, punched forward, tearing through the air. Just as the lightning on the spear tip was about to touch the golden fist shadow, a thin but muscular old man instantly appeared beside the golden fist. Earthly Fiend Martial Technique Secret Art Dripping Water pierces stone hand. Crack, crack, crack. 2 hands, like ever-changing flowing water, left winding and twisting afterimages as they swiftly struck various nodes on the golden horned bug sovereign's arm. The golden horned bug sovereign immediately felt an intense numbness in its arm, and the power of its swinging fist was reduced by more than half, followed by a flash of silver lightning from the spear. Its fist, wrapped in golden armor, was directly pierced by the lightning. Cunning humans, you truly studied my traits and devised a tactical squad specifically for me. Behind him, the wings of 2 golden beetles spread open. The golden horned beetle sovereign unleashed its full power, directly shaking off the silver spear. Then, its other massive hand descended like a falling meteor, smashing straight toward the thin old man's crown.
Let's deal with you, old man, first. Mu Lao, fall back.
A warrior standing 3 meters tall, clad in heavy armor and wielding a large shield, roared loudly and positioned himself in front of Mu Lao. Accompanied by a burst of explosions, the heavily armored warrior was slammed into the ground, with blood even seeping out from the gaps in the armor. Just as the golden horned bug sovereign was about to press its advantage, a man and a woman blocked its path. Dai Qiming, at the half-step master level, and his girlfriend Bai Chanshan, a 9th-rank Xuanwu warrior, practiced dual cultivation martial techniques. Their combined attack as a couple could briefly unleash master-level strength.
Chanshan, go!
Dai Qiming was the first to leap up, the tiger head-shaped gauntlet on his hand emitting a fierce roar. On the other side, Bai Chanshan's hands turned into palms. The two, one firm and one gentle, like the yin and yang of Tai Chi, forcibly held the golden horned beetle sovereign in place. On the other side, Chen Tianyu mounted the unicorn steed, which dashed forward like an F1 car starting up, his spear surrounded by crackling lightning.
Man and horse as one, leading the charge. Domain expansion 1000 Army Thunder Barrier.
Based on the rhythm of martial arts, a field that locks onto the enemy envelopes reality. The golden horned bug sovereign, who had just sent Dai Qiming flying, suddenly found itself in an ancient battlefield filled with the corpses of soldiers. Ahead of it, a general wielding a long spear led an army of thousands formed by lightning, charging straight at it. Your human cultivation system does indeed have its merits. Perhaps the emperor was right, we should learn from it. The golden horned bug sovereign let out a furious roar, its body swelling to twice its size once more.
Accompanied by the vibrating
wings on its back, it transformed into a golden streak of light at supersonic speed, directly striking the army of thousands before it. The terrifying clash of forces caused the entire realm's ambience to collapse. Boom! Dazzling thunder echoed through the western city, and a bolt of lightning shot from near the city center, piercing through to the outskirts of the city. Everything in its path was reduced to nothingness. Human, you are quite impressive. If it were an ordinary overlord, they might not have withstood this strike. But unfortunately, there are differences even among overlords, and this king stands above them. The half of golden horned beetle sovereign's body that had been pierced visibly swelled with tumors, then grew new armor, and the 5-meter body began to crack, until a smaller, but even more powerful dark golden body broke free from the old skin and appeared before Chen Tianyu.
Golden horned beetle sovereign's second molting state. There's even a rare transformation state.
Elder Mu squinted his eyes. The next moment, a gust of wind reached him, so fast that he couldn't react at all. Old man, die. Dai Qiming and Bai Chanshan, who were closest to Elder Elder Mu simultaneously stepped in front of him, adopting a defensive stance, while Elder Mu instinctively used a force-dissipating technique. Watch out! A wave of energy reverberated through the sky, its fist wind sweeping across 1,000 meters ahead, shattering all the glass of the buildings lining the street. 3 blood-stained figures were flung into the air. Among them, only Dai Qiming, the strongest in cultivation, and Elder Mu, who had dissipated most of the force, retained the ability to fight. Bai Qianqian, whose cultivation was weaker, suffered fractured arms and fell into a critical coma. TSK, not a single one killed. It's been too long since I fought in this form. I've gotten rusty. The golden-horned beetle sovereign tilted its head, as if merely commenting on not scoring a strike in bowling. Zing! The hum of electricity. The lightning spear was caught by the dark golden hand, and even with the combined strength of Chen Tianyu and the unicorn steed beneath him, he couldn't pull the spear out. On the other side, the heavy-armored warrior's giant hammer, swung with full force, was also caught by the golden-horned insect sovereign with its other hand. With a squeeze of its 5 fingers, the hammer was crushed like paper. Let me deal with the small fry first, then I'll fight you. The dark golden arm holding the spear lifted forcefully, raising Chen Tianyu along with the unicorn steed beneath him, which weighed as much as a tank. As the golden beetle sovereign swung its arm in a wide arc, Chen Tianyu, along with his horse, was hurled through the air and smashed straight into a distant skyscraper, causing a massive crash. Your turn. Sensing danger, the heavily armored warrior immediately dropped his giant hammer and tried to retreat, but a massive pillar-like foot stomped directly onto his chest, driving him into the ground. You're tough? The heavily armored warrior sensed something was wrong and immediately began to struggle. But what greeted him was a storm of golden chaotic punches. Countless terrifying forces struck the heavily armored warrior, further transmitting to the ground, causing the surface to collapse in a large circular area. Gradually, the resistance of the heavily armored warrior grew weaker and weaker until he became completely motionless, because his upper body, along with the heavy armor, had already been blasted into pieces, scattered all over the ground. Back on the battlefield, Chen Tianyu's eyes were bloodshot. He let out a furious roar and directly unleashed the life-burning secret technique, transforming into a raging thunderstorm to attack this monster. But in the next moment, a single sentence from the golden-horned insect sovereign made his pupils contract. Humans, what makes you think the Western City has only one overlord? Eastern battlefield. All the buildings had already been leveled by the firepower of the human fleet and the iron hooves of the beasts. The ground could no longer distinguish between pieces of corpses and soil or stones. All the tank units had been destroyed in the recent suicide charge of the lord-level beasts. The martial artists of the ground forces fought with bloodshot eyes, their bodies numb from exhaustion. Yet the magical beasts surged forward like endless waves. No sooner had one wave been quelled than another rose up, giving the humans not a moment's rest. At first, only great martial masters were needed for decapitation operations, but soon, regular martial masters had to join the fray, and eventually even those with only basic martial cultivation were thrown onto the battlefield. Casualties mounted higher and higher. But even with such a tragic cost, the West City must be taken, not only for the hundreds of thousands of compatriots who perished under the iron hooves of the beasts, but also for the future of Great Xia, the land left by our ancestors. How could we tolerate foreign tribes living on it? Even if it means shedding the last drop of a warrior's blood, West City must be reclaimed. Inside the airborne carrier, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded from the central computer. Level 1 warning. Level 1 warning. A massive biological energy reaction has been detected 1,000 meters underground on the battlefield, and it is rapidly surfacing. According to computer calculations, this creature has reached the Dominator level. There are no Grandmasters stationed in the current ground forces. Strategic retreat is advised. How is that possible? The only Dominator in the Western City has already encountered Director Chen's spearhead squad, hasn't it? A technician exclaimed. But the Commander-in-Chief shouted, don't hesitate, notify the ground forces to retreat. Raise the altitude of the entire airship away from the surface, and the bunker buster nuclear bomb, prepare for deployment. Just as the command center issued the order, the keenly perceptive warriors on the ground also sensed something unusual. Boom, boom, boom. The earth seemed to turn over like a dragon, trembling incessantly. All experienced martial artists know that something big is about to emerge. Headquarters orders, a ground-penetrating nuclear bomb is about to be deployed. Ground forces are to strategically retreat first. Damn it. This feels like a magnitude 4 earthquake, doesn't it? What's under the ground? A lord-level magical beast shouldn't be this extreme, right? Could there be a second overlord hidden in the Western City? The warriors did not linger in battle, all retreating swiftly while the aerial warships and fighter jets above provided firepower to cover the ground forces' withdrawal. At that moment, a massive mud-yellow tentacle burst through the ground. 2 attack helicopters failed to evade in time. One was smashed to pieces on the spot, while the other had its tail struck, spiraling down to the ground and turning into a fireball. 2 more colossal tentacles, as thick as skyscrapers, emerged from the ground, sweeping toward the aerial warship. The warship's underside gathered energy for its railgun, firing a shot directly. One tentacle was severed on the spot by the golden electromagnetic energy blade, with the cross-section carbonized like molten lava. Boom! But a terrifying thing happened. The severed tentacle that had fallen to the ground actually took root like a plant, then visibly grew larger. Meanwhile, at the severed end of the tentacle that had been cut off by the railgun and carbonized, countless tiny flesh buds rapidly swelled up. As the buds burst open, a brand new tentacle with relatively tender skin emerged. The tender new tentacle existed in the air for only 2 or 3 seconds before its surface skin rapidly hardened. The massive energy expended by the airborne battleship to fire a shot had not caused it the slightest harm. More and more mud-yellow tentacles rose from the ground, churning and loosening the Earth's crust within a 100-mile radius. The commander-in-chief understood that there was no time to wait. The ground-penetrating nuclear missiles had to be launched now. Otherwise, once this monster completely broke free from the surface, the risk of the airship being destroyed would become too great. By then, the plan to reclaim the Western City war zone would be declared a failure. Launch! 3 nuclear missiles equipped with rocket boosters at the rear were launched from the bottom of the airship. Whoosh! 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 The drill at the top of the nuclear bomb quickly activated before touching the ground, propelled underground in an instant with the power of rocket boosters. Under the solemn gaze of the commander-in-chief, endless light and heat erupted from beneath the ground, resembling a volcanic explosion, hurling massive dark red glows and mushroom-shaped dust clouds into the sky. The massive shockwave from the explosion even caused the airships to tremble incessantly, like ships facing a tsunami storm. The explosion ended, leaving a massive ravine spanning thousands of meters on the ground, and within the dust-filled ravine, the shadowy image of enormous tentacles still emerged. Damn it! Could it be that the plan to reclaim the Western City is going to fail? The commander-in-chief angrily and painfully slammed the table, displaying an unprecedented loss of composure. But in the next moment, the central computer was suddenly infiltrated by higher-level authority, and the voice of the Imperial University's supercomputer, Manhwa, sounded. Thank you to all the warriors of the West City war zone for their valiant battles. Now, please leave the battlefield to him. Him? Who is he? The commander-in-chief looked up in confusion, only to see a supersonic intercontinental missile streaking across the sky, and on top of the missile. What the heck? There's actually someone standing on it? Imperial University. A brilliant blue beam of light suddenly shot up, illuminating a large swath of clouds above the Imperial capital in blue. Countless citizens in the Imperial capital opened their windows or car doors, looking up at the sky in astonishment. Is this the secret weapon developed by Imperial University for this Great Xia reclamation plan? Truly worthy of Imperial University. A blessing for Great Xia. Mr. Ehei, congratulations on your breakthrough. A service robot possessed by Manhwa, holding a watch in its hand, walked up to the naked Ehei. Ehei put on the watch, and countless fluid-like black and blue nanoparticles emerged from it, quickly attaching themselves to Ehei's body to form a nano battlesuit. Ehei looked at the large hole above caused by the intense nuclear energy blast and said, Manhwa, file a repair request and deduct the cost from the Dragon Blood Society. Okay, sir. Ehei instinctively expanded the life field, only to find that there was almost no sign of life at Imperial University. This means, has the Great Xia recovery plan begun? Manhwa, how long has the Imperial University's West City Warzone unit been deployed? 5 hours. So late? Quickly arrange a supersonic fighter jet for me. No, a supersonic fighter jet is too slow. Use an intercontinental missile. The speed of an intercontinental missile is faster. Ehei focused his gaze in the direction of West City. This time, he was heading there to accomplish 2 goals. First, to meet the Mad Doctor and obtain the Golden Gene. Second, to slay the Overlord. He needed to acquire the Overlord-level magic core to take the final step in his transformation. Template, Legendary Godzilla. Compatibility, 99%. Mutation direction, Planet Godzilla. Success probability, 87%. When Ehei's compatibility with the general template reaches over 90%, magic cores of other levels lose their effectiveness, except for Lord-level magic cores, which can only provide a fraction of a percent increase in compatibility per core. Ehei completely relied on an enormous amount of resources to force his compatibility to 99%, consuming so many Lord-level magic cores that even the Imperial University market ran out of stock. But the final 1% of compatibility cannot be achieved no matter how much is piled up. Only higher-tier genes can help Ehei take this last step. Ehei stood in front of the missile silo, fully prepared. Mr. Ehei, may your martial endeavors flourish. A massive hum and blaze of fire emanated from the missile silo as the unadorned, military green missile emerged from the launch tube. Ehei leaped into the air, using martial energy to anchor himself vertically atop the intercontinental missile. The tail flame of the intercontinental missile tore through the sky, streaking past the Imperial capital. At the missile's supersonic speed, the air slammed against Ehei like a solid wall, yet he stood firmly atop it. At this moment, Ehei suddenly felt like a cultivator flying with a sword, except the sword he was riding was not very traditional. Mr. Ehei, we will arrive at the destination in 20 seconds. Manhwa's prompt came from the watch. I've already already seen it, that nuclear explosion flash ahead. Manhwa, notify the command center and let them know that I'll take over the battlefield from here. Ehei stored the watch in his spatial ring and then swallowed the spatial ring, as the upcoming battle would be so violent that everything around him would be crushed into fragments. This is also the reason why Manhwa gave Ehei the nano watch, because the nano clothes can conveniently attach quickly after Ehei bursts out of her clothes, preventing her from being naked. Ehei stepped on the intercontinental missile, diving straight down toward the massive chasm below. Ehei could sense a powerful life force emanating from within. The creature inside was far stronger than the black monkeys that had invaded Anqing back then. Unfortunately, Ehei's strength compared to back then was no longer on the same level. In the chasms and abysses created by the nuclear explosion, the Dominator-level magical beast known to humans as the Earth Demon sensed an object hurtling toward it at high speed and swiftly extended its sky-piercing tentacle to smash it. Before the intercontinental missile exploded, Ehei jumped off from it. Although the Earth Demon was massive in size, the sensory cells covering its tentacles, capable of perceiving temperature, breath, and other signals, maximized its sensory abilities. Realizing that an enemy was approaching, it manipulated more tentacles to sweep forward, and from the pores on each tentacle, dark red mist began to spray out. This toxic mist would cause the flesh and bones of any warrior below the Grandmaster level to dissolve upon contact. But for Ehei, who was clad in Godzilla's outer shell, it was nothing more than a slightly stimulating cold shower. Godzilla's secret technique, nuclear light sword slash. Blue light surged between Ehei's hands, and at the protruding knuckles, blue crystalline structures began to form. Accompanied by a crisp, resonant hum of energy, two massive blue beams, each several hundred meters long, shot forth from Ehei's fists. Swinging his arms, Ehei wielded the blue beams like lightsabers, slicing through the overwhelming mass of tentacles ahead, shattering them to pieces. The headquarters outside was already stunned. In the massive chasm created by the nuclear explosion, a large expanse of dark red haze had begun to spread outward. Any magical beasts accidentally caught in the haze instantly dissolved into blood. However, two blue beams of light, hundreds or even thousands of meters long, continued to flicker within. The tentacles surrounding the blue beams were effortlessly sliced apart, as if they were mere paper. Even the speed at which the tentacles regenerate couldn't keep up with the speed of the lightsaber's cuts. After all, a kilometer-long lightsaber sweeping across could shatter all the tentacles in front of it. Which master is making a move? Why haven't I heard of this technique before? That's great. The Western City is saved. We can liberate the Western City. Inside the command center, countless staff members cheered. The warrior units evacuating on the ground also received news that powerful reinforcements were coming, and countless warriors embraced each other in tears. We can win, the commander-in-chief said, clenching his fist. You've been hiding your strength really well, haven't you? He shattered all the tentacles in front of him. After descending over 1,000 meters below the surface, he finally saw the true form of the Earth Demon. This is a dark brown tumor-like sphere with a size reaching 300 meters, with all the tentacles growing out from the tumors on its surface. Take you down in one go. Godzilla's secret art nuclear radiant battle form ultra. The Godzilla shell on Ehei's surface began to gradually disintegrate and shatter, revealing a dazzling blue radiance within. The boundless underground darkness was illuminated by the blue light, making Ehei appear like a deity descending to the mortal world. The space around Ehei was distorted by the terrifying high-energy reaction leaking from his body, and the Earth Demon below felt an unprecedented sense of fatal danger. The dark brown spherical body began compressing its muscles, causing the massive flesh to continuously condense and tighten, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. In this form, even a nuclear bomb strike would pose little threat to it. The Earth Demon's defensive stance did not cause Ehei to change his expression in the slightest. To him, it was nothing more than a slightly tougher living target. Just a lamb to the slaughter. Godzilla's secret technique, nuclear sky-kicking strike. Ehei shattered the air at supersonic speed, transforming into a dazzling blue meteor, piercing straight into the Earth Demon's body, now compressed to 100 meters. Endless atomic blue light burst forth, illuminating the entire canyon created by the nuclear explosion. At this moment, all the colors in the world dimmed, leaving only this brilliant shade of blue. This scene, akin to a divine miracle, was deeply imprinted in the minds of every warrior who witnessed it. With the demise of this overlord-level magical beast, Ehei officially stepped into the ranks of the top-tier combat forces of Blue Star's humanity. The once prosperous city center of West City now lay in ruins, with buildings flattened for several kilometers around. Two figures, moving with kinetic energy surpassing several times the speed of sound, intertwined and collided in battle. Each clash caused large areas of the surrounding concrete ruins to be pulverized into dust. Ha ha ha. Human, this king acknowledges you. I never expected you to briefly contend with this king's third molting form. One of the dark red figures, after blasting away the lightning-clad mounted warrior before it, laughed heartily with satisfaction. In the distance, Dai Qiming clenched his fists tightly, his face grim. No one expected that the golden-horned beetle sovereign, which had undergone a second molting, had not yet reached its limit and could evolve once more. Half an hour ago, Chen Tianyu, burning his life force, successfully suppressed the dark gold form of the golden horned beetle sovereign after its second molting, with the assistance of Dai Qiming and Elder Mu. But just as Chen Tianyu's thunder spear was about to successfully pierce its heart, the golden horned beetle sovereign unexpectedly entered its third molting form. The dark golden skin exuded an ominous red hue, with 4 additional arms growing on both sides of the chest, abdomen, waist, and hips. The body condensed and shrank again, reducing in height to 2.5 meters. The once massive, rock-like muscles became lean and compact, with overall movement speed and strength increasing by at least 2 levels. Now, only Chen Tianyu, in coordination with the unicorn steed beneath him, could keep up with the speed of the golden horned insect sovereign. Dai Qiming and Elder Mu couldn't even spectate from the sidelines. Getting slightly closer could result in instant annihilation. Chen Tianyu thrust the dragon-scaled silver spear into the ground, carving out a trench dozens of meters long to counteract the kinetic energy imposed on him by the golden-horned insect sovereign. Cough, cough. Chen Tianyu covered his mouth, blood seeping through his fingers. His once jet-black hair and beard had turned gray. The side effects of the blood ignition secret technique were beginning to show. Even if he won this battle, he wouldn't have many years left to live. But this is not important. What matters is that I, Chen Tianyu, a grandmaster of the Great Xia, must slay this demon here. Kill. The unicorn steed beneath him sensed its master's resolve to die. It raised its head and neighed, its veins bulging like small snakes, carrying its master as it charged forward once more. Earthly fiend martial skill, 1,000 fathoms thunder spear. Chen Tianyu's figure transformed into a blazing white thunderbolt. Though he charged alone, he displayed the momentum of thousands of troops, an unstoppable force. The 6-armed golden-horned bug sovereign was once again drawn into the domain, causing it to let out a helpless sigh. Martial rhythm lock, forced attack. You martial artists and your idealistic techniques are truly mysterious. But it ultimately cannot make up for the absolute gap in power. The Emperor has recently perfected the old civilization's transformation experiment. As a human acknowledged by this king, after your death, this king will recommend your corpse, allowing you to be reborn in a more powerful form. The golden-horned insect sovereign gathered strength in its 4 arms and unleashed a punch, clashing head-on with the lightning bolt that charged right in front of it. Lightning and fist winds intertwined, spreading out in a semicircular wave, reducing everything to dust. Cracks spread across the dragon-scale silver spear as Chen Tianyu endured the excruciating pain of his body being pushed beyond its limits, continuing to squeeze out every ounce of his strength, betting everything on this one strike. Boom! Covered in blood and resembling a blood-soaked figure, Chen Tianyu roared, "Even if I die, I will wound you so severely that you won't be able to interfere with the battle to reclaim West City." Crack, crack. Thunder and lightning erupted instantly, the surging thunder forcing the golden-horned insect sovereign's body to retreat step by step. Even as the insect wings on its back unfurled and whipped up a fierce gale, it couldn't stop its backward momentum. The golden-horned insect sovereign looked at its 4 arms, which were blocking the thunder spear but whose exoskeletons were beginning to shatter, and sneered, "You humans and your life-burning techniques are truly annoying." In the palms located on the waist and abdomen, 2 dark red bone spikes extended. Poochie! A piercing and mournful hoarse neigh echoed across the sky. Accompanied by the sweeping and slashing motion of the golden-horned bug sovereign's arms, Chen Tianyu's mount was instantly slain on the spot. The thunder spear lost the boost of horsepower, and its power instantly diminished. The golden-horned insect sovereign seized the dragon-scale silver spear with both hands, while another hand grabbed the unconscious Chen Tianyu's head. Twisting its waist and swinging its arm, it directly flung Chen Tianyu away. Elder Mu leaped into the air, caught Chen Tianyu's body, rotated several times mid-air to dissipate the force, and landed steadily. The golden-horned insect sovereign looked at Dai Qiming, who had assumed an attack stance, and laughed. This king refrained from exerting excessive force to preserve the integrity of this powerful human corpse, but you won't receive the same courtesy. Will only shatter into pieces. The golden-horned beetle sovereign said this while pointing at the heavily armored warrior whose upper body he had smashed. The warrior's body was already gone, leaving only a large pool of blood on the ground. "Yo, it's quite lively over here. Even from the outskirts of the city, I could feel the commotion of your fight." But a tall warrior, standing 3 meters high, said with a cheerful laugh while casually pulling up the recently deceased unicorn steed, "Wu Hong, didn't you just die in battle?" Elder Mu pointed at Wu Hong and exclaimed in shock, "Elder Mu, am I dead? I don't know, ahahaha." Wu Hong covered his face with one hand and started laughing exaggeratedly like a madman. Then an even more terrifying thing happened. His stomach tore open, transforming into a monstrous gaping mouth. A massive tongue rolled up the corpse of the unicorn steed and swallowed it whole. Delicious, as expected of a mount belonging to a grandmaster. If I could eat the grandmaster himself, that would be even better. Hee old Mu, I see your old bones still have some charm. How about letting me have a taste? The skin on Wu Hong's face began to twist and tear, with more human faces squeezing out, creating an utterly grotesque sight. The next moment, a dark red fist shadow blasted over, directly knocking his head off. What disgusting thing is this? It actually carries a trace of the aura of the dark veil star
Beskar's alien demons. Is this one of your humans' mad creations? I didn't expect you'd dare to lay hands on those alien demons. If that's the case, it would be better for us to rule this planet. The Golden Beetle Lord disdainfully stared at the headless corpse in front of it after sending the head flying. Countless black and red tentacles extended from the severed neck, intertwining to form an entirely new head. The eyes were adorned with a black and red biomaterial collar, surrounded by a ring of sharp spikes, and below it was an exaggerated, torn smile. Gaji Gaji. Hello there, alien creature. My name is -1, and I'm here to devour you. Arrogant. The golden horned insect sovereign threw a punch at -1. -1 did not dodge, allowing the golden horned insect sovereign's fist to smash into his face. Crack. Accompanied by the roar of a sonic boom, -1's skull instantly shattered, brain matter splattering everywhere. But the splattered flesh and blood were all connected by some black and red web-like filaments, preventing them from being scattered by the force of the punch. All the flying flesh and blood instantly converged, wrapping around the fist of the golden horned insect sovereign. The golden horned insect sovereign's eyes narrowed. The carapace of its third molting form was unexpectedly corroded in an instant by this bizarre flesh and blood. The next moment, the golden horned insect sovereign decisively severed its hand, its insect wings vibrating behind it as it quickly pulled away. But -1 strangely started to laugh. Alien creature, how far can you stretch the distance? What stands before you is merely the bait of my true body. Do you know the anglerfish? Boom! The earth collapsed, and a blood-red gaping maw spanning hundreds of meters roared as it burst out of the ground. The golden horned insect sovereign realized it had fallen into a trap. It could only watch helplessly as the world plunged into eternal darkness. The massive mouth that swallowed the golden horned insect sovereign twisted and spiraled in midair before finally transforming into a black and red stream that flowed into -1's body. Heaven knows how he managed to fit something so enormous inside himself. As expected of a Dominator-level creature, I can't even digest and absorb it immediately. It's still struggling inside my body. Elder Mu handed the unconscious and overexerted Chen Tianyu to Dai Qiming and said, "Take Dean Chen and run." -1 revealed a disdainful smile as he slowly approached the two in front of him, savoring the pheromones of fear emanating from their bodies. But suddenly, his expression froze. From the eastern part of the western city, a vast expanse of blue radiance was rising, and the high-energy reaction was terrifyingly exaggerated. Moreover, the source of that high-energy reaction was approaching him. The air kept exploding, and the clouds in the sky were split into two by a blue meteor. Dai Qiming had no idea what kind of monster was approaching. He only felt as if a giant hand was gripping his heart tightly. Like a lamb facing a tyrannosaurus, he was completely suppressed on a genetic level, almost unable to breathe. The explosive sound grew closer and closer. "It's here." It was completely impossible to see clearly. Even though Dai Qiming possessed the vision of a half-step grandmaster, he could barely make out a blue afterimage descending from the sky. Then, that blue afterimage directly collided with -1. It wasn't until the moment the two collided that the surging wind generated by the descent of the blue figure roared over, striking against Dai Qiming. Immediately after, there was a deafening roar that shattered everything. In front of Dai Qiming, the ruins of a collapsed building, originally caused by the battle between Chen Tianyu and the golden-horned bug sovereign, had now completely disappeared. Only the billowing dust from the impact remained. Both -1 and the blue figure had vanished without a trace. A series of crashing sounds echoed continuously through the city as building after building collapsed and crumbled, with clouds of dust rising over the western part of the city. Ehei crashed through 3 kilometers of office buildings with -1 in tow. Amidst the spinning chaos, -1 hadn't even realized what had happened before feeling as if struck by a rocket, forced to retreat all the way. Boom, boom, boom. Ehei's blue pupils locked onto the gradually disintegrating and shattering body of -1. The black and red substance seeping out from within filled him with instinctive disgust. Ehei sensed this aura and felt an unprecedented rage. Must crush him completely. Kill. Godzilla secret technique, killing intent nuclear explosion fist. Atomic energy, tainted with murderous intent, glowed a crimson hue. Ehei raised his right arm, resembling a small red sun, and delivered a fierce punch to -1's face. Unparalleled destructive energy was unleashed. The head of -1 was shattered by immense force in a fraction of a second, followed by annihilation by scarlet high-energy particles. After a burst of explosion in the air, the body of -1, with more than half of its chest cavity gone, was flung away by the residual energy of the explosion. Reality is not turn-based. The side that gains the advantage will relentlessly pursue like a grim reaper until the opponent is completely obliterated. A burst of blue light roared behind Ehei, and with even greater speed, he grabbed -1 by the calf in midair. Earth throw. At the moment Ehei hurled -1, 3 rings of shockwaves rose from midair. -1 was like an out-of-control plane, slanting as it plummeted toward the ground. At the moment -1's physical body collided with the ground, the kinetic energy it carried exploded like a highly combustible bomb. Boom! The ground within a 100-meter radius sank deeply. A surging surging shockwave rippled through the air. Bang!
-1 began to disintegrate and shatter, starting from the upper body that first hit the ground, eventually turning the entire body into a pile of flesh and blood. At this moment, Ehei finally landed on the ground.
Template, Legendary Godzilla.
Compatibility, 100%, Crimson Lotus form unlocked, please use with caution. Large patches of black and red mucus began to converge, intertwining into a humanoid shape in almost an instant.
Infinite Monster Template. Host, Ehei.
The twisted figure of -1, resembling a demon from some sinister sacrificial ritual, crawled out of the pool of blood. But even now, -1 was still in a daze, completely stunned by Ehei's thunderous assault.
Gaji Gaji. -1 emitted a series of crackling sounds all over his body.
He exhaled deeply, staring at the humanoid monster approaching him.
Since the day I was born, I've never been crushed and overpowered like that before.
Hehehe, but I should thank you.
Your last attack actually sped up my digestion.
Now, I've successfully assimilated the genes of that overlord class magical beast. As a reward, I'll let you remain conscious and watch as I devour you piece by piece.
Smack!
A crisp slap echoed sharply. Ehei instantly appeared in front of -1 and angrily slapped his face. The immense force turned -1 into a spinning top, making him rotate dozens of times in the air, his body twisting like a pretzel. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Ehei delivered another powerful strike, a horizontal kick that sent him flying into a skyscraper 100 meters away.
Don't bark like a dog.
Ehei tilted his head and said. At the broken edge of the building, several black and red tentacles emerged, pushing aside the surrounding steel and concrete debris.
-1 stood up from a pile of rubble.
This time, facing Ehei's attack, his body did not explode but merely suffered fractures and breaks. It seemed his body was gradually adapting to the force.
This is the essence of -1.
Cells and genes evolve every moment, perfectly adapting to any harsh environment, making it the ultimate biological creation of the laser bird.
A perfect organism. Keep fighting, keep fighting. You can't kill me, and I will become your nightmare. It seems you're a qualified punching bag. I hope you can hold on, because as long as you can't die, it means I can keep tormenting you endlessly.
Ehei finished speaking, and a sonic boom erupted behind him as he launched into the air, shooting toward -1.
Haha, it's the first time I've seen someone more arrogant than me. -1's body twisted and disintegrated, transforming into a massive black and red frenzy that engulfed the entire building. Countless wailing warriors and beasts emerged from the black and red tide, charging at Ehei. Foolish. Growing larger only makes it easier for me to blast you to pieces. Godzilla secret technique, God-style Qigong wave.
Surging atomic energy rapidly gathered and expanded in the palm, growing to the size of a small building in an instant. Then Ehei, like performing a slam dunk, directly smashed the massive atomic energy ball into the black and red frenzy.
A dazzling blue spherical explosion erupted in the western city. Dai Qiming stared in shock, watching the blue explosion ahead.
The power and speed displayed by Ehei exceeded his imagination. His teacher, Chen Tianyu, even at his peak and with a mount, never had such an outrageous speed.
Boom!
Not to mention this overwhelming and domineering power. The monster that could easily overpower both Dai Qiming and Old Mu just now could only resemble a small flower in a storm in the face of this force,
constantly being ravaged. Who is this master?
This speed and strength, even among masters in the butterfly transformation stage, it would be hard to find someone comparable.
And that blue energy fluctuation, I've never heard of it before.
Fortunately, he is on our side. With this powerful figure in the West City battle zone, there should be no worries, Mu Lao said reverently from the side.
Indeed, it was reverence.
Not only out of fear for this absolute martial power, but also out of respect for Ehei, who saved all their lives.
Dai Qiming watched the swiftly moving figure, and couldn't help but feel a sense of longing in his heart. With absolute force, smashing all evil ahead, this is what a true strong person is all about. The blue atomic energy enveloped the entire building, annihilating all the matter swept inside. The beasts and warriors devoured and refined by -1 were like moths to a flame, all vaporized by the atomic energy. The -1, whose body transformed into a black and red frenzy, faced this surging energy explosion without retreating, determined to confront Ehei head-on. Split, split, split. The -1 fully unleashed its biological potential, accelerating the division of its entire body's cells even as its form was continuously torn apart and obliterated by atomic energy, pushing the speed of its cell division beyond the rate of atomic energy's spread. At the same time, the -1's body resembled a super biological computer, constantly searching and integrating the devoured and collected bloodline genes from its own genetic library, striving to cultivate cells capable of adapting to this destructive energy.
Through the full compatibility with Brother Ge, the powerful vitality brought forth allowed Ehei to break through to the 9th stage of Great Martial Master in one go, and his mental strength had already reached the subtle level. Although he couldn't achieve the precision of an electron microscope to observe every cellular change, he could generally sense that -1 was continuously adapting to his atomic energy.
This is my ability, the invincible evolution. No matter how powerful you are, I will eventually adapt to you, and you will never defeat me. -1's face emerged from the black and red frenzy, countless eyeballs growing out, staring greedily and fixedly at Ehei. He could feel the immensely powerful gene within Ehei. Compared to this supreme gene, the overlord-level gene he had just devoured seemed so dull and worthless. This also stirred intense jealousy in -1. He had devoured countless living beings, continuously evolving a more perfect genetic bloodline within himself, yet he still couldn't compare to the man before him. Why? I must devour you. In an instant, the black-red cells underwent exponential division, converging into a tsunami that engulfed the street, surging overwhelmingly toward Ehei. Above the black and red tsunami, a massive blood-red mouth emerged, its interior resembling a meat grinder. After a building was struck and collapsed by the black and red tsunami, it fell into the blood-red mouth and was instantly crushed into debris. Dai Qiming looked worriedly at the apocalyptic monster, unable to imagine how the mysterious powerhouse would confront such a creature. Judging from the monster's terrifying regenerative and adaptive abilities, even high-yield nuclear bombs would likely have little effect on it. Unlike Dai Qiming, who watched the battle from afar with growing concern. Facing this black and red tsunami in person, Ehei remained calm. He clenched his fist, arcs of blue lightning converging around him. Intense killing intent gathered and coiled around his right arm, forming a blood-colored phantom of an armor. Jinyuan Dragon Armor single arm release. Punch. Boom. A massive blood-colored giant fist shadow, no smaller in area than the black-red tsunami, came crashing down. The black-red tsunami was instantly blasted apart and split in the middle, with large remnants of the black-red tsunami scattering everywhere. Ehei, a punch to split the sea. Aha! How can your strength still increase? The black and red substance reassembled into -1. His face twisted as he looked at Ehei, thinking he had gradually adapted to his power, but unexpectedly, that was far from his full strength. The power just now was so terrifying that his body had no time to adapt to it and directly collapsed into fragments. How can you be so sure this is my peak state? In an instant, Ehei appeared behind -1, his voice like the words of a demon. The immense pressure made -1 break out in a cold sweat all over. Gene ability, air burst. -1 instantly activated the gene ability absorbed from a certain magical beast. The air within a 100-meter radius boiled like hot water and, in the next moment, exploded like an airburst bomb. The dust was dispersed by martial energy, and a golden demon embraced Ehei. In the recent explosion, not a single speck of dust clung to Ehei. -1, seeing Ehei remain unmoved like a mountain, roared in fury. Gene ability, ultrasonic roar. Boom. -1 transforms all the cells in its body into sound-amplifying cells, unleashing with full force an ultra-wide-range sonic wave attack akin to a storm. The air ripples with countless waves, and the ground is stripped several meters deep by the ultrasonic waves. Yet Ehei stands motionless amidst it all, as if merely using a hairdryer. I don't believe it. You can't be more invincible than me. I am the perfect being. Gene ability, Death Acid Elbow Strike. Gene ability, Magma Iron Mountain Crash. Gene ability, Thunder 5-Strike Lightning Whip. Wave after wave of attacks swept over Ehei, but apart from causing more destructive damage to the surrounding environment, they couldn't harm Ehei's body in the slightest. After his physical strength was elevated to a new dimension, his stand, the world, as a fusion of spirit and body, also reached a level far beyond that of the original work. All of the world as stats are several times higher than Ehei's normal state. Whether the attack of -1 could even break the skin of normal Ehei remains uncertain, let alone the world, whose stats have been multiplied several times. Even if he stood still and let -1 attack him continuously for an entire day, it would probably still be difficult to break through his defenses. -1 also realized this. Even though he was growing stronger every moment and deducing more perfect genes, the gap in strength between him and Ehei was simply too vast. If the gap between him and Ehei could be described as a 100-meter distance, then -1 shortening it by 1 or 2 centimeters would be as good as nothing on such a massive scale. The always fearless -1 finally had a moment of hesitation at this point. As long as he could have more time to devour more strong opponents, and deduce a more perfect gene, he would surpass this man in front of him sooner or later. Damn it, it's all because the aura of that golden gene suddenly disappeared. Otherwise, if I had successfully completed my gene and reached a more perfect state before facing this monster, even if I couldn't win, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. -1 looked at Ehei and said, I admit, you are no less than me, this perfect being. So far, I haven't found a way to kill you. However, you can't kill me either. How about this city? No, the entire Xia nation, I will no longer invade even an inch of it. I will head to other countries, such as the Meister Federation. This also aligns with your Xia nation's policy of wanting to weaken other countries' powers, doesn't it? In the end, the two of us can divide Blue Star into two. I will rule the Meister continent, and you will rule the eastern and western continents. In the Xia kingdom, there are many powerful individuals. As long as you can obtain a bit of their blood, I can help you develop toxins targeted at their bodies, aiding you in eliminating all dissenters. -1 looked at Ehei speaking eloquently, as if the grand plan for
half of Blue Star was already set in stone.
But an abrupt sentence interrupted him. You've been fantasizing there all along. I suppose you've exhausted all your means of attack, haven't you? Now then, it's my turn. Ehei extended a finger toward -1. I've already figured out how to deal with you. 10 minutes, if you're still alive after 10 minutes, I'll take your surname. Kill me? Are you joking? Even I can't manage to die.
Every cell in my body is roaring for evolution, evolution.
How could it possibly allow me to die?
-1 leaned back at the waist, arms spread wide, that exaggerated, gum-exposing sickly grin seeming to mock Ehei's wild imagination.
Why don't you give it a try and find out?
It wasn't until he reached -1 that the airflow generated by high-speed movement finally hit -1. The face was firmly pinned down. Blue radiance erupted from Ehei's back, propelling him forward as he grabbed -1 and smashed him against the surface of a building. Immediately, atomic energy surged and gathered beneath his feet.
Boom! Take off!
-1 was pressed against the building by Ehei, dragged upward, leaving a deep crack in its wake as flesh and blood splattered.
Ha! You can't kill me, you can't kill me. This kind of attack doesn't hurt at all.
-1, while bleeding profusely, laughed out loud. But soon, he realized something was wrong. Ehei was actually grabbing him and flying all the way up to the clouds. Accompanied by the further burst of atomic energy beneath his feet, Ehei's speed had already surpassed that of a supersonic fighter jet, and he was still ascending with -1 in his grasp.
What do you want to do? -1 felt the gradually thinning oxygen and the increasingly cold temperature, finally starting to panic. You want to throw me out of Blue Star? It's useless. Cosmic rays and the absolute zero space environment can't kill me.
I will continuously absorb radiation and evolve in space, and when the time comes, I will kill all the Blue Star people. At this moment, Ehei was already holding -1 and flying above 50,000 meters in altitude. He had already surpassed the ozone layer of Blue Star.
This distance should be enough.
No one can observe what I'm about to do, and it won't cause catastrophic damage to West City. Moreover, at such a great distance, you should have lost contact with those derivatives, right? -1 heard the word derivative, and for the first time, the confidence stemming from his immortality collapsed.
How do you know?
The true form of -1 was not as invincible as he boasted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been captured and imprisoned by the laser bird back then. As long as -1 hasn't reached the level of defying fundamental physical laws, he is bound to adhere to the law of conservation of matter. -1 is indeed very difficult to kill, but each time he regenerates and reorganizes, it consumes life energy.
As his life energy gradually depletes, he will become increasingly weak.
In the recent battle with Ehei, he lost a total of 30% of his life energy.
Who knows how many powerful warriors and magical beasts -1 has devoured and absorbed?
In terms of the energy stored within his body alone, it could even rival that of 3 ordinary overlords. For Ehei to inflict such damage on him in a short period of time is already quite terrifying. However, -1's greatest reliance when facing Ehei is not the number of times he can resurrect, but rather those derivatives that fall off from his own body. From the very beginning, when his head was smashed by the Golden Beetle Lord, to later when various body tissues were shattered by Ehei, these body parts do not lose their vitality after leaving the main body but instead enter a dormant state. When the main body of -1 completely exhausts its life energy, he will activate the consciousness backup stored in those body parts, achieving a form of alternative resurrection. This is a new evolution -1 developed after learning from the lesson of being captured and imprisoned for decades by the laser bird. In this way, he can achieve eternal freedom and immortality. Unfortunately, this ability to split consciousness has not been developed to true perfection and currently has distance limitations. Relying on the life magnetic field, Ehei sensed the connection between those body parts and the -1 entity, and dragged -1 beyond the maximum distance for activating consciousness. In other words, -1 now has only one life left. If killed, it will die and never see the light of day again.
Are you afraid? An instinctive fear of death?
Bones grew, muscles swelled, and the terrifying aura of some monstrous beast being unleashed kept spreading. -1 looked at Ehei in horror, discovering that his body was continuously growing larger. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a 10-meter-tall black and blue giant, and his size was still increasing. Meanwhile, he himself was like a tiny chick, firmly gripped in the giant's hand. -1 tried to self-destruct and split apart to escape from Ehei's grasp, planning to divide into tens of thousands of pieces of flesh and turn into a rain of blood. So long as a single piece made it to the ground, he could survive. But the dense, invisible martial aura wrapped around him like a wall of air, locking him firmly in place.
What are you doing?
-1 instinctively felt a wave of terror, screaming at Ehei in panic. Ehei ignored his begging and curses. With both hands, he kneaded -1 like dough in his palms. In the end, he rolled him into a ball of flesh.
What do you want? Planning to eat me? Arrogant fool. Aren't you afraid I'll devour you from the inside out?
Paying no attention to -1's barking, Ehei tossed him into his mouth and swallowed him in one gulp.
Gulp. Throat swallowing.
But this is not the end. happened. This is just the first step of the annihilation plan. The next step is to unleash Red Lotus. He must be like an alchemy furnace, completely refining this demon. Atomic overload fission. Ehei's blue pupils began to flicker with a crimson glow, and the blue light emanating from his body gradually transitioned to red. The red light grew increasingly intense, almost transforming into a second sun, dyeing the air within several kilometers in a crimson hue. The surface temperature of Ehei's body had already reached 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Celsius, while the core temperature inside had soared to tens of thousands of degrees Celsius, and it was still climbing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. You must know, the surface temperature of the sun, this star, is only 5,000 to 6,000 degrees Celsius. Saying Ehei is the second small sun in the sky is no exaggeration. If Ehei were to remain in West City, the terrifying temperature of the Red Lotus state would destroy the entire West City and would most likely permanently alter the surrounding climate. Inside Ehei's body. Aha! Where is this? How could there be a creature capable of releasing stellar-level temperatures? -1 melted, burned, and struggled painfully in Ehei's stomach, desperately iterating cells that could adapt to such terrifying temperatures, but it was completely impossible. His gene pool simply did not contain the extraordinary genes capable of adapting to the life-forbidden zone of the sun. He had never tried to cultivate cell samples in his body that could adapt to such an environment before. After all, he had never thought that he would actually be thrown into the sun. Unwilling, I am clearly the most perfect being. Just give me time to become God. Buzz, boom. Accompanied by Ehei releasing a crimson lotus petal-shaped shockwave from within his body to the outside world. The red lotus petal-shaped shockwave spread out in a circular pattern for hundreds of kilometers, and the brilliance of the stellar core fission it produced was clearly visible even from outside the planet. Everything returned to calm. 10 minutes earlier, Daichiming and Old Mu witnessed with their own eyes as Ehei, like a rocket, grabbed -1 and shot straight into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. At this moment, they received a radio transmission from the airship. This is the West City War Zone headquarters. Dagger Squad, do you copy? Dagger Squad, do you copy? This is Dagger Squad's Daichiming. Message from headquarters successfully received. Daichiming, the beast tied in the West City War Zone has completely dispersed and is currently being successfully eradicated. Headquarters has confirmed that all West City overlords have been eliminated. Please report the situation on your side. Daichiming reported the general situation to headquarters. This included the casualties of the squad, the fact that the golden horned bug sovereign had hidden its strength and surprisingly had 3 molting forms, and how the elite squad was nearly wiped out. Then, Daichiming focused on reporting about the creature that suddenly devoured the golden horned bug sovereign, as well as the mysterious expert who came to provide support. The headquarters became very serious upon hearing that a third-party force had joined the battlefield but relaxed again after learning that the mysterious strongman was coming to provide support. It was as if that mysterious strongman was the stabilizing force of the Western City War Zone. With him there, the Western City would not lose. If it weren't for that mysterious strongman, our plan to reclaim the Western City would probably be difficult to carry out. Daichiming spoke with a tone of admiration and reverence, describing the strength of the mysterious expert. Headquarters, if the identity of this mysterious expert is not confidential, please be sure to tell me. I want to personally visit and express my gratitude. The radio was silent for a moment before responding in a strange tone. He is right there at your Imperial University. At Imperial University? Is it one of the deans or a specially appointed professor? Why haven't I heard about this? Daichiming's brows furrowed for the first time. As the president of the Imperial University Student Council, he had met almost all the teachers and professors at Imperial University, but none of their battles ever displayed that dazzling and highly destructive blue radiance. Because he is currently neither a teacher nor a professor, he is still in the student phase. The voice from headquarters was also filled with disbelief. Student? Which senior fourth-year direct disciple martial artist is it? How come I haven't heard of a fellow student breaking through to Grandmaster before me? He's 3 years younger than you, you're junior. Am I dreaming? Otherwise, how could I hear such a sentence? Daichiming was stunned. The sky returned to calm, with only the lingering terrifying heat in the air telling of the Crimson Lotus's city-destroying power just moments ago. Ehei's massive body, over 10 meters tall, shed like a carbonized shell, finally revealing his bare human form. Logically speaking, Ehei should now put on the nanowatch prepared for him by Manhwa, so he wouldn't remain stark naked. But a layer of wriggling black and red outerwear quickly adhered to the surface of the body. Accompanied by Ehei's will, this biological outerwear was shaped into the style of a leather jacket and jeans. It then underwent biological dyeing, with the surface becoming leather-like or fibrous. Crash! In the blink of an eye, Ehei was dressed in a black-gray leather jacket and dark blue jeans. Legendary Godzilla possesses the ability for self-evolution. In Godzilla vs. Kong 2, Godzilla underwent a major transformation to prepare for battle. From the original heavy and rugged appearance, it changed into a death Barbie pink look with a broad chest, toned abs, abs, and long arms, missed. Meanwhile, he also possesses an advanced vampire bloodline. This further greatly enhanced Brother General's template, which already possessed the innate ability of devouring and evolving. As -1 was completely refined within Ehei's stomach, Ehei's body automatically absorbed his genetic abilities. Among them, Ehei inherited the black-red biomass from -1. Ehei could feel that when he manipulated this black-red biomass, it was as if he were moving his own arm, practically an innate organ, instinctively learning how to use it. Using black and red biomass to simulate clothing is just the most basic application. The most powerful aspect of this biomass lies in its ability to self-upgrade, like a super biological computer. For example, during the recent Crimson Lotus mode, Ehei's body experienced partial collapse due to overload nuclear fission. After obtaining the black and red biomass, it began a comprehensive optimization of Ehei's genes and body structure. The heat dissipation performance of the skin, the high temperature resistance, and insulation of flesh and blood, the stability and output capacity of cellular nuclear fission, the exponential increase in the body's energy storage, the optimization of the transmission speed and efficiency of atomic energy within muscle fibers. Excessive mass of flesh and blood places too much burden on the bones and internal organs. Increase the number of bones, enhance bone strength and flexibility, adopt a hollow structure to reduce weight. The number of neurons has doubled, faster and more efficient. Ehei stood above the sky, seemingly unchanged on the surface, but at the microscopic level, there had been earth-shaking transformations. In fact, the reason Ehei appeared unchanged on the surface was merely because he deliberately maintained his original state. For Ehei now, appearance, height, weight, and even gender can be altered at will, just like character customization in a game. Of course, Ehei wouldn't casually change his appearance. He felt that the way he looked now was quite handsome and good. If he changed his face or body every day, his soul would eventually get lost amidst the ever-changing physical forms. Ehei threw a punch on the spot, and the force of the punch was released like a visible shockwave. If Ehei felt an unparalleled power within after maxing out the brother template, then now, his body feels unprecedentedly light and comfortable. Ehei's body is constantly planning the optimal way to exert force and adjusting his physiological structure. What a marvelous feeling, words simply cannot describe it. This ability is no less than a high-level template. Ehei moved like a fish swimming freely, stretching his body in the air and feeling his brand new form. Suddenly, a sharp look flashed in Ehei's eyes. He looked up at the sky and said, "Are you spying on your father?" Across the ocean, Federal Military Headquarters of Meister. Admiral Dull's eyes were fixed intently on the central main screen ahead. From the perspective of satellite surveillance, a crimson shockwave appeared in the atmosphere. At the same time, the voice of the federal supercomputer Eve was heard. The boundary between the stratosphere and the thermosphere above the western city of Xia Kingdom experienced a violent high-energy reaction, affecting an area of 600 kilometers, estimated to be equivalent to tens of millions of tons of nuclear explosions. Isn't Xia Kingdom carrying out a reclamation plan? What's with this high-energy explosion? Admiral Duller roared. Admiral, Eve detected life activity at the center of the explosion, a technician reported. Life activity? With an explosion of this magnitude, even a top-tier powerhouse, Grandmaster, would be reduced to ashes, wouldn't they? Enlarge the satellite image for me. I want to see what Xia Nation is up to. As the central screen's image zoomed in, a young man wearing a leather jacket appeared on the screen. At this moment, he was also looking up at the sky, as if gazing through the endless distance to confront the extraterrestrial satellite. Could he possibly detect us? Admiral Dull quickly dismissed this exaggerated idea. But soon, the young man's lips on the big screen moved slightly, as if he were saying something. Eve automatically recognized the lip movements and translated, "Admiral, he is speaking in Daxia language, and it means, are you spying on your dad? How is that possible? Our satellite is in an extraterrestrial orbit. How did he discover us?" Admiral Duller looked incredulously at the technician, who was equally baffled. "Why are you looking at me? Identify his facial identity for me. Could it be that Daxia has a fourth Grandmaster?" Admiral Duller slammed the table, but the next moment, the entire central screen went black. General Dull pointed at the technician's nose and said grimly, F***K, you'd better explain what's going on with this surveillance satellite that cost the military countless funds to get into orbit. The technician cursed inwardly. He was just a tech worker adjusting parameters, not the engineer who developed the satellite. How was he supposed to know why the screen went black? At that moment, the Super AI Eve pulled up a video slowed down 20 times. In the footage, the young man's eyes gradually gathered a blue glow, and then, just like in their superhero movies, he shot out a beam of blue laser. The blue laser, like a sharp sword, tore through the sky, shooting directly out of the atmosphere, and then, nothing more happened. Everyone wasn't foolish. Upon seeing this, they all understood what had occurred. Oh my god, that young man from Daxia actually destroyed their satellite from tens of thousands of miles away. Ehei had completely maxed out his compatibility with Brother General's template, and his life field had undergone a complete qualitative transformation. In terms of scope, it has already expanded to an ultra-large range sufficient to cover the entire globe. Even more astonishingly, Ehei is no longer limited to sensing the breath of carbon-based organisms. Signals emitted by machines, as well as various special frequencies, are all within the range of perception. This is why Ehei was able to detect that the extraterrestrial satellite had focused its gaze on him. Suddenly, Ehei had an idea. What secrets are hidden in those 11 S-class life forbidden zones on Blue Star? With his current level of life, does he have the qualification to step into them? Since coming out of seclusion, Ehei had been continuously fighting and enjoying, leaving no time or opportunity to sense the global situation. Now, all his enemies have been eliminated. Ehei finally has some free time. Magnetic field expansion. An invisible field of perception spread out, centered on Ehei. Ehei's domain instantly covered the entire province and continued to expand rapidly. Countless chaotic pieces of information flooded into his mind, with the black-red biomass automatically helping Ehei organize useful information and delete the useless. The liquid black-red biomass gradually constructed a simplified 3D model map in front of Ehei. However, when it came to Guanshan City, which had become an S-level secret realm, the black-red biomass began to exhibit instability, unable to take shape. The reason was that Guanshan City appeared as a complete black hole in Ehei's life magnetic field detection. Gaji. Any detection would be absorbed into it, yielding no information and turning into an absolute black zone. Did it fail after all? Ehei was not surprised by this outcome. He was indeed very strong now, but he had not yet reached the pinnacle of this high martial world of Blue Star. It could only be said that, after fully acquiring the power of legendary brother general, he had finally entered the top tier of human combat strength. But even the truly powerful humans standing at the pinnacle were helpless against S-class secret realms. Ehei had not become so arrogant as to think he was stronger than Dxia's top body cultivator Qinglong, Imperial University President Shi Jingwen, or the legendary nation-stabilizing level figure who existed only in myths. The restricted area in Guanshan City has failed. What about other places? Ehei bypassed Guanshan City, spreading the perception field across the entire Daxia, and even the eastern continent of Blue Star, crossing the Great Eastern Ocean, arriving at the Mester continent, then the Arctic Ocean, and finally the eternal sealed continent located in the Antarctic of Blue Star. At this moment, Ehei was watching the entire Blue Star, Higashi Nichi Sakura Island, the Nichi Sakura Imperial Palace atop Mount Fudo. In the luxurious bedchamber entirely crafted from golden crystal, a pervasive stench of corpses lingered, overpowering even the fragrance of countless incense burners. An oversized dragon bed was placed at the center of the bedchamber, but upon closer inspection, one would realize that the design of the bed was essentially an unconventional coffin. The dragon bed, partially covered by semi-transparent curtains, is as large as 20 meters, making it hard to imagine what kind of giant would use such an enormous bed. A hoarse and unpleasant coughing sound, like a broken bellows, echoed as a gaunt yet massive figure appeared behind the curtains. "Your Majesty." A maid dressed in a kimono stepped forward, kneeling on the ground, awaiting orders. "Medicine, give me medicine." A hand larger than the entire body of the maid reached out through the curtain, begging. This hand resembled a withered, dead tree, its skin covered with spots of various sizes resembling corpse marks. After the maid lowered her head and walked out of the bedchamber, that hoarse, sickly voice began to mutter to itself. The sensory ability has extended all the way to Dongri. Which powerful figure is it? Is it the old fox Shi Jingwen from Daxia, or Charles from the western continent? Could it be that someone has figured something out from the fact that I haven't appeared in public for nearly 100 years? Trying to test me. I must quickly refine the divine artifact. When the day comes that I touch that legendary realm, it will be the time for the eastern sun to conquer Blue Star. Cough, cough. The western continent, the holy pilgrimage center of the divine kingdom, Shindu. A 1,000-meter-tall divine statue standing in the center of the divine capital had its stone forehead visibly trembling. Accompanied by an unusual fragrance, blinding fresh blood flowed from the cracks in its forehead. A vertical pupil, interwoven with gray and gold, squeezed out from the forehead, spinning as it surveyed the entire city. Below, worshipping believers noticed the anomaly in the statue. Look, the divine statue has manifested a miracle. It is the true God descending to the world. Indeed, the divine religion is real. The prophecy is true. Those ignorant people who do not follow the divine religion will ultimately be cast into the bottomless abyss of death. God, please bless my grandson who is suffering from a terminal illness. He. The mouth of the statue began to stretch into a grin, widening all the way to the ears, revealing an exaggerated and grotesque smile. At that moment, a handsome boy dressed in the highest-ranking ceremonial robe of the divine descent kingdom, a golden robe, and with his eyes covered by a white silk cloth, descended from the sky and landed in front of the statue. Was it that arrogant gaze that disturbed you? This is my failure as your servant. Please continue to rest. The boy pressed a piece of parchment filled with scriptures onto the gray-gold vertical pupil. The vertical pupil trembled slightly before returning to a petrified state. Off the coast of the Ao continent, a massive massive luxury cruise ship was gliding slowly. If there were any ship enthusiasts present, they would undoubtedly cry out in astonishment, for this was the Titanes, which had sunk 30 years ago after colliding with a glacier. At this moment, the Titanes showed no signs of decay from spending decades at the bottom of the sea. On the contrary, it appeared even newer and shinier than when it first left the shipyard, and it was covered in a dreamlike silver glow. If someone were able to witness this resurrected cruise ship, they would notice the shadow of a full moon constantly trailing in the seawater behind it. In the captain's cabin, a handsome young man with silver hair opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting the cold white of a waning moon. Is this gaze? Ehei? I didn't expect that in such a short time he could grow to this extent. It's truly astonishing. It's all because of that physically monstrous green-haired human. If he hadn't severely damaged my earthly vessel, I wouldn't have been delayed for so long while recovering. Barros looked at his pale white hand, a few porcelain-like cracks crisscrossing its surface. This was already the result of Barros nursing his injuries for a long time. Right after his confrontation with Qinglong, his entire body was covered with dense cracks, practically turning him into a fragile item. Forget it, I'll come find you after I get out of here. Ehei. The moonlit ship slowly sailed into the gray sea fog that enveloped the entire continent of Ao. Internationally, it was known as the fog of temporal chaos, and countless eerie tales about it abounded. Beyond the sea fog lay the continent occupied by the second aberrant demon, who had remained inactive since its descent into the world. Ehei's vision spanned the globe, and he discovered at least 20 locations, similar to Guanshan City, that devoured his perception like black holes. Some beings even noticed Ehei's perception network and attempted to trace his location in return. The waters of Blue Star run quite deep. Ehei couldn't help but marvel at the hidden talents and the sheer number of strange entities on Blue Star. Just as Ehei was about to shut down his perception network, a mental signal forced its way into it. The source of that signal is the Great Xia Kunlun Peak. Is it Ehei? Be careful. Fu Hongsheng. Great Xia. I'll leave it to you. First, is this Shi Jingwen's voice? Although this mental signal was intermittent, Ehei still recognized Shi Jingwen. What happened over at Kunlun Peak? Shi Jingwen told me to be cautious of protector of the nation, Fu Hongsheng, but isn't Fu Hongsheng in seclusion due to serious injuries? Nuhua. Can you still detect Principal Shi's location signal? Searching. Currently not found. Not found? Ehei's expression changed, and he continued, Qinglong, can you locate the signal of Daxia Long's Qinglong? Sir, I am here. Searching. Sorry, sir, nothing found. However, I looked into Chief Qinglong's last trip, which was to Death Valley on Kunlun Peak. The specific reason was not disclosed by Chief Qinglong. So, were the two of them together? Ehei rarely showed a solemn expression. There are 3 Grand Masters protecting the nation in Xia Country, and now one is missing in Guanshan City, while 2 are missing in Kunlun Mountain. And these 3 top-tier powerhouses, without exception, are all connected to nation stabilizing level Fu Hongsheng. If Fu Hongsheng is also an enemy, then the top combat strength of Xia would be completely gone. At the same time, Xia is currently carrying out a vigorous recovery plan. While reclaiming the fallen cities, it also means suffering significant losses. There would be no need for the secret realm world to invade again. Those nations with ulterior motives would directly take action against Xia. Don't talk about secret realms being the common enemy of humanity, and that humanity must unite as one. The history of human development has already given you the cruel answer. What's more, this is a high martial world, where nations fiercely compete for cultivation resources to nurture more and stronger martial artists. Fewer resources mean other nations will have more martial artists and stronger top-tier combat power, while your nation will not. At its peak, when the 3 Grandmasters of national protection were present and 12 cities had not yet fallen, Daxia was able to command nearly half of the world's cultivation resources. The fall of the towering giant Daxia signifies the rise of countless suppressed nations, and all the tigers and wolves devouring the giant's flesh and blood will grow stronger. No politician or foreign martial artist would pass up this opportunity. The absence of top-tier combat power means that Daxia has now entered its most perilous period. A slight mistake and one would be attacked by the masses. No, I have to go take a look at Kunlun Peak. Ehei ignited the atomic blue light, creating a sonic boom on the spot, and instantly disappeared from where he stood. The blue meteor streaked across most of Xia Nation and flew to Kunlun Peak. Kunlun Peak is a very magical place in Daxia. The area of Kunlun Peak is vast, comparable to several cities combined, yet no secret realms have ever emerged here. It seems as though the cracks of secret realms cannot invade this secluded land. And within the Valley of Death there is a phenomenon that experts and scholars still cannot explain to this day. Any level of warrior or even magical beast will have their strength suppressed by 80 to 90%. Ordinary people, however, will not be affected at all. It seems as if Death Valley was specifically prepared as a graveyard for extraordinary beings. Ehei hovered in the sky, overlooking the entire Kunlun Peak. No signs of battle were found. The battles between grandmasters often involve splitting mountains and seas. If Shi Jingwen had truly joined forces with Qinglong to confront Fu Hongsheng, then the entire Kunlun Peak should have turned into the Kunlun Basin by now. Yet here, it remains a tranquil and serene scene, where one can even see snow leopards lazily strolling along the cliffs and yaks leisurely grazing. Ehei took another round through Death Valley but still found nothing. It seems like the principal and Xinglong just vanished into thin air. There's only one direction left, to find Fu Hongsheng. But if Fu Hongsheng is the enemy, wouldn't going there mean exposing myself? Damn it, this kind of decoding stuff really isn't for me. I'm definitely better at enjoying the thrill of battle. Ehei sighed, and after instructing Manhwa to keep a close watch on Kunlun Peak, he had no choice but to move on ahead. No matter what, becoming stronger is always the best solution. As long as you are strong, you can crush all conspiracies and enemies. Now that all three of his templates are maxed out, the achievements of being the top of his grade and reclaiming the Western City are enough for Ehei to gain 2 more templates. And there's also the golden gene unlocked by the Mad Doctor. In the next 1 or 2 months, my strength can surge again. There are no National Guardians in Dashat anymore? Then I'll become one. Today has been quite an exhilarating day for the Mad Doctor. Originally, his task was very simple, just head to the vicinity of the Western City and wait to hand over something to the Master. But after arriving in West City, he felt like he was being watched. Mad Doctor was not an ordinary vampire thrall. In terms of bloodline purity, he was the direct thrall closest to Ehei's true form, with a remarkably high bloodline purity. After Ehei's vampire bloodline was imbued with divinity, due to a certain bloodline connection, even Mad Doctor's own bloodline was significantly enhanced. Moreover, as a curious scientist, how could he not be interested in his own extraordinary genes? After leaving Linshui County, the first thing he did was dissect himself. Afterward, the Mad Doctor also developed the bloodline optimization potion, giving himself a round of enhancements. The enhancement wasn't focused on strength but on the brain. He altered the structure of his body cells, allowing brain cells and neurons to cover his entire body. In Mad Doctor's view, his body does not belong to himself but to his master, Ehei. Ehei does not need him to fight but to conduct research, so Mad Doctor strengthens his brain, making his mental capacity even more powerful to help his master solve problems. As his mental capacity skyrocketed, Mad Doctor's perception also reached an astonishing level. After stepping into the Western City, every brain cell in his body trembled, as if sensing the omen of death. Dr. Mad used all his brain cells to think rapidly and, combining all the known information, quickly reached a conclusion. To retrieve the golden gene, Laser Bird actually released that monster -1. While cursing his former employer for being truly unscrupulous, Dr. Mad temporarily captured some magical beasts and began crafting potions to create confusing scents. Finally, Dr. Mad created multiple lures carrying the scent of the golden gene and deployed them across various locations in the Western City using drones, successfully confusing -1's senses and buying himself some time. -1 also decided to head to the city center to join the high-level combat circle because the golden gene had not been found for a long time. After preparing to devour the overlord and the master, he planned to return to find the golden gene and complete the final piece. Then, he was eaten by Ehei. All his abilities became a stepping stone for Ehei. In this light, the Laser Bird is practically a large experience pack for Ehei. First, it traveled a great distance to deliver the golden gene, and then in Linshui County, it provided Ehei with critical information for breaking through and research talent. Finally, it delivered the ultimate biological entity -1 as food for the newly emerged Ehei. All good people indeed. Truly a conscientious company. Ehei, as the progenitor bloodline, can sense every blood citizen under him. He arrived at a certain commercial building in the western part of the city. Some demonic beasts lurking here sensed the intrusion of an outsider and all began roaring and stirring restlessly. Annoying. Blood-red light flickered around Ehei, and from the shadow beneath his feet, several massive black and red phantom tentacles emerged. As the phantom tentacles swept across a large area of the commercial building, countless beasts were smashed into pulp, their magic cores crushed into tiny fragments. The remaining beasts no longer dared to make a sound, tucking their tails and hiding away. After Ehei noticed the surroundings had quieted down significantly, he snapped his fingers, and the blood fiend shadows refined by the overlord earth demon were all retracted into the shadow beneath his feet. The Mad Doctor is hiding quite deeply. Is he avoiding something? Ehei looked down at his feet, and atomic blue light began to gather in his mouth. The atomic breath sprayed onto the marble floor, piercing through it as effortlessly as a straw puncturing a bubble tea lid. Ehei jumped into the large hole and, after a moment of free fall, successfully landed. Then, appearing before Ehei was a white worm the size of a bus. Killing intent, mind slash. The killing intent transformed into an invisible blade, and with Ehei's will, it directly split the giant worm in half from the middle. From a pool of yellow-green bodily fluids, a human figure emerged. Lord, you're here. Wait, don't come any closer, you're absolutely disgusting right now. Ehei took a half-step back in distaste. Dr. Mad hurriedly stepped back several meters to ensure he wouldn't contaminate his master. What happened? Who are you hiding from? Ehei asked. Dr. Mad's face finally revealed fear as he exclaimed, Master, the reason I hid inside this worm was to conceal the golden gene in my own presence. Laser Bird has sent a true monster to seize the golden gene. He is the ultimate creature. I estimate that all living beings in the entire Western City will be swallowed by him. Let's leave here first. He listened to the Mad Doctor's description and felt it seemed somewhat familiar. Are you talking about this? Black and red biomaterial emerged in Ehei's palm, and then the black and red biomaterial perfectly replicated the appearance of -1. It's him. He is, huh? My lord, could it be that you have already? That's right, I have already refined him. Ehei nodded. Using eat sounds too barbaric. Refine is much more pleasant. Welcome, my lord, to another step forward. Dr. Mad hurriedly knelt on the ground, flattering. Stop. Where did you learn this feudal nonsense? Give me the golden gene. Originally, I wasn't too curious about this thing, but the crazy actions of the laser bird have piqued my interest. Dr. Mad handed a silver safe to Ehei. Since there was still worm mucus on it, Ehei could only let the substitute, world, help open it. It was a small vial about the length of a middle finger, containing a thick liquid that flowed like liquefied gold. Just looking at it made Ehei's throat involuntarily gulp. The body was craving it. Now, Ehei's level of life had already reached a considerably high degree. Apart from overlord-level magical beasts that could stir Ehei's appetite, even lord-level magic cores no longer caught Ehei's interest. But the golden gene in front of him made Ehei's saliva unconsciously secrete, like a traveler in a water-scarce desert under the scorching sun, yearning for a clear spring. Ehei locked it back in the box to prevent himself from losing control and starting to absorb the golden gene right now. It was not yet the right time to consume the golden gene. Based on experience, after ingesting a large amount of energy, he would often undergo a transformation and fall into a deep sleep. The Western City was still a war zone at the moment, not a place suitable for peaceful cultivation. Mad Doctor, you did very well. Crack. After receiving Ehei's praise, the Mad Doctor's face flushed, and he immediately said, Master, this is what I should do. Since the item had been obtained, Ehei was ready to leave. He still needed to assist with the cleanup operations in the Western City war zone. Although the Overlord was dead and humanity's victory was certain, clearing the entire city of magical beasts would still take a considerable amount of time. Before leaving, Ehei thought for a moment. The Mad Doctor was too weak right now and needed some means of self-preservation. If his SSR-level talent were to be lost due to some accident, Ehei would be heartbroken. Ehei inserted his finger into the Mad Doctor's heart and infused a portion of black-red biomaterial into it. With the mind of a top-tier biological expert, the black-red biomaterial might produce miraculous effects in the hands of the Mad Doctor. On Ehei's back, hard, black-blue dorsal fins with glowing blue patterns emerged. Without blinking an eye, Ehei tore the dorsal fin, still connected to his spine, clean off and handed it to the Mad Doctor. Lord, this is? The Mad Doctor's breathing quickened as he gazed at the flickering black-blue dorsal fin before him, as if a devout pilgrim had witnessed a miracle. He wanted to approach, yet dared not get too close. Take it. How much power you can gain from it depends on your skill. Ehei stuffed the black-blue dorsal fin into Mad Doctor's hand, and Mad Doctor solemnly accepted it. Master, today you give me a drop of blood, someday I will return you an empire. Why didn't I notice before that Mad Doctor is so over the top? After sending away the crazy postdoc, Ehei flew into the sky, did some simple stretching exercises, and then overlooked the entire West City. West City's magical beasts are still too urbanized. Next, it's time to start a citywide cleanup. The battlefield on the east side of West City. Due to the deaths of the two dominant leaders, the Earth Demon and the Golden-Horned Bug Sovereign, the main beast tide of magical beasts on the east side completely dispersed. These mindless beasts, like headless flies, often start fighting among themselves before humans even attack, and the beasts injured by mistake join the melee out of anger. As a result, the beast tide on the entire eastern battlefield presents a chaotic scene of vibrant internal strife, with everything competing against each other. Humans find it incredibly easy to deal with these chaotic beast tides. They don't even need to rely on firepower coverage. They simply lure the beasts into internal chaos and then dispatch warrior squads like sharp blades to slice the remaining beast tide into smaller sections for encirclement and extermination. As time passed, the beast tide on the eastern battlefield began to be gradually eradicated and contained. Most of the magical beasts were not killed by humans but instinctively returned to the secret realm world after losing the command of their overlord. Just as the human forces were preparing to enter the city for a dangerous street battle, everyone received a message from the Super Manhwa. The city can be left to him. The next moment, everyone was drawn to the commotion in the sky. At this moment, daylight had passed and the waning moon was rising. Under the moonlight, a blue meteor shower was taking place. Within the life magnetic field, all the magical beasts in the Western City were completely exposed. Ehei released a large mass of black-red biomass around him, which, under his will, formed a massive sphere. The surface of the sphere was covered with structures resembling gun barrels and cannon tubes. This is a 360-degree mobile turret created by Ehei using the biomimetic functions of black and red biomass, and the turret's fuel is his controllable nuclear fusion. Buzz, buzz, buzz. buzz. The densely packed veins and blood vessels on the surface of the sphere shimmered with a blue glow. These vessels served as energy transmission pipelines, channeling the surging atomic energy inside to the gun barrels in all directions. In the next moment, a barrage of bullets formed from countless hardened flesh was fired. Each projectile contained atomic energy, enhanced with kinetic force, tracing a blue arc through the air, with power sufficient to kill an ordinary Grand Martial Master. Countless bullets streaked across the sky, their blue trails forming a magnificent meteor shower. After being precisely guided by the life magnetic field, they landed directly on the magic cores of each beast. Following the concentrated barrage of the first round of fire, tens of thousands of beasts were slain under the cover of night. As for Ehei, he could still fire many more rounds. Ehei alone is equivalent to a heavy firepower unit. Moreover, every piece of ammunition can be precisely guided, with a killing efficiency surpassing that of the military. The commander-in-chief was already numb. At this point, he no longer wanted to question why Ehei, a mere first-year college student, could beat the overlord so easily, or why his abilities and techniques were so varied. Even if Ehei were to claim now that he was an alien, the commander-in-chief would simply respond, "I have no objections." In fact, during the brutal battle to reclaim Desya, what humanity needed most were inhuman monsters. Only the most terrifying and powerful monsters can defeat those magical beasts emerging from the secret realm. I really wonder where Principal Sure managed to dig you up from. The commander stopped overthinking and calmly enjoyed the meteor shower of slaughter he brought to everyone. A 360-degree mobile turret in the sky. After the first round of concentrated fire, thick white smoke rose from the surface of the turret. This was the black-red biomass dissipating heat through the pore-based cooling system constructed on its surface. After all, Ehei's atomic energy was too explosive. Even the highly adaptive black-red biomass needed a moment to recover. However, the cooling process only took a few dozen seconds. The ammunition for the second round of concentrated fire had already been processed in the biological factory within the turret and was ready to fire at any moment. The Lord-level magical beasts remaining inside the western city were terrified by the recent meteor shower of concentrated fire. Generally speaking, these powerful beasts were least afraid of humanity's so-called firepower weapons. For example, bullets are hard to dodge at close range, but their damage is minimal and can't even break through defenses. For example, missiles have decent damage, but they are too easily detected and avoided, making them ineffective. But that wave of blue meteor shower was simply outrageous. The penetrating power of the ammunition was enough to tear through their lord-level robust bodies, and once inside, it would cause a violent explosion, turning the beasts' bodies into fireworks. And it even precisely tracks the magic cores of the beasts. So far, no beast that has been targeted has managed to survive. Damn it, have human weapons advanced again? So annoying. We must take down that turret in the sky. Otherwise, we won't even have time to escape back to the Sin domain. Then, how about you charge ahead, and we'll follow behind you? The argument among the lord-level magical beasts fell into silence. Yeah, everyone knows they need to take down that cannon in the sky, but who the heck is going to charge in first as the meat shield? While the monsters were arguing, the second round of concentrated fire began. The gun barrels, calibrated for different sizes of monsters, lit up once again. Accompanied by a thunderous hum, the second blue meteor shower poured down, and the flickering blue tail flames illuminated the night sky over the western city. Countless monsters were executed by the Darkmo's sword hanging overhead, with no chance of resurrection due to the precise strikes on their magic cores. The stronghold of lord-level magical beasts received special attention. Even if they are hidden deep underground, the specially designed ground-penetrating missiles prepared by Ehei can swiftly drill in and deliver precise strikes. As for whether the continuous barrage of firepower will cause severe damage to the entire western city, or how much resources humans will need for reconstruction, sorry, that's something for politicians and economists to consider. As a warrior, Ehei only knows that without his precise firepower strikes, countless martial artists would have to engage in dangerous urban combat, where the mortality rate is even higher than on the front lines. Moreover, Ehei's attacks are already very restrained now. If the ground beneath him were not a city but a wilderness, Ehei wouldn't bother using black-red biomass to create ammunition. He would directly use Gopai's energy wave to carry out large-scale annihilation. The efficiency of slaughter would rise several levels higher than it is now. After the second round of concentrated fire, the streets of the western city were strewn with the exploded flesh of magical beasts. Thanks to the shattering of their monster cores, the remains were gradually turning to ash, sparing humans the trouble of cleanup. Ehei didn't pause for a moment, immediately beginning preparations for a third round of concentrated fire. The Lord-tier magical beasts, who had just endured a massive purge, finally couldn't take it anymore. During the first round, when only the surface beasts were targeted, those lords hiding underground managed to hold back. But when the second round began cleansing their lairs, these lords could no longer sit still. In the second round of concentrated fire, the 5 lords were blasted to death under the aerial turret's firepower. As time goes on, the number of lords will decrease, making it even less likely for them to break through the weapons in the sky. Attack! While that cursed thing has just finished firing and is recharging, let's rush up and destroy it. If that thing isn't destroyed, none of our beasts will make it back alive. Some beasts have already returned to report that the western city stronghold has been taken by humans. We must buy time. A group of lord-level magical beasts, shouting about bonds and charges, began using various methods to attack the airborne fortress. The main command center sounded piercing alarms once again, with the central computer indicating a large number of energy-level reactions in the city. At least 20 lord-level magical beasts had gathered. The ground warrior units, upon seeing this, became even more enraged. Not good. We must hurry to protect that airborne fortress. We cannot let those lords succeed. Brothers, even if it means death, hold on until the turret's next volley begins. Don't even think about stepping over us. The warriors roared as they charged forward, ready to lay down their lives to fend off the lord-level magical beast. But at that moment, a blue laser sword, hundreds of meters long and as thick as a barrel, suddenly slashed down from above the turret. The lord-level magical beast charging at the front was instantly reduced to ashes. At this moment, both the lord-level magical beasts and the warriors were stunned. Ehei looked down at the lords and said, "Have you all forgotten about me?" In the next moment, the Guanyu longsword swept across, slicing through. The lord-level magical beasts below couldn't react at all and were all turned to dust. Dai Qiming, who was charging at the forefront of the martial artist troops, blushed. He had just been too excited and actually forgot that the strongest person in the West City human camp, his junior Ehei, was stationed in the sky. Those lord-level magical beasts foolishly emerged from underground, attempting to attack the aerial turrets. It was equivalent to crashing right into Ehei's face. This is like lighting a candle in a latrine, courting death. Ah, is it over? It's over, it's over. All those lord-level magical beasts are done for. Damn. All that excitement for nothing. This makes us look like mere background props. Are you stupid? Isn't it a good thing to have a strong person step in? Everyone has elders and children at home. Who wants to die in the mouth of a magical beast? That's true. The warrior troops now understood that with the presence of that mysterious powerhouse, the recapture of the western city was a foregone conclusion, and there was no need to worry anymore. Meanwhile, the turret in the sky unleashed its third meteor shower. The blue meteor, accompanied by the wails and demise of the beasts in the western city, came to an end. After tonight, there will be no more beasts in the western city. The first ray of morning light shone upon the land of the western city, dispelling all darkness. The aerial turret transformed into a black-red fluid-like substance and returned to Ehei's body. Ehei had already confirmed that not a single beast remained alive in the western city. At this point, West City announced to the entire Great Xia, mission accomplished. At that moment, the corners of Ehei's mouth lifted, and his long silent panel finally delivered a message. Achievement unlocked, Savior of West City. You have earned one template draw. Hint, it has been detected that the host is participating in a large-scale event. As long as your contribution exceeds half, you can perform achievement fusion. At that time, a guaranteed high-level template draw of at least an A-grade template will be rewarded. Ehei secretly thought, damn, I know this trick. Isn't this the card drawing mechanic from a certain domestic game in my previous life? But, applied to template draws, it's really enticing. After all, Ehei has now inherited all the power of the legendary brother, and combined with the martial artist system he has cultivated, his strength has already reached a peak. The low-level monster template can't be said to be completely useless to him, but it can be described as rather insignificant. At the very least, it would have to be a B-level or higher monster template to significantly enhance Ehei's strength. Therefore, after completing all the recovery achievements, saving them up for a big draw is the most suitable choice for the current Ehei. At least an A-level monster template on par with Brother General? I'm really looking forward to it. The news of the victory in reclaiming West City quickly spread across the country. This was the third city successfully reclaimed since the recovery plan began. The first city was Lian City, reclaimed under the leadership of the 1st Division of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. The second city was Lan City, reclaimed under the leadership of the martial artists from Magic City. The third one is the West City recapture battle led by Ehei. 3 major cities occupied by magical beasts were recaptured, and people across the country rejoiced with excitement. The warriors involved in the recapture battles of the other 8 fallen cities, apart from Guanshan City, were also greatly encouraged and strengthened their confidence in victory. However, when people inquired about the strong individual who led the recapture of West City, the West City Command Headquarters only mentioned the name of Grandmaster Chen Tianyu, while Ehei's identity was kept hidden. After all, this is too shocking and unconventional. Judging from the fluctuations of martial energy, Ehei is merely at the peak of the great martial master level in martial cultivation, but the combat power displayed far surpasses that of ordinary grandmasters, and the general command did not question how Ehei achieved this. After all, strength represents status, and in terms of individual martial power alone, Ehei's status even surpasses that of the commander-in-chief. Subordinates have no right to inquire into the secrets of their superiors. At present, the general command has not disclosed Ehei's identity
to anyone. Everyone has signed a confidentiality agreement prohibiting any disclosure to the outside world. However, within the ground warrior forces, there are still 2 people who have guessed the identity of that mysterious powerhouse. After all, that dazzling blue radiance is too distinctive. Other students from Imperial University dare not associated with that person, but Lu Qingzhu and Chu Shou, who once spent days and nights together with him, believe it is him. It was Ehei who saved everyone, and as the person involved, Ehei had returned to the command center at this time. He had a very important matter to discuss with the commander-in-chief. Sir, I have a favor to ask of you. No, you're the one who's the officer here, the commander-in-chief said, embarrassed. Then I'll be straightforward. When will I get my official recognition as the top student of my year at Imperial University? You're already better than the dean of the academy. Why are you still hung up on being the top student? Don't your classmates feel ashamed? The certification for the top student of the year requires confirmation from the Imperial University's student council, which usually takes about a month to process, but, seeing Ehei's expression darken, the commander quickly added a follow-up. However, your situation is quite special. I don't think any senior students would object to your position as the top student, and since the president of the Imperial University Student Council happens to be here, he can certify you on the spot. The president of the Imperial University Student Council? Where is he? I'll notify him to come over right away. Speaking of which, because you saved Dean Chen's team, he has expressed great admiration for you and has always wanted to meet you. At least, that was the case before he found out you're 3 years his junior. The commander silently added a sentence in his heart. Soon, Dai Qiming, who had received the message, arrived at the command room. When Dai Qiming saw Ehei's youthful face, he took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Ehei. Senior, thank you for saving all of us. On behalf of my teacher, I express my gratitude to you. It's what I should do. You don't have to be so polite. Besides, you seem to be several years older than me. No need to call me senior. No, in the path of martial arts, the capable come first. You are the senior. Ehei, seeing the dignified Dai Qiming being so humble, said no more. He explained his request to Dai Qiming once again. After listening, Dai Qiming showed the same strange expression as the commander-in-chief. Why are you so fixated on that B-grade student council president? However, since Ehei requested it, Dai Qiming certainly wouldn't ask why and would just follow through directly. This isn't considered pulling strings either. After all, the position of grade chief is inherently held by the most outstanding student in all aspects across the entire grade. And Ehei, not to mention the entire freshman year, is absolutely phenomenal even in the grand history of Dixia. At the very least, Fu Hongsheng wasn't this fierce during his freshman year, slaying 2 overlord-level enemies in a single day, annihilating an entire city's worth of magical beasts. Calling this a monstrous feat almost feels like an understatement. Congratulations to the host for achieving the title of Imperial University Grade Chief. Reward, 1 template draw. It's been a long time. Come on, my 4th template. Ehei was even more nervous than when facing a dominator. After silently praying for the blessing of the god of luck and vowing not to draw the wrong one, he clicked on the template draw. The panel once again turned into a black vortex, emitting the roars and cries of various entities, until a mysterious and dazzling purple spectrum flashed out. Template, Dark Sunstar. Level, B+. Bloodline abilities, Dark Sunstar perceives cosmic radiation and stellar light rays, alters their spectral distribution, and utilizes them. Spectrum arrangement, manipulates the direction of energy, refracting or absorbing it. Dark Sun Siphon, the body surface can produce a siphon to absorb nutrients from biological fluids, with extremely strong devouring capabilities. After Ehei finished reading the ability description of the template, he finally felt relieved. It was a skill template, not one of those D-level or C-level templates that only increase body size and are rather useless. This one was fairly decent. Moreover, the star and light control abilities of the Dark Sun Star might possibly be combined with Brother General's atomic abilities. If it can perfectly match Brother's atomic ability, then the development potential is enormous. Compatibility, 1%. He could hardly wait to max out this template and carry out in-depth development. The fallen city of Qin City, jointly besieged by several frontline martial artist guilds of Xia Nation, but now, after a whole day has passed, the martial artist coalition barely managed to capture 2 nearby fallen county towns at the cost of heavy casualties and firepower reserves. The reason lies in the fact that the Overlord Decapitation Squad, composed of multiple martial artists guild leaders, simply cannot locate the whereabouts of the Qin City Overlord. This is closely related to the troublesome characteristics of the Qin City Beast Tide. Rat Swarm. The Beast Tide is primarily composed of rodent-type magical beasts. Although there are almost no large magical beasts, they are extremely difficult to deal with on the battlefield. They established a complex transportation network underground in the fallen city to engage the Martial Alliance in tunnel warfare. The Martial Alliance of Qin City originally adopted the same strategy as the Western City Alliance, using firepower bombardment on the outskirts of the city to lure the Beast Tide, followed by dispatching elite
squads for decapitation operations.
However, those rats displayed a high level of organization, with almost no magical beasts attracted by the human bombardment.
The entire fallen city remained eerily silent, and all streets leading to the city were completely undefended. It was as if they were telling the Martial Alliance, "Come on in quickly." In order to preserve the integrity of the city's buildings as much as possible, the plan for full-scale bombing was directly rejected. Of course, given the underground habits of rodent-type magical beasts, surface bombing would also have very limited effect on them. The allied forces of all martial artists ultimately had no choice but to opt for the most brutal form of urban warfare. The result was that, after paying the heavy price of significant casualties, they barely managed to reclaim 2 counties.
Meanwhile, the overlord of Qin City cunningly never showed up.
The presidents of the Martial Artists Guild speculated that the overlord of Qin City was hiding deep beneath the entire city. This means that to meet the overlord of Qin City, one must pass through narrow and complex tunnels filled with billions of rats.
Completely impossible.
Even the news of the victory in reclaiming the western city, when it reached the Qin City coalition, could not dispel the gloom on the faces of the chairmen.
They were not afraid of dying in battle. What they feared was a situation like this.
Without even seeing the face of the enemy leader, the allied warriors under his command perished one after another like meaningless cannon fodder. The president of the Silver Wolf Martial Society angrily punched the building beside him, and a winding crack spread across the entire structure from the imprint of his fist.
Strength without resolve.
There is nothing more helpless in the world than this. He did not tell anyone about his whereabouts. He even specifically changed his appearance this time when coming to reclaim Qin City to avoid exposure.
Damn it!
Now, across the entire Blue Star, aside from himself, no one knows that the 3 grandmasters protecting Great Xia have all disappeared, and the mastermind behind it is most likely Fu Hongsheng, the #1 martial artist of Great Xia. He doesn't know why Fu Hongsheng would target the 3 top-tier powerhouses of the same nation, especially when he has already reached the pinnacle of power and prestige in Great Xia and even the world. He is destined to be a figure remembered throughout history for generations. But since he has started targeting the top experts of the Xia kingdom, it indicates that one of his objectives must be to weaken Xia, and with Ehei's growth rate, he will inevitably become a target for elimination sooner or later. In the future, Ehei is bound to have a battle with Fu Hongsheng. If Ehei wants to confront Fu Hongsheng, who is known as the Martial Saint, he must accumulate more strength, and while doing so, he must remain low-key. He must take the initiative to strike before the other party has time to react. After all, Ehei's greatest advantage at the moment is the information gap. Fu Hongsheng is still unaware of the information gap that Ehei has already received news from Principal Shi, as well as the growth speed granted by the Infinite Monster template.
As long as there is enough time to develop, Ehei fears no enemy. Ehei's current overall appearance is primarily purple.
A dark purple, form-fitting cloak drapes over his body, and his face is covered by a swirling purple crystal mask. His life magnetic field can sense the dense biological signals of the city beneath his feet, numbering in the billions.
These complex
biological signals severely disrupt Ehei's perception and detection, making it impossible to locate the Overlord's position.
No wonder the Qin City Martial Alliance couldn't conquer this place. Even I can't locate the Overlord's position. Truly cunning. Ehei couldn't help but recall the blood-eyed black ape of An City. This kind of sly and treacherous high-level magical beast only fueled Ehei's desire to kill even more. Unfortunately for you, I have too many abilities. There's bound to be one suitable for dealing with you, capable of killing you.
Ehei descended to the ground, where black-red fluid-like matter seeped out beneath his feet.
The black-red biomass rapidly expanded, covering an entire block in the blink of an eye and infiltrating underground through the cracks in the ground.
The invasion of the black and red biomass naturally drew the attention of the rat beast tide. Such a highly aggressive aura of attack sent the entire swarm into a frenzy.
Countless rats surfaced from deep underground, bearing their steel-shredding fangs, attempting to tear into the black and red biomass. But before the rats could even make a move, the biomass shot out web-like, adhesive filaments, tightly wrapping around them.
The rats didn't even have time to squeal before their bodies were crushed and devoured by the black and red substance. The true strength of the rat tide lay in its endless numbers and the unpredictability of attacks emerging from every hidden corner.
Unfortunately, these two advantages are completely countered by the black-red biomass. The black-red biomass can digest a rodent-type magical beast in just a fraction of a second, almost before you can blink, devouring large swathes of the rodent swarm. After consumption, the energy and nutrients digested are enough to allow the black-red biomass to grow exponentially. Gaji, an endless swarm of rodents? Merely food for the black-red biomass. And the rodent's complex underground transportation network holds no significance for the black-red biomass. The black-red biomass directly infiltrated the soil and rock layers without leaving any corner untouched, flooding all the tunnels. The swarm of rats, unable to move flexibly due to overcrowding, was completely eroded by the falling black-red biomass, leaving not even a trace behind. Just like that, Ehei stood motionless by the roadside and carried out a massive purge of the underground
underground monster empire. A completely one-sided massacre. The rat swarm couldn't even surface, as the entire city's ground was essentially covered with a layer of black-red biomass. In short, all the monsters were surrounded by Ehei alone. No one is getting away. When Ehei's black and red biomass completely covered over 100 meters underground and continued to extend downward, the overlord at the center of the underground kingdom could no longer remain still. In a certain part of the city, the black and red biomass began to bubble profusely, as if boiling and rising. In the next moment, the entire area of black and red biomass, spanning 100 meters, was shattered apart. A white-furred rat, the size of a truck and covered entirely in rat heads, burst out with a sharp screech. All the rat heads simultaneously emitted high-pitched screeches, causing the surrounding buildings to collapse into rubble. A mysterious man in a purple robe with a swirling mask appeared behind the white rat overlord. "Human, is it just you?" This king thought there would be a group of humans ambushing me. Several rat heads spoke at the same time, their tones ranging from male to female, old to young. The layered voices combined into a dizzying cacophony, and the white rat overlord's voice even carried a form of mental attack. Jia human, your black and red demonic thing is indeed formidable, but it is completely countered by my sonic howl. You've brought this death upon yourself. Faced with the overlord's threat, he nearly yawned out of boredom. What makes you think I only have one move? As he pointed a finger toward the sky, the clouds immediately turned into a field of purple light. Dark sun star divine punishment of the Skynet. Stars, through the incredibly terrifying nuclear fission within, release light powerful enough to illuminate the deep void of the universe, and part of this energy radiates toward blue star. In the cosmic space surrounding blue star's atmosphere, the invisible solar radiation manifests as a flowing, iridescent spectrum. This spectrum gathers countless rays of light together, gradually taking on a mysterious purple hue. Once the spectrum has fully accumulated its energy, it responds to the call of an individual wielding the power of the stars, delivering divine punishment upon their command. The clouds shattered, and a purple beam of light pierced through the heavens and earth, striking directly toward Qin City. As he pointed his finger toward the sky, the white rat overlord keenly sensed the danger. Its agile and slender limbs, as flexible as a human's, instantly exerted force, attempting to leave its original position. However, how could a mere beast possibly be faster than the speed of light? Accompanied by Ehei's sneer, the purple cosmic light instantly struck the back of the white rat overlord. Aha! The rat's shrill scream echoed through the city, as its lower half was directly severed in two by the high-energy cosmic beam. Ehei saw granulation tissue beginning to grow at the severed part of the white rat overlord, attempting to heal and regenerate, so he once again raised his finger toward the sky. Fall! Several beams of light struck down in succession. The white rat overlord had no time to react. That extremely swift cosmic light turned its body into a pulp in an instant. Just as he was about to completely extract the white rat overlord's magic core to finish it off, the white rat overlord's broken body suddenly exploded on its own. Countless tiny white rats split off from it, scattering in all directions. So you're trying to pull a Musin. Black and red shadows writhed beneath Ehei's feet, spreading out into countless phantom tendrils that lashed out, exploding all the fleeing white rats. However, the exploded white mouse unexpectedly underwent secondary division, splitting into countless smaller white mice that continued to flee. Moreover, the smaller their size, the faster they moved, making it impossible for the black and red devouring biomass to catch them. Ehei couldn't help but think about how this overlord had been hiding deep underground all along, using the rat swarm and complex tunnels to cover its sneaky behavior. BYD, this magical beast of yours doesn't seem to study combat abilities at all, just escape and survival tactics, right? The world, stop time. The golden figure spread his arms, activating the colorless time-stopping field, and time froze at that moment. Who would have thought that after my breakthrough, the first time I'd use the time-stopping ability would be on you, the weakest overlord? Ehei moved at lightning speed, using the life magnetic field to locate each white mouse and completely annihilate them with atomic energy. 15 seconds later, after turning over the entire ground to ensure no white rats remained, Ehei stopped the time freeze. Is the Qin City overlord dealt with just like that? Something's not right. Why didn't I see the magic core? Ehei narrowed his eyes, realizing that this cunning old rat actually had a trump card to lock its life force. Although this white mouse was the weakest among all the overlord-level creatures he had ever encountered, its life-saving ability truly amazed him. It is indeed a talent among mice, but unfortunately, it still has to die. After all, this mouse had already massacred a city, and he would not use the ancestors' blood to turn it into a subordinate. Let it be more careful in its next life. Underground rat palace. Countless rats, densely packed like maggots, gathered together. They surrounded a massive, semi-transparent egg, inside which floated a curled-up, rat-shaped magic core. The previously calm rat-shaped magic core suddenly became restless. The entire egg began to swell, and a large number of rats attached to it were all absorbed into the egg, where they were digested into pulp. After all the rats in the entire rat palace were decomposed and digested by the egg, a giant, hairless rat was born within it.
Put. The egg burst open, and a giant hairless rat emerged from within.
Its bare skin quickly sprouted white fur upon contact with the air.
Aha! I almost died. I, the Great One, almost died. The Qin City stronghold can't hold out. Run! Hurry back to the Sin domain.
Damn it, if it weren't for the Emperor's orders, no low-intelligence magical beast without a brain core would want to come to the human side and fight to the death.
The white rat overlord darted swiftly through the tunnels.
Back when it had conquered Qin City, it had already dug a secret passage leading to the Qin City hidden realm, allowing it to retreat quickly in times of need. It had thought it could hold out for at least another month. As long as no human grandmaster intervened, it could continue hiding in the underground rat palace and stall the humans of Qin City on the battlefield. But unexpectedly, such a freak appeared. That vortex-masked man not only could release a mysterious substance that devoured all magical beasts but also wield the power of the stars. In the end, it still didn't know how that vortex-masked man managed to instantly slay all its clones.
Fortunately, it was one step ahead and used the golden cicada shedding technique.
That foolish human definitely didn't realize he had only killed a clone. But the human world is indeed too dangerous. Time to make a quick escape.
Arriving at the underground of the secret realm's fissure, the cautious white rat overlord didn't reveal itself immediately. Instead, it first split off an ordinary rat-type magical beast to scout around outside.
Only after confirming there were no ambushes did it breathe a sigh of relief. As long as I pass through that crack.
The white rat overlord emerged from the ground with a ferocious grin, sprinting wildly on all fours.
Then the white fur on its body was dyed purple by a pillar of light descending from the sky.
How is this possible?
The first cosmic ray had just ended, followed by the second, the third, one after another. Purple light beams flickered continuously throughout the city, dyeing the glass of surrounding buildings with purple reflections. When the ground had already turned into magma and glass crystals due to the high temperature of the cosmic rays, Ehei finally stopped in the high-altitude cloud layers. Ehei had deliberately hidden in the clouds to lure out this cunning old rat. He believed that, given the nature of this despicable rat, upon learning that there was a strong individual in the city capable of killing it, it would definitely find a way to escape back to the secret realm.
Boom!
All that was needed was to wait for it to take the bait.
Ehei descended to the ground.
In the crater ahead, formed by cosmic rays, a mass of rotten flesh was wriggling.
This was because Ehei had deliberately avoided the magic core during the strike.
World appeared behind Ehei and extracted the magic core for him. After losing the magic core, the mass of rotten flesh became completely rigid and motionless, and would soon turn to ash. Use the black and red biomass to devour all the rats in Qin City, then move on to the next city. President, look quickly at the sky above Qin City. The leader of the Silver Wolf Martial Regiment looked up, his eyes filled with astonishment.
What were those purple beams shooting down from the sky? Could it be space-based energy weapons? It couldn't possibly be summoned by someone, could it? That would be too outrageous. But if it's a space-based energy weapon, why didn't anyone inform our Qin City allied forces? Let's go, take a look.
The entire team of the presidents set out, and when they arrived at Qin City, they found it completely silent, like a ghost town. This time, unlike the usual hidden and feigned quietness of the rats, the presidents couldn't sense any signs of life here.
Why did all those rats disappear?
There's not a trace of them left.
Could they have all returned to the secret realm? Does this mean we've successfully reclaimed the area?
The guild leaders continued their search with confusion, and eventually, they found a large magma pit that had just cooled.
Could this pit have been created by the purple light that shot down from the sky just now?
The leader of the Silver Wolf Corps raised his head to gaze at the sky, remaining silent for a long time.
Within a week, Daxia successively reclaimed 4 fallen cities.
Moreover, the cities were reclaimed one after another. Often, just a day after one city was reclaimed, the next city would be announced as successfully reclaimed, displaying remarkable coordination. Unlike the cheering crowds, the high-ranking officials of the reclaiming coalition forces were all extremely solemn and awkward,
because it wasn't their doing.
They all encountered various deadlocks during the recovery operations, but every time the purple light flickered in the sky, the battle would end.
They won effortlessly. The coalition leaders had no idea who was helping Daxia or what their motives were,
but at least for now, they were very grateful to that mysterious figure.
Without that powerful individual, the coalition didn't know how many
more warriors would have to die, how many more resources would have to be invested, or how much endless consumption the war would demand. The file on this mysterious expert was also submitted to the Daxia Longke. Logically, the appearance of such a mysterious expert, capable of influencing the situation within the territory, would surely attract the attention and investigation of the Daxia Longke. However, the top management of the Daxia Longke did not hold any meetings or investigations regarding this matter. This was because their most trusted super artificial intelligence, Manhwa, ranked the importance of this matter at the lowest level during the task evaluation and screening process, resulting in most Daxia Longke agents being unaware of it. Ehei was preparing to reclaim the 5th city, Bocheng.
If we exclude Guan Mountain City, the S-level life forbidden zone, there are currently 3 fallen cities yet to be liberated.
separated. Among them, 2 fallen cities are currently being handled by Dashalongke and Imperial University. It is said that the front lines have been achieving successive victories recently, and they are not far from successfully reclaiming them. Only Bo City remains too insignificant to draw attention. The Bo City coalition forces release some battle updates at fixed times every day. There are no major defeats, no major victories, and they almost never appear in the news. Too silent. So Ehei decided to visit Wave City. Considering that during the previous recovery of 5 cities, the abilities used were primarily based on the Dark Sunstar template, that distinctive purple skybeam was too conspicuous. Ehei decided to adopt a different identity. Black and red biomass wove into a tight black long suit, hair rapidly growing down to the waist, and the face covered by a ferocious Shura mask with a black iron sheen. At the same time, the black and red biomass enveloped the entire Starfall blade, beginning to absorb and decompose its material, ultimately transforming the thick and imposing Starfall blade into a slender meowdow with an upturned tip. Cough, cough. Ehei's voice became hoarse and dry, his entire aura turning silent and oppressive, yet concealing a hidden killing intent and sharpness. This identity will focus on the killing momentum martial path. Ehei was not afraid that his killing momentum martial path would expose his identity. After all, he had never displayed it in front of the public. The public's deepest impression of Ehei was the terrifying blue energy and the black and blue true form of the magical beast. Only his teacher, Gongko, and Xinglong, who had sparred with him once, could recognize Ehei's killing momentum martial path. Unfortunately, Gongko was under house arrest at Imperial University, and Xinglong had disappeared. Thus, Ehei's killing momentum martial path became an unknown trump card. Nuwa, play a song, Still Thinking of You. It's about to get dark, quietly disappear. The mist in Wave City was particularly dense, shrouding every street and alley. It blocked out even a sliver of sunlight, leaving the entire city gloomy and overcast. Ehei first concealed his aura, then used the optical refraction racial ability of the Dark Sunstar to alter the light distribution around him, achieving an invisibility effect to infiltrate the Wave City coalition forces and assess the situation. What a decayed smell. Ehei, with his eyes hidden behind the Azura mask, narrowed them. His intuition told him that something was seriously wrong in Wave City. Although the life magnetic field sensing is normal, something just feels off. Ehei's figure flickered rapidly among the Wave City allied forces, his eyes scanning every allied warrior. He silently watched them talk, eat, and go to the restroom. Old Lu, get ready, we're heading to the battlefield. Alright, let me finish this meal first. Damn, military rations taste awful, not as good as my wife's cooking. Stop complaining, the battlefield's nothing like staying at home. Hurry up and pack. The president wants us to assemble. Let me take a leak first. Shit, are you chickening out? Why so much fuss right before we leave? You're not scared? Our chances of making it back home alive aren't great. Go to the bathroom, I'll cover for you with the squad leader. Thanks, man. Old Lu went to the restroom, but instead of urinating, he lit a cigarette and squatted down, smoking silently. After finishing the cigarette, he threw it on the ground and stomped on it with his foot. I don't know if I can make it back alive this time. My son was just born. Damn it, I'm clearly a martial artist, so why am I so scared now that it's time to go to battle? Damn it. Sob sob. Old Lu covered his face and cried bitterly. After venting, he wiped away his tears and ran off to join the assembly. After Old Lu left, Ehei, dressed in black, revealed his figure. His gaze was incomparably cold. I was wondering why something felt off. The overlord of Bo City really does big things without a sound. Miming. The entire allied forces of Bo City were performing an act without props. Old Lu wasn't eating military rations, he was just holding air and chewing on nothing. He wasn't smoking either, he was merely holding a twig between his fingers. Had everyone in Bo City fallen under an illusion? No, it was far more terrifying than that. Ehei had just used the killing intent slash to cut open the back of Old Lu's neck, and inside, it was rotten. The entire allied forces of Bucheng have probably been annihilated for a long time, and everyone is likely dead, but the most terrifying thing lies here. They are dead, but they don't know it themselves. The flesh and blood inside their bodies have decayed, but on the surface, they still maintain their appearance from when they were alive. In their daily lives, they might be endlessly repeating the last day before their death. The allied forces of Bucheng, in this way, deceived themselves and deceived the entire Xiao nation. Ehei felt an unprecedented anger. This kind of mocking and toying with life must be eradicated. But before going to slay that monster, there was one thing to confirm. Ehei grabbed a warrior. The warrior, upon seeing the Shura mask on Ehei's face, was just about to scream when a black and red tentacle blocked his mouth. You are already dead. The warrior, upon hearing the strangely shaped Ehei speaking odd words, thought to himself that he might have encountered a mentally unstable lunatic and should quickly report this to his superiors. However, as a mist of blood was released from Ehei's body and entered the warrior's nose and mouth, the warrior's gaze became dazed. Ehei's words, "You are already dead," began to echo repeatedly in his mind. Blood nightmare technique, psychological hypnosis. I am already dead. Yes, that's right, I already died on the battlefield. The overlord of Bo City is too terrifying. It killed all the guild leaders leaders and even turned them into the living dead. Grandmaster. Only a grandmaster can stand against that monster. The martial artist clutched his head in agony, the flesh on his body visibly rotting and decaying. It was as if, the moment he realized the truth of his own death, the power sustaining his corpse simply vanished. A slash of murderous intent pierced through the martial artist's temple. His eyes widened in shock, and then he died completely. He gently closed the man's lifeless, unyielding eyes. Behind him, the world smashed two fists into the earth, creating a large pit. He then laid the body to rest inside. Let's go, set out to slay the demon. The life magnetic field expanded, covering the entire Wave City. He attempted to locate the one representing the overlord level, the most powerful life signal. However, it couldn't be found. The intensity fluctuations of each magical beast's life signal were almost identical, just like the Wave City coalition forces, as if they had all turned into mass-produced puppets. Swoosh. Is that so? Then I'll have to force you out. Black and red biomass fully unleashed. The hem of Ehei's black robe rapidly grew longer and wider, adhering to the ground. It rolled like waves, surging outward in all directions. From a high vantage point, it looked like a drop of black water had fallen into the clear waters of the city, quickly spreading as if to dye the entire city black. During this time, the black and red biomass captured several magical beasts, but after devouring them, it failed to gain any energy or nutrients, as these beasts were already dead. In the end, the black and red biomass, like an unstoppable flood, engulfed the entire Wave City. All the undead beasts within Wave City were completely devoured. He destroyed the city with a single move. However, still not out? Alright, I understand where you are. Ehei's pupils flickered with a surge of murderous intent. He turned around to look toward the rear of Bo City, where the Bo City allied forces were positioned. On the outskirts of Bo City, at the gathering point of the martial artist allied forces, standing at the very front, a man as solid as a small mountain, is the leader of the allied forces. The strongest of the allied forces, a master in the transformation butterfly stage, and the head of the Hangu sect, Li Chongshan. It is said among the people that Li Chongshan's physical strength is second only to the Grandmaster Protector of the nation, Xinglong. Among the 36 Grandmasters of the entire Xia Kingdom, he ranks in the top 10. All warriors, heed my command. Li's resounding voice echoed across the sky. Tens of thousands of warriors responded in unison, causing the earth to tremble. The overlord of Wave City is just ahead, and he's all alone. Kill him, and we can liberate Wave City. Li Chongshan's pupils were blood red, and the corners of his sinister smile stretched to his ears. Free Wave City. Yes, free Wave City. Kill. Tens of thousands of warriors charged forward together, raising a sky-covering cloud of dust. Above the mist-covered Wave City, the clouds suddenly turned purple. A man in a purple robe and a vortex mask stood in the void, coldly overlooking the coalition of warriors below. Rest in peace. The next moment, as the outstretched finger fell, purple radiance illuminated the sky, bombarding the martial artist coalition like a relentless bomber. The purple heavenly thunder tore through the coalition's formation, and the light spheres and shockwaves from the explosions obliterated and shredded the surrounding martial artists. Ah, is it that human in the sky? Why is he attacking us? Could it be that a strong enemy nation has joined forces with the magical beasts? Damn it, we're doomed with Mate 1. Ground forces, retreat quickly. We're just sitting ducks in front of him. Air units, move up. Commander, our fighter jets and missile stockpile, for some reason, have all disappeared. Boom, boom, boom. Impossible. This is clearly our first deployment. We haven't even used them yet. The logistics team should have checked everything before we set out. When did we use up all that ammunition? Li Chongshan crossed his arms, as thick as tree trunks, and raised his head to look at the purple figure in the sky, the sound of a beast grinding its teeth constantly emanating from his mouth. Has this human discovered this king's plan? What a pity. I had intended to use this opportunity to infiltrate the humans. Whoosh! A beam of purple heavenly light, as thick as a water barrel, descended from the sky, about to engulf Li Chongshan's massive body. Hangu Gate's secret arc earth-themed martial skill Savage Whale Wind Killing Fist. A fist as heavy as a millstone thundered forward, shattering the cosmic rays above into countless sparkling embers. The bodies of human warriors are truly remarkable. This extraordinary technique called martial skill is indeed profound. Ha ha ha. Li Chong bent his knees and swung his arms, leaping into the air from a standing position, taking off on the spot. The massive body nimbly leaped hundreds of meters, charging straight at the vortex-masked man. Multiple cosmic rays attacked from all directions, engulfing Li Chongshan's body, which was unable to dodge flexibly in midair. Amid the purple energy explosion, the unscathed Li Chongshan charged out once again. His physical strength was overwhelmingly powerful. The air before him felt like water in a swimming pool. With just a push of his legs, the air propelled him forward. Die! The massive fist crushed toward the vortex-masked man, accompanied by a sonic boom, and the vortex-masked man before him burst like a bubble. Fake? Whoosh! 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 Li Chongshan realized he had fallen into a trap. He hurriedly shifted his body downward, attempting to dive to the ground, but a blade gleaming with a cold light appeared out of nowhere. Boom! Killing stance, slaughtering moonwheel. The black and red crescent moon appeared in the sky, a blade aura slicing through a 1,000-meter cloud layer, then plummeting toward the earth with a figure atop it. The crescent moon blade aura struck the ground, carving a 100-meter-long fissure. Ehei, his face covered by an Azura mask, deactivated his optical camouflage, a parasol-shaped shockwave bursting behind him as he dove toward the ground. As expected, a counterfeit is just a counterfeit. It can't compare to the keen perception of a true martial arts master, unable to even detect the optical decoy he created. A hand lifted the layer of soil, pushing out the body that had been slashed into the ground by the blade's force. Li Zhongshan glanced at his once perfectly chiseled granite-like chest muscles, now marred by a hideous scar, with faint traces of blood-red murderous intent corroding his flesh. This king's human body is stronger than most overlord-level physiques, yet it was still injured by that strike. This means you are also a top-tier warrior's body. Very well, you belong to this king now. Li Zhongshan looked at Ehei descending from the sky, his body surging with martial energy, channeling it into the 3 golden rings on his arm. The ground collapsed in a circular shape as Li Zhongshan used the force to propel himself into the sky, using the golden rings on his forearm to directly clash with Ehei's blade. The blade struck the golden rings, producing a resounding metallic clang and dazzling, brilliant sparks. Ha! This human's physical body is actually so powerful? Li Zhongshan hadn't expected that after a single clash, he wouldn't gain the upper hand. Heh, giving the body of a top-tier martial artist to you is truly a waste. Ha! The blade in Ehei's hand, after the clash, was quickly enveloped in a layer of black and red killing intent. As the blade light swept through the air, it echoed with the shrill wails of lost souls. Ehei's slashes became increasingly tricky and fierce, his arm and blade moving as one, making it impossible to predict from which angle the next strike would come. Li Zhongshan, even with the power and reflexes of a master in the chrysalis stage, found himself unable to defend effectively, his body covered in crisscrossing scars resembling fish scales. Your forehand is weak, your backhand lacks precision, your reactions are sluggish, none of your moves are decent. With skills like yours, you still dream of competing with me in martial techniques? Keep dreaming. I'll make you realize just how weak and incompetent you truly are. Ehei slashed open Li Zhongshan's arms with a single stroke, red light flickering in his eyes as he began his killing intent perception. Slash, 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 slash. You can alter your life magnetic field to disguise your position, but you cannot hide your true essence. Under the killing intent perception, the world transformed into a sketch-like style. Li Zhongshan's body turned into countless chaotic lines, and within his body, a mass of red tangled lines was moving around. That is the execution line of the overlord of Butching, and it is where its true form resides. I found you. The blade in Ehei's hand was an extreme dark red, like a surging river of blood drowning countless lost souls. Sure as 3 blades' first blade slaughter across 1,000 miles. How is this possible? I clearly possess such a powerful master physique. Li reaffirmed in the reflection of his pupils that the blood-red blade was growing larger and larger, and his very being could feel that this strike was aimed directly at him. He wanted to raise his arms to defend, but an invisible and overwhelming force, world, locked his body in place, rendering him completely immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the shadow of the Azura blade, swelling to dozens of meters, came crashing down. No, no, slash. A massive dark red blade shadow descended from the sky, piercing straight into the ground, and the resulting gale hurled dust and sand into the air. At that moment, the notification sound from the panel came through. Congratulations to the host for achieving over half of the territorial recovery contribution milestone. You may now perform a guaranteed A-grade template draw. Ehei instinctively clicked on the extract template button. A familiar black vortex appeared once again, and soon, accompanied by a savage roar, a blood-red moon resembling an eyeball emerged at the center of the vortex. It was adorned with 6 tonal patterns, exuding an incomparably eerie aura. Boom! Template, Divine Tree 10 Tails Template. Grade, S. Bloodline ability, condense the planet's natural energy to create 7 attribute chakra. Divine Tree Bloodline, obtain Divine Tree cells, and master Divine Tree would release. Rinnegan Bloodline, awaken the ocular bloodline technique known as Rinnegan. Infinite Monster Template. Advanced form, none. Hiss. Ehei took a sharp breath, a long inhale like that of a whale, almost draining the surrounding air. Damn, damn, a legendary drop. The luckiest episode ever. The 10 Tails Divine Tree, the origin of the extraordinary system in a certain ninja world. Whether it's the Rinnegan that can touch upon the laws of space and time, or the Divine Tree chakra capable of creating an entirely new extraordinary system, everything points to this being a top-tier template. Compatibility, 1%. If Ehei can raise the 10 Tails Divine Tree template to 100%, he will become the perfect 10 Tails Jinchuriki, which in the original work is equivalent to a starting point for a 6 paths level powerhouse. Although in terms of power and destructive capability, he is far inferior to Planet Godzilla. After all, Planet Godzilla once spent years charging at the extreme point and then unleashed a superatomic breath that pierced through the solar system and obliterated a planet, a glorious achievement. By comparison, tailed beast bombs, which are city-level energy blasts, are not even worth putting side side by side for comparison. However, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki excels in versatility. Whether it's the Rinnegan involving spacetime laws or yin-yang release that touches upon the realm of souls, both have immense potential for development. Just like the Dior template, this is a top-tier skill template. Just as Ehei was feeling ecstatic, the legendary Godzilla template in the panel began to flicker continuously. A new prompt appeared on the panel, detected that the host possesses a homologous template. Fusion is possible. Ten Tails Divine Tree template can be added to the plant attribute mutation path of the legendary Godzilla template. Do you agree to add it? Since the Ten Tails Divine Tree belongs to a high-level panel, adding it may cause the final mutation of the legendary Godzilla template, the Planet Godzilla template, to undergo unpredictable changes. Homologous template. Is it because the Ten Tails and Planet Godzilla essentially both belong to plants? Only then did Ehei understand that templates could complement each other based on their characteristics and merge together, just like fusion advancements in card games. However, reality is far more complex than card games. The fusion of two infinitely potential templates, with the outcome unknown. If successful, it would mean that two templates merge into one. This would not only significantly reduce the resource burden of upgrading the template but also grant Ehei an even more powerful super template. Failure, let's not say both templates are completely ruined. After all, the foundation of both templates is so solid, starting from a high point, even falling wouldn't make them too weak. At least it wouldn't drop to the level of a D-grade giant template that all readers would criticize. However, the fused template might experience a significant decline in growth potential and template rating. Just as Ehei hesitated, another piece of information appeared on the panel. The host possesses the advanced fusion material golden gene, which has the ability to optimize bloodline genes and significantly increase the probability of genes developing positively during the fusion of two templates. Ehei squinted his eyes as he looked at the panel's prompt. This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Why do I feel like the golden gene, which accidentally fell into my hands, was prepared for this very day and moment? Ehei felt as if an invisible hand of fate was guiding him, but Ehei had no right to refuse, nor would he refuse. If Ehei were to face Fu Hongxing in the future, he would have to be 10 times, or even 100 times, stronger than he is now. Begin fusion. The golden gene stored within Ehei's body vanished into thin air, and the panel displayed a prompt indicating the fusion had begun. Legendary Godzilla, injected with the super plant gene, Ten Tails Divine Tree, mutating into Planet Godzilla, with a 100% success rate. Beep beep. Planet Godzilla is unable to completely devour the Ten Tails gene. Further mutation begins. Golden gene injected, template undergoing fusion and optimization. It seemed like a long time was spent communicating with the panel, but only a few dozen seconds had passed in the outside world. The massive blood-red phantom of the Azura blade shattered, revealing Li Chongshan beneath it, his body nearly severed in half. Once robust and powerful, Li Chongshan's flesh was now withered and gaunt. In his final moments, clarity returned to his eyes. Was it you who killed him? Li Chongshan looked weakly at the masked swordsman before him, the Ashura masked killer. He was close to death. This was his last flicker of life. Ehei replied in a deep, hoarse voice. And the butching allied forces? They'll be wiped out soon. Good. At least don't let our corpses be defiled. Ehei raised the tip of his blade at this moment, skewering a red parasite the size of a small snake. He said, this type of magical beast shouldn't be enough to defeat you on the front lines. Who slaughtered the allied forces of Bo City? Yes. Li Zhongshan's gaze grew heavy, and with his last bit of strength he said, be extremely careful. That overlord-level magical beast calls itself one of the 4 emissaries of the Emperor. Its power even surpasses that of a grandmaster in the butterfly transformation stage. Cough cough. Most importantly, it can skillfully use martial techniques and has even comprehended a grandmaster's domain. It, before killing me, said it was heading to the imperial capital. Ehei's pupils suddenly contracted. There were a total of 36 grandmasters in Dixia. Usually, at least 20 of them would be stationed in the imperial capital. However, during the Dixia reclamation plan, almost all the powerful forces had left to lead the charge in reclaiming lost territories. The Dixia Dragon Sparrows, too, due to the reclamation plan, dispatched a large number of their strong forces to guard the borders, preventing powerful enemies from other nations from taking advantage of the situation to infiltrate the country. Even the National Guardian Grandmasters were entirely absent. In other words, the imperial capital today, empty. A blue meteor streaked across the sky, leaving umbrella-shaped shockwaves in its wake. Its speed had already surpassed that of a supersonic fighter jet and was still accelerating. Ehei shattered the clouds and air ahead, his heart filled with urgency. According to estimates from the frontline troops, by today, Dixia would be able to reclaim the last 2 fallen cities. This is the time when the entire Great Xia is most likely to lower its guard due to the joy of victory, and also the time when the strength of martial artists nationwide is at its weakest after just participating in the recovery plan. A large number of surviving martial artists have been left with injuries or PTSD from the battlefield, and various munitions intended for the war against the beasts have been dispatched across across the country to support fallen cities, making them unavailable for immediate deployment. If one of the so-called 4 envoys of the emperor is determined to attack the imperial capital, according to Nuwa's calculations, there is a 90% chance it will happen today. Although Ehei has already had Nuwa deliver the intelligence to the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, it most likely won't make it in time.
The imperial capital, Jiulong River Secret Realm Rift. This is a rare rift in the secret realm located at the bottom of a body of water. When the Jiulong River Secret Realm Rift first appeared, it was so well hidden that the Daxia Dragon Sparrow failed to detect it immediately. As a result, many magical beasts took the opportunity to infiltrate the Jiulong River, threatening the safety of the imperial capital's residents. After the Daxia Dragon Sparrow pinpointed the exact location of the secret realm rift, they quickly established an underwater base at the bottom of the Jiulong River to guard and monitor the rift. But strangely, in the 5 years since then, the magical beasts in this secret realm have become incredibly scarce, and their levels are very low. As a result, the danger level of this secret realm was downgraded from B level to D level. Inside the Jiulong River secret realm, the martial artists' camp here was holding a barbecue party. Awesome! Damn, it's still the imperial capital's setup that's the best.
Martial artists from other places have all been sent to fight in wars, while we get to stay in this cushy position, drinking, eating barbecue, and raking in loads of money.
Who made us all born with noble lives? Ha ha ha.
Even if we're just branch members of the 9 families in the imperial capital, we can't hold great power or wealth in this life, but we can still live carefree and at ease.
Drink, keep playing music, keep dancing. Old Zhao, why are you here too? Weren't you the one operating the radar detector and keeping watch? What, I'm keeping watch while you guys are here drinking and feasting? Ah, enough, enough. What's the point of guarding this broken secret realm? Come, let's drink together.
Too bad there aren't any girls.
1 kilometer outside the garrison of the Jiulong River secret realm, the once lush green forest visibly withered and decayed.
From a high-altitude perspective, one would notice a sudden black-gray line cutting through the lush green forest. This decayed trace is a straight line extending from the rear, as if it were the path of some being's footsteps. Wherever it passes, the land turns to dead soil. A dark gray, barefoot steps onto the decayed ground, standing 3 meters tall, with a back as straight as an unshakable mountain. Every inch of muscle forged like iron and stone, the muscle contours cold and hard like bronze and steel, the entire back's musculature forming the visage of a demonic face. 6 arms extend from both sides of the shoulders, each as sturdy as ancient trees, with skin of a chilling dark gray hue, exuding an unsettling aura from every inch.
3 white-haired, red-eyed heads positioned at different spots on the neck, each displaying a distinct expression.
The head on the left has a sinister and malevolent face, with narrow, cunning eyes, and a snake-like flexible tongue that occasionally licks its own eyes. The right head's face was twisted in ferocious hatred, blood-red flames in its eyes as if they could burn everything in sight to ashes. The central head kept its eyes closed like a statue, its expression calm and unshaken, as though nothing in the world could disturb it. This was a 3-headed, 6-armed Ashura straight out of myth.
Big brother, the human garrison up ahead is still having their little party. They don't even know they're about to die. The left head sneered. Kill, charge forward, crush them all.
Let humanity feel the might of the emperor. The head on the right growled softly.
Silence.
As the central head spoke, the other 2 heads fell silent, as if the will of the central head was unshakable. This time, the emperor has sent us to slaughter the strong, to annihilate humanity's most powerful forces to the greatest extent. That human strongest, named Fu Hongsheng, has given us a list detailing the locations of humanity's powerful individuals.
Since it's slaughter, we must focus on efficiency and not waste time on those inferior humans ahead.
Yes, big brother. The heads on both sides bowed simultaneously.
Let's set off and make this planet submit to the emperor's hand. With a single step, Ashura vanished, reappearing at the rift of the Jiulong River secret realm.
The martial artists' garrison behind him had already become a wasteland of death.
Every defender was reduced to drifting ash. Ehei, even without slaughtering them, these inferior humans can't withstand even the wind we generate just by passing by. How pathetic. Ashura approached the rift of the secret realm, extending his foot first, preparing to step inside.
Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
The rift of the secret realm, which was originally as smooth as slime, displayed unprecedented instability when faced with Ashura. The dark gray foot began to spark with arcs of electricity as it entered the rift. Ashura's indestructible flesh was rapidly eroded due to spatial rejection, revealing the inky black bones within. Sure enough, powerful individuals face immense rejection from spatial rifts.
If not for this, the emperor would have long since flattened the opposing world, said the left head. At this moment, Ashura also took out a bubble cube, countless iridescent bubble-shaped flesh particles adhering together to form a cube, with light refracting off it in a breathtaking display.
We still have to rely on the things left behind by the alien demons. Truly disgusting.
For the first time, the calm expression on Ashura's central head showed displeasure. As the bubble cube was inserted into the rift of the secret realm, the originally clustered iridescent bubble-like flesh rapidly expanded. Countless swollen bubble-like flesh spheres tears clogged the dark, flowing rift of the secret realm. Azura withdrew his corroded and obliterated foot, and large clusters of black particles began to gather in the air. Like a whirlwind, they swirled around the severed foot, instantly forming a brand new foot. Azura's 6 tree trunk-like arms gripped the bubble-like flesh spheres and pushed forcefully, causing a large volume of river water to pour in. Is the world on the other side called Blue Star? The headquarters of Dasha Longke has already received Nuwa's warning message. An encrypted urgent alert letter has spread throughout Dasha. Master-level experts are required to return to the imperial capital immediately. The 9 Families Council of the Imperial Capital. For the first time in a century, all 9 family heads are present. These patriarchs have lived for over 200 years, and the resources they consume annually to prolong their lives are astronomical. Even the strong scent of spices cannot mask their decaying aura. The Zhou family patriarch anxiously said first, has Fu Hongxing not come out of seclusion yet? The imperial capital is in dire straits now. He cannot afford to remain in seclusion any longer. And what about Shi Jingwen and Qinglong? Where have they gone? Why can't we reach them? The Sima family patriarch crossed his hands and said in a deep voice, Shi Jingwen and Qinglong are out of contact, the reason unknown. As for Fu Hongxing, I've already sent someone to look for him, but the Li family patriarch leaned forward. What happened? No response. Fu Hongxing hasn't responded at all. In this situation, either Fu Hongxing has reached a critical moment in his cultivation and cannot be distracted, or he's doing it on purpose. The Ying family patriarch clenched his fist. Damn it! Fu Hongxing, a mere martial artist, could he be plotting to seize the central power of Dasha? Does he want to bring down the 9 families of the imperial capital? The Zhao family patriarch slammed the table in anger. I've long said that we must suppress martial artists in terms of treatment and honor, or else they will surely seek more. So what do we do now? Are we supposed to face the great enemy Nuwa mentioned on our own? Wouldn't that play right into Fu Hongxing's hands? The strong fighters we 9 families have cultivated with vast resources are meant to suppress domestic martial artists. They are our foundation. If we exhaust them at this time, even if we win this battle, the 9 families will collapse. How about we make a strategic retreat for now and wait until the nation's strongest return to the imperial capital before making a decision? The conference room fell silent for a moment. Everyone knew what this meant, but it couldn't be said aloud. Suddenly, a massive water curtain rose in the central section of the Jiulong River. The water curtain was dozens of meters high, as if a depth charge had exploded beneath it. Look, the river water has turned black, and all the fish in the river are dead and floating to the surface. Just as the passerby spoke, a massive black-gray figure descended from the sky, landing right in front of him. A wave of black-gray air, symbolizing death and decay, swept across a 100-meter radius. The bodies of all the pedestrians affected by the wave disintegrated in an instant, turning into flying ash. So fragile. Bang! The left head wore a mocking smile. The headquarters of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow in the imperial capital. On the central screen, a glaring red dot kept flashing. A split screen immediately pulled up surveillance footage of that street, showing an Azura with 3 heads and 6 arms stretching its muscles and bones 100 meters away. Boom! The next moment, the right head of the Azura suddenly turned to look in this direction, as if it had detected the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow's surveillance. His pupils gathered a crimson glow, and the next moment, the image on the screen disappeared. An overlord-level magical beast, and it appeared within the imperial city. Damn it, the ace agents of the 1st Division are still guarding the borders, and both Director Qinglong and Principal Shi are currently away from the imperial city. We must buy time, at least until the National Guardian Warrior emerges from seclusion. Director of the Dasha Dragon Sparrow Bureau, Wang Jitian, clenched his fists and shouted, notify all agents of the Dasha Dragon Sparrow within the imperial city, everyone, move out. Beyond the Jiulong River, the left head of the Azura playfully looked at the 4 warriors ahead. Lin Hong, head of the Ginghong Martial Arts Hall in the imperial capital. Li Tingxiang, head of the Rising Sun Martial Arts Hall in the imperial capital. Head of the imperial capital Hongtu Martial Arts Hall, Wu Machuan. Head of the imperial capital Jinkai Martial Arts Hall, Zhu Xuanrong. Here to offer guidance. The 4 heads simultaneously ignited their blood and energy, with fierce winds swirling around them. The blazing martial aura isolated the deathly energy released by Azura from the surroundings. Ah, big brother, look, the ants are showing off to us. Too weak, kill them all. The heads on both sides of Azura sneered, while only the middle head with closed eyes remained calm. Humans, you should leave quickly. We are here to hunt the strong. Not only are you weak, but your potential is already exhausted, leaving no room for growth. In other words, even if you survive, you won't affect the Emperor's grand plan. So, run away quickly. The middle head showed no mockery, as if it were merely stating a fact. The 5 masters only sneered disdainfully after hearing this. The experts of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow will arrive in 3 minutes. To prevent you, this demon, from running amok and harming the citizens of the imperial capital during this time, we, the 4 masters of the imperial capital's martial arts halls, must restrain you. Is that so? Then we respect your choice. With one step stepped forward. In an instant, he appeared behind the 4 hall masters. What? That's speed! The master of Ginghong Martial Hall, Lin Hong, was the first to react, quickly turning around to slash out with a sword. However, the 3 hall masters beside Lin Hong turned into blood mist one after another from left to right, and the smell of blood instantly filled Lin Hong's nose and mouth. 2 dark gray fingers pinched Lin Hong's long sword, and the narrow blood-red eye on the left side of the head met Lin Hong's gaze. Quite courageous, but without matching strength, it only leads to tragedy. The firelight flickered continuously in the bustling imperial capital as the great Xia Dragon Sparrow urgently deployed anti-aircraft guns and bombers to strike at the overlord that emerged from the Jiulong River. However, as the shells entered the domain of death and decay surrounding Azura, their surfaces would quickly corrode and ultimately explode mid-air. Bang, bang, bang. Only powerful martial energy can isolate this deathly aura. We can only rely on close combat. Great Xia Dragon Sparrow's 2nd and 3rd divisions will engage directly, while the 4th and 5th divisions provide support and containment. Azura looked at the human warriors surrounding him, and the furrowed brow of his central head finally relaxed a little. Bang! At last, there are 1 or 2 human strongmen worth hunting. Heh, now I can kill to my heart's content. Crush, crush. The Section 2 chief and Section 3 chief exchanged a glance, then unleashed their martial arts domains from the left and right, transforming into 2 waves of energy surging toward Azura. The other agents of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrows also quickly formed tactical formations to encircle and attack Azura. In an instant, terrifying sound waves roared, shattering several streets. At the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow's headquarters, the red alarm had not stopped blaring since Azura's appearance. Since Azura appeared from the Jiulong River, it has been heading toward the city center and is currently engaging in direct combat with Division 2 and Division 3. 10 minutes later, the technician's face was ashen, but he still mustered the strength to continue reporting. Division 2 Chief and Division 3 Chief have heroically fallen in battle. 50 members of the 2 divisions of Dashao Longke have been killed or injured, and currently, the 4th and 5th divisions have opted for a strategic retreat. The head of the 4th division heroically perished in battle. The head of the 5th division heroically perished in battle. The presidents of Lanfeng Martial Arts Association, Yunhai Martial Arts Association, and Lishan Martial Arts Association have come to support, but our battle situation remains disadvantaged. Azura is still advancing toward the city center. How could this be? Up until now, 4 cocoon-breaking grandmasters have already fallen. Wang Zitten's legs gave out, and he collapsed into the chair. But time was pressing, and there wasn't a moment to hesitate. Wang Zitten clenched his fists and said to the communications officer, "Can you get in touch with Mr. Fu Hongsheng, Director Qinglong, or Principal Shi?" Unable to reach them. What about the 9 families of the imperial capital? Why, up until now, have the 9 families of the imperial capital only sent great martial masters and a handful of Xuanwu martial artists to participate in the Azura interception operation? Where have the masters guarding the imperial capital's 9 families gone? Are they all dead? Why, up until now, have the 9 families of the imperial capital not contacted the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow? Wang Zitian's face turned red, ferocious like an enraged lion. Special combat power. Release the special combat power now. This is a matter of life and death for the imperial capital. No need for any procedures or formalities, just release it. I'll take full responsibility if anything happens. Wang Zitian stared at the screen showing the scene of the 3 martial association presidents' deaths and spoke with a resolute tone. The once prosperous imperial capital was now in ruins due to the aftermath of the battle between the powerful, with large sections of buildings collapsing, flames and smoke rising everywhere. Azura's 2 large hands grabbed the arms of the president of the Yunhai Martial Association, while the other 2 hands fiercely struck at the president's head. The shockwave from the Twin Peaks echoed throughout the entire street. The headless corpse, corroded to the bone by the aura of death, was thrown to the ground and quickly turned to ash. Azura kicked open a fire hydrant by the roadside, causing a large stream of water to gush out like a fountain. He used the water to wash the blood off his hands. Oh, does the beast care about cleanliness? TSK, TSK, TSK. A thin figure wrapped in bandages swung the curved blade in his hand while staring at Azura with snake-like pupils. Boom! Did you release us just to fight this monster? Never thought the imperial capital could be destroyed like this one day. It's amazing. But unfortunately, you still have to die. Prison brother, said another warrior covered in scars. Another person remained silent, simply raising the heavy sword in his hand and aiming it at Azura. Boss, we've been looked down upon. How infuriating. Kill, kill, kill. The central head opened its eyes for the first time. There were no eyeballs, only a void of darkness that seemed capable of sucking away one's soul. However, the central head did not look at the 3 people in front of it but instead raised its gaze toward the sky above the imperial capital. The clouds parted, revealing a floating island city slowly emerging. You 3 also have hunting value, but not as much as the one in the sky. So, let's finish you off quickly. The one in the sky is more worth anticipating. The middle head finished speaking, and the 2 heads on either side were somewhat stunned. Big brother actually opened his eyes? How strong
strong is the powerhouse in the sky? Is it worth Big Brother paying so much attention? Ha! Finish us off quickly? Do you know how many overlords I killed back in the day? The scarred warrior sneered, but Azura paid them no attention. The heads on either side of him closed their blood-red eyes, leaving only the hollow gaze in the middle fixed firmly on the three of them. Both hands clasped together in front of his chest, while the other four hands formed various Buddhist mudras. Domain expansion Mahakala. What? How could a demon beast possibly use a martial arts domain? Three special-grade combatants had no time to react and were instantly engulfed by a pitch-black sphere rapidly expanding with Azura at its center. 1 minute later, the pitch-black sphere shattered. Azura remained standing in the same spot, maintaining the posture he had when unleashing his domain, while the three special-grade combatants on the opposite side had completely vanished. There were no traces of battle, as if the moment they were enveloped by the pitch-black sphere, they had been swept into another world. All the obstacles have been eliminated. Humans are really fragile. I hope that strong one in the sky, who has caught Big Brother's attention, can provide some excitement. Hee. Too weak. Find the strong. Fight. Enjoy. Let's go. The central head closed its hollow eyes, while the two side heads opened their crimson pupils. Ashura leapt into the air with a massive jump, causing the entire Imperial capital to tremble from the takeoff. The Imperial Sky Academy city detected a high-energy source approaching, and the energy magnetic field surrounding the academy was immediately raised to its highest level. However, in front of Azura, who slaughtered several masters as easily as killing chickens, it was as fragile as thin paper. The high-speed flying Azura made no attack moves and directly crashed through the protective energy field, entering the territory of the academy. Countless self-defense anti-aircraft guns and various missiles automatically rose. The Imperial Sky Academy city itself was a mobile military fortress, with firepower strong enough to sustain a large-scale war. Ashura's two side heads glanced at the sky-darkening swarm of incoming missiles and sneered with disdain. Both heads unleashed beams of crimson light, and as the rays swept across the sky, countless missiles were shot down and exploded midair. Just as Ashura was about to continue his rampage, a short blade, no one knew when it had appeared, was suddenly pressed against his neck. Splat! The blade gleamed, and blood spurted. Ashura's 6 arms came together simultaneously, clapping his hands, and a black-gray storm of death suddenly erupted from him as the center. After forcing back the petite figure wielding the blade, Ashura silently touched his neck. The slash cut through half of the neck, reaching the cervical vertebra. Big Brother, I have a feeling that if we are completely beheaded, even if the magic core isn't destroyed, we might still die. The long inflexible tongue of the left head drooped down, starting to secrete a large amount of saliva. That near-death strike just now had excited him. To think they managed to hurt us, anger. The right head roared furiously, blood-red demonic flames erupting from its 7 orifices. Gray particles gathered and fused once again at Ashura's severed neck, sealing up the wound left by the slash. To deliver such pure, silent slashes. Human expert, you are by far the most valuable prey I have encountered. Really? Then should I act a bit more accomplished? As the dust settled, Gonku, dressed in a black tactical outfit, flicked her silver-white hair, the corners of her mouth curling up to reveal sharp tiger fangs. In that moment, Azura locked eyes with those crimson, ruby-like pupils. The world around them fell silent. The scene turned blood-red, and Azura lifted his foot, the sticky blood clinging to his sole and the ground. Starting with a domain directly? But the surrounding buildings haven't disappeared. It seems the domain is overlaid onto reality rather than constructing a semi-independent space with martial rhythm. Let us see what effects it has first. Azura stomped the ground, scattering the surrounding blood, then his figure flashed behind Gonku, all 6 arms raised simultaneously, fists clenched. The enormous figure in Gonku's petite frame created a striking visual impact. Earth Fiend martial technique, Sunset Shock Hammer. The blood on the ground was simultaneously shaken into the air, transforming into countless blood droplets. The entire Imperial floating city tilted and sank to one side under the influence of this terrifying power. But Gonku had vanished without a trace. A magical beast that can use martial skills? If I tell Xiaohe about this, he'll definitely be shocked. Azura suddenly turned around and discovered that the human who had just been smashed was now standing not far away. Teleportation? Or an illusion? Azura was somewhat surprised that he hadn't noticed how Gonku had moved, and Gonku had already launched an attack. Gene technique, blood execution by Lingqi. With a single point of Gonku's pale fingertip, the blood mist that had just been struck into the air by Azura gathered entirely around him. Under the observation of the left side head, a bloodline appeared between every 2 blood droplets, and among the thousands of blood droplets, the interconnected bloodlines formed a dense blood web impenetrable even by a mosquito. The slashing begins. Thousands upon thousands of blood-red slashes appeared around Ashura, so densely packed and razor-sharp that they carved a vacuum in the very air. The ground beneath Ashura's feet was reduced to powder in less than a second. That dark gray, iron-cast body, able to ignore Grandmaster-level attacks and easily withstand a single slash, could not endure thousands upon thousands of strikes raining down on the same spot in mere seconds. Flesh and skin cracked and shattered, but quickly turned into black particles
particles, recovering and reassembling. Azura's body was repeatedly destroyed and regenerated in the sea of slashes.
This alone is not enough.
Azura spoke, taking a step forward, only to find his leg weighed 1,000 tons, unable to move. Azura looked down, only to see a corpse tightly clutching his leg, and beneath that corpse was an endless mountain of bodies. The weight of a mountain of corpses firmly held Azura, the burden of slaughter so heavy that even Azura was secretly alarmed.
Your human slaughter is truly exaggerated.
With such a talent for killing, if not for the mental trauma preventing further breakthroughs, it would have been quite an obstacle on the path to becoming an emperor.
Blah blah blah, turtle chanting scriptures, not listening, not listening. La la la. Gonko made a face at Azura, sticking out her tongue.
Ashura,
enough, too much time has been wasted.
We still need to hunt down more powerful beings.
Let's finish you off quickly.
The heads on both sides closed their eyes, while the central head opened its hollow, pitch-black eye sockets. Both palms clasped together in front of the chest, and the forearms behind formed various Buddhist seals.
Gongku, sensing the aura of martial rhythm, smiled and said, I can do this too, and it's being recorded the whole time.
I'll show it to Xiaohe later.
That brat must see how amazing his master is.
Gongku raised the short blade, and all the blood gathered onto it. An illusory execution guillotine appeared beneath Azura. Countless heads were placed around the guillotine, their gazes fixed on Azura, as if ready to welcome him into their ranks.
Domain expansion Mahakala. Domain expansion. Boundless decapitation.
The clash of martial arts domains begins.
A pitch-black sphere rapidly spread out from Azura's body.
Azura's martial arts domain began to envelop reality, directly shrouding Gonku and the execution guillotine she had conjured. Meanwhile, Gonku's boundless decapitation also unleashed its power at this moment. Countless scarlet, corroded chains coiled layer upon layer toward Azura, crossing and piercing through Azura's limbs and clavicles.
I'm disappearing?
Gonku looked down at her feet, only to find they were turning translucent, the effect rapidly spreading upward. At the same time, Azura was dragged onto the guillotine by scarlet, rusted chains. The massive blade above was stained dark red with blood. It was impossible to tell how many had been executed here.
Mahakala will erase you completely. You gave me quite an enjoyable battle experience. Farewell, human expert. Big guy, you really know how to brag. Watch me take you down first.
The dark red guillotine blade fell, and the speed at which Gonku's body disappeared suddenly accelerated, erasing directly up to the neck. The execution guillotine collapsed, and the pure black sphere shattered. Gonku first wiggled her little feet, then twisted her small waist to make sure she hadn't lost any parts, while the Azura in front of her looked utterly astonished. The martial arts domain unexpectedly reached its limit and collapsed.
You are far stronger than that human master named Li Chongshan. It seems I must use my full strength to kill you.
After all, human martial arts are not what we excel at. Now, we shall display our true power, and you are worthy of our seriousness.
Splat, splat.
6 bone spurs emerged from the ghostly face muscles on Azura's back, still clinging with strands of blood. Azura's 6 arms simultaneously grabbed the bone spurs on its back and yanked them out forcefully. Blood spurted wildly, revealing 6 exaggeratedly shaped, fleshy daggers made of gray-black flesh and blood, resembling chaotic blades, exposed to the air. Billowing black smoke rose from the blades, and upon closer inspection, one would notice that this black smoke was identical to the black particles from when Azura's body regenerated, inheriting the characteristics of Azura's body. The aura of death and decay contains countless souls of fallen strong beings. No longer relying on the martial arts system learned from humans, Azura is about to showcase his innate beastly power.
This is getting a bit troublesome.
I can't afford to embarrass myself in the recording for the students.
Miyako's playful and cheerful face turned serious for the first time, even more so than when she was clashing with Azura's domain.
As a master in the field of slaughter, at least before the illness, Gonku can clearly sense the intensity of an enemy's killing intent, using it to judge the likelihood of her killing the opponent or being killed by them. When Azura uses the domain, perhaps due to unfamiliarity or the instability of the martial rhythm constructing the domain, the threat of
killing intent Azura gives her is only about 6 out of 10.
Thus, Gonku is confident that in a confrontation, she would at least not lose. But now, images of herself being slain by the black blade begin to flicker before Gonku's eyes, the aura of death turning her body to ashes, eventually scattering with the wind.
This is the destined death that only a powerful master in the butterfly transformation stage can occasionally glimpse. Is this fate? Am I destined to fall here? Well, perhaps it's not so bad. At least I'm dying to protect the imperial capital. Xiao Shi will probably erect a statue of me at Imperial University for future students to admire. But even after living for over 100 years, there's still some reluctance.
Every year, there are new blockbuster games to play, every month there are interesting anime to watch, and every day there are captivating novels to follow.
Oh, I still have a disciple. Xiaohe, your teacher is about to pass away.
You must take good care of yourself. At this moment, the sky turned purple, and the clouds all emitted a purple radiance. A long robe fluttered in the wind, and the purple crystal vortex mask reflected the surrounding light, appearing magnificent and dazzling.
Gonku's crimson eyes widened. The images in her mind about her destined death unexpectedly began to blur, until she could no longer remember them at all. Fate had been rewritten. Another expert? Azura raised his head to look at the figure standing in the void above the firmament. He could sense the immense and boundless energy within the other party, which made Azura very puzzled. How could a fragile and tiny human body possibly contain such terrifyingly high energy? Is this even human? Daxia Long K headquarters. Wang Jitian looked at the location of the Imperial University floating city, where the energy index had skyrocketed just a minute ago, almost making Wang Jitian think the Imperial University floating city was about to overload and explode. What happened there? Could it be that the battle between Teiji Zhanli Gongku and Azura went wrong? Damn it! Why has the magnetic field in that area become so chaotic that we can't see the specific battle scenes at all? The gaze of all the citizens in the Imperial capital was drawn to the purple radiance in the sky. What happened? Was that purple light an enemy or an ally? Can the Imperial capital be saved? Human warrior, state your name. Azura raised the black blade, pointing it at the vortex-masked man in the sky. I am a member of the monster organization. You can call me Demonic Eye, the vortex-masked man said indifferently. Azura and Gongku were both momentarily stunned. Monster organization? Demonic Eye? Strange, there was no information about this organization or anyone named Demonic Eye in the intel Fu Hongsheng gave us. Was it an oversight, or does Fu Hongsheng have an ulterior motive? Forget it, I'll just kill them first and ask questions later. Human expert, prepare to die. Azura once again leapt into the air from his original position, and the immense force generated caused the entire floating city of Imperial University to momentarily sink. Self-created martial technique, Black Massacre Annihilation Slash. 6 black slashing blade auras tore through the clouds above, and the vortex-masked man, who did not evade, was naturally swept up directly by the slashing blade auras. Seeing the vortex-masked man's body being shredded, Azura gathered black-gray particles beneath his feet as a landing point, appearing as though he was stepping on the void. The sensation of the slash feels off. Is he not dead? Just as Azura spread his perception, attempting to locate the vortex-masked man, a dark purple energy orb pierced through the clouds and enveloped him. Tailed beast bomb explosion. Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, the clouds above the Imperial capital were completely dispersed by the shockwaves generated from the light and heat blast. The entire floating city of Imperial University began to tremble, like a ship affected by ocean waves, due to its proximity to the tailed beast bomb explosion. Standing in the void, Ehei's eyes, transformed into purple circular stripes with 3 black tomo due to the enhancement of the Dark Sun Star template, rotated slowly within the crystal vortex mask, appearing even more mysterious and eerie. Although they resembled the Rinnegan, unfortunately, they were not, as the template compatibility was too low and had not yet been unlocked. Even the tailed beast bomb was only successfully released by Ehei through the spectral arrangement of the Dark Sun Star, combined with Godzilla's atomic energy, despite the low compatibility. However, to deal with Azura, it's enough. Boom! After all, Ehei already possesses the S+ level template, Godzilla, Planet Eater. The dust from the tailed beast bomb explosion was dispersed, and Azura's body was covered with a defensive dark gray aura. He stepped on the void, creating sonic booms as he continuously approached Ehei. Although Azura's movement speed was extremely fast, possibly even surpassing Ehei in his Godzilla outerwear form, Ehei's dynamic vision, enhanced by the 3-tomo Dark Sun Demon Eye, saw everything as if in slow motion. Spectral Array Atomic Energy Execution Formation. Under Azura's astonished gaze, one vortex-masked man after another appeared out of thin air around him, eventually forming a circle that surrounded him. Divine Tree would release clone, combined with black-red biomass cell cloning, ultimately creating clones whose energy output rivals Ehei himself in combat power. Although the clone's body is much more fragile than the original, and its cells will collapse and disintegrate under high-intensity energy output, it is still incredibly terrifying. For example, right now, composed of 12 Ehei, each gathering Godzilla-style energy waves, then using spectral arrangement to refract and superimpose atomic energy, multiplying its power. All the energy is directed at the enemy, with not a single bit wasted. This is the Atomic Energy Immortal Execution Array. Azura instinctively sensed danger. He immediately changed direction, preparing to dive toward the ground, but a shout of the world plunged the world into silence. 15 seconds of the time-stop field allowed the 12 Ehei to fully gather the atomic energy waves, just as the time-stop field began to shatter. Each Ehei shouted in their heart, Kamehameha Wave. Why did this human's attack charge up instantly? Where did the charging time go? Azura had no time to think deeply. He had already lost the chance to evade this strike. He could only let out a furious roar, curling his body as his 6 massive arms simultaneously folded in, forming a muscle defense sphere. Countless black-gray particles danced on the surface of his muscles, ready to face this ultimate strike. 12 atomic energy beams, each several times thicker than a truck, roared forward, directly striking Azura. Layer upon layer of iridescent spectrums refracted the scattered atomic beams back, hitting Azura again. Under the output of the Gopai
energy wave and the overlapping control of the spectral arrangement, a massive light sphere, brighter than the sun, appeared above the imperial capital. At the headquarters of Daxiaolongke, the energy index on the screen had skyrocketed to the verge of breaking. Just as Wang Jiting was preparing to dispatch specialists to remotely investigate the battle situation, a technician hurriedly reported to him, "Director, something's wrong. Look at the sky above the imperial capital." What? As the screen switched to display the sky above the imperial capital, Wang Jiting's legs gave way, and he collapsed back into his chair. In the sky above the imperial capital, there appeared a second sun. The entire imperial capital experienced a temperature surge due to the second sun in the sky, and the white light illuminated the city with dazzling brightness. Boom! Even the glass in the imperial capital began to crack from the heat, and the river water started to evaporate. And this was merely the aftermath of the atomic immortal execution array. As for Ashura, located at the center of the array, he was probably experiencing what it truly felt like to be thrown into the sun. At approximately 30 seconds, 11 of Ehei's clones began to melt like candles. This was a sign that the cloned bodies could no longer withstand the high energy output. At around 40 seconds, this second sun extinguished, not because Ehei had reached his limit and couldn't continue, but because the imperial capital below could no longer endure it. Multiple explosions had already started, accompanied by fires breaking out. This was the result of fighting in the high skies. If the battle had taken place on the surface, the imperial capital would probably have been destroyed. This is the battle of top-tier powerhouses, capable of altering mountains, rivers, and lakes at will. The mere force of their movements could annihilate the surrounding city districts. As the second great sun in the sky extinguished, Ehei narrowed his eyes behind the swirling vortex mask. Is it fair to say this is truly a top-tier powerhouse of the secret realm world? The so-called status of one of the four emperor's envoys is indeed not to be underestimated. Who would have thought that a creature could actually survive the atomic immortal execution array? Ehei estimated that even -1 would be unable to adapt to the terrifying energy at the core of the array within mere seconds. All the evolved adaptive cells would be completely vaporized. Amid the rolling waves of high-temperature distorted air, there was a curled-up, jet-black, menacing skeleton with 3 heads and 6 arms. The skeleton's entire frame gleamed with a cold light, as if it were utterly frigid, completely unaffected by the terrifying high temperatures of the atomic immortal slaying grand array. 6 crimson lights flared within the eye sockets of the 3 skulls. Gaga. The skull's jaws clacked open and shut, producing a harsh clack as countless black and gray particles began to fill the fleshless interior of the pitch-black skeleton. In front of me, trying to recover? Ehei, with that fiery temper, how could he let him off? Accompanied by a sonic boom, Ehei grabbed Ashura's skull and then flew toward the sky with him, intending to move the battlefield outside the imperial capital. Buzz. After all, in the city, it's hard to fight without restraint. Human strong one, since our birth, this is the first time we have been injured so severely. Although you are still far from killing us, you have enough reason to be proud. We have developed an admiration for talent, and it so happens that the Emperor has completely perfected the old civilization's transformation ritual. Human strong one, are you willing to give up being human and join our higher race? With your aptitude, you might become the Emperor's 5th envoy in just a few decades. After hearing this, Ehei twisted Ashura's skull around and said to him with a smile, "Your father, I stopped being human a long time ago." The brilliant blue breath beam directly blasted onto Ashura's skeletal head. The immense impact force shot Ashura straight into a mountain peak, and then the entire mountain was pierced through by the breath. Ashura was propelled by the blue beam all the way, smashing through several mountain peaks in a straight line. "It seems you have already made your decision. We respect your choice. Next, I shall grant you death." Ashura knew that he wouldn't give him the chance to heal his body, so he simply stopped trying to heal. Instead, he gathered all the black-gray particles onto his 6 large hands, forming 6 battle blades emitting black smoke. Ehei was no longer in the imperial capital, so there was no need to hide his identity. He could now unleash all his power. Atomic breath. Buzz, 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 boom. Godzilla secret art. Nuclear light battle form. Super. The dazzling blue light enveloped Ehei, causing his strength and speed to multiply several times, directly surpassing Ashura. The terrifying pressure he emitted left Ashura utterly shocked. This human actually held back his full power during the battle above the imperial capital. What kind of entity is this organization called? Monster? Does every member possess such terrifying strength? The Emperor's grand plan might be in jeopardy. This organization called Monster must be eradicated. Ashura roared and slashed down with 6 black blades, while a flash appeared in Ehei's hand, revealing a blade. The starfall/blade was unsheathed, accompanied by a gust of blood-colored wind, clashing fiercely with the black blades. Zing! The scattered blade energy shattered the forest within a 100-meter radius, as Ehei and Ashura began an all-out blade duel. The two figures transformed into a streak of blue and a streak of black light, rapidly flashing and colliding in the mountain forest. Each collision unleashed a terrifying storm of red killing intent and black death intertwined with the wind of their blades. Ashura, with 6 arms and 6 blades whirling feeling like a meat grinder, should theoretically have the upper hand. However, under the enhancement of the nuclear light battle form, Ehei had reached an astonishing new level in both strength and speed. Having lost its flesh and reduced to a skeleton, Ashura suffered a significant weakening in both strength and speed. This resulted in Ashura's 6 blades being unable to suppress Ehei's single blade in their clashes. Ehei even managed to gain the upper hand. You members of the Monsters organization are surely a dire threat to the Emperor. Today, we shall eradicate all of you. Ashura let out a roar, pushing Ehei away, then stepped forward again to continue the slaughter. However, his foot landed on a black lump of flesh. The lump burst instantly under his step, releasing a large cloud of spore-like powder that engulfed Ashura's skeleton. Ehei, hidden behind the vortex mask, seemed to curl up the corners of his mouth. These spores are the product of the combination of Planetary Brothers G cells and the Ten Tails Divine Tree cells, which Ehei referred to as YH cells. As for their function, well, snap, accompanied by a crisp snap of fingers. All the spores rapidly expanded and grew taller, like compressed towels absorbing water, instantly filling Ashura's skeleton like dough. Bang! You, what have you done? Why can't we move? Ashura's eye sockets, flickering with red light, dimmed and brightened intermittently, seemingly expressing his inner turmoil. Ashura was in disbelief. His body was no longer under the control of his own will. In a certain ninja world, the Ten Tails Divine Tree can produce a humanoid creature called White Zetsu through its Divine Tree cells. White Zetsu can secretly attach itself to any living being and, at critical moments, seize control of the host's body. The G cells of planet Godzilla share some similarities with the characteristics of White Zetsu in certain aspects, but they are more comprehensive and far more terrifying. The reason planet Godzilla uses planet as a prefix in its name is because it embodies the will of the planet itself. Planet Godzilla can use G cells to infect the entire planet's ecosystem, including the atmosphere, land, oceans, and underground. The entire planetary ecosystem becomes tainted with G cells. All organisms in the ecosystem will gradually be assimilated by G cells, in a sense becoming part of Planet Brother. Ultimately, this allows Planet Brother to control every corner of this planet. As for Ashura, who is enveloped by YH cells, his fate is to be refined by Ehei into his external avatar. The black YH cells rapidly construct internal organs in various bodily systems within Ashura's skeleton, while swiftly weaving muscle fibers and skin on the exterior of Ashura's body. In the blink of an eye, a 6-armed giant with gray-black skin resembling Godzilla's appeared in front of Ehei. His face bore some resemblance to Ehei. Kneel down. The 6-armed giant squatted down immediately. Jump up. The 6-armed giant made a great leap in place, causing the entire forest to tremble. Ehei grabbed a stone and hurled it forcefully into the air. Fetch it back. The 6-armed giant vanished from its spot, heading off to retrieve the stoning he had thrown. After a simple training, Ehei nodded. YH Cell was an inspiration he gained from the parasite overlord of Wave City, and it seemed to be working well. This powerful body of Ashura would henceforth become Ehei's external incarnation. Half an hour ago, at the headquarters of Dasha Longke, Wang Zitten looked at the purple figure in the sky, creating a second sun, and clenched his fists. Who is this mysterious figure? Why have so many strange and powerful beings appeared after the disappearance of the Great Xia's top combat forces? At this moment, a technician reported to Wang Zitten, Director, we have found information about the man with the vortex mask. The man with the vortex mask has only appeared in the past week, primarily operating in various fallen cities of Great Xia. He has not engaged much with the martial artist coalition in the fallen cities but has focused on seeking out the overlords of the fallen zones and exterminating all the beasts in the cities. Every time it appears, the clouds in the sky turn purple, and satellites capture this purple glow. It comes from cosmic rays in the atmosphere, as if the other party possesses the ability to control the light of the universe. The light of the universe? Helping Daxia reclaim fallen cities? Wang Zhitian murmured in confusion. No, Director. According to Nuwa's psychological profile, the purpose of the Vortex Mask Man is not to reclaim fallen cities. He is simply hunting down the overlords of various fallen zones. Hunting overlords? Hiss. Wang Zitten gasped upon hearing this sentence. What kind of unparalleled powerhouse could chase after the overlord and hack at him? The technician added, Director, we have received information from former Imperial University professor and current special record combatant Gongku. She said that the masked man with the vortex claims to be from an organization called Monster, with the codename Demon Eye. Monster? Demon Eye? What kind of martial artist faction is this? How come, as the director of the Special Intelligence Bureau, I have no recollection of it at all? Is every member of this organization as powerful as Emotong? Then why are they only now beginning to show their edge, and at such a critical juncture during the recovery plan in Daxia? What is this organization called, Monster, plotting? Wang Zhiting's mind was filled with a series of questions. He hadn't expected that a mysterious organization could stand before Daxia's Longke without leaking a single piece of information. But before he could ask the technical staff for more details, the image on the central computer screen made his pupils contract. After the second sun in the sky above the imperial capital extinguished, a jet-black skeleton was revealed. Azura had astonishingly withstood such a terrifying energy blast and survived. But immediately after, Demon Eye grabbed Azura's head and disappeared into the horizon, seemingly leaving the imperial capital. Perhaps Demon Eye had some method to block signal tracking, as the central screen lost the footage of their continued battle. Wang Jitian sighed. The once most powerful nation on Blue Star, Xia, had now fallen into a pitiful state where it faced enemy invasions with no one able to stop them. Now, they actually have to pin their hopes on a member of a mysterious organization to resist Azura. Wang Jiting slammed the table in anguish. He never expected that the great Xia Dragon Sparrow, once the most powerful martial force on Blue Star, would be unable to stop even a single enemy under his leadership. In just one day, 4 department heads died in battle one after another, and more than half of the elites were killed or injured. I, Wang Jiting, have truly let down the people of Great Xia. A long silence. Wang Jiting took a deep breath, raised his head, and his bloodshot eyes looked particularly crazed. The 9 families of the imperial capital, those decayed clans that chose self-preservation and fled the capital during the war. This matter cannot end just like this. Damn it. The news of the imperial capital being attacked by a mysterious overlord-level magical beast quickly spread, as the commotion caused by Azura's clash with the capital's warriors was too great, involving too many people. The great Xia Dragon Sparrow simply couldn't keep the information confined within the imperial capital. As soon as the news broke, the entire nation was in an uproar. The imperial capital was attacked? Am I dreaming? That's the capital of Great Xia, a place where countless powerful individuals gather. What kind of enemy would be foolish enough to attack there? Countless people thought they had seen fake news, and their first reaction was disbelief. Across the country, the martial artist coalition conducting the final recovery and cleanup operations sought out their superiors upon seeing the news of the capital being attacked, hoping to confirm its authenticity. President, this must be fake, right? How could the capital possibly be attacked? The president remained silent. As the head of the Martial Arts Association with a high social standing, the information he had access to was more comprehensive than that of ordinary martial artists, and also more despairing. The 3 presidents of the Martial Arts Association who stayed behind in the imperial capital, the 4 directors of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Division, a total of 7 grandmasters, all annihilated. It's even rumored that the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow activated their special combat forces, that group of dangerous individuals. President, don't stay silent. This can't be true, can it? What about our national grandmaster? Principal Sure, director of the Azure Dragon Division. Even if they were at the borders of Great Xia, it would only take a few minutes to reach the imperial capital for support, right? Besides, we still have Mr. Fu Hongsheng, at nation-stabilizing level, martial artist. Could it be that not a single top-tier expert appeared in the imperial capital? The questioning martial artists only felt their bodies swaying, as if the sky was about to collapse. The guild leader took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Yes, not a single top-tier expert appeared in the imperial capital, they were all out of contact. The severity of this incident even surpassed the fall of 12 cities in Great Xia to the secret realm invasion. The Great Xia is about to change. The aftermath of the attack on the imperial capital might be even more intense and terrifying than the disaster of the attack itself. The intelligence about the attack on the Great Xia's imperial capital spread across the globe within just a few hours, thanks to foreign spies and various mercenary intelligence organizations. Southeast Continent Triangle region. The area here is not large, yet it is home to more than 30 small nations and a population of over 100 million. Since ancient times, this region has been a vassal of Dacia, though it has enjoyed a high degree of autonomy. Originally, the leaders of these small nations relied on the towering tree of Dacia without much discontent, but now, they have other ideas. Those close to the water's edge are the first to see the moon. The Great Xia is too vast, with resources too abundant, while their own countries are small and barren, incapable of nurturing powerful warriors. The leaders of these small countries greedily thought that perhaps they could redefine the map. Great Xia, Lioli Island. The Kai family, as the foremost family on Lioli Island, welcomed a special guest today, even prompting the family patriarch to personally come out of seclusion to greet them. This guest comes from the Mr. Federation across the ocean. This foreign visitor is here to discuss a major deal with the Kai family concerning the future of Lioli Island. The Kamikaze Ninja Unit of Dongri Sakura Island, the Federal Bureau of Investigation of the Mr. Federation, the Divine Envoy Corps of the Divine Kingdom, even various chaotic international mercenaries? All the forces, big or small, are like sharks in the ocean smelling blood, or hyenas on the grasslands catching the scent of meat, beginning to gather around Dacia. If the intelligence is accurate, and the last 2 grandmasters protecting Dacia, along with the nation-stabilizing martial artists, are all confirmed missing, then, they will surely make their move.